we have footage of him supposedly walking on the moon.
We didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
Any intelligent person in a moon suit on the moon, and if this was actual real vacuum of space, I'm telling you right now, you wouldn't be doing any bouncy kangaroo hops or anything like that. You'd be probably frozen in absolute fear.
That's a good point, yeah.
Like, beyond your own ability to understand fear. We're talking pure terror. Your constitution would fall immediately. You know what I mean? Come on.
I agree.
This is not deep under the ocean in the submarine, bro.
But Buzz Aldrin's getting pretty old. I don't know why they still keep him around if he's saying shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, oh, shit. Well, anyway.
That's waking me
It's
up.
the next
We
hope.
went down and
The
we
alien
watched
invasion.
you guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you
was...
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation.
Do you believe that they should teach children at like a young age in schools that the Earth is flat?
They used to.
No, we should just keep lying to them, since they're kids.
When did they used to? I'm just asking.
What? Well, hold on. Just give me a second. So, I don't know if I can be heard. Am I clear?
Yep.
Yes, yeah.
Cool. Right. So we already teach them cosmology, right? And when we teach them, they're like barely familiar with wiping their own butts, but we're teaching them, about theoretical astrophysics and all this stuff, right? About gravity. But it turns out that Newtonian gravity that we teach them in school is already a lie, right? Because we're under the Newtonian. That's mainstream. Sorry, Einsteinian. We're under Einsteinian. Yeah, that's the mainstream. So we're already lying, right? Why not, I don't know, teach the kids the actual stuff that they can prove, like how specific gravity is actually gravity that you can test and verify right in front of the classroom. Would that be crazy to demonstrate how gravity actually works?
Okay, yeah. What you do is you just tell the children the truth and you stop lying to them. You don't tell them that they can't trust everything they ever observe. It's pretty simple. It's like, oh, they see the stuff in the sky move. Yeah, because the stuff in the sky moves. Young one, that you live on Earth, this is what happens. The Earth doesn't move, the sky does. But because that's what it does. You don't have to teach them a model and all this brainwash.
They have to teach them that all truth comes from authority instead. You can't figure out the answers.
How about this?
You know what it was? A lot of it, guys, don't talk to strangers. I'm not kidding you, dude. That's crazy.
How about this? We don't teach children what to think. We teach them how to think, and then you say, okay, look, here are two options. You see all the stuff in the sky moves and the stars reset in perfect circles. Here are pictures of them. Here are time-lapse pictures. Okay, so you have two options. One is that either the stuff in the sky is moving over top of the Earth like we observe, or in fact, it just looks that way, but actually they're sitting still and we're moving, we just can't feel it. And how about we just let the children make their own mind up?
I like it.
I second that motion.
So to the guy that said, should we teach them, cosmology? I would say when they get a little older, right? Keep it simple and let them kind of figure things out, like what's it said, right? Let them make up their own mind, and right. But when they get older, then start teaching them stuff, because teaching like paleontology and theoretical astrophysics to a kindergartner, it just doesn't seem right, does it? Like, no, hey, Timmy, welcome to Earth.
But when we're children, we're taught the basics, quote unquote, right? So it's like, cool, teach them the basics that you should actually teach them. So these are the stars moving over top of you. That's what they should know. Like, oh, the horizon is flat. So your options are either it looks like the Earth is flat everywhere because it's flat, or it looks like that, but it's actually curving because it's a ball. These stars are closer moving, like we talked about a second ago, or in fact they're super far away and huge, and we can't see, or we see stars that aren't in existence anymore because they're so far away. The child will know the truth instinctively, so they have to brainwash them. So that's the answer.
I just wanted to apologize for earlier, right? I was getting bad signal, and I didn't want to like bother you guys with like bad signal. So, yeah, it's a little bit after 5 now, so I guess my internet provider is going to give me like untethered internet speed. So, thanks for your patience.
Why is that so? Like, think about it. Why is it so out of the realm of possibilities that we just let the children decide and we give them all the information?
Because then the government's not in charge of what they
Why do we
think
teach them
anymore.
all this stuff? Why do we teach them all this stuff that they can't verify anyway? Like, hey, Timmy, you're moving at 1,000 miles an hour here in Ecuador. Like, how does that help
Confuse them
them?
about the nature of where they live.
That's
and
the
force
problem.
them, to defer to an authority for any kind of truth, any sort of answer to anything. You're not smart. You need to figure. You need someone with a PhD or someone much more advanced to give you the answer. You don't know the answer. Your senses can't give you the answer themselves.
You weren't born with the ability to observe your world objectively. We have to show you how to do it.
And if you disagree, you're stupid.
Right. Like we are in search of trying to somehow build a model of where we live. You have to build a model that matches reality of what we see with our and feel with our senses. Bottom line. And the problem is that there is no model. Right?
There is
Well,
no
it's like,
model.
why would you build a model of your house? Why do you need a model of the house if you got the house?
Exactly right.
Exactly.
So if you don't have the house, right, and you're going to build one, you need blueprints, right, which isn't a model, right? Blueprint's something totally different. Then once you build the house, you might
You don't need the
keep the
model.
blueprints, but you really don't have to, do you? Because you got the house.
Yeah, the model's
can
like a
always
fun
make-
toy.
That's what they want as a toy.
No,
Yeah,
go
you can
ahead, Hank. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can always use the house to recreate a blueprint if you need to. All these people
Sorry, you're
stuck in
lacking there a
model.
little.
Yeah, you're roboting, Hank.
This is Gladflow's fault because he interrupted.
I was just gonna say, fuck, dude. I'm so sorry.
You interrupted Hank when he was clear, and now he's roboting, so it's your fault.
I know. What do you? Listen. You don't have to make me feel worse. As if that's even possible.
And now mute yourself for the next hour.
Fine.
Just kidding. Hank is like the VIP roboter in the server.
It's true,
so
yeah. He's Captain Robot. That's alright. It's not his fault.
You guys go ahead. I'm just going to listen for a while. That's probably what I should be doing anyway. Thanks.
I like the point about blueprints, Hank. If you're going to build a house, you're going to do blueprints, but you still don't need a model.
Well, the way I look at it is that once I discovered that it's not round, what is it? I want to know. I just want to know. Is it an endless plane? I don't know. But it's not round. I just want to know. I want to know if this was created, was it always has and always will. That's kind of hard to understand, but
I was going to say, most of that you're not going to find out, dude.
Yeah, I know.
Do you think there's like an end of like the world, like the edge, like the cliff?
No, I don't believe there's any edge, or therefore it has no shape. I honestly believe that it's a I believe we live.
You
in
believe
a realm.
it goes on forever?
I believe so.
There's no way to know. There's no way to know one way or the other about any of that.
Kindergarten questions.
Let's
It
get the
might be
permits
the
to cross the
celestial floor. It could be a realm, like an atmosphere. It has no edge, therefore it has no shape. It's just is.
Instead of storming Area 51, we need to get like 1 million flat earthers and storm the ice wall.
Just pick one direction. Keep on the 100th meridian.
Yeah, you're never gonna get that ice wall now.
When speaking about speculation, that's just the speculation of one individual, not the whole here.
Exactly. It's just mine. Just me. Is it? I don't know. But I know it's not round. That's all I know. It could be ponds. We could be in ice ponds, ice walls. There's many ponds out there. I have no idea. No idea.
I like to think that I live in a teacup.
Perhaps when we look up, that's just the mirror image of ourselves, of where we live.
It's the sugar crystals waiting to come down into my tea.
It's not feasible to go to the ice wall because you're gonna actually have to do battle with the military if you try to go south of the 60th.
Well, that alone should tell you that the world is a massive cover-up.
Are you even allowed to leave your country without permission?
Yeah, at this point, you're not even allowed to leave that.
And if you are allowed to leave your country right now, give it a year or two. They need us to be afraid of leaving our house, let alone our country.
I think that's what they're working on.
I never thought about it that way.
Go ahead. The lady spoke. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying that I never thought about it that way, like how nowadays it's way more like it's just kind of stuff to me, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, that it's not just that trying to keep us from traveling anywhere past the ice wall or even to it, but it's even way more restricted to our country, and then nowadays pretty much keeping people in fear in their own homes. It makes me wonder, like, like speculating and theorizing, right? Like, what are they up to? What's about to happen?
You can't. They don't even want you having Thanksgiving with your family unless they say so. So forget about ice walls that you weren't allowed to go to in the first place.
The Great Reset. That's what's coming.
Better have water and some seeds and a little know-how and some hand tools and some extra parts.
And a beautiful wife.
Can't even fly a balloon up to the firmament to check that thing out. They got this whole place on lock. I gotta just take their word for everything.
Yo, mic check, mic check. Hank!
Yo, mic check.
All good, Eli.
What's up, bro?
I've been talking to Gregory for the better part of 2 hours. We would like for you to join us if you want.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of reception I'm going to get, but I would love to.
All right. So I'm gonna call you now.
Thanks. Peace.
Guess it wouldn't be feasible to have us all on the party line, would it? Can you imagine that phone call?
What party line? Where's the goddamn party happening?
I guess they're doing like a conference call or something. So I was just.
Well, why wasn't I invited? I'm the most important person in the server.
That's what I'm saying. You're the man.
Yeah, and I don't see it in the list here. Are they, dude? They're pulling some nasty shit right now. Not involving me. No, I'm just kidding. So, Skype, is it Skype? Gravity?
Yes, hello?
Hi.
Hello?
So Skype, what would you say are the 3 best things you've learned thus far?
I don't know. So I don't know. There's a lot of things that you guys have been talking about. I can't really narrow it down to 3.
Just name.
I don't know.
2. Let's say just 2.
You guys talking about gravity was pretty interesting. You guys talking about cryptocurrency.
What do we say about gravity?
Like, I don't know. You guys debunking gravity and stuff.
How?
I don't remember. Like, I don't know. It's kind of interesting just to listen in.
Oh, okay. Anything else? Like, did you actually understand anything that was being said, or did you just ask blank questions?
Honestly, half of it I did not understand. I'll be honest.
No, because I knew this from the beginning. I just wanted to very nicely and as a good human being prove my point in a very, fashionable fashion. So thank you very much.
Yes.
So we can.
I was just going to ask, have you learned anything, Scythe?
I mean, yeah, I guess so.
What did you learn?
I learned your guys' perspective on different topics.
What about the Earth?
Be specific, bro.
I'm not very good at being specific.
Join us.
Well, why do you need gravity? Do you know why?
Say that again.
Why do we need gravity? To explain what?
It's like pressure that moves things down.
Yeah.
I guess kind of, yeah.
To explain how things come back down to a spinning space beach ball.
Hey, can I rewind a little bit?
But if you get rid of the beach ball, you don't need the gravity. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Let's just rewind all of us a little bit and think about it when we went and tried to get into the knowledge of flat Earth. A lot of us started off watching a lot of YouTube videos that don't no longer exist. One of my favorites were Balls Out Physics with Brian Mullen. And a lot of people might come into the channel. We might think they're trolls. It's entertaining. Probably sitting there listening to our debates and the evidence that we've gathered. It's what it is. It's like there's a lot of evidence. But there's no proof on both sides.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. But he's here. He's listening.
Yeah, there's no 100% proof either way if the Earth's flat or not. You can't 100% prove it.
No, not exactly.
That's not true.
I don't
How
agree.
can you 100% prove it?
Well, it's not
Stick around.
Because every observation and measurement we make on the surface equates to its being flat.
We still don't have any visual examples of how it's flat. We don't.
Well, you know how
we don't have any 100% proof.
You know how a table exhibits no curvature?
I guess it would depend on the table.
Well, you know how tables are usually just flat level surfaces?
Yes.
Well, the Earth is like that. It exhibits no curvature when you try to measure it. Other than topographical differences, of course, but...
hills and gullies, of course, it's not flat. But the plane that we live on is flat.
Yeah, test it out for yourself. Go out to a lake, a body of water. See if you can find that curvature. You can find out exactly how much curvature there should be given the radius they've given you and just test it out.
So what's the radius? Do you know the radius of the Earth?
Well, it doesn't exist, but it's supposed to be 3959 miles.
Right, and what's the so-called circumference of the Earth?
It's about 25,000 miles.
Okay, and so if you go to my picture at 8:04 p.m., it's the black swan we're talking about, and we can only see if you're at the height of 1 foot, you can only see 1.225 miles, no further. And so that means there's no ways you could see any further on a round Earth. That means the Earth must be flat.
It's a level surface. So we can't claim to know
it's
everything that it
proven.
is, but we can definitely claim to know that it doesn't curve.
And at 1.5 observer height, we can see 31.82 miles away. That's way too far.
Yeah, there should
And
be
there's no ways.
There should be over
Sorry.
550 feet of curvature at that distance. I'm just agreeing with you, sorry.
And there's no ways we could do that at all, unless the Earth is flat. So there we have, the Earth is flat. Easy.
Now, what is it? That's a whole other journey.
Guys, he actually deafened himself, so he doesn't hear a thing.
What a jerk.
No, we're not talking to the troll now. We're talking to Central Banker.
Oh well, he got everyone else got to see it as well. So whoever's watching on YouTube. Well, I don't know if they even have their volume on YouTube, but anyway.
Well, pearls before swine, I guess.
Well, since he is here, Central Banker, here's a video from Dr. John D., a PhD in spectral photometry, and he is an expert on refraction of light and tested it under all different conditions and tried to debunk us, but is now a flat earther.
Nice. The truth speaks again.
Hey, Central Banker, you're a flat earther, right?
Yep.
Okay, that's what I thought. Just checking, curious.
Yeah, once I finally gave the conversation my honest attention, it was game over in like 10 minutes.
Nice, dude. Me too.
It took me 5 years to do that, though.
I hear you, man. I hear you. I'll admit, for me, it was a pride thing. I couldn't put my pride aside and say, you know what? I'm a smart guy, but maybe I'm not smart enough in a certain way to know that I've been duped. I mean, I love to trust authority. It means I don't have to do a fucking thing, right? Oh, you tell me how this is? Really?
Yeah.
And everyone else believes it? Oh, let's go! I don't care if it's true. No, let's go.
Yeah, it makes your job easy.
I'm gonna post a picture. Tell me how far do you think this looks? I took a picture of the moon with my camera.
That's 239,000 miles.
Give or take.
That's crazy, right?
It's gotta be. I don't even think it's a rock at this point, really. Probably not many people here do.
There's no way to know what it is at all. No way to know that.
Fair.
Sorry, I was on mute I was on deafen for quite a bit. What are you guys talking about now?
We're back to the moon, but we don't have to be there. We don't have to talk about that. I mean, unless, of course, you want to, but it's, to me, talking about the moon is like talking about, you know, God, I hate this term anymore. Narnia, right? It's so cliche, but it just works. Narnia.
I'm probably
like
just
Everland. You could call it
I can't
Everland.
talk about the curve or the moon landing. I can't do it.
Yeah,
I'm probably just gonna listen for the next little while. Probably just gonna stay mute for a bit.
Do you have any questions?
Nah, not really.
Okay. Let us know, brother. Okay, what's the question?
Yeah, Skyth, you asked if you can fall off the Earth. So my question is your understanding of flat Earth being a disk? Are you picturing some sort of disk floating around in space?
I honestly don't know, because I've heard different people say different things on this call so far. I guess you could say a disc is what I picture it as, but I don't know.
Well, that ain't it, Chief. You might want to start from scratch. It's not a disk. You can't fall off the ground.
And also, no one on here who's honest with themselves believes Earth is a disk. None of us do.
It's not a disk in space.
Basically, if you go to the Flat Earth Society website, all that shit, we don't tout any of the things that they say, even if one or two things happen to match up with what we know about reality. The bottom line is there's no reason to believe anything from anybody. Don't believe anything, but especially a site like that. It's the first thing that you search when you search Flat Earth, and they say it's a disk and it's this and that. What they're doing is they're tongue-in-cheek admitting that it's flat, but then they're putting all of these ridiculous other things on it, like it's in space and you can fall off the edge, and then you get pictures of like boats falling off this really sharp 90-degree angle into the ocean, into space or nothing. So it's ridiculous. And so we don't know the whole thing. We don't know what it looks like.
Counterintelligence disinfo.
Right. Yeah, but the bottom line is we can't, as far as anyone goes so far, we don't know the whole shape. We don't know what it looks like from afar, because if you can't leave, you can't get to a vantage where you can get even just one photo of the whole fucking thing, right? How are you going to model that? Anyway.
We can't even explore the whole thing within it either. We're not allowed.
Right.
Which should lead you to distrust anything the people who run this place tell you about it. Someone the other day said something that makes it easy for the layman, because I'm a layman, and it was, if you spent your whole life inside of a Maserati, right? Whole life inside the Maserati, you wouldn't know what it looked like from the outside if you just opened the door and got out. But the best you could have is people telling you about it, but you wouldn't be able to see it for yourself. So stuck in a Maserati, don't know what color it is, and you got to just trust people instead of figure it out for yourself. That would suck. Yeah. Well, that's it.
By this point, we've measured so much flatness everywhere that they're left with a 20-sided dice, and we still can't find their edges.
It's a mirage.
No, it's simple. 70+% of the Earth is water. What do we do with water? We say it's at water level. Sea level. Those words are used for a reason. Bulge? No, not sea bulge. Not Earth tits. No, nothing.
No Earth tits, right?
It's pretty funny. But no, not even Earth tits. We don't have anything like that. Everywhere we go, no matter how far we measure from A to B, no matter how high we go, you can't see that curve.
No.
No curve, no ball. No ball, no heliocentrism, no space, no universe as it's taught to you.
Yep.
Got to start all over. Assume you have no idea where you are, because that's the case.
You know what I think? I think all this time, we've never reached altitude high enough to even see a curve.
Yeah.
If it were a ball, yeah.
All this time, this whole time.
Yeah. The Felix Baumgartner jump that's not even high enough to see it according to the astrophysicist priests. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where does it kick in?
The diameter is what, 25,000 miles? Something like that, right? 25,000?
That's the circumference.
Circumference, sorry. What is the diameter? 40,000 something? Anyways.
It's like 8,000.
You would need to be a lot higher than you'd think to start even seeing curve underneath you, standing on a mass 25,000 miles. Right? You'd have to be over 1,000 miles, right? At least.
Over 1 million.
Well, just to see curve, just say, "Wow, whoa, wait a second, is this a gigantic eyeball? Am I like, right? How high?" And I'm guessing at least 1,000, probably 2.
Well, yeah, like
Maybe even
deGrasse Tyson admits that at the distances we take pictures from, you shouldn't see it, you won't see it, and yet you get globe earthers who come out with pictures taken from 500 feet up where they show a curve that's obviously lens distortion or whatever, and they try to use that as proof, even
right,
though their own site admits that you can go much higher than that and you're not supposed to see any. So the whole thing is just blatantly dishonest.
right. Like even Progo cams on high altitude balloons, they go what 70 miles, 76, 80 miles, something like that.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
still
yeah.
won't see curve, like it, right? So how high do you need to be to see curve on something that's 25,000 miles in circumference? So I guess once you crunch the numbers and you figure it out, I'm going to throw a guess out there. It's a lot higher than anything else we have. Like the International Space Station is only in low
Earth orbit, yeah. And they say themselves that they just have flat map images that they comp together and wrap around the ball because they aren't far away enough to take a picture of the whole ball, right? So
right, and you don't see it going over the poles. You only see it circumnavigating. What is it, east to west?
All right, guys, I'm gonna probably hop off now.
Thanks, brother. Take her easy, and if she's easy, take her twice.
And what's with these, the lightning and like the green outline and stuff that they have from the ISS videos now?
It's to make it look pretty.
It looks really CGI, and it doesn't look like what they used to show us.
They don't care.
It doesn't pair up with their other images.
It's for the new generation, man.
Japanese billionaire guy, I can't remember his name, but he claims that he just took a live stream from the ISS from his iPhone. It doesn't have any of those green outlines or any of that.
Well, if you throw a fork down at some stairs, you'll hear his name a bunch of times. So, but anyway, yeah, it's crazy out there. They don't know what they're doing. Don't know the first thing about lying to people, but it doesn't matter because people will eat it up. Oof, they love that shit. Love it.
Look at that, half that
Cartoons for
planet
the win.
down there. Look at that planet, New Mexico.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't even see that. I die every time I see it. Like, it's no doubt the guy jumped off up high for sure. No doubt. I wouldn't do it.
Well, the best argument the Globers have so far is we can't reproduce our globe claims in reality, and that's how we know they're true.
Like, look how small it is. You know how small that would be? Like, is there enough room on there for Canada?
Right, yeah. Planet Kansas. Population, a couple million.
So what can we do about this? How can we fund something we need to, I don't know. We need to win the lottery, boys, girls.
We need our own Elon Musk.
Yeah. Stop going up. Let's go left. And keep going.
Never once seen a rocket go straight up.
Nope.
You know, the first rocket that they had humans on that they sent up, no one died. Isn't that crazy? First try, guys. First try. Just winged it. Oop! Look, they came back. Crazy.
Yeah, because
wow.
it didn't explode.
It didn't explode. You know what, guys? Let's make sure in 30 years we're not able to do this anymore.
Yep, they're probably like all landed in the Bermuda Triangle, or there's some big like underwater ocean cavern.
I don't know. I don't know where any of that shit goes, but I have a feeling it doesn't violate a natural law.
We want to make sure the stuff doesn't wash up on any beaches. Is there any deep caverns down there? We wouldn't know.
Listen, Aquaman comes out, grabs it, gets the necessary technology out of it, goes and delivers it to countries that need it, feeds the hungry for a little bit, and goes back underwater and destroys the rockets for us.
Right.
He's a good guy. But you see what I had to do there? I had to go to Fantasyland to make it work.
Well,
anything the Globe says, anything the Globe dudes and gals say has to be, so like you have to say, fine, I'll entertain the idea before you listen to any Glober about anything. That's how you have to start it.
Oh, yes.
And that sucks, right? I'd rather just listen to someone as if they had knowledge and facts and truth. But with the Globe stuff, you have to presuppose already, based on a lot of good information, by the way. You might as well just suppose, because it's going to be true, that they have nothing but sophistry. Sorry, go ahead.
You know what's really upsetting is that we know the ball model probably more than most things we know. You got a PhD in the globe model. Now, we get the understanding on how they say it works. And they still don't see it, that how it is such... It's unbelievable.
Listen, most of them see it, my friend. Don't let them lie to you like that. Most of them do. Most of the people who argue against us know that we're right, that it's flat and stationary and enclosed. You know, those three things. You can't escape from that if you've been in this argument even like a week or two. That said, I hope the audience understands, that makes them liars. Okay? So even if you want to believe that it's a globe, the globers who have already lied by simply coming here, not giving us any evidence, are going to take you down a dishonesty rabbit hole. That's all the globe has to offer.
Well, yeah, like they sit there with their globe, you know, that they got at like the Dollar Tree, and they're like, "Look, I got a model. Show me your model."
Yeah, like spin it around. I want to live there.
Right.
Look, I'm pointing. My finger covers my whole city.
Yeah. You know, Antarctica as a continent, so they say, as on the ball, is 11 times larger than Canada. That's huge, man. How big that is.
In order for them to believe in the ball after being here for more than a week and denying the flatness of what we can observe and test and what we see and where we live, you know, that just means they're science deniers.
What is it, like 4 times? It's 4 times bigger, right, than Canada or Australia? I don't know. Anyways, but like if you notice any pictures of or photos or composites, where's the ice, man? Like, come on. You would see it. It's just not. Oh yeah, Cook's Law. You guys know about Captain Cook?
Kind of, not really.
I know he logged
I
like 60,000
dabbled right
miles
into
around Antarctica.
Yeah,
Hey,
I dabbled right into that guy.
There's a microphone active that I hardly ever see active that I totally want to hear. KJ, did you know that your mic's open?
Sorry.
No, that's okay. How are you?
Doing pretty good. How about you?
I'm well, thank you. That's all I needed, guys. Carry on.
How dare you?
Oh, check out Captain Cook. You can actually get some good information on him, and you can even look at his route. And his route that he took doesn't make any sense on a ball. Maybe for resupplying his crew, obviously, maybe bad weather. But when you put it on a flat plane, it makes absolute perfect sense.
So he sailed around the thing basically twice, is what it seems like.
Yeah. How can something be 60,000 miles around on something that's only like 25,000 miles? Right.
The Ball Earth version, I mean, he just went around it and around it like over and over again.
Yeah, 3 years or something like that. No, if you actually look at it, he was trying to find passes through the ice.
An inlet, right? Yeah.
Right. That's what he was trying to do, is trying to find how to get through the ice wall.
Well, he says they didn't find anything, but Bird said there was land on the other side, of course, so...
Well, he had Operation High Jump. He took aircraft carriers. He took a whole military squad, They landed on top of the ice sheet, built Operation Deep Freeze, and that gives me the reasoning on thinking what I think is an endless plane. Like, think about the funding that all the space programs bring in each year. Who says that they're not trying to cross? It sounds a little science fiction, I know, but imagine that they're at this time, since Admiral Byrd, they've been trying to cross the Great Plain.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like that. And when you go out far enough, it's complete darkness and frigid cold. Maybe there's no oxygen as far as it goes out there. I don't know.
Yeah, we have no way of knowing what would be beyond.
No, I'm just speculating, right?
Yeah. I don't see why they wouldn't be exploring it, honestly.
Right. If it is an endless plane, why would they call it Operation Deep Freeze? Is it like going into the unknown? Obviously, that's kind of the take I get from it.
It makes me think of the moon map theory. Have you seen that?
No, actually.
They speculate that the ice ring just moves around, and that's how the precession of the equinoxes work, is that this ice ring is just circling around this bigger realm, and so there's land in it that it sometimes is frozen over, and as the thing circles around in its 26,000-year journey, some of the land is thawed and some of it's frozen under the mile of ice. It's pretty intense stuff. I don't know if the theory has any merit to it at all, but it's interesting. I'll link a video.
Okay. I don't know. It's just kind of shady. Like when I was in school, we called it Antarctica. Or the Arctic Circle would say that on the map when I was in high school. And then they changed it to Antarctica. And nothing to see here. Move along. Just penguins. Nothing to see here. Don't worry about it. Move along. And you can't come back.
Yeah, we want to keep this place pristine. Keep it pristine for the penguins.
They could be doing like all kinds of shit out there. Underground bunkers. Who knows what's going on in Antarctica?
My favorite thing to say about Antarctica is, I don't know what the fuck's going on down there.
You're not supposed to.
Down there. See, we're so programmed. I'm programmed still. Help me.
You'll be fine. Just stick around.
Yeah, upside down. Jeez, I'd get a headache of being there all day. Exactly, coneheads. They're Antarcticans.
Humans to the moon.
Exactly. Well, that probably would be the. If you think about it, we don't really need a cage or a wall or a barrier because humans will be like, "What is this? And what is on the other side?" But if you just have an endless frozen plain, I don't know how much supplies you could take with you unless you frog jump, keep building base camp, base camp, base camp. But that's lugging a lot of materials and a lot of time.
And all your droppings.
Yep.
And you can't store fuel, food, water.
No.
You have to carry all of it.
All right. Like, how far could you actually go?
But don't forget, no internal combustion engines are allowed.
It'd be too cold.
Someone had posted somewhere before, I think it was on here, all the restrictions. Be interesting to see that again. Not sure where I saw it.
Well, most people that went out there on even dog sleds, they end up eating all the dogs. And walking back to base camp. So I wouldn't go down. I wouldn't go over there.
There's nothing for us down there.
No, nothing to see.
Yeah, that would be pretty dumb to try to go there.
I'd rather go to the North Pole.
Oh, it's the perfect cage for humans. All right? Don't dare fall in the water. You're fucked. Right?
Mostly a mental cage, too. They think they're on a ball, so they won't even think about trying to get off of it.
Exactly. Come to think about it, wouldn't it be better to actually launch rockets closer to the equator so you could get the centrifugal force sling?
We have Niels. You don't have any roles at the moment. Niels, welcome to the Flutter Discord. You've been unmuted. If you want to open your mic, you can. Niels. I guess Niels doesn't want to speak to us, not even be polite enough to reply.
This is my fault, guys.
Yeah, it's your fault. Yep.
I have that effect on people. I start talking flat Earth and they just ghost.
Actually, a guy at work. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to walk over you.
I just wanted to say some people join sometimes, like myself, and just want to listen. Sometimes I have background noise and stuff, so I can't open my mic. Well, go ahead.
Just the other day, a colleague at work came up to me and started talking to me, and I didn't say anything at all about flat Earth. We're just talking about work. He brings it up, and I didn't say anything. Just listen to what he had to say. And I haven't even told him about anything yet at all, and I was actually impressed. It actually took me off guard. I just thought I'd share.
There's more people getting it.
Yep, I didn't want to say anything. He brought up a couple points that I was like, wow, okay, yeah, he definitely knows what he's talking about. He's definitely done some research on his own. So I'm actually going to lend him my camera. About a year or 2 years ago, I purchased the Nikon P900, and I've been having a lot of fun with that. It's the flat Earth camera. Anyways, I live out here by Lake Ontario, and sometimes when half the lake freezes, it's pretty sick. On cold winter nights, the sky is clear. I can take some pretty good photos. It's hard to say how far I can actually see with the camera. Like, I have to Google next time I'm going to see if I can do a photo and then Google it and then see Google Maps it and see how far it is in kilometers across.
Then prepare yourself for endless excuses from ball earthers.
Oh, I just been focusing a lot on the moon. Like,
the moon's fun. It's a fun topic.
Yeah.
Did you watch Alex Stein debating McToon on the moon landing?
I think so. Is that the old video?
It's pretty new. It's hilarious. McToon rage quits in like 20 minutes, and then Stein just spends the rest of the debate just gloating.
No, I haven't seen it.
It's just over the top gloating for like an hour. It's funny.
Oh, there's not too many moon gazers anymore. Dying breed.
Isn't it a full moon tonight?
It is.
I thought something felt strange today.
Something's off.
So what's happening?
Don't know. I'm kind of roaming around in the different voice text myself.
Dan Brown's the guy that did Angels and Demons and Code and has a weird, fucked up conspiracy inside his book that's unfounded that lots of people have lost their way with because of Tom Hanks. Yeah.
Yeah, that was some kind of subterfuge, wasn't it? Wow, subterfuge. What a big word.
Honestly, I think Star Trek and Star Wars is more detrimental
Totally,
because it
that's
gets
the main part
people
of the
wondering
style.
about the spirit. You know, if your mind is where your spirit dwells, and everything that is mindly that you think about that is not physical, just like spirit. You know, so that would be whatever you focus your thoughts on. You know, if you fantasize about being in a spaceship captain, being a space pirate, hijacking cruisers and all that shit, like you're some Star Wars intergalactic sword fighter, then using like the force of gravity. And I'm just think about it, man. It's like complete and total freaking evil. And I think that's more detrimental than Dan Brown. But hey, that's just me.
Yep, that's
I agree.
true. And it starts with a little mobile above babies' cribs, right? Like space.
Yep. It is literally spiritual wickedness of high places. We struggle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers and spiritual wickedness on high places.
Yeah,
right?
darkness. Yeah.
And that right there goes back to if you look at the etymology of it, like the root words, where it says principalities, that means leaders, chieftains, kings, governments, right? And then the powers simply means rights and freedoms. Makes sense, right? It's not so like, ooh, it's spooky, you know? No, it makes sense. That's what we struggle with. It's a struggle between the controllers and us not wanting to give over control, but we end up giving over control and they slowly take and erode our powers, right? And then the spiritual wickedness, if that is like literally worshiping, which is, you know, having your mind set on something and you ponder after it day and night, you know, last thing you think about before you go to sleep, first thing you think about when you wake up is this thing, then called space, then that is called spiritual inequity. And it is a thing that is literally of the cosmos, the high things, the high places, literally the Shemayin, heaven. It's so sad that so many are led astray and they are willingly led astray because they can't stop fantasizing about it, which is the spiritual inequity that they practice that has spread throughout the entire world, even people in like India, right? They're worried about things that are going on in space instead of, you know, where to get the next meal. All over the place. You have people that are thinking about space instead of truth and what's important.
Totally hypnotized.
and they get what they deserve, man. It's if they are willing to give themselves into this lie, then they will worship the lie and practice the lie, right? These are the ones that have a mindset that is a hive mind. It's not even their own thoughts, but yet they regurgitate and rethink it. They are the robots, the goyim, the beast, and perhaps these controllers, these elites, are correct, that they are useless eaters.
The profane. Yeah, you start to
Yes.
see them that way.
Yep.
I think it's ironic that the statement you're making is a statement that Prodigy, the rapper, made on his last album, before he, supposedly choked on an egg, about worrying about space and not worrying about life on Earth.
I don't even know who that guy is, but that's kind of ironic.
It's also not a coincidence that the album itself was called Hegelian Dialect.
He's based.
What about Deltron 3030? You ever heard of them?
I have not, but post a link in the chat if they're that interesting to check out.
I can. Well, hang on. Let me see. Can I send you a freaking message? Yeah, I can. I'll send it to you in a DM because the song I want you to listen to is like part of the censored topic.
I'll send you the album I was just talking about.
Copy link. There we go.
I highly suggest you at least give the album a one-time listen through at least. It's taken me several times to listen through it to actually pick up everything in it.
World governing body will have to be imposed. Because disasters precipitate change. Damn.
We need the world governing body to save us from all the disasters that they precipitated.
And this album is fairly old. I can't remember when this came out. I think it came out in like 2005.
They're way ahead of it. Ahead of the curve.
Or perhaps they're a part of it.
Well, the one I sent you, the album link to, it came out in 2017, and this is before he had even come to Flat Earth, but actually coming back to it in retrospect and observing the album artwork objectively. Oh yeah, man, they took him out, man. You can only talk about so much and have a platform to talk on before they take you out.
They swear an oath.
Yeah, well, I was told by a good book from a wise man that once wrote down, have and swear no oaths before men. Let your yeses be yes and your noes be no.
This is where people get it wrong.
Mm-hmm. They figure, oh, I have to swear an oath to be something. Yeah, you're swearing an oath of office, right? And that oath of office is an office of what? Who's the chief? Baal. So you were literally swearing allegiance to the enemy of mankind.
Well, here's the thing, though, is most people don't read the fine print on anything, do they?
Right. And here's the interesting thing, right? You should really read the whole book because the warning and the penalty comes at the very end of the good book, not in the middle, not at the beginning, not where you find out about Solomon and go, oh, well, I can do magic and start casting these demons down and making these goyim and these golem, and it's your downfall. I mean, read the whole book. But they won't. It's the sins of the father, man. Nice, Andy. What you doing, buddy? Huh? Want to go inside? I know it's cold. Huh? Hang on.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Hi.
Kind of to add to that statement of people don't read the fine print of things. It's like when you look at an alleged, physical globe model of any kind of substantiation. If you look underneath it, it says not for educational purposes.
Testing.
So has anyone ran across any new arguments for the globe?
Other than the notion or perpetual notion that a gas chamber can exist next to an infinite vacuum, not really.
Oh, Jesus. So, this, idiot that has a mask on Facebook just updated his cover photo with a USSF, U.S. Space Force missile launch in the background.
Typical space fanboy.
Now, if I was a Glober with a Glober mentality of trolling, I think I would troll the shit out of this dude. It's like, look at you. You think you're in the fucking goddamn USS Enterprise or something, Captain Kirk? But I'm not going to stoop down to their mentality. I'll just let that guy, get his boosters attached to that rocket.
Problem should take care of itself in time.
Yeah.
They will go to space. They'll just have to get the Neuralink implant first.
That's not really space, though. Cyberspace.
Inner space, yes, cyberspace. No space exploration is gonna happen until they get that chip. Got to get them into the mainframe. Then they can go anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. So, this is a setup for people to get, like, killed. Official Trump legal currency, actual $2 bill with Trump's portrait and signature. But it's still got the same signing of the Constitution on the back, and it's even got the dissenters in the background all opposed to it. Yeah, those dissenters are the Democrats. Wow. And then check this out, man. This is kind of cool. Oh yeah, sniffing tool's not working for some fucking reason. I just ran across this randomly on my Facebook feed. Earl of Love would be happy. I was like, why does that look familiar? Oh, shit.
Nice.
Yeah, Helio posted it. So, yeah, did you hear that? Did you give that song a listen, Flathead?
I'll do it right now, Josh. Just give me a second.
All right. Crises precipitate change. Secretly plotting your demise.
It's the 10 black commandments. Yeah. This Globy can't tell me about this curve. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. And my real truth is, truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon police shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number two, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know them pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. Three, never trust nobody. Your science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to tore it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number four, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number five, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number six, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a Globy backing up the claim and forget it. Number seven, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number eight, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men, if not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. Follow these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hit your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up, 24/7. Discord. CB, yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values, lobby gang, yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to India, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Bounce.
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mrs. Strawman?
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept that, Brenda. Hi,
Yeah.
how are you?
We got our torches ready, Strawman.
I've destroyed your argument every single time.
Oh, what a way to start a morning.
Yeah. I love this. Here's 2020. Chocolate scene. It's coming at you. Yeah. My squad blazing through like low arsonists. Y'all get dissed, annihilated off the list of a long line of globals who will just insist we're living on a spinning ball that does not exist. As I sit back and wonder why they persist, like some pissed gorillas living in the mist, always lacking evidence, they just get dismissed. But here's the twist, they won't cease and desist. Their illegal activities seems all they got are fallacies, begging the question and never saying please. Claiming flat earth is only arcade while you sit back and paint his mosaics of Aristophanes. Like what the fuck, bro, it seems profound. 2,000 years is still like 6 to the ground. Meanwhile, what's really going 6 feet deep is the value of your radius. It's RIP. Rest in peace to your little RADIUS. It's just a fantasy. Can't you see that your little globe theory is about to be in the fucking GRAVE? Come on. Keep it moving. Yo, I'm really trying to ascertain how insane it is to endure the pain that would make a grown man out loud exclaim that a body of water could somehow maintain the outside of a ball. Now that's insane. Even Isaac Newton said that he would not feign a hypothesis for this bullshit campaign of a force that's only a force in your brain. Don't complain cause I'm not trying to pull your chain. This ain't no game. It's often claimed with thoughts in vain to not go against the grain. It sounds profane. The cartoon ball will not sustain. Its reign has been now deemed as inhumane. Me and my fam only want to help you be attained and reclaim your sense of home in your domain. Your life has been spent on the top of a plane, yeah. In the year 2020, it seems the case. Heliocentrism as it starts to race. Globetrotters scrambling just to keep the pace while still telling folk tales about outer space. Kinda funny you think NASA really got your back. Astronauts in a vacuum, you're all an act. In fact, they only do it to control your mind. And to not see through it, yo, you must be blind. In due time, it will all soon be revealed. Little water ball is losing its mass appeal. On the real, doesn't matter how bad you feel. Fact of the matter is that your face been sealed. Death of the globe model is now at hand. People seeing through the lies all across the land. From Eli to NY to Jin in Japan. It's a rap time to throw the magic ball in the can. Come on.
Flat Earth Discord live.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, they contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, a can of tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life, MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam. Crushing off false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you's dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You are not an educator, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now global, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
God, I love this one.
Hey yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east. And we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to wax. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls. To anybody critical about my view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door, I keep closed. Just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC. And they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat. But my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter,
So I'm in the position to be in your head for a minute. I thought I mentioned how politicians is just in it for riches. He blue collar for 40 years and yet he can't get pension. But it's 52 million a day on some fake space missions. Money's in the wrong position, wrong pockets and purses. Actually what the fact is that money is truly worthless. The purpose of printing money is to put you deeper in debt to it. Lower class could spend their whole lives trying to get to it and not profit 2 cents as if loot be elusive. Tragic who you can lose when it happens to be reducing. I'm guessing that my conclusion, money make us act stupid. They divide with it, conquer it, then continue to rule with it. Cool as a cucumber, but we hungry like some hostages. They live in paradise, why they keep us where the monsters live, called the metropolis. And debt keeps it operative, and the money is generated solely by the populace. We spent our whole damn lives trapped in the bankster's paradise. Keep spending our whole life living in the bankster's paradise. We spent our whole damn lives trapped in the bankster's paradise. Keep spending our whole life living in the bankster's paradise. Money equals slavery, slavery equals money. Man, I hate living this way cause they're taking my freedom from me. It ain't gonna be so funny when you find out the fact that you're meant to be on the bottom. They designed it like that. Many people refuse to believe, but it's actually all for real. And the truth is there to see on the back of the dollar bill. It's a pyramid with an all-seeing eye at the top, letting you know that you're a slave whether you like it or not. They make the rules and we're the ones that must obey. It's not a mystery. We're kept in the dark and we're kept away from our true history. The system we live in uses humans to harvest energy. So basically the Matrix is really a documentary. Facts. They live, we sleep, and they love to fuck us over. Bang, bang, skeet, skeet. They take over your mind and they control you with their lies. I just want you to open up your eyes. Tell me why are we so blind to see that there's no such thing as freedom when none of us are free? Tell me why are we so blind to see that there's no such thing as freedom when none of us are free? We spent our whole damn lives trapped in the bankster's paradise. Keep spending our whole life living in the bankster's paradise. We spent our whole damn lives trapped in the bankster's paradise. Keep spending our whole life living in the bankster's paradise. 1, 2, we are being lied to. 3, 4, time to go to war. 5, 6, don't fall for their tricks. 7, 8, gotta stay awake. 9, 10, never sleep again. 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 Why are we so blind to see that there's no such thing as freedom when none of us are free? Tell me why are we so blind to see that there's no such thing as freedom when none of us are free? We spent our whole damn lives trapped in the bankster's paradise. Keep spending our whole life living in the bankster's paradise. We spent our whole damn lives trapped in the bankster's paradise. Keep spending our whole life living in the bankster's paradise.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Just to a normal guy living just to die, digesting what he buys, ideas he can't decide. His thoughts aren't his inside, they're put there from up high. Spiritual wickedness, deceptive and perilous, parasites meticulous. Watch your trust with ignorance, feeding off your silent bliss. Snakes a hiss, NASA's pissed, drunken like a maiden's hiss. Venom, Satan, plague and twist, digress, regret, withholding evidence, drowning in incompetence. Ever sent, million billions represent, lacking things we need to test. Never verify, they press. Photographs with leak a mess. I just molded as a stress, a sentence in belligerence. I'm spent, resorting just to less and less, delving deeper with interest. Yeah. Since a boy, I was told that I'm spinning on a globe. Who we kidding? Now I'm old, and I notice that the whole world folds and can't think freely. What we witness, what we demonstrate clearly. How it's measured flat, imagine that. Water never bending over, and it's facts. Gravity just ain't exact. When two words can replace it simply, so you need to retract. Relative density, perspective and velocity. The sun is closer than it seems. Living in a movie scene, universal pictures gleam. Everything we're fed believed, and I gotta look harder just to find reality. Sitting right in front of me, horizon in the breeze, atmospheric symphony. Melancholic naturally, globers frolic in the sea. Walls of lies just to please, a narrative just to hide a deep freeze for the mind. Destitution that we're stuck behind, resolutions that we need to find. Break the barrier just to free the blind. Saturated in a realm of time, unwind and try to be kind. It's easy to get mean when you're pointing out NASA's crimes, or the cables and the bubbles that we tend to find. Not to mention about the harness star's absence and Don Pettit's inability to speak a proper sentence. Study, look at me, we got sources you can read. You could test it, you could see with the method scientifically. It's all you need, but the knowledge you will grieve, cause the way the truth hits you hard eventually. Typically, open heart, open doctrines messing with your paradigm. Emotions getting all entwined, sitting back with truth to grind. And you're losing part your mind, getting renewed about the cave, cause mentally it's too soon. Stay true, follow through, we all here to help with you, yeah. Take it slow.
I'm sick of living in this world. This shit is driving me insane. All the hatred, all the bloodshed, all the anger and the pain. They try to pump us full of fear, but I will not let them frighten me. And I'ma keep on fighting till I ain't got no more fight. I'm sick of living in this world. This shit is driving me insane. All the hatred, all the bloodshed, all the anger and the pain. They try to pump us full of fear, but I will not let them frighten me. And I'ma keep on fighting till I ain't got no more fighting me. Rule number one, I'll never follow any rules. Cause if I wanna do something, I'll do it if I choose. And part of it is just principle. Hard to get cause I'm sensible. That's the reason I believe I'm a targeted individual. Our reality's fictional. This is all just a lie. We're all controlled by the pinnacle of the all-seeing eye. And if you ever wake up to this, you just live with a burden. You must unlearn what you have learned, but then there is no returning. You always feel something burning deep in the core of your mind. Because you know if you go looking that there's more you can find. So you research all the time and see things are not what you thought. But no matter what truth you discover, you're not gonna stop. You're on the ultimate quest to find what's real and what isn't. Sometimes it's hard to recognize the beast when living up in it. But hey, you did it, you made it. No longer stuck in the matrix, only to realize that it sucks and you hate it. I'm sick of living in this world. This shit is driving me insane. All the hatred, all the bloodshed, all the anger and the pain. They try to pump us full of fear, but I will not let them frighten me. And I'ma keep on fighting till I ain't got no more fight. I'm sick of living in this world. This shit is driving me insane. All the hatred, all the bloodshed, all the anger and the pain. They try to pump us full of fear, but I will not let them frighten me. And I'ma keep on fighting till I ain't got no more fighting me. They tell the truth in the movies and then they lie on the news. When I say they, I mean the Jesuits and Zionist Jews. So I gotta let the humans know we're living in the Truman Show. They bend us over backwards and they screw us in the booty hole. Tax us to death until we have nothing left. And that's just one of the many ways that they have us oppressed. We haven't progressed. Advanced tech, they have it suppressed. I don't feel blessed. This situation just has me depressed. We the people are deceived and I'm pursuing the proof. Three things cannot be hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. What a surprise, you finally uncovered the lies. You can spot the puppets cause they cover one of their eyes. They are traitors to humanity, New World Order sellout. We don't want you here no more, so you can get the hell out. The world is just a stage and now we're booing you off it. Cause we're done with all this bullshit, so stop it. I'm sick of living in this world, this shit is driving me insane. All the hatred, all the bloodshed, all the anger and the pain. They try to pump us full of fear, but I will not let them frighten me. And I'ma keep on fighting till I ain't got no more fighting. I'm sick of living in this world, this shit is driving me insane. All the hatred, all the bloodshed, all the anger and the pain. They try to pump us full of fear, but I will not let them frighten me. And I'ma keep on fighting till I ain't got no more fighting.
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake ass apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't, they all no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core scientific. All the sicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweep. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps shoes, rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline when most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time? I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately you fuck off to space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground. To say that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany, lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Bruh. That track is so fucking sick.
Yeah, that one's probably like my favorite one of his.
He went and said, "You're standing in a motherfucking room of giants." That was... Come on, bro. He's that's so well written.
Yeah.
I don't know. Every time I hear another song, it's like, well, that one's my favorite now. Well, and then now this one's my favorite.
Exactly.
Is that Sonny?
Yo.
Play that shit, brother.
I'm just goofing around.
It's okay to be goofy. Let's say it's rare talent to be truly goofy.
the earth, producing epic content like Jeranism and Dearth. Well, he never saw crypto entering the fray, the best white rapper since Eric Dubay. Now I haven't rapped for long, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help notice that we see too far. In crypto trading we have different kind of bars, they exist on your screen just like terraforming Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass or nigh. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. And vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research a flat unmoving earth. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them evoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FB party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more.
fakes and lies throughout the news. They manufacture opinions and form all of your views. Everything we think we know is actually opposite of the truth, but what do you do when reality's fraudulent? The whole system is rigged, it's an illusion of choice. You can keep screaming and yelling, end up losing your voice. What's the point? What's the point? That's what I ask sometimes. Roll a joint, smoke that joint, and then I smash some rhymes. I'm still a slave, but that boy overdose is hard to control. How far will he go? Much further than you possibly know. ODD TV, I've been doing this. I have to get deep because half of you are asleep, the other half are just sheep. Wakey, wakey, wake the fuck up, man. I'm really sick of this. They rub the truth all up in our faces and it's ridiculous. They always keep the odds stacked against us and we can't seem to win. After seeing all the things I've seen, I'll never sleep again.
Everything is a lie. Slave till the day you die. World full of boogeymen. I'll never sleep again. Rules that you must obey. Can't seem to get away. It's making my head spin. I'll never sleep again.
Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. We live in a prison cube, ruled over by the hexagon. Nothing but witchcraft and black magic spells in your lexicon. Search till the day you're dead and gone. There's gotta be some way out of here. Looking up at the sky, just watching chemical clouds appear. They got these toxic heavy metals filling up your body. You're a zombie, unaware that you serve the Illuminati. Man, how's your head feel after taking that red pill? When you learn the truth, it's scary. You can barely stand still. The Matrix is a computer-generated dreamland. Most certainly you're a worker bee for the queen, man. They lie to us about outer space and the earth is flat. They're killing us with the food they sell us. What's worse than that? You may wake up, but that doesn't mean the world's gonna change. It can stress you out, make you depressed, or fill you up with rage. We're in a cage, the whole world is nothing but a stage. And we're almost there, so be prepared for the coming age.
Everything is a lie. Slave till the day you die. World full of boogeymen. I'll never sleep again. Rules that you must obey. Can't seem to get away. It's making my head spin. I'll never sleep again.
Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again.
Everything is a lie.
Everything, man.
Slave till the day you die.
There's no escaping it.
World full of boogeymen.
They live.
I'll never sleep again.
I'm an insomniac.
Rules that you must obey.
Obey, obey, obey.
Can't seem to get away.
No, I can't get away.
It's making my head spin.
It's not the world spinning.
I'll never sleep again.
Never, ever, ever.
Chemicals in the sky.
What the hell are they spraying, man?
Nobody wonders why.
Those are just clouds, bro.
Organelles in my skin.
This can't be happening.
I'll never sleep again.
I can't do it.
Things are not what they seem.
Everything is opposite.
Wish it was all a dream.
I'm wide awake, though.
When will this madness end?
It's not looking good.
I'll never sleep again.
It's just not possible.
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mrs. Thomas?
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept that, Brenda. Hi,
Yeah.
how are you?
Wait a minute.
We got
Am I?
Strike
Hold
strong,
on.
man.
Am I in an alternate world? I just
I've destroyed your
play
every
new
single time.
Fuck You by
wait,
WD,
wait,
and
this
now
time,
Brenda's here. All right, cool.
Yeah. I love this. Here's 2020. Chocolate scene. It's coming at you. Yeah. My squad blazing through like low arsonists. Y'all could diss, annihilated off the list of a long line of globals who will just insist we're living on a spinning ball that does not exist. As I sit back and wonder why they persist, like some pissed gorillas living in the mist, always lacking evidence, they just get dismissed. But here's the twist, they won't cease and desist. Their illegal activities seems all they got are fallacies, begging the question and never saying please. Claiming flat earth is only arcade while you sit back and paint his mosaics or Aristophanes. Like what the fuck, bro, it seems profound. 2,000 years is still sight 6 to the ground. Meanwhile, what's really going 6 feet deep is the value of your radius. It's RIP. Rest in peace to your little RADIUS. It's just a fantasy. Can't you see that your little globe theory is about to be in the fucking GRAVE? Come on. Keep it moving. Yo, I'm really trying to ascertain how insane it is to endure the pain that would make a grown man out loud exclaim that a body of water could somehow maintain the outside of a ball. Now that's insane. Even Isaac Newton said that he would not feign a hypothesis for this bullshit campaign of a force that's only a force in your brain. Don't complain cause I'm not trying to pull your chain. This ain't no game. It's often claimed with thoughts in vain to not go against the grain. It sounds profane. The cartoon ball will not sustain. Its reign has been now deemed as inhumane. Me and my fam only want to help you be attained and reclaim your sense of home in your domain. Your life has been spent on the top of a plane, yeah. In the year 2020, it seems the case. Heliocentrism as it starts to race. Globetrotters scrambling just to keep the pace while still telling folk tales about outer space. Kinda funny you think NASA really got your back. Astronauts in a vacuum, yo, that's all an act. In fact, they only do it to control your mind. And to not see through it, yo, you must be blind. In due time, it will all soon be revealed. Little water balls losing its mass appeal. On the real, doesn't matter how bad you feel. Fact of the matter is that your face been sealed. Death of the globe is now at hand. People seeing through the lies all across the land. From Eli to NY to Jin in Japan. It's a rap time to throw the magic ball in the can. Come on.
reality that's presented to you. You watch the news and perceive it as truth that's given to you. You even repeat the things that you hear, just listen to you. Major media outlets exist here just to fool you. Fox News, MSNBC, and CNN. What kind of vision are you seeing in? I'm seeing them in Ultra HD, trying to brainwash me and everybody else. Why can't y'all see? And Alex Jones is on the internet, imposing on our intellect. It makes me wonder why guys like him even get respect. It's time to disconnect and get some shit correct. Don't pay attention, they misdirect us to get a check. Infowars on the prison planet, it ain't right. It's just another way to put it out in plain sight. This is their game that we're playing, they got their game tight. The new world order's about to take flight.
I wanna soak a stack of cash in some gas and shove Alan Greenspan's ass. Light it and laugh. I wanna put the Rockefellers in a building and fly a plane right into it just to kill them. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. I wanna write fuck you wanna know. Piss on it, shove it down George Bush's throat. Watch his ass go. I wanna place the royal families in the ghetto and have people light them up with heavy metal.
Koch brothers, fuck you. George Soros, fuck you. Vladimir Putin, fuck you. Barack Obama, fuck you. Xi Jinping, fuck you. Pope Francis, fuck you. Larry Page, fuck you. New World, fuck you.
Almost everything that we ever been taught's a fucking lie. And now I never trust anything, and you wonder why. I think it's justified, plus the lies just multiply. That's the reason that I'm never passive and I won't comply. Born in the middle of a world that we don't understand. We go to school and think we're smart, but that's part of the plan. They create the curriculum, that's part of the scam. We're really meant to just be stuck in the darkness and damned. Every day we're supposed to stay in a state of confusion. Never intended to escape this created illusion. We believe in things that to this day are remaining unproven. Bringing down our current government is our greatest solution. But we spend most of our time occupied by entertainment, constantly infiltrating your brain just to drain it. Taught to accept all the conditions of your enslavement. It's time to get twisted, sister. No, we ain't gonna take it.
I wanna soak a stack of cash in some gas and shove it up Alan Greenspan's ass. Light it and laugh. I wanna put the Rockefellers in a building and fly a plane right into it just to kill them. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. I wanna write fuck you wanna know. Piss on it, shove it down George Bush's throat. Watch his ass go. I wanna place the royal families in the ghetto and have people light them up with heavy metal.
Warren Buffett, fuck you. Rupert Murdoch, fuck you. Hillary Clinton, fuck you. Sumner Redstone, fuck you. Robert Iger, fuck you. Zuckerberg, fuck you. Rothschild, fuck you. New World, fuck you. They got us running around like chickens with our heads cut off, sacrificing our lives to jobs that barely pay enough to get by. To add insult to injury, it is becoming illegal to be homeless. These motherfuckers have an agenda with plans and goals that exceed 100 plus years from now. And you don't even know what you're gonna eat for lunch tomorrow. ODD TV.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 Black Commandments. Yeah. This Glory can't tell me about this curve. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real truthist. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon beach shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. There's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know them pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to tore it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and the servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should've been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men, if not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. Not 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up 24/7. Discord. CB, yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. Yeah, B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to India, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Happy in the house. Tell 'em bounce. Yeah. It's for all you globe earthers riding in on that high horse. About to knock it down. Better knock it off. Yeah. Shout out to the lobby, y'all. Catch me on the live stream, y'all. 24/7. This that new shit, the earth ain't moving. Globers talking all that shit, but they ain't really doing it. Betty say that it's a globe, he ain't trying to prove it. Heard him say the earth is moving, he's clueless. Got him asking what had happened, the globe's on backspin. Globers came into the trench and we fucking trapped them. That's the flatter than the napkin, flat smacked them. My bullets, they unrefracted, get back, bitch. In the globe, getting smoked, Elon Musk on Rogan's, cultivating all the facts while I'm putting tokens. Start to troll, we take his rolls, throw him in the moat quick. Put your bitch right on a flat earth, yeah, we told him. Cause bitch, I'm a globe earth killer, yeah, it's flat. Nigga, smoked all the globers, extort the feelings. You can't front with us, I can't fuck with your wig split. Pilum, cog disc, Hillum, globe, I'm a stump, curve dump in my trunk, bitch. Shadows in them sticks, that shit's weak, archaic, a fuck do you mean? Aim that beam at the beach, Black Swan, he put his face in the dirt, yeah, with that Nikon D. Hey, Black Swan, Nikon D at the beach, down in the rabbit hole, truth to go deep. Black on the glober, yeah, now he can't sleep. Some of them lurk, yeah, some of them creep. Said he measured like a dop and then a dip. Got a Nerf gun, no bullets on his hip. Wilbur proof, but the trigger goes click. Shadows in the dirt, popped up a couple sticks. Brought up black holes, now I'm cheesing. Talking about gravity to please him. Now he's talking about seasons. Head on my forehead like she's by proofs. In a book, your grandma turned FE on Facebook. I want that proof, no Captain Hook. Hey, play it. Let me hear it, let me hear it.
Hey, y'all. Mic check. Hey, old dude, what's up? What's up? Okay, cool.
I hear you.
Sonny, what's up?
Trying to take a nap.
Well, you must have fell asleep listening to the live stream then.
Yeah, just kind of dozed off a little bit.
Aha, a little cat nap always works well, right?
Yeah, insomnia.
Oh boy. Sorry to know that. Hopefully you straighten that all out.
I just felt bad because you said mic check and nobody said anything, so I'm sorry.
That's okay,
I better roll over and say something.
Yeah, old dude put in a text. He's like, it's like, cool, it's all right. Seems like KJ and Helio have been playing music to occupy. It's quiet, probably because it's a full moon.
I can't tell from here because it's thunderstorms.
I know, it's raining cats and dogs.
But hey, I was just gonna come in and say, hey, I'm here. I was AFK. I was out smoking, and I'm gonna have to go here in a second and take a leak, and then I'll be back.
Sure.
Well, there was some good songs that were just played. That was really good stuff.
CB is, I'm really getting into the 10 Commandments. It's kind of my new favorite right now. I mean, it's like totally different than Cartoon Ball. They're not even really the same genre. I mean, I wouldn't consider ODD necessarily hip hop.
Well, ODD's kind of been out of the game, I think, for a little bit. I mean, that song that was
Yeah, but he's
played
not
about the
hip
New World
hop
Order.
though. You wouldn't say he's hip hop, would
Uh,
you? He's more rap.
no, he's got his own kind of
Well,
thing
yeah,
going
he's got his
on.
own.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. But if you had to say, I would say rap. I wouldn't say hip hop. Would you?
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't. I mean,
Okay, so you're saying no to both.
yeah,
That's
I
fine.
like rap. I mean, it's to a certain extent, but it's not something I appreciate a lot of aspects of it, but I'm not gonna shit on it. I would never do that, but I mean, as far as all the creativity, I like that New World Order song that I suggested earlier.
Yeah, that's
Because
kind of heavy. That's definitely in your territory for sure.
I was like, that's what I would want to say to. I want to soak a stack of cash in some gas and shove it down George Bush's. Or what the fuck? It's just like that shit is hardcore. I mean,
Okay, so all right.
I mean, ODD
Let
put
me
that shit up
yeah.
several times and it got freaking banned, and people, it's still out
Okay.
there.
I can appreciate you in the how you describe that because I mean a lot of people thought about like NWA back in the day like that. You know what I'm saying? But it's not
Yeah,
the
but
same.
but it's not the same, but it's still happening in the same vein. I mean, because the, you know, as prescribed for humanity through this government system. It's still happening to us. I mean, it's not as simple as we might have thought it might, would be
Of
when we
course,
first
of
found
course,
out about it.
of course.
It's more subtle than you might think it is, and we
Oh,
can see that happening to us now. That's why. But I still love the grit, in that song, and how it's like, and the way we still present it, saying, "Hey, wake the fuck up." I mean, even though they're trying to shove this down your throat subtly with some pudding or something, this is actually happening to you, whether you're on, the flat, the Republican, Democrat, or whatever. All of this is happening to you. You're being fed information that you might or might not be able to accept, and you can fight against it if you want, but eventually you're probably going to have to accept it. But you don't have to, but then you're going to fight against it, and there's always going to be a black and white, Anyway.
Helio, I misspoke earlier. I said NWA, and I meant like Luke Skywalker when he formed Two Live Crew. Those guys were infamous.
Yeah, I think that ODD is more of like on the hip hop vein.
You think so? I don't think so. I think it's more rap.
I don't even really pay attention to those genres necessarily. I'm a metal guy, so it's like I just, it's hard. It's like you guys can, if you like that vein of music. It's hard for me to grasp that part of it.
Can you explain the distinction, John?
Yeah, what's the difference between rap and hip hop?
Well, I guess it would be the method, the rhythm of the music.
Well, all of it's 4/4, right? As far as the
Well, just because I can tell the difference doesn't mean I can like describe it. Okay, I'll give you an example. Like earlier, I just got there's an open mic night, and long story short, I sang the Chipmunk Christmas song in my chipmunk voice, and I was trying to tell somebody how to do it, and I said I don't really know how to describe how to do it. I just kind of do it. So it's kind of like that.
Well, I could say like punk music, rock music, rap, like they all have a distinct genre, but like hip hop and rap are one and the same, aren't they? I don't know the difference.
See, us white people can't. Is there any black people in here? Because we can't
There's a
figure this
reason
shit
why
out.
they're called separate names, and just because they're separate genres. I mean, they can like intertwine. Like any genre can cross over. Like I'm
Well,
not
wait,
like
do they
great
both
on
rap?
Check
music
this out,
trivia.
though.
But
They have something in common. What they do is just figure out a rhythm behind it, and it really has to do with the flow of their lyrics, right? More than it has to do with the
Here's my
music.
definition. I don't know if it's right, but basically rap or hip hop, they take a pre-existing melody like from another song, and then they just spew words over the top of it.
All the black people are going just laughing at us right now. All the white people
Some
trying to
of them
figure
will make
out
their
this
own
shit.
beats. Some of them make their own beats. Like
well, let's consult the oracle, shall we? Why don't we do that? Let's do that. We'll say the difference between rap and hip hop. Let's see. Difference.
Yeah, can someone that's not white come in here and tell us the difference between hip hop and rap?
Wait. Let's not insert race into this because music knows no ethnicity.
Dude. All right, any white person that knows the difference, come
Michael
here,
J.
because
Smith,
we
if
have
he
three
was
people
here.
that don't understand the difference necessarily. I mean,
Okay,
I can give my definition, but or at least someone that's a fan, even if they're white or black.
Google has an answer. Google has highlighted an answer for us.
All right, well, let's get the Google answer for the difference between hip hop and rap, and there's other genres.
I think the hip hop is the culture of the rap, more or less.
Dude, okay, high five, bro. Because all right, it says All right, let me read it's like 2-3 paragraphs. What's the difference between rap and hip hop? This is a common question for people becoming interested in hip hop culture. It is also a distinction that is extremely important for next level and the work we do around the world, whatever. The standard answer is that hip hop culture is with 4 elements: DJing, MCing, graffiti, and dance. And rap is a form of popular music that grew out of hip hop culture. Yes. Okay, here's the part that Ron touched on. In this view, hip hop is deep and cultural, rap is superficial and commercial. Wah, wah, wah.
I'm
Okay,
pretty sure I
so
already said that, but
that's just one opinion. I mean,
yeah, it's just something that you probably got that off of Wikipedia or something.
no, it wasn't Wikipedia. If you'd like, I can post it, but
No,
it
it
was
doesn't
just
matter.
what was
Yeah,
highlighted
well,
by
sure. Why
Google.
wouldn't you? I mean, sure.
At next level
Yeah,
dash
sure. And
USA.org.
there's not only 2 genres of rap music. You know, there's not
Well,
only
there's
hip
I
hop
different
found
and
it
rap.
rap. Yeah,
interesting. I found it interesting that it was said specifically that rap came out of hip hop. I like that. I mean, I agree with that. I don't know if everybody agrees with that. If that's the,
I
like,
think
I mean,
hip
it's
hop
one
came
What I'm
from
person's
rap.
saying
opinion.
is,
To be honest, I think hip hop came from rap.
I don't think it's a style so much as like rap and hip hop are categorized under the same umbrella. I don't think it's a different style like rock and roll, punk rock, metal rock, classic rock. They all have a different sound. Like
Yeah, right.
CCR would be like
It
a
depends
classic
on the
rock.
person's voice and style. Yes, I agree with you, Ron.
And
I
then you
mean,
have metal like
see,
Metallica.
everyone wants to put every type of music into a genre,
I have a
and
question though. I have a question.
that's for the sake of the record
All right, let
companies.
Jen do her get her question on real quick. Go ahead,
Okay,
Jen.
this is both to Ron and to Helio. Did either of you, like when you were younger, um, at any point, like on a regular basis, listen to rap and or hip hop in like?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
so,
back in the '80s, Two Live Crew.
yeah,
Oh,
but
did you
beyond
listen to
what was,
Two Live Crew?
did you listen to beyond what was radio play songs? I mean, did you
Oh,
listen
that's
to
all I
other
listened
bands
to.
that
You
Yeah.
route?
play Two Live Crew on the radio, they were too nasty.
Right,
They had an
exactly.
album called "As Nasty as I Want to Be." You
Yeah,
know.
exactly. And that's where they became infamous at that
Yeah.
point. But, there were other bands out there as well. But I mean, I don't know how familiar you guys
Yeah, I
are.
listened to NWA
Oh, I know
too.
who they
Yeah, back
are.
in the
They're
day.
more like
Sure,
a
sure.
sex. They're like sex perverts. The Two Live
Yeah,
Crew.
it was just like all their
Oh yeah,
albums
they
were
were
fucking
way over
nasty.
the
You
top.
know, it was
But
just like
okay, let me tell you this. Luke Skywalker, he actually was solo before Two Live Crew. And I think that was better, because like you guys said, he got too nasty. It's like, ugh.
well, sure. Like Tupac came around that time, and it was more gangster stuff. You know, this is like not so much sex, but a lot of killing. You know, whatever.
All right, God Rockin' wants to weigh in, I think, you guys. I don't know. If he was
All right.
commenting on something in voice text, God Rockin', are you there?
Name me one.
I'm here. I
One.
wasn't trying to chime in. No, everything's good. I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Name me one rap song that is not in 4/4 time.
Well, how do you know what time it's in, dude?
Because I'm a musician. I know I can know
Well, how do we know how to
time
measure it?
percentage.
Do we have a meter, a sound meter, the average person that would meter each
Ron, if
song?
you're a
1, 2,
musician, which
3,
you're
4.
not,
1, 2, 3, 4. 1,
yes.
2.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's how you measure it. It's either one if it's
Oh, there's
in
a lot of them faster than that.
It's not about the tempo.
no,
It's
it's
how
not
many
about the
beats are in
tempo.
a bar.
Talking about the time signature, it's 4/4 Could be 6/8, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, but
1,
some
2,
of
3,
them.
4, 5, 6. Ron, have you ever studied music at all?
No.
Then why
No.
are you giving your opinion on this right now?
I know how to tune a guitar, and I know it's got a certain megahertz.
You don't even
but
know
I
how to
wouldn't
tune a
unless I
guitar.
had
Why
a
would you even
tuner.
say that?
Unless I had a tuner, how would I know the tuning of the song?
No, I'm talking about time signature. Totally different. But anyway, I don't really. I'm not criticizing the music itself, but the majority of any rap music or anything in that vein it's 4/4.
Okay,
So you
but
can
what
pretty
you're
much
saying is,
Ron. I'm saying,
hold on.
you can fit
Let me
anything,
the way.
all kinds of lyrics. You can fit any kinds of music within a
No.
4/4 structure.
The string
Go ahead.
instrument is tuned to a certain megahertz.
What
So
are you
if they're
talking about
tuning their
tuning?
guitars,
So you're not talking about the same thing I'm talking about. Then go ahead.
that's the way the music, you're getting the vibrations from the strings at a 440 hertz. Like say Metallica, and some people tune their shit down. They tune it down.
It's got nothing to do with it.
I'm not giving a criticism. I mean, most popular rock songs are in 4/4. So
They're all in that. They've all changed it to that. Everything.
no, because it's a comfortable thing for ignorant people about music to understand. I mean, it flows and it feels good. Boom, 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 boom. 1, 2, 3,
Actually,
4.
it's not
1,
good
2,
for
3,
you.
4.
I think he's talking about 432 hertz versus 440.
I wouldn't say it's not
We're talking
good
about
for
time
you. I
signatures
mean,
here.
I'm talking
I was
about
talking
the
about
tuning
time
of the
signature.
instrument.
But
Can
Ron,
you
you don't
understand
even
the goddamn context in which I'm motherfucking speaking, you stupid cunt?
You don't even know what time signature is, do you, Ron?
I'm talking about the tuning of the goddamn instrument, you fucking fat ass.
Hey, Ron, hang
You
on.
don't even know what a time signature is, do you, Ron?
I'm not a musician. I'm talking about that. I
You
don't know what the fuck you're
tuning
talking
is
about.
either. You're just saying, if I have a tuner and I had a guitar, I could probably tune a guitar if I knew what I was doing, but you don't.
They're all.
So you're calling me a fucking cunt. You don't know shit about
What
it.
are you guys doing?
Oh my god.
Because he's being a dick.
It sounds like you guys both are.
Hey,
Yeah,
wait,
because
go in the other room, Julio. Hold on.
we know
Let's
what's
talk
going
off the record. I don't want to argue on air. Let's talk. Go in the other room. real quick.
You don't have an argument, Ron, but
Me
anyway,
and Helio
let's
argue.
continue.
Okay, I don't have an argument. I don't know shit about music, so I'll just concede to Helio. But just go in the other room real quick. I got to talk to you. All right?
As long as we're not talking about that, I'll talk.
No, we're not talking about. I got another subject. Go into chill. BC chill. All right? Just go in there real quick. All right?
All right.
All right.
Is the coast clear now?
I think so.
Sweet. Anybody want to choose a song and we can reset and then go back into it, please? KJ, is she still being the DJ? Hey, yeah.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I'm really sick of living, stuck and trapped in the system. You're just a brick in the wall, and I got my back up against it. I represent the resistance, they want me back up in prison. But I'm the master of my path, and I won't slack on my mission. You're lacking the vision, so I'm just gonna cut to the chase. They hide the truth in plain view, right in front of your face. I used to think the world was normal, but that wasn't the case. We're just some goyim on a hamster wheel, running in place. Turn up the bass, I grab the microphone and all I do is rock it. This little light of mine, I let it shine and you can't stop it. But there's nothing these corporations just won't do for profit. This fake ass world that we live in is sick, it's truly toxic. If you don't see it that way, okay then keep talking. Don't bump into that wall while you're sleepwalking. The alarm is going off, I hear it beep often. I'm at the double doors of truth, I'm gonna keep knocking.
I just want to live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just want to fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Feel shy to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I refuse to just go quietly into the night. There's forces of darkness at work and they're restricting the light. I'm so fed up with the lies they tell us this isn't right. It's ODD TV, you best believe I'll get up and fight. This is my plight, I'll never let you cowards get the best of me. Took the red pill, now it's time to fulfill my destiny. Living like I'm Neo, dipping from my P.O. Tripping on me cause I am the one and he's a zero. Hot like a jalapeno, bringing heat that you just can't avoid. I call out bullshit and lies, they call me paranoid. People are just foolish, full of hate, they get angry. Point out the truth about reality, they label you crazy. Just a glitch in the system, you're a critical thinker. And no, they don't want that. Fuck them, give them the finger. I do it every single day with each and everything I say. I'm not living like a victim, it doesn't have to be this way.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Here's shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to
All right, all right, all right, everyone. What's up? What's up? What's going on?
I have no idea.
What's going on? What's going on? So, We got Helio and Ron duking it out in BC chat. That's what's going on.
I gotta take.
Anyway, meanwhile, anybody feel free to take the floor, I'd say. Anyone listening other than Discord, this would be your opportunity to visit discord.gg/flat earth. Yeah. So, who's in here?
I am, but I'm just sitting here thinking about this like shit because it has properties like water, but also a solid.
I think I didn't catch the spelling.
It's oobleck.
So it wasn't a typo.
No.
Okay.
Oobleck.
Interesting.
Trying to watch these guys drop a bowling ball into a kiddie pool full of it to see what happens. Because what I'm guessing is it will immediately like halt and stop, and then start to slowly sink in, because it acts as a solid under compression. It's a non-Newtonian fluid.
So are there implications with this?
I'm thinking possibly that's what the firmament might be composed of.
Or I should say applications.
Well, something
You
that
know,
is like that, but not necessarily from certain. Sorry, what?
I have to apologize. And maybe it's on my side, but it sounds like you're kind of going in and out just like a tiny little bit, enough to be kind of distracting. I'm sorry. I'm going to rejoin, so maybe that'll work.
Oh, it's me. I'm in the bathroom.
Yeah. So can you try that again? I'll focus a little more intently. Sorry, man.
Hang on, I'll go get my headphones.
Hey, KJ. We got
Hello.
Hi, girl. So we got Glat in here too. He's unmuted. It looks like, unfortunately, Indio is muted and deafened. I don't know if he's listening on the YouTube or not.
Are you there?
Lou. Okay, we got Joshua. He's back. All right. Can you try that again? Please say you remember.
Try, but it's one of these things. Unless you've played with it, it's kind of hard to find out about. Oobleck. It's a plastic. It's a non-Newtonian fluid. A way to obtain such a thing is to mix cornstarch and water until it becomes a paste where it's like quicksand. You know what I mean? To where if you like move on it quickly, you can walk on it like it's a solid substance. But if you stop, you will sink into it. Like if you push something through it slowly, it'll move through it slowly like it's thick water. But if you try to like punch it or impact it, it's a solid. It's crazy stuff.
That sounds
Like as it's
crazy.
dripping, you can sit there and like touch it, and it's like a solid, and then it'll start moving again, and then you move it. And
Holy cow!
it's crazy
I'm gonna
shit, man.
put this on my watch later. Thanks, man.
Yeah, this is it's. I think the firmament might be made of a substance that's like that,
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah.
which is why we can't break through it or blow it up or anything like
Well,
that.
isn't
It
that
would make sense.
the
Something like
MO
that.
of like nature, what we see in nature on the the macros, like not the universe, but like and then what you'd see like an inside of a piece of a fruit, that kind of thing. Do you know what I'm talking about? I did a horrible job at describing it, but please say you know what I'm referring to.
I guess.
Oh, you know what? I think you cut out. So sorry. Anyways, but
Guy
your
backyard
topic.
scientist does a couple experiments, but he's not really
That's
a
great.
scientist. He's just like some crazy guy that likes shooting shit in his backyard, right? And that right there is almost like the same kind of a pattern you see if you can see the thumbnail that I'm seeing. That looks like what Project Fishbowl Dominic looks like. You know how you were saying like
Oh,
the
yeah.
micro kind of like echoes.
Yes. Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like,
Huh.
and it
Alright.
stops the golf ball pretty much. I'm not sure if the golf ball's able to go all the way through it, but yeah, man, it's like,
Hey, I'm
yeah.
game to watch it. I put it on watch later. Thanks, man.
And then Central Banker posted rocket hits firmament dome. Is it the Go Fast rocket or the one where it skids across?
The
And you
one
see
where
the
it's
ripples.
skidding across.
Oh
And
yeah, that's a good one.
do you see ripples on it?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. So, so that the ripples is what I'm talking about. And like one of them, you see like something separate from it and it gets stuck and then
Oh
start
right.
moving again. And then the rocket, the main part gets stuck and then starts moving again. It's like, what's going on?
Crazy.
Yeah, that's the one.
Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff, you guys. I agree. Like, what in the world is going on up there?
It's like it's a solid and a liquid at the same time. And when you can like run on it, like have a surface and like run on it, drive on it and all that. But as soon as you stop, you sink. It's like quicksand. And then once you're in it, it creates suction like a vacuum because there's no air around and you can't get your feet out.
So, does it have anything to do with like the lake they found under the ocean? I know that they said it was saline, but that couldn't be anything.
It's something
Anything.
like,
Oh, go
to me,
ahead.
that could be like an oobleck as well. But I'm not speaking like oobleck as being that. It could be like another form of like, ice 3 or something like that. We don't really know what it is, but we know that the firmament is something that's up there. We can see things hit it. We see sprites come through it, or not exactly come through it, but like go up to it and like shoot
Yeah.
down from it, and you see a
Yeah.
wave, which is an
Yeah.
elf.
A
It's kind of
waterfall.
crazy.
Well, it looks like a jellyfish, right?
Well, see, I'm thinking it's something different because Enoch is talking about stars that are the stars that fell trying to
Have you?
reach their
I
way
got a
back up to
question.
the firmament
I got a
and
question for you.
failing and falling down like lightning.
Have you ever heard of a gentleman? I do believe he lives in Texas. I could be wrong, but his name is Pecos Hank, and he's a storm chaser. And I probably could find it on my YouTube easily enough. It's probably in my saved search. But he did a simultaneous observation with his another photographer, and they were recording sprites, and they inadvertently, I think they were trying to take credit for it. There was a different color light emitted within the sprite, and they were like super psyched out and nerded out about it. Um, so I don't know if that's your thing, like sprites and stuff, but he
Not
puts.
really. It's just
Oh,
something I
okay.
find interesting.
Yeah.
Like sprites in and of themselves, like most globers don't even know they exist. It's like, what are you talking
Right?
about? Oh, well, that
Right.
wave that you see that's rippling across the firmament, across the sky that you can plainly see
Mhm.
right before the elf goes or the sprite goes off. Oh, that's just a reflection of a cloud. No, a cloud is like 3 miles up maximum, right? Even
There
the
has
high atmosphere clouds are like 4 miles up.
well,
These
there
things
has
are
to be
70 miles up, 70 to 80 miles up, where the rockets explode when they get that high.
So it's a semi-permeable membrane, if you will, correct?
No, what
Oh.
I'm thinking is I'm thinking the fallen angels that fell through the firmament are trying to get back up.
Right, but so wait.
And they fall
So you
like
don't think
lightning.
you don't agree with what I said though?
That it's
It,
semi-permeable.
in a sense, yes.
The thing is density will pull you back down out of it instead of keep you suspended in it.
Well, right. Yeah. I mean, you would have to pass through it, but it still
Yeah.
contains.
I think you're right, Jen. I
I
think
think
it's
that's
like
what they're trying to do.
the reverse osmosis filter. Only certain things can get through. Like you can't
Yeah.
get through it in the flesh, but only the spirit. So it's something that is semi-permeable,
In
not
some
impermeable.
fashion, some form or fashion. That's just
Yeah.
my belief. That's my inner belief.
None of us are God, so how would we know?
Right,
We're not meant
exactly.
to
So,
know.
yeah, it's strictly a belief of mine.
It sounds
I'm just saying
plausible.
it doesn't behave like a solid substance either. You know.
Right. Of course not. I don't think it is. I think there's a problem with transliteration
Yeah.
with the word usage in a certain book that I don't want to
And
get
also
into.
trying to explain something like that in a language that was used like
Exactly. Yeah.
3,000 years ago, you know.
Yes, transliteration is what I have a problem with, not just
And the
translation.
problem with that, right? Like with Moses, I'm not like being
Oh,
critical
no, no,
about it,
no.
but
We
the
better not
problem with
do
it
it. We better not do it.
is they were in supposedly they were in Egypt. So Egypt they would be speaking
It's
Egyptian,
his story.
right? They would be speaking a different language.
His story.
So that's all I'm saying.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey
I
Jen,
know.
do you want some free crypto coins?
No, sir, but I appreciate the offer.
Okay,
Ooh,
just
I
saying.
heard those a lot of people that bought a bunch of XRP and been working on it
Hey, you know what?
ended up becoming trillionaires like overnight.
Well, my mom's more technically savvy than I am. She has a TikTok, and I also recently found out my mom is invested in Bitcoin or cryptocurrency or whatever. I don't know. I didn't get into it. It's not my thing.
Uh,
Yeah, so it's like wild.
yeah, now is not the time really. I think we're in the process of wringing out the excesses, and I think it's going to take a dump. I wouldn't be buying them yet. I would say buy them after the dump because you'll
Well,
get
my
more.
mom's pretty economically savvy as well, and somewhat at times more political than other times. But so I think I don't know how she does what she does, or I don't know.
Is your mom a flat earther?
Oh gosh, no. She thinks we went to the
No.
moon, but she's totally
Oh,
diet
okay.
woke. She's diet woke, I guess you'd say. She knows we're
Have you,
being controlled. She knows there's mechanisms of control. She's totally aware of that. So
so
yeah.
she doesn't. You weren't able to open her eyes, like even all the
Oh
shit
no,
that you
no, no.
know.
We can't talk about that topic. Nope.
Oh
That's
my.
I tried. I've tried. I'm not gonna my mom doesn't yeah, I don't want to make my mom mad or upset, thinking her whole existence was a lie.
You know why they
She's
they
too
they sold it as a national pride thing, and she's like,
Oh yeah,
"How
for
dare
sure.
you? How dare
Oh
you
yeah.
say we didn't go to the moon, Jen? How dare
Well,
you?"
listen, my mom had to
What do you mean
do,
we?
you know,
We, the United States people, accomplishment. That's
Yeah,
well,
we all
yeah, I
won.
know. I know.
That's what people claim.
I'm
well,
just
my
like,
mom's a
what do you mean we,
boomer.
NASA? There's
My
no
They
mom,
we, NASA.
they want to include everybody so that the people are like Jen's mom. They think that they have a skin in the game, right? Because
well,
they're an American.
What they
well,
mean
my,
by we is legion.
ooh, what?
Yeah.
What they
So
should
like,
know is there's no we between us and the government.
yeah.
It's we. Oh, I fucking no. The government does not represent me. I'm not part of the corporation.
Yeah, I get you. I know what you're saying.
I try not to be part of the corporation as much as possible. I didn't take out no handouts, so just saying.
I
I'm
never,
just saying,
I
like
never
lyricists,
consented to this.
mainstream like metal, rock and roll, rap, when they sit there and they say we want this and we do this and we're here to do this and we're here to move you and we're here to rock you and all that stuff. The we that they're referring to is Legion.
I don't doubt that. I do not doubt that at all whatsoever.
There's
Amused. Many are amused up on high, I would imagine.
it's a spell. It's literally invoking. Many magicians or musicians do it, but there's usually only one magician inside of a group, and usually when they lose a band member from like a drug overdose or something, and they get it, they like try to do a replacement, the magic's gone because the magician's died.
Wow.
Hey, I wanted to say, Ron. Yeah, Ron, I sent you something. I hope you like it.
Oh, okay. Let me check. You want some free crypto, Hank?
Sorry.
Well, I mean, if you want to give me some crypto, sure, but I don't expect anything in return. I just like sharing knowledge.
Yeah, give him my crypto.
Okay.
Hank is a worthy person, so.
I'm not giving it out. It's being airdropped. That's all.
Oh, I don't know nothing about that.
Airdrop is just a free distribution of the crypto coins. They just hand them out. Yeah, it's not coming out of my pocket. They're just distributing them.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now, see, I think that the whole crypto thing, it's a scheme, right?
Oh, you know
What
what?
kind of a scheme? I think it's a scheme to get those that would resist the changing of the guard and the new currency by getting them onto something that would be decentralized and uncontrolled. But
Yeah, we all know that. It's just a matter of taking advantage of the private cryptos while you
right,
can.
and that's why they did it, to get everybody that wouldn't participate in it to get the ground level of it going, to where everybody becomes dependent on it, to where it becomes a fad, and then finally switch over once it becomes.
Well, know what they're going to do. They're not going to do that. I think they're going to crash it and say, well, these private blockchains like Bitcoin are unreliable. You need a central bank backed digital currency. They call them CBDC, central bank digital currency. They've already got it in China, and that's where they're rolling it out. But that's why I think they're going to crash this. Everybody made a shit ton of money. Not everybody, but early adopters. If they didn't cash out and get their cash in hand and something physical assets, all this shit's going to be wiped out.
Man,
is this true? Is this what you're trying to do, central banker?
Hey, that's like Greek to me, man. Oh my goodness. I did want to say I just now looked at the chat and Trace was asking a question about what Joshua posted. He said, "What is holding up this oobleck in this
So
video?"
it's not necessarily like cornstarch and water. It's probably something else, but it behaves like an oobleck.
Okay, so I should, you know what? Let me post it. Let me find that video I was talking about with Pico's Hank. I love that. I don't know. He's a great photographer. I do know that. Seems like it to me, anyway. Oh.
And then
I'm just
possibly
curious, Ron,
it's even
is that something
foundation.
you'd be in?
I haven't had it. I haven't read it yet. Let me check. My eyes are not so good, Hank. So give me a minute.
It's all right. Just read the title. I was curious if that's something you think you might
Hold
like.
on. Let me see.
Don't read it out loud.
I'm just looking at it. Let me.
Yeah, Hank, did you get that from your brother?
Yeah, he bought me volume 1 paper. I actually own volume 1 in paper, but someone sent me this. It's the whole thing.
Yeah,
the whole entire thing. So yeah.
Speaking of,
I just like sharing.
You remember JT?
Yeah.
What about well, I guess his name now is Alex Jones, but it's Tifa.
Tifa, yeah, okay.
Yeah, did you remember those guys?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're still around doing their stuff.
Dude, my hangouts used to be pretty cool back in the day. You'd have the black Nazis and the white Nazis on there,
Just
and
chilling and
they would,
kicking it. Yeah, it's like
yeah, they
what?
were getting along and shit. It's like,
Agreeing with each other. It's like, oh.
yeah, it's like where the
You
fuck
mean the
are the
Hoteps?
highlights on?
The Hotep brothers?
No, not the Hoteps.
We would have the Hebrew Israelites and the alt right people in my hangouts back in the day, and you would expect these people, because the propaganda is they're racist, right? They're supremacists, right? But they're actually not supremacists. Some of them are, obviously, but
They just want
yeah,
to be
my
left
brother, he's
alone.
known for saying, yeah, they just want the right to the freedom of association is what they want. They don't want to have to associate with the other races. They don't have to, but they loved
Yep.
hanging out in my hangout because I wouldn't mute anybody and I would let people, make their arguments, cite their sources, and nobody had a wrench. And I wouldn't let anybody do the weird shit that they do because the problem is nobody wants to hear their arguments, the Hebrew Israelites, and nobody wants to let them finish a thought. So, man, those dudes cited their sources like nobody's business. They were serious about
They had
citing
their shit down.
sources and backing up their. Yeah, they did. I really got a hint to them. But yeah, you would think if you listen to the mainstream media that the Hebrew Israelites and the alt right would hate each other, but they actually don't hate each other. They get along and they have some of the same ideas. It's just the way that they're portrayed, like white supremacists. But my brother, he's not a supremacist. He's like, yeah, I know that we lose foot races in the Olympics, right? It's like we're not supreme, There's no supremacy at all, right? They beat us in foot races all the time. It's like
Yeah,
he
he's
says that,
more of just wanting to preserve the status quo, the way of life.
yeah, I think he wants to preserve something.
He doesn't want the country getting gentrified and stuff.
But
Pretty
anyway,
much. That's
yeah.
what I got from him. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a 14er. The thing is, the word
Yeah,
was
that's right.
co-opted.
He's not an
Not the
88er. You
88,
don't like
it's the
the 88.
14. Yeah. What was I going to say? Shit, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh yeah, the word was co-opted. Alt-right was co-opted. It just meant alternative to the basic bitch right, which is like the Republican Party, milquetoast,
Rhinos.
scumbag. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's been co-opted, just like the word woke. 2 years ago, if you said you were woke, that just means you were red pilled, you weren't asleep. Now the left has co-opted that word. It means you're a leftist, communist piece
What?
of crap. Yeah, the word woke has been co-opted, Jen, if you
I
didn't
think
know.
that's what you were trying to explain to me last fucking night, dude, and we got off topic. Surprise, surprise. But so woke, because I was talking about how my mom's diet woke.
Yes.
And then you started talking. I asked you what a leftist was, and I still don't understand that shit because it's
Okay, look,
stupid.
communist, a leftist wants total government control. Someone on the right wants no government at all. So someone who wants the government to control every aspect of your life is
When you
called a
think the
leftist.
right, it would be woke, and the left not be woke. That makes more sense. But
No, well,
no.
people on the
If they're
right,
for
there's like,
socialism, they're a leftist.
Okay, yeah.
If they're for conservatism, then they're a rightist.
Yeah, but I don't think you can combine the two. I don't know. It sounds
Me,
weird.
I'm an independent. I'm against government. I'm against mind control. I feel that I have the
They-
right to govern myself the way I see fit.
So,
No,
Ron,
hold on that point. I think
hold on. I was trying to get Ron. Try and explain to me how woke is associated with being leftist. One more time. Try one more time,
okay,
please.
okay, the left has co-opted, they've stolen that word, they've hijacked it and corrupted that word, right? A word that used to have a good connotation, meaning, okay, I am woke, I'm not asleep, I am red-pilled, I see the truth. They stole that fucking word. And now the woke community are these purple-haired communist cunts
Weirdos.
that call themselves woke. And they're like, they
Ew.
might, yeah, right. So they've ruined the fucking word. Is what I'm saying.
That's
So if you,
terrible.
it's one of the,
Basically,
I was about to say the same thing Ron was saying. Yes, they have. It's like woke used to mean Like I'm like to us, that are truthers, and be like, I wouldn't even label. I don't like the word truther necessarily, but yeah, they've taken the word woke to mean that they, just like Ron's saying, we used to say the word woke like we were aware of how the government corruption and all this kind of stuff, how they've manipulated the population over, the past centuries and decades, and now they've hijacked the word woke
We
to
can't let them get
mean
away with this, Helio. We can't fucking let them get away with this. We must maintain that word. Fuck them. They could suck a fat dick. We will not let them co-opt that word. Fuck them.
yeah, it's
I say we
fucking
take it back.
ridiculous in my
Let
opinion.
the left tried to fucking co-opt Pepe. We said, fuck you, you're not gonna take Pepe. We can't cede ground to these cocksuckers.
Yeah. So, Jen, do you understand what we're saying? How they took, they took the word woke to mean
leftist.
They've hijacked. Yeah, it's more of a
It's part of
communist
the.
kind of thing.
They
It's
lumped
just
it
like
in with the
I'm woke.
trans
I'm
gay.
woke to the idea that all of the right is not. I mean, right and left has always been to the woke the real woke people has been a complete fucking coercion from everything, So we've always been, whereas like the right and left was just meant to divide. Most of the people that call themselves woke, they have hijacked the word to only mean communism and socialism.
What the
Dude, they are the most blue pilled. They are the most blue pilled. It's so ironic that they try to steal the word.
fuck? What the fuck?
We can't let them, Jen, because if you went around and say, "Oh yeah, you're not woke, I'm woke," people would think you're like a communist.
Hey, you guys, the voice text is going quite a bit. I was wondering if like India wanted to come in and talk on something that Joshua posted, and we were talking about the firmament and like that it's like it seems like it could be.
No, that's cool. Yeah, we can get back to the radio
India,
talk,
is
but
he on the mic or can he be on the mic? Indio, get up on a mic.
I think he's deafened. He had himself
he
deafened.
was, but he's not now. So he's probably listening and just getting prepared, because I mean, this is really is a topic. I mean, if you talk about this woke term, a lot of people are using it in their own way that doesn't mean what we used to say by woke. You know that's what I mean.
But what I'm saying is people like Jen were still using it in the positive context, and now there's a whole community. They call them the woke community.
Yeah,
they
and
go around.
Jen doesn't realize that it's been hijacked.
Oh, it's been hijacked, Jen. Yeah, unfortunately.
How is it determined whether or not you see the truth? How does that turn political?
In the
but
context of how you
woke
use
doesn't
it.
mean truth to them. It means that you're going to support any type of socialism or communism that's being implemented by the government. It's just like you're woke and you're going to be
So
like,
they want
hey,
us all to have own nothing but have everything kind of bullshit.
well, I mean, it's more complicated than that, but
I
yes,
don't want to know.
essentially,
It's not really that complicated. I've kind of been waiting for a second for
Go
a
ahead,
break
Hank.
in the action.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Hank.
So 2 years ago, we would say, "Hey, man, you woke on that Federal Reserve," and then we all knew, like, okay, what are you talking about? I need to look into it. Or, yeah, man, that Federal Reserve Act is a bunch of bullshit. But what they did is they couldn't have us walking around talking about waking up. So what they did is they changed it into, "Hey, man, you woke on that climate change." So that's what happened.
Yeah, it's a simple explanation for
They
it. Yeah,
well,
it's
it
like
depends the
woke. They just
context of how you.
they flip everything about woke being everything that we were against. You're woke if you're against
No,
it.
Hold on. This is what
woke
Lou
means
says. It
blue
means
pilled.
you're gender fluid or open to it. You're
Oh
woke
my
to the
god!
idea.
Oh
That's what
my
it
god!
means. They've
No.
hijacked it.
Hold on. Who was
Look it up
that?
in the
Ron?
Urban Dictionary.
Yeah, sure.
The left, the left, the left. But I'm saying that's their context. When they use it in the woke community, is going around using microaggressions, like trying to find any little. They want the trans bathroom. They want boys in the girls' locker room.
Oh
It's
yeah, no, this one we don't play that. No.
right.
Yeah, that's
But you're
woke
not
now,
woke, Jen.
Jen.
You're
That's
not
woke,
woke.
Jen. That's
That's
what woke
Well,
is
bullshit.
I
now.
guess
That is
okay. I
Pretty
guess
soon they're gonna want it to where adult men can go in the bathroom with little children and shit.
I
It's like
have
no.
a sister who's 20 years younger than me, so that means she's 30 years old. That makes her a millennial if I'm recalling correctly. And I guess she would be full on woke like y'all's talking about cuz she's all up on that topic. It's like one time we recently spoke, but back, remember when Bruce Jenner came out? There was a meme on Facebook. This is when I used to go on Facebook more. Uh, it was a meme that had some dog or beagle or something, and it said Bruce Jenner's cat. And
Yeah.
me and my sister got into a big ass argument over Bruce Jenner. And she basically at the end said to me, believe what I say, or we don't talk anymore. And I was like, bye, Felicia.
That's when you say,
You want
"Oh,
to
I'm
be like
so glad
that?
that you're
Bye.
tolerant." Right? Like you preach to be so tolerant, but you're
Yes.
anti-tolerant. Good job.
Yes.
Way to go.
Yeah.
Hey,
Like
Jen.
I think I can't
Dude,
remember. She might have called me a bigot. I can't remember. It's been so long ago. But
Well, it's kind of
Let me.
like, I mean, is Bruce
the
Jenner a
whole
man or not? He was a man when I was a kid, but now he's not anymore. But he's still alive.
Wait, I think he was on the Wheaties box, right? So I think he
Yeah.
was a
yeah.
man, right?
Either way,
Well, maybe
I
if
mean, it
Michael
just.
keeps on
I mean, that's
working
just an
the
example. That's just an example.
all right,
Now you're woke. You're woke since you know that Bruce Jenner is a woman now. I mean, it's you know.
Yeah, I think it means a little more than that to most of them. Like it's
oh
not
my
just like
god.
accepting. It's not just being accepting of it. It's a little more than that.
You know what it's like, Jen?
Um,
Remember you asked about rap and hip hop? The woke community is like the leftist. When I say leftist, all the people that you see associated with the bra burning and the there's just a lot of things that they're against. They're anti-man, they're anti-nation, they're pro-abortion. They're like everything bad, they're for it, pretty much. That's the
That's
woke community.
Jen, also,
wait, virtue
where you
signal.
told her like bye Felicia
Let
or
me,
whatever.
mm-hmm.
That's exactly it. Like these people think that their ultimatums mean something to us. Like,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
no.
We didn't
You want
talk
to lay
for
down
years
you want
because
to
of
lay down
that.
an ultimatum like have
Yep.
fun with no friends like
Yep.
bye.
Yeah, we didn't talk for a really long time because of that. And I just let it go the last time we talked, and she talks about her transgender stuff all the time, and I listen to it because I'm a good sister. But
Oh no, see, you shouldn't even listen to it. You should like walk out of the room. Like,
well,
just like
I mean, it's as simple as I just said it. I mean, Bruce Jenner was a
I mean,
man for my whole life
we get
until
it.
he was
We
on
get
that
it.
fucking
Everybody knows
stupid
that.
TV show,
Well,
Everybody
there
and
knows
then
goes
that.
your
Bruce is
YouTube
a
channel,
woman
Helio.
now. What?
Well, there goes your YouTube channel, Helio.
I don't give a. Well,
oh
I
hell
do
yeah,
give a
that was
fuck, but
bad.
at the same time, we've talked about this before. It's not. I mean, it's not like
No, I know. I'm
I
just
get
saying.
a copyright
Guys,
claim on my YouTube channel every fucking day. What are
hey,
you
you
talking
guys.
about?
Hey, can I
The
ask you a question
CEO.
real quick?
Hey, wait. The CEO of YouTube. I forget her name unless I hear it. I'll recognize it.
Susan Wojcinski.
Yes, she has one of her favorites.
That's an
Let
Edomite
me
name.
listen. One of her favorites happens to be James Charles, who was the first cover boy or cover girl. So
Oh,
he's very propped up in on the world stage for the most part. So I find that interesting. We are on YouTube. Sorry, Susan. So yeah, that's a hot ticket topic now, people. This is it. This is what we talking about.
Well, hey, if this was a thing, adults are adults that are someone like Bruce would change their gender after they're 40, 50 years old. go ahead and change their gender. I mean, what the
Yeah.
fuck is that?
Well, you know what? I'm just going to say this. I'm totally okay with a man being gay. And if he wants to put on makeup and dress up in women's clothes or whatever they want to do, that's fine.
Yeah,
That
I'm
is
fine with
fine.
people. I'm fine with people having mental illnesses also, but that's what it is. It's gender dysphoria. Or okay, it's they're
Yeah, whatever
they
you want to
so
call it. It is
yeah
what it
so
is.
so
What
if
if
Why
people
are we talking about these demons right now, guys? Seriously.
But
Oh, what it is they're not. They're doing this for Hollywood. I mean, like Bruce
They're doing
was.
this because they sold their soul.
they have an
No,
agenda.
they're doing it. They're doing it to manipulate the culture and everything.
they're trying to
They've
normalize?
sold their soul, I guess, to the devil or
Well,
whatever you want to call
that's
it.
nothing new. Hollywood's always been communist.
It's
They're
not like,
trying to.
or you think Bruce, when he won all those fucking marathons and shit, that he was like, he thinking the whole time, I'm a woman, but I'm gonna be, I'm a man, but I'm gonna be a
Well, what
woman
they're
one
doing
day
is
when I win all these
they're
fucking
Helio,
marathons and
it's
shit.
highly likely that he was already cross dressing and stuff, just not open in public about it. Like
You think so?
yeah,
Yeah. They even called him a queen
Maybe they
what?
did.
on the show.
Hey, that
What if
motherfucker!
he?
That
Yeah, if you
motherfucker
look
can
up
run fast, though.
on
He can
the
run fast,
Discord
though.
for the gifts, Bruce Jenner's dog, and the only thing he'll come up with is he's like, Queen, what's a queen?
Hey, I got a
Okay.
question.
Before his
Let's
transition.
Well, either way.
let's say that just real quick. I got a question. Let's say Michael were to find like a really cool car, right? And Michael, he's probably not a Ford guy, but let's say he got a Ford, but everything was rusted out but the frame. So he strips the car down and he takes that frame and like he completely, puts all kind of Chevy parts on it. Does that Ford then become a Chevy?
No, it's a transformer.
Ooh. Ooh, that's
More
interesting.
Robots in
the
disguise.
eye. Yeah, robots in disguise more than meets the eye.
Transformers.
Say that again. No,
We
what?
were.
He said, like, say Mike's not a car. Mike's a car guy, right? He's a big
No,
car guy, but he's not a Ford guy. He's kind of a Chevy guy. But when he
well,
gets,
he's got Fords too, but just for the example, fine.
yeah.
I was
But
going
like,
to say, Mike
he
works
finds
on
a Ford,
everything.
but it's all rusted out, and the only thing that's good is the chassis on it. So he takes the Ford chassis and he throws a Chevy body on it. Does that Ford become a Chevy?
See, I mean, I
There's a
get
lot
the
of cars
example,
with the
but
motor.
I don't think that's an equivalent example because,
I
like,
don't think
seriously,
so.
like,
It is damn funny though.
Well, it kind of is
if your
because it's a
if your
chassis
if
swap.
your vehicle is freaking all Chevy except for the chassis, I mean, I would call it more of a Chevy.
But it's a
we're not
chassis
doing
swap.
that with people. You
They
know what
swap
I
The
the
mean?
running gear
engine in a different
is
car.
it's the running gear, man. It's a chassis swap. It's a transformer.
So my premise was that you can't change your chassis, right? You can put all the female parts on, right? But you can't change your chassis.
Uh-oh.
It's a Jeep.
Oh.
Either got a car or something to park in.
That's what I'm thinking. It was.
They demand someone like Bruce.
Was Bruce, while he won all those fucking championships in his youth, with the equipment, between his legs, was he a man?
No, I think he still has
was
it.
it?
He
What
retained.
sports?
He retained his genitalia. He
was an
is
Olympian. God damn it!
Drag queen. He's just a drag queen. He's not a transgender.
What
So-
about transvestite?
That's the same difference.
Okay.
But do you think? What if they wanted to put a urinal in the woman's bathroom? Right. So he walks in dressed as a woman.
Wait a minute. What
What?
gender did they change into? Right. They say there's more than two genders, right? What gender did they change into? A butterfly?
50.
Purple penguin?
There's 50
Oh, there's 50.
or something.
It depends what day it is. They might change it from day to day.
Yeah, no. In fact, I've got a brother that's like 20 years younger and in college, and I've been training like kids that are about the same age, and they're like forced to like in college take these classes that inform them all about it. And what I picked up a couple of years ago is that what they were going with is that there is no set number. It's a gender spectrum. So it's meaning like infinite. It's whatever you choose within the spectrum.
So in
That's
other words,
pretty
you can just
fucked
make
up,
shit up.
bro. Yeah, I mean, it's like that's gender dysphoria. This is kind of what they call it when you're just like, I can't figure out what gender I am, even though I have a certain genitalia.
Yeah, this is all pop culture, though. This is all deep inset programming, specialist programming that only infects a small portion, and now it's gotten critical mass to where.
So once you have gender dysphoria, then you get to choose which
You start
gender
getting
you
YouTube
might or
channels.
might not be. Even it's like it used to be where like boys have a penis, girls have a vagina. I know that's really hard to figure out, but now you have gender dysphoria. You were born with the wrong physical thing. I was born with a penis, so I call myself a boy or a man.
You're a man, demon.
Most people that are born with a vagina, they call themselves girls or women.
Right.
I don't know, how hard is that to figure out?
Well, the bathrooms have a logo. They have a woman, it's wearing a dress, and then the man is wearing pants. The logo is on the door for people who can't read. But
Sorry, Ron.
Well,
No, but it's true, right?
if this wasn't a thing, I mean, and Jen, you're laughing, but it's really like I cry about this sometimes. It's just like, what the fuck has happened to humanity that people can't figure out that whether or not they're a boy or a girl? It's fucked up.
There's beers in my. Wait, no, let me get it right. There's tears in my vodka. So these motherfuckers are off their vodka.
Right, Lou? Fuck.
I bet you it's not 1 in 10,000 because I rarely ever see a tranny, almost never. So it's, some of them are obvious and some of them are not, but it's really not that big a percentage. It's really negligible that people even make this big a deal of it.
I'll tell you why it's a big deal. Media.
Right. It's not like that. Well, they want to normalize it and they want like 1 out of 10 people to be a freak. That's what they want. At least
media and colleges, they have gender studies as a thing at the colleges. Gender studies, whatever the fuck that is.
It's called a waste of your tuition.
Damn.
Maybe that'll be a requirement now. If you want to get hired at these new companies, you have to have at least one course in that bullshit.
And you know what? Somebody came in here and said, "Hey, defend your channel." I'm doing it right now. I'm going to say that's a bunch of bullshit. Somebody tried to warn me against talking about this shit. We're going to talk about it. This is a thing. This is what they're trying to say, that there's no such thing as male and female. Fuck that. If you're born with a penis, you're a man. Or you're a male. If you're born with a vagina, you're a fucking female, man. What the fuck?
What about the animal kingdom, right? You have a lion with a mane and you have a female lion, and you don't necessarily put them together, right, in the same cage. But you can identify them in nature, like a male dog and a female dog, right? You know what you have.
Hey,
Like,
you know what's going to happen? And people will say, like, you're old fashioned, Helo skeptic, man. Don't get right with the times.
But Helio, have you ever had a female dog hump your leg? It's like doesn't happen.
Yeah. No.
What?
It does. Yeah, it does happen with the females. Yeah, yeah, with the animals, but they hump because they're sexual. Yeah.
I never had a female dog do that.
No, female cats and dogs. Yeah, they get hot too. Yeah, I've had a lot of pets, man. Yeah, they get crazy. Pets get crazy when they're horny, man. Come on.
Holy shit.
Yeah. the female.
You asked me, I
Pets,
answered.
Helio.
Holy shit!
You,
The female dogs doing it
you've been
definitely
barking at the moon too.
far more rare. But when they get excited, and especially if they're young as puppies, yeah, they might do it.
Dude, yeah. I mean, I've had a lot of cats, man. When the cats, when they're horny, they get crazy.
They get frisky.
Yeah, they get fucking crazy.
That's weird.
No, well, you haven't had a lot of cats, have you? I've had
No, I
a
don't.
lot
I
of
don't have
cats in my
any.
life. Yeah, when the female cats get horny, they fucking, they act weird.
I only had one pet. I had one dog, so I don't have a lot of pets. I don't have any right now.
Well, I'm just saying, I grew up, with a lot of cats and dogs and shit. When doesn't matter, what sex, they get horny and they do weird shit.
I was just saying you would never see a dog assume another identity, but I guess I'm wrong.
No,
I guess
no,
the
I
female
didn't
dog.
say that. I'm just saying they get horny. And I mean, are you thinking
Right.
female dogs or cats don't fucking act like they're not horny?
I was just saying it's
I
pretending to
mean,
be a
when
male
a dog
dog.
or cat goes in heat,
Maybe I'm
see, as
wrong. I
you,
don't know.
yeah, well, you said you haven't grown up with a lot of
I
pets.
haven't had enough
And
pets. Yeah.
people here know that when dogs go in heat. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's a female or a male. It's a female dog goes in heat. I mean, that motherfucker. I mean,
So we
she's hot.
shouldn't be
She's hot
animals. We
for
shouldn't act like.
she's hot for anything. She'll be rubbing up on you, man. I mean, come on.
What?
What you okay? Whatever. I've had cats and dogs.
Yeah, it's like a female at the nightclub.
Yeah, dude. When they go in heat, man, they're fucking
And
crazy.
then when you call them by, what they are, they get upset. It's like, don't call me.
They get fucking crazy, bro.
Did you misgender your cat? How dare you misgender?
Anyway. But anyway, I mean, this is weird for me, for all of you guys to not know how these animals act sexual. I mean, if you have pets, right? Do you just
I
fucking
don't
neuter
think
them
about that.
immediately as soon as they're like fucking 6 months old? You cut their fucking balls off and neuter them immediately. You
No,
don't
but
know
I
when
don't get popcorn ready when they're in the mood either.
I don't. I'm just telling you. I remember when they're hot when they're hot. You know what I'm saying? When they're hot, they're hot. This is like,
What?
hey, I'm not your man. I mean, I happen to be a man, but I'm not your man. I mean, they just like, well, okay, shit. I guess you haven't had a lot of pets.
TMI,
Whatever.
bro.
Dude.
I don't care if it's TMI. I'm just telling you what I've experienced with a lot of cats and dogs.
Really?
Females and males.
Okay, now I'm starting to think that you have a house full of cats.
Well, at a certain point in my life, I did. All right, cool.
I'm just scared that the cats here learn to
call me a
since we put the litter boxes
veterinarian then.
outside.
Or call
We
me
put
a
the litter boxes for the
sexual.
cats outside, and there's a dog door so they can get in and out. And now they just go off in the desert and don't even use the litter boxes.
You guys haven't had very many pets, so whatever. It's all right. I'm talking to a group of people that haven't had very many dogs and cats. Whatever.
Helio has more pets. He's like, do they sleep in your bed? Is that how you don't have enough heat, so you have all the dogs sleep in your bed?
It's not like that, bro. I'm just talking about what happens when a female cat or dog goes in heat. It's a thing. Do you know anything about that? When a female cat
I've never seen a female do it. No, I haven't. I've seen the male dogs, and it's
anyone else. All right, you've never seen it. All right, anyone else see the female cat when she's in heat? All right, how about you said a female dog when she's in heat?
He said a puppy though. He doesn't. They're more.
Puppies don't. I didn't say
I don't know.
puppies.
That's not. I didn't say. Lute said that. He said.
Holy cow!
But whatever. Move along. Move along. I don't. We don't all have pets.
I'm just
No.
telling you. Jesus Christ, this is so easy when you study. Fuck.
What?
Study freaking biology. This is so easy. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? You're making
Okay,
a
but
big
you're
this
talking
a
about a
big
rare.
deal when I'm
It's
not
not.
making it a big deal. I'm just talking about male and female when it comes to biology. Jesus
No,
Not
Christ,
always
why
like
the
that,
fuck are
though.
you guys making fun of me when I've throughout
no, Helium,
my
stop
life
a second.
I've
Take a
understood
breath a
how
second, kid.
when it comes
Take a breath a second.
to dogs and cats, and fuck, I've noticed this over my time living as a human, noticing
All right,
when
never mind.
fucking dogs and cats go and eat, and when male and female cats interact. I mean, goddamn. It's fucking what you guys are making me feel like
What
I'm
do you
weird for noticing
understand
this.
about this?
It happens at the worst time, Helio. I was like when I was like 16 and I went over my girlfriend's house and her dog started humping my foot. Like this little dog, she had this little 10-pound dog. I'm like, and I wanted to kick him off my foot. I'm like, can you get your dog off my foot? Why is he humping? Is your dog gay? He's humping on my comes over here, this little dog. I'm like, oh, it was pretty cringy and awkward.
Word.
Yeah, the dog is gay.
That's more. I mean, if you study dogs, I mean, if he starts humping a male, it's more of a domination principle. That's
I don't know, man. It was pretty gross. Yeah, it's like this little dog wasn't dominating me. It was like, oh god,
your dog. That dog was humping you.
he was
The
horny
dog
for me,
did.
man. He's like,
Okay. Well, that's
I don't
that's
know,
what I'm
dude.
saying. Dogs are weird, but at the same time, it's that's more of a. I mean, I watch a lot of dog
Jesus
whisperer
Christ.
videos and stuff.
Seriously? We went from. How the fuck did we get here? We went from fucking
Well,
From
transgender
the
demons
woke
to
community,
cats
I
humping
he
your
blame
fell
leg.
down. He
Helio.
fell down the rabbit
I blame
hole.
Helio's got the spirits.
I mean, I watched
Honestly,
a lot of the dog whisperer. I watched a lot of dog whisperer shows.
you
So,
know,
Holy fuck.
as bad as this
You
is,
see,
I'm pretty sure
they
this is how his
inadvertently
channel
slipped.
gains subscribers. Like, is this shit?
I mean, I can tell you all kinds of shit about cats and dogs and how they interact.
Tell me, what is the proof of your spirits? The proof, is it like 80 proof? Come on, man, it's just a joke.
He's just drinking beer.
Ambiguous jokes are
Wait a
fun.
minute. Is
Are
this
you talking to me or someone else?
what happened?
I was talking to you, Helio. I was just joking around.
No,
I said
sure.
proof
I
of your
mean,
spirit.
dude, I've been I would grew up with a person that is obsessed with dogs and cats, so I know a lot about it. So that's all.
What about birds?
Not birds? No, not. I wouldn't be able to tell you anything about birds. I mean,
What
I
about
could tell you a
bees?
little bit because I'm
So you can't
curious.
tell me shit about birds and
And
bees?
red wine too.
I
So,
could tell
Helio,
you.
are you saying you don't know shit about the birds and the bees? Is that what you're saying?
I'm gonna
You know about
fucking.
dogs and cats?
I know about. Oh shit! I was about to say something I shouldn't. But I know a lot about dicks and chicks. But
Anyway, Helio, moving on. Come on, bro.
Don't stop it
Jesus
now. We've
Christ.
already come this far. We've already come this far. You can't stop it there.
y'all niggas don't even know shit about me. I'm just saying. Anyway,
Helio
so
drinks lots of
what's your
beer.
next
Yo,
question?
you
Go ahead,
can't say
Danny.
the N word, bro.
Vodka
They can.
What you do know is that I make jokes a lot, and so fuck with me, and you're gonna get jokes. I love all of you social people.
I
I'm
love
antisocial. What are
all
you
you
talking about?
honeybees. I love all you guys. You just little
He's a
honeybees.
jokester. Helio's a jokester.
Shut up, Ginger.
Hey, don't you call me that. We all know that's an anagram for the N word. Come on, bro.
Hey,
Yeah.
wait a minute. I don't
I
think
did it
he's a
with the
joke.
hard R as well. Suck it.
I know. Shit, man. You're gonna be hating us like that. We got souls.
Yeah, that shit's built inside, ain't it, Hank? It's built into us. The
Oh, I think
social.
he's talking about the picture. Whoa, what the?
My bad, maybe I'm hearing something different than you all. Hey,
What are you hearing?
Just to be clear, Helio, you do want us to refer to you as a sexual veterinarian from now on, right?
hey, you're not. Wait, if you're gonna put that on me, you're gonna have to spell it.
No, you already said it. I
You're
like
gonna have
halfway
to
anyway.
spell
So
it so I could find that
Oh, yeah,
out.
you're gonna have to spell
So I
that
know how to
shit out.
Google it.
I did search up a little bit in the live stream. It's already there.
Oh, my bad. I wasn't watching. I was just talking shit.
Trace is mad because these leftists they don't understand biology.
Oh boy.
Yeah, they don't understand science either.
They're science deniers.
They don't know much about biology or the science that they took.
Love that song. If anybody,
It's
yeah.
either
Wonderful World,
asexual
Sam Cooke.
or bisexual,
What
right?
a wonderful world this would be. Da, 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 da,
You're either
da.
asexual, like single cell organism, or you're bisexual, like the Discovery Channel, right?
Bisexual?
That's when you primp and you dress nice and you want to smell good and you go out there and you show off and advertise.
Hmm.
You,
Oh, back
you're
in
trying to
my
be
day,
sexual.
I remember
Sexual.
it being called metrosexual.
Dude,
Back in your day.
I love
Back
that
in the day.
that fucking gif that Lao Tao just posted. That is amazing. There's so many words I can't pronounce in that one. Fucking beautiful.
Why
Is
don't
that
you go ahead
serious,
and give it a
Josh?
try?
All right. In this house, we believe that simplistic platitudes, trite zoologies, and semantically overloads, aphorisms are poor substitute. Hold it. I think there's some shit. Some simplistic platitudes, trite tautologies, and semantically overloaded aphorisms are poor substitutes for respectful and rational discussions about complex ideas. Did I do okay with that one?
So what does that mean? I'm gonna guess. Does it mean you don't have to be a dick? There's no law that says you have to be a dick when discussing things.
There's a meme for that. Hey, Karma's in the house, you guys.
I'm stealing that one, Lauto.
Hey, Karma.
I believe in keeping it simple.
Amen.
Is it similar to
Excessive
Spanish?
verbiage, it doesn't mean I don't know what these words mean, but using them is counterproductive. If you're trying to reach a broad audience, do you want to talk over their head? It doesn't do you any good.
I agree, Ron. Yeah. But it's fun to just use
I like
complex
simplistic
words
platitudes.
because if people come in with a certain attitude, you're going to have to use these complex words sometimes
Nah, I
to
don't think so.
well, I don't know. I mean, well,
I keep it simplistic
oftentimes,
platitudes. Number one.
hold on. I mean, you try
Hold the
to.
phone, Helio. Hold the phone.
I'll shut up.
No, just go ahead. Just make sure you're holding the phone, though.
No, I was just going to say. I mean, sometimes you'll have to use platitudes, right? Just general platitudes to introduce them to the conversation. And then, because generally, when it comes to the flat earth topic, you're going to have to, because a lot of new people will say, "Hey, you're a flat earther." They automatically come in and say, "Hey," well, they won't say it, but I automatically think that you don't realize that you're just being dumb because the flat earth is the dumbest
What you
thing.
talking about, Willis?
Flat earth is the dumbest thing you could ever come across. Nobody thinks the earth is flat. Why the fuck are you here thinking the earth is flat? You know, I mean, that would be the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen before.
Well, maybe you Globers need to raise the roof and show up proof.
It takes skill to boil something down to its essence.
We got 10 flat commandments. I know that.
10 flat commandments. I don't know. Have we made those yet? Who made that? I haven't seen that one.
It's a song, Helio. If you haven't heard that song, it needs to be played right now for Helio.
Shit! I think I did hear it earlier, but I didn't hear the whole thing. I think I jumped in late.
Did you get your hair did?
I think I jumped in late. I heard it late. My bad.
What? You believe it? It's almost midnight.
I need to get my hair did. My hair is in my eyes. I have to comb it back like a greaser now.
I cut my own hair. I used to have some long ass hair, but I cut my own hair.
All right, I got the 10 flat commandments. You guys want me to play it? I see it now.
I see the light.
Yeah, since you haven't heard it, Helio.
All right, cool. I didn't hear the whole thing. I think I jumped in.
Yeah, it's a really good song.
Middle of the song. All right, cool.
One, nothing's wrong with me. Two, nothing's wrong with me.
Look, I assure you, Helio, you've heard this song before.
I've heard.
He's not going to be able to sing anything until the song's over.
Okay, never mind. Whatever. Fine.
Not for me. It's for everyone else because it's not going to teach me anything new. Anyway, go ahead.
Let the
Here we are.
Globers hit the floor.
We're not trying to. You don't have to play it so you can learn something.
Yeah. This Globy can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. My real truth is. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon beauty shivers. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this shit. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number two, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to store it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a Globy backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and the servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit this bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9 should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out straight out to cog this. Number 10. Strong word called a measurement, strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the glow proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All of these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 20 for trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play something. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up, 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. Yeah, B. In the lobby. Catch me in the
lobby.
Dude, I really do like that whole song. But
yeah, I like it too. I mean, like I said, I heard a portion of it before. I mean, but yeah, I like it. I like it. It's good.
My favorite part, though, is towards the end there, the bathroom on the left, urinal caked up. You had to get that urinal caked up in there, man. It did a lot, honestly, for me.
That's good stuff. Yeah, thanks, Creation Bear, for putting that shit up for us, man. It's good stuff.
For show. Love it.
Yeah, man. I've always been preaching the 10 Commandments. Now it's got a double meaning. Creation Bear, preach it. And he get a witness.
And he's got the he's always in here listening and doing the sound bites and shit, man. Fucking Creation Bear is the shizzle.
Creation Bear, he adds so much production value to this stream.
He does.
I think he's highly underrated, honestly.
True that.
Is Reckoner saying that's the choice? I know that's the who did it originally, but is he saying urinal caked up? Did Notorious's version have that in there too?
I don't know. Urinal cake just doesn't seem gangster. Just seems gangster to piss somewhere and be like, "This is my territory. This is my hood, dude."
It's like, yeah, there are too many white boys up in
He did slide some little crazy shit in there like that, but maybe not like that, but he would do it.
And we're gonna have to get somebody in here called Flat Earth Gangsta. Is that we're gonna get some street creds when we get somebody come in and say they're Flat Earth Gangsta?
So I'm actually a little bit surprised, seeing how so many of y'all are freaking Southerners and stuff that nobody's done like a country as far as I know. I mean, I guess you got Flat Earth Man or whatever, or what is it, Conspiracy Music Guru, Alex, like he kind of does like a country thing, but otherwise, like nobody in here really.
You're right about that, Lou. Yeah, I mean, as many Southerners that come in here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like saying you have to do it because I don't like country that much, but I'm just surprised.
But it would be really cool though if somebody did. I agree with you, man, because country or southern type of music could add another aspect to this because it's cool. I can't do it, but a lot of other people could. If I try to do some country like parodies or something, that would be totally fake. I'm not a huge fan of country, but I mean, growing up in Arkansas, I really like a lot of country songs. I can do couple that would maybe it would never
Long
be
neck
like it would
bottom,
never be my
let
heart
go
like
of my
some of the
hand.
other ones that I've done. But Hank, could you do some country parodies for it or something?
Hell to the no, 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 hell no.
Oh shit! That's soul music though. Hell to the no, 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 hell no. That's soul right there. That ain't country. See, you're like East Texas, which is near Louisiana. That's all that kind of like soul,
Bro,
freaking bluesy kind
listen.
of shit.
I grew up listening to 97.1 The Eagle, which is like metal, and I grew up listening to 94.5 The Edge, which is like alternative. So when you think about like my taste in music, think about like Deep Ellum. If you know anything about old Deep Ellum, if you don't know, you can ask Glat Flobe. Like that's the kind of stuff I grew up listening to. And I didn't start listening to rap until I got much older because I didn't know there was a thing called conscious rap. And then once I found out about that, then I started listening to a little bit of mainstream. So I love Ludacris, Mystical, those sort of rappers. Not really a big fan of like Eminem and Jay-Z and stuff like that.
We've already been over that tonight with the rap music. Not that I discount any of it, because of course I love a lot of that. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about shit. Now, what were we talking about, Lee? We're talking about this was more of a globe versus. I mean, original music. Of course, it's when you write lyrics, it's based on your personal experience, or you're either sold out to Hollywood and they write lyrics for you, and then you, I, not the whole song, but it's like, no, we don't want that song. We want you to write lyrics this way. I want you sell your label or sell your soul to the devil. When you get a record deal, they'll exploit your style, but say, yeah, your lyrics a little too exploitative, but I want you to use your talent to say this, this, and that. Shit, Black Sabbath wrote some really good. I mean, Ozzy Osbourne's one of my favorite lyricists. He's like, all right, you want me to say this? Well, I'm going to say that and this. How about that? This and that. Or that and this. Down, 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 down. Or War Pigs. We can go to War Pigs.
Hey, do you know why Ozzy made it famous? Do you know why he got in the band?
Enlighten me.
Because he had a PA system. So back in those days, like they were poor, right? They didn't have a lot. So just about anybody with like a PA system could join the band, and that's why they let him in. because
That's
he was a
why I got
nerd.
my first band. I bought a PA system.
That's why they let him in the band, because he was a nerd and they picked on him in school. Like the guitar player in the interview said that they thought he was a dork or whatever and a nerd, and they picked on him in school. But they let him in because he had a PA system.
I wasn't a nerd in school. I was just a choir nerd. I was a choir nerd that can sing rock and roll, and so I was, and they all had amps and shit, and I'm like, well, if I go to band practice and they can't hear me, then how the fuck am I going to sing? So I figured out a way to like plug into a speaker or so, and then we could practice so they could actually hear me sing.
So I was a pure jock up until the 9th grade, and I tore my quadricep. And I say jock, I mean the real meaning of the word. I was a dick. They called me Scary Larry. And back then I had anger issues. And they didn't call me Scary Larry because I was scared. But yeah, I got into music after my injury. And I was a complete nerd by the end of high school. Like, complete transformation.
Yeah. So like, I think the first couple times I practiced with the band, I was using an alternate jack with a generic microphone, plugging it like the bass amp or something, and I was just listening, and so that was my first. Well, that's not a total lie. When I was in high school, I played with bands, but we practiced in their parents' garage a few times, but there was no major setup, or anything like that. So, and we actually played at high school, in talent shows and stuff. But as far as like, hey, we're going to do this and be a band, I didn't have shit. And so anyway, we started with just very limited equipment, and we did the best with it what we could, and wrote a shitload of songs, with just everything was so loud that you could barely hear anything. And then we booked a show at one of the local clubs, and on what did they call it? And it was just like I would say new band night, or really, shit. Now I can't remember the name of it. It was like new bands. It was basically open mic night for new bands, and they'll give you a chance, at this local club, because it was just like an off night for people. And so we started that, and we had a lot of fun.
Is there any new people?
New
Don't look like it.
People.
Yeah, so I went from being like seriously into like lifting weights like every day, and then like getting into like Beethoven and Chopin and listening to classical music, and it was a complete
Hey Hank, how big are your muscles now?
I've probably lost about 10% per decade.
All right, so your muscles are smaller now.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I'll tell you what. I never got into lifting weights, and my muscles are smaller than they were when I was.
I take it back.
Teenager.
My legs are stronger. So back in the day, I could bench press more than I could squat. I don't know why. I just couldn't squat very much. And nowadays, I've injured my elbow, and I'm still kind of recovering from that. But once I started playing hacky sack, my legs got really strong, and now I weigh like 300 pounds. So now my legs are really strong. So
I'll tell you what, Hank, and you might be on the same page with me. I can walk for miles and miles, and I can also see for miles and miles.
I'll put it this way: I'm deceptively limber and fast and agile for my size. because I played football, like I'm really good at running and not falling down. So I can, like sometimes the people at work, they'll play with me and they'll lock the side door on me and they'll be sitting there laughing at me and I'll run around to the front door and beat them to the front door and just walk through the front door like a boss.
Be like, who's this big ass motherfucker? And you'll be like, I told you.
I'm not going to win any distance races, but I'm deceptively quick, I think. And I could kick you in the chin if I had to, because my son, he's black belt in Taekwondo. So, yeah, he showed me that. So.
Nice.
Of course, I never want to hurt a fly unless they really deserve it.
Yeah, me either. Yeah.
So think, like peaceful panda bear. Like the panda bear is just fine. Just don't go in his territory and cross any lines. You'll be safe.
I mean, the pandas moves very slow until they have to. Now,
Until
what do
it's
you?
Time to eat your ass, baby.
What do you think about this? Can the sloth actually move faster than they? I mean,
I don't think so, man. I saw one. Sloths are kind of like Parkinson's disease patients without the shakiness.
It's
They just
like the sloth is the weirdest fucking animal on earth. It's just like really hard to even watch a sloth move.
That's what I think of when I think of Helio, a sloth. It's really
I'm gonna
slow.
fuck it. All right, well, I'm gonna come to Detroit and kick your ass and see how what you
Bring
think.
bring it, please bring it.
Oh my God, Ron! Why did you have to come? Why? All right, I'm
Just
faster.
you're a little bit slow. You're just a little bit.
Hey, Ron, have you ever thought that I do this on purpose to
Yeah, you don't want to show your power level. You just
Mm-hmm.
You're hiding your power level.
That's
I
all
do
right.
that.
All
I
right,
hold
cool.
back. I
So,
hold back. I don't release my whole power level. I hold back.
oh
Like,
yeah, I've noticed. See, this is why we're the connection.
I always withhold a couple aces. I don't show all my cards.
Hell no, you wouldn't do that. There you go, Spiral. Look at that. Just playing with a kitty. That cat's like, hell yeah, I'll be here all night.
Oh, Cat's loving it. He's like, comb my hair with his sloth nails.
It was like, I have a new owner. What's this sloth?
He's digging for fleas.
Ron, you don't think I'm slow, do you?
I'm just playing with you. No. That's just your southern draw. That's just a deception.
Yeah, don't let me start to make fun of your Michigan.
No, your speaking style is somewhat slow. That's what I mean.
It's slow and directed.
Yeah, and back to that meme, right? The about the simplistic platitudes. If you can explain a complex subject with a simplistic platitude, then you're the shit, dude. Like, if you ever heard the saying, "Brevity is the soul of wit," right? That means you got.
Yeah, brevity is the soul of wit. Yeah. I mean, it's just like when someone thinks they're too smart for their own, they're too big for their own britches, right? Then you can actually see it right away, and then you just lead them to their own conclusion, and then show them that they don't even actually know what they're talking about.
Right.
So that's why
if you can't explain something in its most basic terms, you don't know the subject well enough.
Yeah.
It's like when you make a song.
I like doing that. So yeah, I mean,
yeah, when you write a song, there's a lot of shit you got to leave out. Like, how do you boil it down to the essence? Leaving stuff out is the most difficult part. How do you still get your message across and make it brief? Keep it brief. You can't, and especially now with people's attention span. I mean, I'm guilty of it. My attention span is not so long, but there's people a lot worse than me. You can't grab their attention in 30 seconds. They're off somewhere else.
Yeah, but I mean, if someone's willing to if they're just like, hey, I'm very fascinated about why you guys think the Earth is flat, blah, 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 and I already know that you're wrong about this. I just want to say everything that I know about the globe, blah, 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 all that kind of shit. It's like, dude, let them talk. Let them first throw it up, just like vomit out all their globe shit, and then we can address, what they said.
It's best to do them one by one at a time. Because if they
Yeah.
vomit too many out, then it's like, what about ships disappearing? What about this? What about that? It's
All
like,
right,
okay,
cool.
let's
Cool.
one
Well,
at a
if
time.
they're respectful, if they respect the conversation, they're going to ask one at a time. And if we're respectful, one of us will ask them or defer to someone else that maybe more adept at that.
You know what
certain
happens though? The
Go ahead.
problem comes when you have an answer right away, they switch to another question. Like, well, wait, did you want
No,
the
you
answer?
can't let them. You can't let
You
them.
just trying to stump me? You're gonna try and stump me? It ain't gonna happen.
Yeah. So I mean, it's shit. We've been
Because I
doing this for a
answered all
long
these
time.
questions on my way to becoming a flat earther. If I didn't answer them, I would have never stepped in. You know what I mean? I had to answer these questions first
You
to
had
see
to
to see
answer
the
the
light.
question for yourself with no
Yes,
one else telling you. You asked the same question
that's
and
because
then
I'm
you
curious.
researched it for yourself. It's just like I was
Not
curious.
everybody's curious like me, man. There's like I've
Yeah,
always had a curious mind.
sure. And that's what a lot of people don't understand about flat earthers when they come in. They're just like, hey, since you guys think the earth is flat and most of the people on the
Hey,
globe think the
Helio.
earth is a globe. Go ahead. I'm just
Sorry.
rambling. Go ahead.
No, no, no. My mom thinks flat earthers are Dunning Kruger victims.
What does she? Wait. Before we even
That's
start
funny.
on that, hold on.
That's funny.
Does she?
No, I can't. I can't wait.
Wait. Hold on. Does she know what Dunning? So prior
Okay,
to
hold on.
all
No,
of
no, hold
this,
on. I'll
has
answer it.
she
I'll answer
ever
it.
heard of Dunning Kruger?
Yeah. Well, according to her, as best I can recollect, I'm not even trying to attempt verbatim, but she just meant, people are stupid and they try and sound like they're smart, but they're actually ignorant.
That's
Well,
right.
she didn't use the word ignorant, but
Isn't that what I was just explaining to you, Ron?
I'm
She
not sure where you left
well,
off,
you know
but
what? I was trying to relay what my mom thought Dunning
she's
Kruger.
listening right now.
No, what I've had
No,
conversations
Helio.
with
She
All
her.
right.
wouldn't be listening to us if she thought we were idiots.
you
No,
She
no,
thinks
still
we're
no.
love
But
Dunning
her,
I'm
Kruger.
and you
saying,
still
wait a
love
minute.
your mom.
Dunning Kruger means that we're just pretty much pompous assholes that are just expressing shit that we don't know about. It's basically, I mean,
No, it's a spectrum, right? She didn't know it, but she complimented us, right? Because on one side, dumb people think they're smart and highly intelligent because they don't realize that they have lacking in their own cognition abilities. But smart people think that they're dumb and realize that they have limited cognition abilities. So she doesn't realize it, but in a way, she complimented us because we know that we don't know everything, right? We know we don't
True.
have it all figured out. So tell your mama said thank you.
Well, I think she was referring oh, you know what? Maybe it wasn't flat Earth, but she was referring to like the kids that are 19. What's that demographic, you guys? Is that Z, Generation
Oh, the
Z? Or
Zoomers. The Zoomers are the teens.
mm. And of course,
Generation Z. They call them Zoomers.
my mom hates the term boomer, but I
No,
told her I said,
Zoomer.
hey, I know, but my mom is a boomer, so
Right.
I
The
told her I said,
Boomers
well,
and
you
the
know
Zoomers, they're
oh,
antithesis of each other. The Zoomers despise the Boomers and vice
that makes
versa.
sense now. Okay, thanks for pointing
Yep.
that out. Okay,
And
cool.
everything gets blamed on the Boomers. Like,
Mm-hmm.
okay,
I told her.
every
Yeah,
every
that's what I
problem
told her.
every problem of the world gets blamed on them because, well, I don't
See,
blame the Boomers because
me
they
neither.
they were under mind control from the mainstream
Big
media.
time.
The
And
television.
they didn't have the benefit of the internet to find out the truth. So I
Right.
don't blame them.
Right. They saw the moon landing on TV, is what my mother says.
Yep.
That's what she
They
says.
saw
Yep.
it on TV, right?
Yep.
But you got to think about it, man. There's never been a generation before them that they were coerced and hypnotized by visual and audio hallucinations at the same time.
I should
And there was
write
only
that shit
three
down. Oh,
channels.
my mom.
But you know
Sorry, man.
what, Jen, by that logic, I saw a 9/11 on TV, right? I saw airplanes
Well,
on
yeah, we all
the
did. All of us
right.
here.
So does that mean it was true? Just because they showed
See,
us
the thing is,
airplanes
though,
hitting the Twin Towers doesn't necessarily mean it's true. If you go look down that, you know what I mean? I saw Sandy Hook on TV, but that doesn't mean it's true.
maybe I need to have a more of a boomer conversation. We should have a boomer night or something.
We should.
Oh, you know what?
We
You know
should,
what,
because it's
too?
a divide and conquer strategy to hate the
Oh,
boomers. They didn't do
man.
anything wrong.
I
Yeah.
haven't researched this, but there was a school shooting in my area in Michigan. It's a little bit. I think it was Oxford, Michigan. That's not too far away, maybe 45 minutes. But I suspect it was fake. I haven't looked into it to know for sure, but I think I'm gonna have to do some sleuthing when I get a minute and go do some investigating and see if I could find bullet holes and see what I can find because it doesn't pass the smell test for me. I'm very suspicious of any school shooting, but especially after the Sandy Hook thing in Parkland, I'm I'm a little bit on the auto hoax side.
Yeah,
So
Ron, you and I talked about this a little
It
bit
ain't
the other
so,
day,
bro.
and the thing is that in this is my stance kind of on those things is that I don't think you're gonna accomplish anything by like solving whether or not that one was a hoax. Like we've got so many of these things happening. So many of them are hoaxes. You'll never really know. It's just another trap to get you spinning in circles. Like we know they're always making shit up. Like we can move on. Like what's the next one? And that's my opinion on it.
my default is it's fake until I can prove otherwise. If the
Yeah,
media is
I get
promoting,
you. I can understand coming from that cynicism. Like that's probably irresponsible to take that stance every time, but they've given
I
us
don't think
such a
so.
terrible track record.
I don't think so. They haven't earned my trust.
No,
What have they
you're right,
earned?
but just to oh, you know what? Actually, I mean, from like a detective or like PI kind of
No,
standpoint, yeah, just
this one is one I can
always
examine.
assume the worst, right? The
It's
worst
not
would
too
be that
far
it's
away. I
all
always
made up.
assume it's fake, so I assume the best.
Well, if
To
it's
assume the worst
assuming
would
it's
mean it's
fake,
true.
well, it depends on what you're talking about. If we're talking about government corruption and media corruption,
No, I'm saying
faking it would be
if
the absolute
if
worst.
if
Like,
people weren't killed, that's a good thing. That restores my faith in humanity, meaning that they
yeah.
wouldn't do something like that.
Well, okay, so you're saying nobody even got shot, like, because
I haven't looked into it
most of
though.
these
I
things,
just said
people,
that this one I haven't done my research on
right?
it, but I suspect it as fake. So
I
I want to
suspect
dig down this.
I suspect that in most of these events, people are actually dying. Like, the government's never given us a reason to think that they care about human life.
Which ones do you think are real?
I said people are dying. I'm not saying that the story's real. I'm talking about the difference between false flag and hoax. They're two different things.
Yeah, I know. So which ones do you think they died at?
That's what I said. And when gets that complicated, that's why I'm not going to spin in circles chasing my tail on this. Um, I already know that it can't be trusted, and I'm going to just move on.
Yeah, but you didn't answer my question.
I'm not going
Do
to
you
tell
think
you
the one
names of which
in
shootings are real and which
Connecticut?
shootings
Do you
aren't.
think the one in Connecticut? Let's just not use names. Let's say the
I
one in
don't. I don't
Connecticut.
know what. which one's in fucking Connecticut?
Newtown,
Like I said, there's so
Connecticut
many.
with Sandy. Sandy one.
Oh, yeah, that one. That one probably okay. For hoax or false flag. That one is, I think, a hoax, but that's probably
right.
one of the that might be the only hoax. So,
So you think the one in Florida with what was that kid's name? His dad worked for
the
the
Florida one's
FBI.
the Florida one's a good candidate for hoax. Also, honestly, like I said,
Okay.
there's a lot of these, but
His
for
name was
example, like
Hogg. David
let's
Hogg.
go
That
back
was the
to like
kid's name.
classic original like Columbine. Like I think that probably was some type of either like MK Ultra mind control or brainwashing or whatever.
No,
But I think
that one was fake as well. That was
I
fake as
think
well.
people
And
probably
so
died at that.
no, well
Uh,
you're wrong. You're wrong. They didn't.
oops.
Aurora. Also,
All right,
the
look,
movie theater was also an
you're
Aurora.
pulling
The
me
kid.
into something that my point was that I don't want to spin in circles on. So
Well, then just don't think about it,
you
man. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to other people. Just close your mic and don't listen.
nah, you got a
I'm
salty
talking
attitude
to the
tonight, man.
red pilled. I'm talking to the red pilled. If you're still
You got a
part
really
in the blue
salty
pilled
attitude
world,
tonight.
you could retain that piece of blue pill if it makes you comfortable.
Extra salty.
You think that nobody dies? You think that nobody dies in any of these events?
Extra.
I can name the ones that are fake.
Tell me.
And I
You asked
haven't
me an
found a real
unfair
one.
question. Now
I
I'm going to
haven't
ask you
found
one.
one.
You asked me an
I
unfair
haven't.
question. Now I'm going to ask you the
What
same
about
question.
what about
Which
what
ones
about
then? Which ones
1/6
then?
Crapital? What about 1/6 Crapital?
Might I remind everyone it's a full moon? Just
Yep.
saying.
Do you know what I'm saying? But when I say 1/6 Crapital,
Yeah, we know.
No one knows what you're talking about, dude. Explain yourself and don't ask a question.
January
Just
the
explain
6th.
it. Just
January the
assume we
6th.
don't know and go right to your topic. Don't ask us questions like that. Just go right to your fucking topic.
Whoa.
Like you can say Sandy Cheeks. 1/6.
well,
Ooh, I like
a lot
Sandy
of
Cheeks,
people,
SpongeBob.
Well, you know,
a lot of
dude,
people have been saying
Aurora,
that there's some funny
Colorado.
stuff
Look
going
at
around
Aurora, Colorado. The Batman hoax, right? That kid with the orange hair, whatever. Orange is a Freemason color, but that was fake. The
Mhm.
Bataclan one was fake in France. The Gabby Giffords one, where her husband is an astronaut and she got capped twice in the head, was fake. And also the one at
I like the way she
Columbine.
talks.
Yeah, she talks, right. Find me someone who gets shot in the head and talks. It doesn't happen. The whole thing, it's even the woman shot in the neck at the Capitol was fake. There was not a drop of blood. Like, find me one that's real. That's what I'm asking. I'm assuming because every other one that I've looked at has been fake, that this one is fake as well, and it's close enough for me to do a little research. Whereas other people don't live within a half hour's drive, it would be difficult for them to research the grounds before all the evidence is swept away.
Right.
Well, what do you think you're going to find there that they haven't already swept
Nothing. I'm
away?
going to find nothing. Is what I'm going to find. I'm going to find no bullet holes. I'm going to find no
So, but
blood.
is that
I'm going to
going to
find.
if you find nothing like after the cops have cleaned up the scene, then that proves that it was a hoax?
If there's no bullet holes, then what do you call it?
It depends. I don't know much about the story. Just like you said, how many shots did he say he fired? Where was he shooting? Was there a building or something in the behind him that he should
It
have hit?
was
Did he miss?
inside.
You
It
know,
was
like
inside the school. If they demolished the school, like, oh, we have to demolish it. Like, they demolished the house of the kid that allegedly did the shooting for Sandy Hook, and that was the only asset that was worth anything. It's like, wait, shouldn't they give the sale of the house to the victims? Shouldn't they receive some compensation? Why would they destroy the house? It's it's a saleable asset. Why would you do that? They destroyed it. They leveled the house. It made no sense.
Didn't they build something else
all
in
right.
its place?
So you
No,
wanted
but
an
the home,
example of
the
like
residential home. Why would
Oh, the
I'm sorry,
home of the person too?
Yeah, the residential home of the person that allegedly pulled the trigger. It's like, wait, why? I don't get it.
Yeah, that don't make sense.
Well, they had to hide
And the
the
people
evidence.
that were the people that had children, right? That perished. They got like houses for $1. Who sells a house for $1? There must have been
Oh,
some sort of
government.
favors going on.
That's called.
Uh,
That's
Right?
called. What's that called? That's.
Tax evasion.
Well, it's the payment for the. It's the payment for their participation in the hoax. So they have to. It's their
Right.
compensation. Here, we'll reward you with
isn't
a
that
one
how
dollar
Epstein
home.
got his
Thank you
house?
for your service.
No, Epstein got his house because he had dirt on the Victoria's Secret guy.
Yeah, but
Or
I
was
thought
it
he
the
only paid
Victoria's?
like $1 for that property.
Yeah, yeah. So that got paid for it.
Yeah.
See, I
Yeah,
even
the
caught
Sandy
one
Hook. Sorry, the
that
Sandy
one.
Cheeks thing. In Connecticut, they passed a law like 6 months before this happened, and it basically said that there couldn't be open casket for this sort of scenario, and it just happened to be the exact same scenario that happened at Sandy Cheeks.
How convenient. I caught one. I caught one in my state. There was a police-involved shooting of a guy who was he wasn't wearing his mask, and he allegedly stabbed someone with a screwdriver. So they sent the police to go get him, and he was walking at the woman police officer, and she unloaded her gun on him, like 14 rounds, and there was not one drop of blood. And they cut the scene. They cut the video like three or four
Yep.
times.
Same thing
And
with
I'm
the
like,
Boston cook-off. No
oh yeah,
blood
it was so
on the
fake, man.
curtains. The dude had curtain rods. Right. And also another fun fact about Sandy Cheeks, the coroner was the same coroner in Dallas when JFK got shot.
No, Dr. Carver? Get the hell out.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
He's been
Oh
busy.
boy.
He's been busy for a long time. JFK to Sandy hoax? Damn.
Now, you
I'd
know, the
like to see if he's
Boston,
a credentialed doctor. I don't think he is. He's probably just an actor.
the Boston
Yeah, I
thing
know
was
that he
on
was laughing
the
after
Illuminati
doing an
clergy.
autopsy on all those cheeks. He was laughing and cutting jokes on, and so thing Robbie Parker also
Yep.
laughing, cutting jokes,
Oh
and then you
yeah.
can see him going into his method acting where he had to psych himself out and
Yeah. He
my baby.
definitely he got caught red-handed with Duper's delight. I
They
mean, he
did.
was smirking all over
Yeah,
the place.
that dude was cheesing like a fat preacher when he
Yep.
walked up to the podium.
Yep.
Oh, you know what other one was recently? It was another girl named Gabby with she went missing and she was in the iPad goat. And then in the glasses it said the word fake backwards. Like there was a whole thing about it, the MK Ultra Butter. Now that one didn't involve. It was just like a mystery, a murder mystery to get the people get their minds on something else. Here, see, because people like to play detective, right? They like to try and solve the puzzle with the mainstream media. It's just a distraction technique.
Of course. Yeah. Easter
But that
eggs
was
or
in the news,
something.
right? It was in there for quite a while, and I don't know the purpose. It's like some of these things, they're local hoaxes, and some of them that was a national one. And I don't know, like, what are they distracting? They lie about everything. Why do they need to throw these curveballs? I don't know. It's their agenda's weird, man. I just know they do it for whatever purpose. I don't know what purpose that one had, what significance.
It could be relevant
World
10 years
domination.
from now. Ron, it could be relevant 10 years from now, right?
I don't know. She wasn't she was in a Sandy Hook video. She was in a video of the school too. That's another coincidence.
Hank, you were trying to
Maybe.
say something. Sorry, Ron. I think Ron was
No, it's
trying
all
to,
good.
or Hank was. Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
go ahead,
sorry, it's
Hank.
all good. Go ahead. No, I'm good. Go ahead, Ron. Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying that same person, that girl, Gabby, whatever, she'll probably pop up in another hoax. Like and maybe in another 10 years, she'll be involved in another one, just like Dr. Carver was.
Oh, yeah.
They recycle them. There was a woman, what
Oh,
was her name? Anal Sex, Anal Sexton or something.
what?
Yeah, the woman's name was Waynel Sexton, so basically
That's
Yeah,
anal
they were
sex.
using,
horrible.
you know,
It's this, but
crisis actors.
she was at the Pulse nightclub, right? The Pulse nightclub, the gay club that was not shot up, but yeah, she was at that one. She was at Sandy Hook, and I
Oh
think she
wait,
was at
Ron,
So
Ron.
this is all trauma-based mind control, right? Because
Yeah. Oh
after
yeah,
Sandy
yeah.
Cheek, they passed a law that anybody caught with not registering their firearm were automatic felons overnight. So anybody that
Speaking.
didn't register their magazines, their firearms, that's what it all is. That's what it's all about.
So trauma-based mind control. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in agreement with what you're saying and all that, but so for more so to Ron, did you hear about what happened somewhat recently with Travis Scott, who is dating a Kardashian? I forget which one right off the hand, but he played in a Astro World, I think is the name of the where he had his concert. And I guess all the Kardashians were there up on high off the stage or something. And the speculation was they were casting spells because a lot of people think they're all fucking witches and shit. So, yeah, this is crazy talk here, just for the record. Just a bunch of people yip yak. So anyway, people really did die allegedly at Travis Scott's concert. I guess people got bum rushed and then they got trapped according to the architecture of the venue. Um, but so you talk about
Possibly,
things. Did they happen or did they not? Did those people really
I don't
die or not?
know. I don't.
Yeah,
I have no way to know for sure. Like
right.
I don't know.
But the thing
Question
is
mark.
it's on the mainstream. That's what
So most likely it's
immediately I
fake.
question.
Most likely, I would lean on the side of fake. Just like the bus that was running people down in France, and the shooting that was the Bataclan. Like the most of them. I mean, I would put a
So,
big
oh wait,
question mark
wait.
on that one.
So it's Kylie Jenner. It's Bruce Jenner and um what's her name? Kardashian. The
The young
mom.
one, yeah, one of the
No, the
young
mom.
ones.
What's the mom's name? I forget. I can't think of everybody's name all the time. Sorry, everybody. Chris. Chris, I forget what her maiden name was before she was a Kardashian.
Kris
So
Jenner?
Chris,
Wait, no.
yeah.
She was
Yeah, Chris
Kardashian?
Jenner.
No, she is a Kardashian. Was Robert
Well, yeah.
Kardashian was her
Yep.
husband.
Yep. Yep. So Chris Jenner, formerly a Kardashian, her daughter, Kylie Jenner, it already has a daughter from Travis Scott. And so there was like an ambulance and shit in the middle of the venue. And stupid Kylie Jenner took a TikTok of the event and everybody like canceled her, quote unquote, which means it was a bunch of drama. Dumb. Leading
Professor
everybody
Phil,
around.
Kardashian girl? She
please,
got blamed?
Phil, stay out of my DMs.
The Kardashian, one of the Kardashians got blamed for that shit?
I'm officially putting you in the friend zone, Phil. I see no
Oh,
reason why your genetic material should be passed on into the future.
okay.
Someone's trying to have gay sex with Hank. What is this?
No,
Sending you
Professor
nudes?
Phil has been hounding everybody trying to get back in the server. He can't stand that he doesn't share a server with. It's not that he wants to talk to us. He just wants to be in the server because that's how he DMs the kids that come in here asking about flat Earth. Fucking pedo.
Who is he?
Damn.
What's his name?
I'm not okay. I'm gonna take that back. That he's not. I don't. I'm not. He's not a pedo, but he's. It's a little creepy that he's going after kids' DMs, sliding in. Fucking don't do that shit. Yeah, and you think you're a professional, man? Stay out of kids' DMs on Discord, man.
Who
Fucking,
is
Yeah,
it?
you
it's
know,
really
like
a big thing now. You don't do that. Yeah, you're
Who's this
right.
creeper Hank?
no. The reason Phil does it, it's not to like because he's attracted to kids. He does it because he wants to undercut everything that we're saying. When we're talking to them and they're asking questions, he wants to get into their DMs and tell them that we're wrong and say whatever he wants without us seeing it. That way he gets his word and we can't refute.
What little
Right.
worm?
He's been doing it for over a year, for sure.
Yeah.
And
Well,
that's why he's banned from the server,
Blue,
is because he
then
keeps
So
doing
what
it.
it is, he's
maybe.
afraid. He's afraid that 30 years worth of programming of Ball Earth on the TV, Ever Waking Moment, of school and the magazines and the internet, he's afraid that's not enough programming to keep them on the Ball Earth. He's afraid that 5 minutes of asking flat earthers questions might get people to realize that they need to go measure it themselves. Right? Because that's all we're telling people. We're not trying to convert anybody to anything. We're trying to get people to go measure it for themselves, and he's afraid that might get them off of the Ball Earth. So Phil is a worm of a man who
Yeah,
can't,
a dirty
can't
worm.
just let people.
Oh my
He can't
gosh!
just let. He's a dirty worm. That's right. He's
Wait, wait,
bird
wait,
poo. Okay.
wait,
Yeah.
wait. Okay,
Oh,
so just yesterday, I sang this song. I think I was taught it when I was in elementary school. The Worm song. Nobody likes me. Everybody hates me. You don't remember that song, Hank?
nope. I just know that Professor Phil is terrified that the people that come in here and want to talk to flat earthers might actually get to talk to flat earthers.
Right.
Right. He's
No,
afraid that they're going to be.
we have like the only we're one of only a few qualified places to talk about this in the entire internet. Uh, and so somebody who piques interest and wants to ask questions can't do it without Phil being disturbed. Fuck off. They can get your shit in school, in TV, in movies, in video games, anywhere they go. They don't need you to sell them the globe, Phil.
So I just posted what he's doing, right? So I asked him, "Does science prove things?" No. Come on, Phil. Science doesn't prove things. So you have no proof the Earth is a globe, then, right, Phil? Science doesn't prove things.
Yeah, and I really think nobody should use his stupid professor bullshit either. Just call him Phil. He's a
Yeah,
nobody, right?
his last name is it's kind of weird. It's French or something. D's nuts, I think.
Or is it
Sorry.
McCracken? Is it McCracken or D's nuts? I'm
He
not
looks
sure.
like he's trying to escape the Red October or something. Phil is thirsty. Why are you so thirsty, bro?
He's like the Jehovah's Witness guy that keeps coming around knocking on everybody's door asking them if they want to learn about the globe today.
That's pretty good. He is. That's a pretty good way of putting it. Nah, Phil, I know you're listening. Stop trying. It's not happening. Everybody knows you're not getting back in.
I like how he went off and just like started telling you like a story.
Well, that's actually part of. There was an article a little while back. I think it was maybe about a year ago about like like um how to deal with a flat earther. Like the first tip or one of the top tips was to like make small talk and like try to get them to gain their trust was the thing. Gain their trust first. You know, so that's what that small talk's about. It's about trying to when he gives you little stories and makes small talk. It's to get you to try to like him, or he's trying to get you to like him. Kind of like a cop who's fishing for something. You know, they might use a little small talk. That's what he's doing.
He says proof is the domain of mathematics. Well, he must not know too much geometry then.
It sounds like y'all need to snatch off his wig.
He
Right?
has no wig. I don't think he has any hair. Period. Like or a wig. Maybe I'm just thinking of
I'm just doing it
Dr. Phil,
preemptively.
but that's the way I picture him. I picture Dr. Phil. Oh. No matter how many times you flip a pancake, it's only got two sides. Drace, yeah, that mess is there. I'm surprised he hasn't tried this with you at some point. He's done it with almost everybody. I think he tried it with me once, but it lasted for like 2 or 3 messages, and that was about it.
Oh,
And that was a while back.
He tried to get me once during the arena times, and we talked for a while until he had. I basically turned him into because he demanded respect from me, and I wouldn't give it to him. It had to be earned. And
yeah, no. Why would anybody think that respect can be demanded?
According to him,
The way respect works
according
is
to him, you must respect a pedophile professor.
I'm not. Look, I took mine back too. I'm not going to claim that he's a pedophile, but he's doing creepy shit, sliding into fucking kids'
that's
DMs,
literally
and it
what I
could be
told
taken
him.
the wrong way.
That's literally what I told him. I told him like I wouldn't respect a pedophile professor, and he was like, "But he's a professor. You must respect him as a professor." That's why I thought it was so funny when you said that, because that was literally what he argued for.
Yeah, that's fucked up. No, look, Phil, if you're still listening, respect is not something that you just get because of a title. You don't demand respect. It doesn't work that way. Respect is earned, as Dre said. You get what you give, okay? And you have to earn it.
I just showed one of my coworkers Professor Phil's statement that science doesn't prove things. Science does not prove things. Who's the science denier now?
He'll never confess because he's a professor.
Yeah, so I just showed that to the new guy at work. And he's like, huh? He's like, science doesn't prove things. What's this guy, professor? Yeah. Your message has gone far and wide, Professor Phil. They know that you don't believe in science. You're a science denier. Because if science doesn't prove things, why is the method still around? Like, remember that method for people have pneumonia, let's bleed them out? Oh, we don't use that method no more. Why is that? It doesn't work. Right? Why do you think they still use acupuncture? Like 3,000 years later. Why are people still using it today? Because it doesn't work? I don't think so. Because, the layman might look at acupuncture and be like, that's a waste of weed, right? But, if you don't understand how it works, right, then you're going to deny it, right? And that's what Professor Phil just demonstrated to the class. He doesn't understand how the scientific method works. So he's a science denier. Oh, of course we're talking about science, not measurement.
Calculation.
No, even I think Hank was being specific. Measurement is not science either. Like it can be a part of it, but
Yeah,
it's
you're
not
right.
It's a non
science.
sequitur. He's appealing to science. I'm sorry, he's throwing science under the bus while appealing to, measurements, right? Because he likes to pretend like his calculations are measurements.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, that's okay, man. You can believe whatever you want to. Just why are you always up in my DMs? You guys know I don't debate and text. I ain't got time for that shit.
He's also trying to say that proof only exists in math, but you can also have a math example that is not speaking about anything real. So the proof in the example in the math is just fantasy.
It is funny, Hank, how anybody, not just Phil, when people try to pull you in from a VC and they think that you're just going to go and have like this long drawn out text debate. Like, why do you think I've been hanging out quietly in VC all day? I don't want to do that. you know?
Yeah, for real. It's like trying to fight a kid who doesn't want to fight. If he doesn't want to fight, just let it go, man. It's like, I don't want to debate you in the text chat. I mean, it's not my fault you're banned. I didn't ban you. If you were here and you were trying to make an argument, I'd be all over your ass like stink on shit.
Well, if you had banning powers, you'd probably ban them, right? Or do you know? I forget.
I don't think I have banning powers, but I wouldn't ban them.
Oh, you're a referee. Damn right you have banning powers, ref.
Oh,
I think you do. Wait, I think, but no, wait. No. What does ref do? That only give you powers in the arena, but we just kind of throw it on there as a cool looking green tag that I'm jealous of.
Well, I only mute people when they give me authority. I always look at it like I don't have any authority to mute anybody unless they give it to me. For example, if someone's hot micing or talking about, way too much whack, inappropriate stuff.
I'll tell you what, I used to use the bot a lot. I'm kind of getting on with like what a lot of the OGs around here do. Like, I don't have time for that bot. It, you, I'm gonna give you some leeway, but once I'm pulling the trigger, it's a hard man 90% of the time.
Yeah, I think they were trying to do away with the hard ban unless someone is like really deserving. That's what I've been hearing that we're gonna.
Well, luckily, I give people quite a bit of leeway. So if I'm doing that, they deserve it.
Yeah, for me, I just kind of protect the streams, mute people if I have to, and then let a moderator moderate. I'm just kind of like I guess the way I see it, I'm just kind of like take care of the light work type of guy. Because mods can't always be like over that mute button.
Yeah. Well, Drace also, what you just typed there, the the warnings. Yeah, that's another part of my process too. Like they get verbal warnings before it happens, or if it's in text, they get it written in text. Like if you continue this, here's what's going to happen, and then usually they escalate it, and then it's over.
And then they wonder why did I get muted? Why did I get banned? Cause and effect. Obviously, you wanted to be banned. But you're flat earther, so you're automatically wrong. Not this time. Moving on. Sayonara. It's crazy that people like think that we're so stupid that they can't even like talk to us because they wouldn't. It'd be like not worth it. It'd be like trying to explain like quantum physics to an ant. And it's like, man, have you ever talked to a flat earther? Like, they might surprise you because, like, I can't imagine my 2012 self like stepping into this place.
I would give anything to be able to do that.
To see
Cool.
like your 2012 self in here.
Yep. Yes.
Like how you would react.
Yes. That's awesome.
But there was a huge paradigm shift that happened right after that Mayan calendar expired. So kind of wonder.
Yeah, the 2012 thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've heard of that.
Because I think I was listening to this one YouTube channel. I can't remember. World's Last Chance. I think was.
There's a community. Hey, there's a community of people for that, Hank, for sure.
World's Last Chance YouTube channel was what I was listening to in 2012, and it kept on talking about the paradigm shift. And I was like, what paradigm shift? But this flat earth thing, it's definitely a paradigm shift.
Just a wee bit.
My paradigm got destroyed.
Annihilated.
Spinning ball Earth. Oh, yeah. Spinning ball, guys. I'm outside right now. I'm looking around.
Cartoon ball. Spinning flying monkey ball.
Jose. I see Jose in the chat. What up, Jose?
Is Jose here?
Hey.
Hey, what's good, everyone? How's it going?
Oh shit,
Dude, I haven't seen you
oh shit!
forever.
The admin, the admin that's here only because everybody fucking loves him. You fucking dick. Where you been?
Living life, man.
Hey, are you all settled in then?
Yeah. I've actually been settled in for like the last 2 months, man. I've been traveling a lot. Like I just got back from Florida and Georgia. I was actually real close to where Me More Vet's from, by Savannah. I passed by his by Savannah to get to. I don't know if you guys know military bases, but there's a military base called Fort Gordon in Georgia somewhere. I was out there, and then from there I went to Daytona Beach in Florida, and then from there I went to Panama City Beach, Florida.
Wow. Any flat smacking stories you might be telling in the future?
Oh no, I actually didn't do that in this trip.
Hey, I get it.
Yeah, it was more of a family gathering, like so I didn't, and everyone that was already knows I'm a flat earther. I've already flat smacked them, so I just didn't want to, be that guy.
No,
Did they
no, no,
ask
no,
you
no.
any questions
Yeah.
this time? Because you've told so many stories where like they like to come at you. Are they done doing that now or what?
Yeah. I actually met some of those same people, and they didn't even mention it. Like it's just like
Yeah.
it's the same thing with my family. My family's the same issue. Like I've already flat smacked them all. They can't fucking debate it, so they don't even talk about it anymore. That's where I'm at with them. So it's whatever.
Dude,
And it's funny.
that's great though. That's great though. That's a huge win. Like it's even if they haven't like accepted flat Earth, like we're normalizing it when we do that to our families, to our friends, to our anybody. Like it's normalizing it is a win for us. It's a huge win.
Yeah, I do have a cousin though that like he had to get the vaccine for his job, and he's like pissed off about it because he doesn't feel like he's not feeling too hot right now. And he like it's funny, dude, because I was telling him not to get it, but he's like, I have to get it because of my work. I was like, well, I can't, you can't lose your job, But it got to a point where he's like, the COVID shit is waking him up, like how they made him get it, and he's pissed off about it, because he's like, he was very scared of it. He was actually very afraid to get the shot,
I feel so bad for people that have to go through stuff like that. Oh my gosh, I could not imagine.
Yeah. And I forgot. I've been gone for so long that I forgot I'm not supposed to mention that on here. My bad, guys. Let's move on.
Dude,
well,
dude, no, we've been getting away with way worse than that actually, but we're still not supposed to. Actually, we were talking earlier about, like you said, waking people up. Like that's actually a huge part, like about why I think Ron was saying we can't like let that word go. We can't give it to the commies on the left because waking people up, we're not going to let that go. So if somebody is awakened, I guess we could maybe say it that way if we had to fold on it. But like, no, we kind of need that word, especially because I love calling people diet woke. And now diet woke has a completely different fucking meaning.
Yeah, it's fucked up how they snatched that shit from us, bro. They're like, that word is just too catchy. They got too much going on with that word. We got to take it, They snatched that shit up, bro. Because I remember like before, like 3 years ago, nobody was saying, oh, woke, like in terms of commie shit. Woke meant like you're fucking awakened to a lot of the shit that we're talking about on here. That's what everyone in the community, what woke was. That shit was hijacked, man.
2 years, Jose, less than 2 years. They co-opted that word. I'm like, we can't give it up. If we give it up, we're just pussies. We can't let them steal it.
Yeah, I'm just mad about diet woke. Like, honestly, it sucks. They took woke. Now I can't use diet woke.
The thing is, it's so ironic.
Okay, this is how I look at it. Okay, I'm gonna still use it as previously used. Okay, and if anybody comes up to me is talking all confusing and everything, I just know I can't talk to that person. So it's still gonna work for me regardless.
You know what, Jen? It's the context and how you use the word in the proper context. We're not going to use it in. They call them the woke crowd, which just means communist, easily offended, right? The people, the typical assholes. But we're just not going to use it in that context, and we're not going to let them steal it. We have to push back. Because we're just going to get we'll be left
it's
with
just
no
going to
words
have
at
two
all.
separate definitions, and that's just going to be the way that it is, right?
We tried doing the same thing with marriage too, so there's that.
I say we steal back the word gay and make it mean happy again.
For
That's
that.
good.
I'm for that. That's a good start.
That
We gotta
would
start
be
somewhere, right,
dude,
guys? We gotta start
that's tit for
somewhere.
tat right
He wants
there,
to be
man.
the
Like,
target, though. I don't want. Hey, I'm feeling gay today. What? No, you can't even. It's too rotten. It's too rotten to save it. I don't know.
no, but it's funny as hell, dude. For people who get it.
Ron, you can start some sort of social experiment or something.
I'm not going to concede any words to the left or anybody.
Yeah, I would ask people, are you like woke to like Stalin's like regime, like the communist dictatorship where like hundreds of millions of people have to die? Is that what you're woke to?
Dude, they're cool with that. Like, I swear to God, like, they're so brainwashed. Like, oh my God, I watch a lot of internet shit and I watch a lot of like political shit and all this weird shit. And dude, all the fucking people like in college are fucking hip to that. Like Che Guevara, like all that shit. It's like they don't even know what the fuck like what these people did. They're just taught that they were like revolutionists and they try to help, their people. That's all they're taught. They're not really taught exactly what they did, And if they are taught, they're blinded to what they did and they don't care. They're just fucking no, they're crazy, dude. Like it's just so upside down how the society is heading. It's getting ready for a real reset. I'm talking to you guys, man. A real reset.
I'm right with you, man. Even though you haven't been here, you're obviously still on it because there's a
Jose,
reason.
you were. Oh, sorry.
There's a reason why they're calling this the Great Reset and shit. This is literally like I'm not saying the Tartarian mud flood and all this stuff is all dead on accurate, but the idea is there, like a reset of society completely. And that means calling the population, weeding out the undesirables, all of that, and that's what's going on for sure. Yeah.
Hey, you want to hear something funny? You want to hear something funny, lunatic? I was on Facebook the other day and I was debating. I went back to debating on Facebook, like just for the fuck of it, because someone posted a comment and I knew about it. So it was like a debate about flat Earth, right? And it got to the point where like the stupid shot got involved, like the CV shot got involved. That switched to that for some reason. And then the guy was saying that flat earthers are stupid and don't reproduce. And I was like, well, you're fucked, dude, because all the Globers are the ones that got the shot. So you guys are going to be fucking not reproducing in the next 20 years. It's going to be all flat earthers.
Not only that, but dude, all of the leftists are like, we're overpopulated. It's irresponsible to bring a child into this world. Whereas everybody over here is like, make a big family and teach them your way.
Yeah, they're literally killing themselves. They're like, the way I see it is their ideology is going to be the end of their own selves. It's hilarious, bro. It's all about just time do its thing,
Yikes.
Actually,
I was telling him, I was pissing him off, dude. I was pissing him off. I was like, dude, your grandchildren are gonna be flat earthers. Watch.
Yeah. So I mean, we went down this road of woke versus and all that, but like, actually, the reason why I brought up Ron's point, is I was like angry because when you said, well, not really angry, but excuse me a second. When you said that people were waking up because of this whole thing right now, like yes, they're becoming wise. I wouldn't say waking up. Okay, they're becoming wise that there's a problem. Something is starting to smell bad for them, but it's a long process. They are not waking up yet. I mean, it's the very beginning start of the process of waking up, but it's going to take them a very long time before they actually see anything of value. And right now, they're just in a state of confusion. State of confusion is like the state of fear, which again is going to lead them into making poor decisions and makes them more controllable and like steerable. You know what I mean? Like it could be very dangerous actually having all these new woke people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. It's crazy, bro. Because over here, they just reinstated in California, the mask mandate, and they even want you to wear it in like anywhere indoors and shit like that. And dude, it's crazy. Where I live, it's in Fresno. It's kind of like weird here. It's like there's a lot of libs here, but there's also a lot of like people that aren't libs that are like the opposing side of them. So it's like you go to the store and it's like 50 people have masks, even though it's mandated. The people aren't making you do it. It's just like they're just like, I guess they got past the point where they're like, we can't like have a guy standing in the front of the entrance giving people masks. Like it got to a point where like I just walk in without a mask. They don't tell me shit, and nobody tells me nothing. But like, it's like 50% of the people have masks, 50% don't. It's hilarious, bro. It's like really divided out here where I live right now.
Am I still on?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, everything went quiet. I was going to say that, if there's going to be a civil war, all these people wearing masks can do these like smash and grab, like Viking style attacks where they take people out and then run, and then people are going to see, oh, these are just people wearing masks. Because when I see a mask, I'm like Red Dead Redemption, like that feller's wearing a mask. What the fuck's going on?
It's like the opposite. It's like hey Hank. It's like the opposite of they live. We got one that can see, but it's not see.
The guy I've been working with, the other crew leader that we've been working together a lot for like 9 years now. So we know each other really well, and like half the year, like usually we're running 2 separate crews, but there's a lot of times we're combined, and like I've gotten to him. When I first met him, he like was a little bit knowledgeable like about conspiracy, like, but he was like afraid of diving into it. You know what I mean? I don't know if any of you know anybody like that. Like he like knows it's there, but he's like, I don't really want to get into that. And but working with me, I don't know if he had really a choice. and now at this point, when it comes to that whole mask thing, like today at lunch, so I'm like, dude, this girl had like a freaking killer body, like smoking. Walking in, I'm like, hey, check this out. And he's like, she's wearing a fucking mask. I don't fucking care.
Cringe.
Like, all right.
So it's like everything's good but her mind. So she's buttermind.
Wow, Hank. That was actually pretty witty. And I'm happy for Lou that he's laughing at himself. I really am.
Well, no, dude. Hey, I can still respect a killer body, man. Whether it's behind the mask or not.
Sure.
I wasn't looking at the mask.
I got you.
For me, beauty radiates from the inside out. So it doesn't really matter what a woman looks like. If she ain't got like a good personality, she could have like a 10 body. But if she's like Paris Hilton, like, oh my God, this is hot. Like, oh God, get away from me.
That's a good example, Hank.
I guess I'm sapiosexual in a lot of ways.
No, but what was the term you used a moment ago?
I don't know what I say.
Something from what Lou said.
She's a buttermind.
I love that.
Like she looks good. She looks good, but she's got the reprobate mind. Like she's got to wear a mask.
I take it you heard Butterface before, Jenny. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, of course I have. Of course.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's not funny, but I can't help but laugh. Okay, it's sorry.
No, it's actually it is funny. It doesn't matter. Like it is funny. Like, everything's great. Butterface. Like tell me what's not funny about that?
I have a cousin who's a butterface, and I don't think about that when I'm with her. It's like I'm not an asshole. You know?
No.
It's not. When I'm with a butterface girl, I don't think about it either.
Yeah, yeah. You can laugh about a group of people, but then when you're with an individual in that group, you don't think that. At least that's how I think anyway. I mean, so yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't say this out loud, but I really hate like some gay people. I would say most, but I like all my gay cousins. Is that kind of fall into that category?
How many gay cousins do you have?
A lot.
Well, there's some people in the gay community that are quite aggressive and they're not very friendly. And
Said
so I
ma'am.
guess I get it.
The way I see it, like this is the way I see it. I like the old school gays, like the gays that like,
Yeah.
like the old school gays that just were like
Sure.
chill, like they weren't out there like telling everyone they're gay. They lived their lives, and I was cool with them. I don't like the ones that are like Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
Liv.
What you're saying is like exactly what all of them will be like. Oh yeah, it's okay that we're gay as long as we don't act gay or show that we're gay or be gay.
Well, I know that some of the gay community don't like what's going on when it has to do with children. I'll just say that.
Well, no, damn right,
it's so divided.
like the majority of gay people think that like transgender reading hour to young children, they think that that's fucked up. Like that's
Yeah, they
the
do.
vast majority of them.
Yeah, they do. I would say that would be my educated guess.
I guess what I mean to say here is I don't like woke gay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, right. But that's always been a thing. We used to just say, yeah, like, I don't care if somebody's gay. This was always my stance.
Me
Like,
too.
dude, like, I don't care if somebody's gay, but you don't have to try to throw it in my face. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
straight people very rarely are slipping each other tongue in public. You know what I mean? Like, it's when you're doing it in front of a crowd, you're not doing it because you're gay. You're doing it because you're trying to get a reaction. And
Yeah,
that's
that's the type of yes, those are the type that I don't care to interact with. So I think maybe that could potentially be what Jose was referring to. Would you say? I don't know. But there's some very radical ones out there. I guess it's
I
for
want
any
to
group.
I want to respond to Drace. So white is all the colors if you're talking about light, but black is all the colors if you're talking about paint.
I never thought of it that way.
Crazy old world, ain't it?
It sure the hell is.
Or at least the one that they sold us at government programming indoctrination school.
Da, 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 da. What a wonderful world this would be. What was that? Don't know much about science books. Don't know much about the French I took.
In fact, actually, with my thing that I was saying there too about the point about straight people, slipping each other tongue in public, that when it happens, it's usually like teenagers and shit, But, okay, so when it happens, also in the past, anyway, not nowadays. It may even happen now. Like, it would be like lewd behavior. It was like a crime to like go too far in public if a straight couple did too much. Now look at the stuff they're getting away with.
Back to how you were saying, Lou, how it's a long process for people to wake up. If you really think about it, I'm sure we all have our little stories. Like if you look at my story, I started when I was like, I think like right after high school. My first conspiracy was fluoride in the water. That's what I started with. Like the cheapest, dumbest one ever. That like everyone, it's not even conspiracy. It's like it's public knowledge that they fluoridate the water. That was my first one. And then
It's not even really a conspiracy.
right, it's Yeah, that was my first one, and I was like, dude, I couldn't even believe it. I was like, when I started doing research to what fluoride is and how it's a toxin, and how like when they dump it, they have to wear these fucking suits and shit. I'm like, why the fuck would they like the government do that? That's what kind of started sowing the seeds of doubt, like that the government had my best interest. And then I remember like I started looking to JFK after that. But the big one that like really just made me like be like, fuck, they're like trying to kill us. 9/11 to me, that was like the biggest one for me. Besides flat Earth, obviously, you know, if it like to me, 9/11 was like a big eye opener.
Yeah, for real. I mean, look, but you and I have both been at this a very long time now. And, like, I mean, I was actually already kind of down that road pre 9/11 also. Like when I was a preteen or whatever in middle school or something, like that's when like Waco, and then I was in middle school, and then um, Oklahoma City, and I had heard whisperings of some conspiracy and stuff, and I was like really piqued in interest about it. I didn't understand it very well, but I was like, something. There's a lot of people that are saying that this is a lie, and that was interesting to me, and by the time 9/11 came around, I had graduated from high school, and like uh, and I'd done some other things in the interim, like some research. I was learning. There was a curve. I'd heard about the chemtrail thing already, the fluoride thing you just mentioned. A lot of people at the time talking about like crop circles and alien stuff, which I never got on board with. And yeah, it's a process. Like this whole awakening that we're all talking about, like, has been a process for all of us, and it's almost like it was delivered to us on a schedule, like technology and everything else, honestly. And
Dude, I even went into that Great Awakening. It's not a conspiracy. It's more like of a. It used to be on YouTube, man. Like in 2012, like around when the Mayan calendar ended, there was like a bunch of videos on like things to do with like an awakening coming, like a period of awakening. And I don't know, dude. I used to find them very interesting, but they were kind of like very I can't even think of those people. Like what are those people called that like into chakras and stones and shit like that? New age. Thank you. It was very new age what I was watching. Super new age. Like there was even a video that talked about like a quickening, that time was gonna speed up, and at that time I believed it. Now that I know what time is, I'm like, dude, this shit's fucking stupid now that I think about it,
Jose, who did you first
Yeah.
hear about the fluoride? Was it Alex Jones? Because I was listening to him a long time ago when he talked about fluoride, and he talked about the dangers of getting the jab, like getting,
No, it wasn't from Alex Jones. It was actually on MySpace. I was on MySpace, and I clicked on some person's profile because it had a dope ass picture, and I was gonna take the picture away. You know how you do that? Like you find some cool pictures on, and you just want it for yourself. So I was gonna copy
screenshot
it and
it. Yeah.
download it for me. And when I clicked on that person's profile, it was like a conspiracy person's channel. Like the music was like talking shit about like. I remember there was like a song, and it was like a conspiracy song. It mentioned something about JFK, how the United States is Bohemian Grove. Like it went deep into like
That's
shit.
crazy.
Yeah, and
On
then
MySpace.
on MySpace, yes,
Wow.
and all the page was just conspiracy shit. And I started like it was like my religion to go to this person's page and just read whatever they posted because I just thought it was so interesting. And that's where I read the fluoride in the water, and he had hyperlinks, like all these links to everything he talked about, like on his bio. And I would click on some of the links, and it would just take me to like information on fluoride, or that's also where I kind of heard about the Bohemian Grove thing. The whole presidents getting naked and doing rituals on over there, the Bohemian Grove type of shit. I looked
well,
into
let
that
me ask
after
you this
that.
about Bailey. I was just going to wreck your story, so go ahead. I'll try to save it. Go ahead. My bad.
No, I was done. Go ahead.
Okay. The Bohemian Grove thing, though, is like, I think even still a lot of us now are still thinking like Bohemian Grove is like of importance. Like, I don't think it has any real importance. What information do you have on Bohemian Grove other than what Alex Jones exposed, supposedly?
Nothing.
Right. So,
Yeah.
um, and do we trust Alex Jones?
Oh, I heard about it before Alex Jones.
Here's the thing.
Yeah,
Here's the
so
thing,
did
dude.
I. I read a book. I read a book from Jim Mars about it and about them and other secret societies and stuff like that. Before I really got into Alex Jones. But I'm just saying we don't really have any we don't have if we don't have much credible information. Let's just say that about the Bohemian Grove.
We have the
Yeah,
list of people that
I'll tell you
attend.
this. I believe it, and I don't know it. I can't know that, but I believe it. I'll tell you, even if it's Alex Jones, that which I don't trust right now, I still think that maybe what he did could have been legit back then. I actually believe that. I don't think he was a plant always. I think he was co-opted at some point. So there is a possibility
No,
that like
dude, no. How
Even
can
if he
you
was,
just
there's always
hindsight, knowing what he is now, and knowing who they supposedly are, and knowing the amount of security around such a place? Are you telling me this dude really fucking crawled through the woods and got in?
I
no.
think it's a
At best, he was
possibility.
let in and allowed to see that, but
I think it was a
that would have been
possibility
just
though.
to give him credibility, so that people would believe him.
They'd
Like
pick him out
David
right
Icke.
away, like in the Eyes Wide Shut movie.
You know, David Icke, he'll give you a lot of credible stuff, and then he'll piss it away with all the nonsense he spews. He's
That's
a
kind of
mixed
how
bag.
Alex Jones is. It's like he's
Yeah.
it's some truths with some bullshit, you know. That's how I
Okay.
feel about him. You know, like I do think like that's just me believing it. You know, like I could be wrong, but I do believe like that could have been legit. That whole Bohemian Grove shit.
He talked about a false flag and things like that. Like the terminology before anyone knew what that shit was. I learned a lot of shit from him, and then I moved. I think what it is, I said this earlier. It's like picture a fish net, right? You have the mainstream media, and then their net is big, but it has small holes where some fish get through. And then you got like Alex Jones. He's the next layer of net. He'll catch the ones that get through the mainstream media. And then you think, oh, I found the truth. I'll just stay on this camp. But then there's some that slip through his net. And that's like people like us that slip through all the nets and we find out the real shit. You know what I mean? Like they have many layers of controlled opposition that like if you get through those big nets, then someone else is there to round you up. You know what I mean? They don't want you ever getting to the end game and seeing the big picture. The problem is there's so few of us that slip through all these nets that we don't have a loud voice.
Until the internet got cracking. That's why right now I think it's everyone's just fucking like hip to this shit, like conspiracy shit. Like I know people that like they get into conspiracy conversations or podcasts because it's interesting, and that's the people that wake up because that's how I woke up, dude. I'm like I'm going into this not even believing what they're fucking saying, but I find it interesting, and you just start to see all this shit, and you start to, you start to go back in your life and picture all these things that you've been through and compare it to things that are happening and things that have happened before, and it just starts to fucking just get your wheels turning. It starts spinning your wheels, and you get to a point where you just become a critical thinker, and that's to me, dude. Is what I tell everyone that I try to wake up to flat Earth. I'm like, don't even wake up to flat Earth. I'm like, wake up to something that gets your fucking like an inquisitive mind where you want to question shit. Because as soon as you start to question shit, that's when everything, all the doors open. That's when you slip through all the nets, like Ron says. As soon as you question one thing, it's gonna be easier to question another thing, and that's how it goes. It's a process.
Maybe we could get together and we should buy MySpace and make it like the red pilled site, like where no one can take it from us. We'll buy the servers and make it maybe a subscription, like pay $1 a month, and then you could be a member of.
Dude, I fucking miss MySpace. MySpace was
Me too,
fucking
man.
dope, dude. I learned some code because of MySpace. I used to fucking have a sick ass background, music playing when people popped into my shit.
I
MySpace was
loved it,
dope.
man. Well, it was nothing wrong with it. And then Facebook came out, Operation LifeLog, and just destroyed it. It's like, why is no one using MySpace? What the fuck? Everyone just left.
And it would be hilarious if Flat Earthers bought a site that had space in the name.
Jose, did you check your DM? I made Goy Space. Like MySpace.
Goy. That's hilarious, man. Let me see.
I did in that song. I did Flat Earth in 2 minutes. I chopped it in half. Remember ODD had flat Earth in 5 minutes? I cut that in
Yeah.
half for people with ODD or OCD or whatever, ADD, ADHD. All these all these acronyms and shit. That's what I think of when I hear that ODD. I think of ADD.
That fishnet analogy was great.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, it was. It was actually really good.
I'm good at metaphors. And that's what I told Helio. I'm like, you know what? There was that meme up there. What did it say? Something about simplistic. What's the fucking word? Platitudes. I'm like, if you can explain something complex with simplistic terminology, that's the best way for people to understand it. Like if you try and talk over their head in technical terms, not that I don't know these technical words, I do, but does it help my cause to use them when the average person might not know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you're
Or
not
just put
really.
layman's terms.
Yeah, that's the best thing, man. That's when people come in here and they, when you try to explain gas pressure without a container, you take it to its simplest, most basic form. You don't even have to mention thermodynamics to them. You don't even have to mention
Yeah, I
that.
kind of wonder why they do mention thermodynamics so often, unless you're talking about, someone who's college educated. Like, they don't teach that shit in high school, do they? And also, ODD stands for obsessive defiance disorder. And I'm pretty
OCD,
sure I
doesn't it?
read. Sorry?
Oh, I think you're thinking of. I thought you were talking about obsessive compulsive
I
disorder,
thought it
like
was
people.
No.
overdose Denver.
No, that's the rapper. We're
Well,
talking
somebody
about
had it
No.
really messed up somewhere then.
So if you read the symptoms of ODD, except for like the angry outbreaks, I'm pretty sure I have that because I don't really see it as defiance. Like unless I cause a victim, who am I defying? Right? Who like so-called authority? It's kind of like if you're standing on the sidewalk, right, and you're holding a sign that says Jesus saves or whatever, right? Like how can the cops like arrest you? It's free speech. You're in a public place and it's like the cop says, go stand over there. That's not defying authority. The cop has no authority. So, yeah, I've always had a problem with authority. I think there's only one authority, and he ain't here.
Was that a clinical term? Like ODD is like a clinical thing?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I've never heard that. I've heard of OCD.
Yeah.
Oppositional defiance disorder. Is that what you said?
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah,
Opposition? I thought it was
oppositional.
obsessive. Yeah,
That's
sorry, I got
the
it wrong.
OCD is obsessive
I could
compulsive
be
disorder.
mistaken.
You know what? My neighbor has that shit, dude. He would I would see him walk outside and he'd stop like at the edge of the street where there was a crack and he'd pause there for like 3 or 4 seconds and kind of rock back and forth before he would walk in the street. He has like all these little rituals. He's
Yeah.
OCD like that.
Nikola Tesla was OCD. He had to circle around the building like so many times before he would go in.
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that about him. I think the number was
I
Maybe.
also heard that he didn't like shaking people's hands.
do a fist
Prior to
bump.
COVID.
Just
He
do
was
the
a, he was
fist
a
bump.
he was a germ he was a germphobe. He was a germphobe.
You know who else was?
He died of
What's
COVID.
his, Howard Hughes. He was like pissing
Mm-hmm.
in jars and stuff.
That's who
He
I
wouldn't
thought
leave.
I
of.
mean, is that really irrational? I mean, don't dudes like touch their junk like several times a day when they're taking a piss? It's
They
like,
just
can
do
you
a fist
guarantee that
bump.
he washed his hands?
Like, what
Yeah,
up, bro?
fist
You
bump.
just
We
do the
should we
fist
should
bump.
all go
Yeah.
to the fist bump because your knuckles don't touch your junk, right? It's how do you? I don't even think that's possible.
Or you don't eat with your knuckles either. You know, you might just grab some chips
Right,
or something. Oh shit, I didn't wash my hands. Oh damn.
right. And knuckles don't get sweaty. Palms do.
True.
So yeah, that's understandable. But yeah, OCD. People that don't like to be touched, they have that. But it wasn't obsessive defiance disorder. What was it?
Oppositional.
Oppositional disorder.
I
Yeah, if
could
you
be
read the
wrong.
Cardiac
symptoms, what are the
normality.
symptoms? Has anybody got it pulled up?
You're based in Red Pill.
That might be it.
And they're gonna steal that term too, red pill. They already tried to steal woke, right? Now they're gonna. The thing
They
is,
will
the
take
woke,
it.
the
They take them
woke
all.
people are the most blue pilled. That's what's
Yeah.
so ironic. It's like these are the most blue pilled bitches on earth,
They
and they're
hijack
stealing.
everything.
Whoa,
now.
you guys! Here, hold on. I found.
They hijack like Karen.
I consulted the Oracle. I hope you guys don't mind. Oppositional defiant disorder, also called ODD, a disorder in a child marked by defiant and disobedient behavior to authority figures. The cause of oppositional defiant disorder is unknown, but likely involves a combination of genetic and environmental factors.
So it's a defective NPC.
Maybe.
Yep, that's right.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's
Dude,
me.
how much
Ever
how
since
much
I
do you
was a
guys want
child.
how much do you guys want to bet that they're gonna shit the new Matrix movie?
Did there really need to be more than one?
No. The first one was the best one.
That's all you need.
All right, here's if we want to go down the Matrix road, I've put a little thought into this. I think it's going to be good. Doubt it'll be great. I could be wrong.
No,
Maybe it will be great. Maybe it will shit. I don't know. But
I'll
what
give you my
he'll
2
do.
cents. It's gonna be either great, as in like a movie, like not like if we don't compare it to what the Matrix was, the first one, it could still be a good movie. But what I mean by it's not gonna be like like the first Matrix. I don't think it's gonna be nothing red pill. That's what I think. I think it's gonna be like
no,
more
dude,
propaganda.
I've got more, man. Yeah, I don't doubt that they will slide some propaganda in there. Okay, they do with every movie nowadays. But
Neil will probably be trans in this one.
What's gonna happen? He's gonna take the blue pill and forget everything he learned, and just be like just this normie. He's just gonna go around.
no, I actually have a pretty
think
good.
that's what's gonna happen.
I have a pretty good idea of like what I think they're doing with it. Think about it this way. So, the name of the movie is Revelations, which is the final book of the Bible. I think it's going to have to do with the times that we're in right now. Basically, it's going to with the fear, at least, that's being pushed on us, right? So it's an idea of like the last reset. Because if you go to the second movie, when the architect, that most people missed this, the architect says that he has reset Zion 6 times, which means that Zion is not real either. It's about layers of the matrix and resets over and over and over again.
So does that indicate we're all the same people over and over again?
I can't give you that. I'm just look. I already told you everything that I'm guessing.
Oh, I
Like,
forgot who I was talking to. I forgot who I was talking to, Lou. I'm sorry.
shit. No, that's about it. Like, and another thing, as far as like my ideas of like, I think some of the pushing that we're going to see will be most likely, highly likely, that we're going to see some of the woke stuff, and I think that's the fear that we're all worried about. Is because the Wachowski brothers turned into sisters. And I don't know if many of you know this, but in the original script for The Matrix, do you remember the Switch character? She was the butch with the white hair.
Mm-hmm.
Her character didn't make it into the movie, but Switch, think about her name. Originally, she was supposed to be like a male in one side and a female in the other, like in the real world versus the Matrix. So, even Switch, before the Wachowski brothers became sisters, was a transgender, but only from one side to the other. And I think we may see that theme actually come through this time with what I was talking about a possible trans propaganda. Now, if they do play it that way, if they do it right, it won't detract from the story. In fact, it will add to it, in my opinion. If they overplay it, it's going to be freaking cringe as fuck.
Well, they probably already know how the internet is, and this stupid cancel culture stupidness. So I think you might be onto something, Lou. I mean, I would not be surprised at all. I mean,
Well, wait a minute. They already made Superman gay, so what the fuck?
what?
I mean,
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What? No,
Yeah,
no,
and
no.
I didn't even
Ron,
see it either. But
no.
the whole He-Man and She-Ra thing, which is like it was like a given when they were doing that. And that was all
Joking,
trans
Jen.
woke. Yeah.
They made
Wow.
Superman
No,
homosexual.
but
Yeah.
Wait
I
a
just
minute.
don't think
You don't
I think the
understand,
lost.
Ron. Wait. Oh my God. Hold on just a second, Lou. Okay. I remember, I don't know. We had this conversation like maybe 3 years ago that Superman is a Jew. And now you're telling me Superman is gay.
He's a gay
I
Jew.
mean,
Well, now it makes sense.
I'm glad you said it. Thank you, Ron.
Right.
Thank you,
So I want
Ron.
to go over my little version of the Matrix, if you guys don't mind. I don't think it's mine. I think I learned it off a YouTube video or something. But basically, at the end of the movie, when Neo was stopping bullets outside of the Matrix, and he started using his powers not just in the Matrix but outside, he proved that he wasn't outside of the Matrix because you can't do that stuff in real life. So what it was is that Neo was a program. And little side note here, they tried to make like perfect little places. They did this social experiment back in the day where they tried to make like these perfect little societies and put like a bunch of humans in like a bunch of little perfect places, but it didn't work. Like the humans started like tearing the place up just to watch something burn, just for it to be different. There can't be a perfect society. So what the Matrix was a program to keep the failing crops, because humans are crops in the story, for the machines. They had so many failing crops because the world was too perfect. So Neo was a program that was like a Messiah program that gave the humans that didn't want to be in the Matrix a red pill so they could get out of the normie Matrix, but they were still in the red pill Matrix, and they were still actually in the eggs, but they thought that they weren't. They thought that they were breaking free, kind of like when
Controlled
in the
opposition.
Edward Bernays. Sorry.
Wait,
Sort of
wait,
like
what?
what the
Hank?
controlled opposition guys do with us.
Well,
Yeah, yeah.
what Hank's saying fits in perfectly with what I just said too. Is like even when they think they've been awakened, they're still sleeping. It's sort of like like I said, layers of this. Like and it parallels the same tricks that's happening with us here in the Truth of Community. We think we're awakened, but there's still another veil over the top of us.
Yeah, they just give you controlled opposition truthers and stuff like that and just filter you back in.
But you have to pass
Well,
through
Alex
the
Jones is
net.
like that.
There's always like another net to get through. You're not going to get all of it in one place. Like it took me many, many years to assemble all these pieces. And it only comes if you're looking for it. I mean, when new people come here, it's like and then they just bombard us with shit. It's like, dude, you should absorb this because it took me a long time to accumulate all this shit that I'm just gonna willingly pass along to you if you wanna, don't take what I say as gospel. Do your research. Like I'm not gonna lie to you,
Have fun
but
being
do your
autistic.
research.
Oh my goodness.
No, dude, that was sarcastic. That's the response that they're going to give stuff like that.
I didn't hear what he said. What did you say, Lou?
No, I said, have fun being autistic. Yeah, like they're just being the freaking general lobby troll. Like when you tell them stuff like, "Hey, you should pay attention," that's the type of response you typically get.
They could stay in their net, man. That's where they belong. Stay in your fucking net. I swim outside the net. Fuck them.
They're not ready to be unplugged, and they'll attack you if you try.
Yeah, they're the blue-pilled ones, man.
Yeah,
They're
sorry. I gotta give a
sometimes I
shout out
wish I
to.
could. I wish I could take a blue pill sometimes and just turn it off. Say, you know what? I
Hey,
just
Ron.
enjoy a football game and drink beer with my friend and just be oblivious to everything.
Ron, I'm so sorry. I gotta give a
What?
shout out to Truth Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Says Superman wears his underwear on the outside.
Yeah.
He sure does.
He
Okay,
hangs out
so
with
then
Robin, which is the girl's name, as far as I'm
wait, what?
concerned.
No, what?
Hangs out with Robin, you know, the young boy.
Oh,
From
Oh,
yeah.
Batman.
that's not fair, Hank. Robin is a unisex name.
Tracy is as well.
No, if you come from the UK, the British Isles, like me and my kin, a bird is a woman, right? And if you give someone a bird's name, right, that's a woman's name. Sorry, incorrect.
I never heard of a guy named
That's
Robin.
negative.
Robin Hood. Maybe Robin Hood.
Yeah, no, it's been done. It's an old school thing. Like, how many women do you know named Gertrude? You know what I mean? Like, just because it doesn't exist now doesn't mean it wasn't a thing then.
Yeah, but Robin Hood was Robin the Hood, man. He was Robin the neighborhood.
He's
He
Robin
was
the
coming.
Jew. Well, the Jew was Robin the Hood. So Robin Hood tried to steal from the rich. They're only rich because they stole from everybody.
He was the original Boys in the Hood.
Is it even stealing if you reclaim? I think he's reclaiming, not stealing. You're
That's
reclaiming
a
the
good question.
You're reclaiming the stolen property. That's all. It's not stealing.
That's a
It
good
all
question.
has to do about it, like you're talking about, like the OJ thing. It has to do with how you go about it. Like, if if you can, if somebody has your stuff, you go to the police station, by law anyway, and you say, "Hey, I need you to escort me to this place. This guy stole my stuff," and they'll gladly be like, "Well, I don't know for a fact that he did, but I will go there and moderate." Basically, they're going to go in there and ask that other person questions, and try to find if it's true that that stuff belongs to you. And if he thinks that it is, he'll let you reclaim it. But you're supposed to go through the legal channels. You can't like break and enter with a gun and take your shit. You're committing a crime doing that.
It doesn't need to be an armed robbery. I'm just saying if
That's
something
what
was
OJ did.
stolen and you're just
No,
reclaiming stolen property.
yeah. No, look, if you can find your stolen property and you have access to it without breaking the law, take it. It's yours. But if you will have to break the law to do that, you're supposed to go through the legal channel. Like, two wrongs don't make a right is kind of basically the moral of the story.
So anyway, just to finish up, Neo was the programming so that all the crops would survive and they wouldn't lose all the crops. So when he sacrificed himself at the very end and saved Zion, like they never wanted to kill Zion anyway. They were just trying to make them feel like they broke out and they're free, but they're really not. Because each and every one of those persons in Zion, they were really still in the Matrix. Sorry, I know it was kind of broken in two.
So that's like, you think you've become awake and then you start reading David Icke books and he's talking about like how we, evolved on Mars. You think it's true.
That's what I said earlier. David Icke will tell you a lot of truth and then he'll mix in some complete hogwash and then he'll muddy the waters that, so that you question everything he says. He'll give you a lot of truth. He'll give you 90% truth. And then the 10% lies, like the shit on Mars, that discredits the truth. And originally, that's what I thought Flat Earth was. I'm like, they're trying to infiltrate the 9/11 truthers and discredit them with this bullshit. That's what I thought when I
totally,
first
me too.
fell into the rabbit hole. I'm like, this is a psyop. I'm not even gonna click on this shit, dude. I'm not even gonna give them clicks. Fuck them.
Totally.
I never thought that for real, but like I won't lie, the question crossed my mind. You know what I mean?
I
It's
thought
so
that
funny that you said that you felt Flat Earth was trying to infiltrate the 9/11 because when 2015 when I first woke up to Flat Earth, there's a guy named Sewell Kim. I don't know if you guys know him. He's from Canada. He was the first person that I knew that made the banners exactly like the 9/11 truther banners that were all over Facebook. He made them for Flat Earth, and then he made mine. And I remember I was in all these 9/11 groups already. So like everyone was like, I would get these messages from people like saying that they're going to sue me for taking their idea of the banner and I should remove it because it's making them look stupid and they would kick me out of the group, dude.
That's what I thought. That was like the same time I fell down the rabbit hole because I was researching all these other things, like the like Sandy hoax and the other stuff, right? And I'm like, this I thought it was a government planted psyop because back then you could find anything on YouTube. YouTube was good; it was all there. And I'm like, why do they keep recommending flat Earth? Because the people looking at the stuff I was searching out, like the Federal Reserve and like I said, it's like Sandy Hook and other things, 9/11. They kept recommending flat Earth. I'm like, fuck this. I'm not giving them
Yeah.
clicks. I know what they're trying to do. And then one day I clicked on it out of boredom and to get a laugh. I'm like, let me see how stupid could someone be? And just out of my curiosity, that was the moment. I'm like, holy shit. They're fucking telling the
Quick look
truth.
at the live stream. I'll tell you what I got
Can
today as a
confirm.
text. I got this text message today. I posted in the live stream. Pretty
Yeah, that
funny.
was my story exactly.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. Also, is like I'm sure that all of us that have been at this for a similar amount of time went through all the same phases at exactly the same time, like a scheduled release. Like it wasn't like you went from here to here to here to here, and I went from there to there to there to there. It's like we hit the same points at the same time along the same path, all of us.
I like how
It's a
you
little creepy
replied
to
back,
think about.
fuck you. It's like, that was awesome. No thanks, you can have mine.
Yeah, some of you guys are a little late, and we're just glad that you made it. It's okay that you're late.
Oh, you're never too late, man. Never too late to learn the truth. I won't assume that about anybody, like old people. I won't assume they're too late to wake up.
I just meant late to the debate. It's over.
Oh, I thought you meant late to
Yeah,
the awakening. Like, hey, man, you guys still
yeah,
think
yeah.
you're living on a ball. That shit is 2015. That ship sailed.
Yeah, for
Over
me,
the
it was all
horizon.
about the debate because I wanted people to hear the debate. So that was like the whole reason I came out, like, into the public because I'm kind of a private person for the most part. And I was like, man, I got to hear this debate, and nobody's doing it. And I think I can do better than the people that were doing it. And I continued to think that until I heard John Quantum Eraser. And then I thought, okay, I'm not the best guy anymore. I'll let these guys take over. There's plenty of smart people here. I can just sit back and listen now.
Oh man, all of us got those, man. Everybody's got their angle. It takes a lot of people, and then you shouldn't just pigeonhole yourself here all day. You should try and spread the word in other venues. Like
Do you remember that one time you were having a conversation for like 5 hours with some dude, and then you called me, and I went and talked to him for like 10 minutes, and everything I said, you already had said, but just because the way I came at him, he agreed with me, and you're like, what the fuck, dude? I've been talking to this dude for 5 hours, and I told him the same shit you told him. You come in for
Gregory
10 minutes.
Apple. Yes, it was Gregory Apple. I remember he was on High Impact Flick server, and me and Riggs were over there trying to red pill him. I'm like, this can't be a human. This has to be a bot. He kept like spamming memes and shit. I'm like, there's no way this guy's human. I'm like, go in the fucking live in the chat, the voice chat, and it was a person. I'm like, wait a minute. I could have swore this was a fucking bot. I'm arguing with a bot. This can't be a human. And then we argued with him, like me and Riggs, and I'm like, I asked you and
Crypto. It
Crypto
was named
Gangster.
Crypto, yeah.
Yeah, but you and him, you guys had a different approach, and then he was agreeable with you. I'm like, maybe because I was, all the name calling and whatnot, he wouldn't hear anything I had to say. But then as soon as you said it, boom, a light bulb went on in his head. I'm like, wait a minute. I've been arguing with this asshole for 5 hours. And that's why it takes different people. Like Jose's style is nice and calm, demeanor. And then Crypto is like that, nice and calm, very polite. Like, maybe that's the wrong approach.
Sometimes it's just about the pissing match.
I don't know what it was, yeah, but once you poison the well, they won't listen to you anymore. So it's like now
It's just gonna be a fight.
The noobs, I just try and start out with calm demeanor. Like, don't come out like once it gets into a pissing match, and that person ain't gonna hear shit.
I think this is a little bit different. This is a little bit more related to what we were talking about a moment ago, but I've been kind of holding it. I think it's important for flat earthers to understand that flat earth is sort of endgame, and I'm not talking about like a Marvel movie or anything like that. I'm talking about like along the awakening, the path that people have to take. Flat earth is endgame. It's like, so we have to understand that when dealing with these people, and also we can't get ourselves too wrapped up in like this is the only truth or the only thing that matters. Like, there's other things that are going to take precedent. For example, I don't think I even have to mention it. Like, yeah, you do need to branch out. You need to cover more than just this.
Well, the other subject we should be talking about, we can't. So we got to stick to the one that we can talk about.
Well, and the reason we can't is because it's the one that we really need to talk about.
The most relevant, but it's like the most taboo.
Yeah.
But it's almost like talking about Santa Claus not existing in a certain manner of speaking. But I just wanted to point out to you guys, it's not that he was agreeing with you. It's that he was acknowledging the truth. Remember, it has nothing to do with agree or disagree.
It's just like getting them to put on the glasses or eat the trash can. Like in They Live. Just look at this. It's not a matter of agreeing, it's there. Put on the glasses.
Not even agreeing, but acknowledge when he was like, okay, can we agree that this is true? That's what I mean. Not agree. Agree that here's the truth and here is bullshit. That's what I mean. Doesn't have to agree. He has to acknowledge that it's true.
But yeah, we wouldn't want him to agree with anything unless we're talking about like favorite colors
like if I
or
say
something.
Water is wet. Do you agree with that? Is water wet? Yes, we can both agree it's wet. Now, what's the next question or the next topic?
Well, no, that's my point though. Is that it's not a question of agreeing. We can prove that water's wet, so there's no agreeing about anything.
You can't.
Agreeing is subjective. You know,
somebody
like it's subjective. The word agree has to do with subjective reality.
That's where cognition
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just we usually use the word agree instead of acknowledge, but I'm just saying like it just makes more sense technically to say acknowledge instead of agree.
They just won't. I mean, that's what happens when somebody is stuck in their cog disc, and sometimes you can reach them and sometimes you can't. Like Jen's mom. Jen's mom is a perfect example. She's diet woke. She thinks the moon landing is real, but she might know about 9/11 or other things. So it's like some people you can't reach. They're never going to cross that threshold. And those are the ones that
I think the root cause to all this is that they've crushed our like the way we even want to think. You know, at the school system, like the way it's literally, that's to me the root is the way we think and how we look at things, and they've crushed that. They made it so we have a very like small window to look at things, and we think that, you know, scientists agree with this, you know, like climate change, 96% of scientists agree that climate change is real. You know, they give us this very narrow window, and everyone it's so easy to just stay on that narrow window, you know?
They get taught what to think, not how to think.
You know why?
Yeah, that's the root problem.
Bias. The confirmation bias and the appeal to authority. So, and people want to fit in. So you're the oddball. Like if you're a flat earther, you're the fucking oddball. You're not fitting in with all the rest of the people. But I'm okay being the black sheep, man. I've always been that.
We got to make it cool. Flip the tables on them. Take up the counterculture.
I don't mind being on the outside. That's just how I always roll, man. I'm a white guy in Detroit. I'm the oddball.
Well, you're the minority, being more specific.
I'm the minority. I'm the white sheep.
You said flip over the tables. I literally did that in school when the guy behind me stole my hacky sack out of my book bag. And then I hear the teacher say, "Give me that hacky sack." And I looked up like, "What are you talking about? I'm doing my work." And she confiscated my hacky sack, put it in her desk till the end of the year. I literally like stood up and knocked my desk over and stabbed my pencil in the ceiling and said, "Give it back."
Nice. The Jesus
Stabbed
move.
them with a pencil. Right on, Hank.
No, I
You know
didn't
what?
stab her with a pencil. I stabbed the pencil into the ceiling after throwing my desk down and demanded that I get my hacky sack back.
Take that, bitch. Pow.
It's what Jesus would have done.
He stabbed the
That ceiling
ceiling
didn't
and
see it
broke the
coming.
desk.
Oh, I flipped some tables. Close enough.
Yeah, the coins were a hacky sack. Give me my coins.
I mean, it's an inspiration.
But you were righteous. You should have made a whip too, Hank. Grab the whip, face the money changers. The money changer is probably the principal.
I love that meme where it's like Jesus flipping a table and whipping the Pope.
Oh, he was whipping the Goldman Sachs and the J.P. Morgan banker. Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's what did him in. That's why he had to die.
It's whipping the Rothschilds.
I wish.
Yeah, I've been absent for a while, so I don't know if you guys have talked about this, but have you guys been following the Maxwell case?
Ghislaine.
Yeah.
Oh, guess what? Somebody posted a meme with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine. They're at some cabin somewhere.
Yeah, and then the Queen's cabin or something like that?
The same cabin, yeah.
Yeah. Have you guys kept up with that? It's kind of hard because it's not like it's federal court, so they don't have cameras. It's not like the Kyle Rittenhouse case where like we all saw it, or whoever wanted to watch it could just go and watch it. It's kind of bullshit, man. I wish that shit wasn't federal, just so I could see, So all the information we get from the court is like from all these other sources of people that could go there, I guess. I don't know. It just seems like bullshit, that case at the moment.
Oh yeah, dude, it's all a dog and pony show. I think, Jose, anything that's on mainstream media is most likely, like we talked about that girl that was missing, Gabby something, and I drew the line that Gabby Giffords was the woman that was allegedly shot in the head, and her husband is an astronaut. Like all these people are connected to government. The woman that was allegedly shot in the neck at the Capitol, she worked in the with the Air Force or some military branch, and they're all government employees. That thing was completely fake. I think I sent you the video, Jose, about the Capitol building shooting, and they were calling it a riot. It's like okay, that's a riot. I mean, the whole shit it's so fake, and there were so many people there that know it wasn't a riot. It was just an assembly of peaceful, not even a protest, just an assembly of people calling it a fucking riot.
Insurrection.
And insurrection, both of those, but it was neither. It was neither. Like when you
So
see a riot, when you see people smashing shit and burning cars, that's called a peaceful protest. It's a
So
legit
why do they
riot.
say January 6th was, whatever they're saying it was? But has
It's the
everybody
worst
forgotten about
attack on our
Chaz?
country.
They're trying to
Has
compare it
everybody
to
forgotten about
9/11.
Chaz? Wait, listen, guys, listen. Has everybody forgotten about Chaz? Leaving the American, leaving America, and you're now entering Chaz.
Yeah,
Remember
yeah,
when they
right.
took over like several city blocks? What do you call that?
That's a peaceful protest. Same when they're burning shit for George Floyd. They're burning all the cars and smashing store windows and stealing shit. That's not a riot. That's just a peaceful protest.
Mostly peaceful protest.
No, that's like the definition.
It's San Francisco. It's San Francisco. It's so bad that people are leaving their cars unlocked so that bums don't break in to sleep in their cars.
Oh, it'll smell like ass anyway. Here, just sleep in my car. I heard they're like people just doing smash and grabs, just stealing shit like right out of the store.
It's fucking crazy, dude. San Francisco's like, it's nuts, man.
Is it
Nuts
only
out there.
there? or other parts of California will they get you? Like if you just,
It's a lot of parts, dude. Like it's in Alley County. Like, dude, like the mob is getting smart. Like they're like, if we all go, like if 200 of us go rush to this Walmart, they can't get all of us. And they just fucking rush in and take their shit. It's crazy. I haven't even been in a city where it's happened, but I mean, you know, I hear from like my family in LA County that it happens out there, and in San Francisco, I've seen news about it. I don't know if that's true, but I think it's true, man, because I've been out there, dude. It's a shithole, man.
you know what
It's
they do,
fucking.
Jose? Probably like
Go
let's
ahead.
say 50 of them go there. They all get their shopping cart. They all fill it up, and then they just all rush out the door at the same time.
Yeah, that's
We're
what
out of here.
that's literally doing, bro. Like they're going in groups, so it's
They're
like
counting
it's
up.
so much confusion that like you and to be honest, they made it so like it's not even a misdemeanor to like do shit like that. You don't get no jail, so they just do it. They keep doing it over and over. The laws over here are fucking stupid, bro.
You
It's
know
like
what?
they're trying to make the like us do like they're trying to. It's almost like they want you to go and steal to like they're gonna use that to bring in some new laws. Watch.
You know what
They're
they're
gonna
gonna
take
do
more of our
though?
freedoms.
They've done this over here in Detroit. A lot they people are not allowed to steal shit, but once the store has more theft than they have sales, the store just leaves. Like they board up the store and then they complain that there's no stores in the hood. They're like, "Hey, why is there no Walmarts in the hood?" Because you robbed the motherfucking store blind. They can't stay in business, dude. It's like and there's going to be no stores in that community. You just robbed the fucking store out of existence. How are they going to maintain a business when you're robbing them blind? And you see, it's like it's the same cycle: problem, reaction, solution. They want the stores all gone. That's what they're doing now. All these stores, they're not going to do business in those communities. They're like, fuck it, I can't do business here.
Dude, they're
The
really
people
fucking us over in California. They just passed a law. I don't know when it goes into effect, but they passed a law where they're banning generators, gas generators, to be used.
Oh yeah, don't you know what? Tell them you get your generator anyway, and don't follow that fucking nonsense.
Oh,
Jose.
of course, dude. But I'm just saying, like, they're passing these stupid fucking laws, dude. It's like imagine if some shit went down, like, where like you're like, where you can't rely on the power
Dude,
grid.
They're gonna knock the grid down like they did in Paradise. They're gonna keep
Wait,
doing
wait,
that
wait.
shit.
Could you be more specific? What are they banning about generators?
Gas generators, the use of gas generators for electricity in California.
Because
like as a primary use or as a backup?
No, all together.
Period. Because of climate change, they don't want you to have gas generators. They want you to rely on solar.
Yeah, fuck that.
They want to label you a felon so that you can't have any watermelons. So you
So that you can't have protection.
China and India, China and India's got like all the fucking pollution in the world, right? And they're going to be running their shit just fine. We're going to be over here like, oh guys, we got to save the world. Like so many of you have to die so that the Chinamen can live.
You know what
There's
you
not
need,
enough
Jose?
Chinamen.
Get together with all the neighbors. You know how you have a day and everybody fire up your generator like as a big middle finger, like a million people just running all the generators at once and they can't do shit. Just run it with no load on it, just to run the fucking thing and give them the middle finger.
What about on construction sites? Like, how do you build new construction without a generator?
They'll make exceptions. They'll keep making exceptions.
I think it's for the public. Like they're even trying to ban lawnmowers, dude. Like that one hasn't went into effect. They're trying to ban lawnmowers. They're trying to ban cars by 2030 here. For cars, they have a limit. It's 2030. But I think the one that's going to be going into effect like right away is going to be the gas generators. And they're trying to get anything that's powered by gas, pretty much. Like they're trying to eliminate it by 2030 is for cars. In
Agenda
California,
2030, bro. It's Agenda 2030.
Yeah, it's crazy,
they
bro.
want to take you back to the Stone
Tell me
Age.
this: why do liberals think that electricity doesn't burn fossil fuels? Why do they think
Bro,
that?
we're talking about liberals. They don't understand facts. They don't
It's not
understand
a
that the
fossil. It's
lithium
not a
batteries
fossil.
is more. Yeah, it's not a
Dude,
fossil fuel.
I
The
think
lithium
it's
batteries
like
are more damage
fine. But that's
to
the
the
term that they
environment.
give it. That's the term they give it. So, like, whether you're consuming an oil based or whatever, which is like, if you have an internal combustion engine, you're burning gasoline, which comes from oil or kerosene or any of those, right? Like they want you to have an electric vehicle, an electric generator, an electric backup that they can control through their grid, but at their end of it, they are
Yes.
running giant coal plants.
Yep. Hmm.
So all they're doing is moving the carbon to a specified area.
Yeah, it's retarded, bro. Like it's the same with like the Tesla cars. Like a lot of the Tesla places that charge up your car some of them are generators, and the ones that are plugged to the grid are where does the grid get the power from? Coal, gas, natural gas. It's the
Right.
stupidest fucking shit ever.
Well, and not only that, but they call themselves environmentalists. But those batteries that have to take a charge have a limited number of charges, and they are extremely toxic and indisposable. Okay, like we don't have a good way of disposing of those. Their solution is more detrimental to the environment than what we already have.
Not about the environment, it's about control. The only way to get you in a smart city outside of the network, they don't want anyone living. If you've seen the maps, right? The Agenda 21 maps, all these areas are not livable. Like Paradise, California, it was out in the country. They don't want anyone there, so they literally burned them off their land. And now anybody that survived has nowhere to live. Guess where they're going to live? Here, we'll offer you free housing in a big city center where we can keep you under our thumb.
Hey, someone put something interesting online the other day that I was watching on Facebook. It's I think it was like some conservative person that's like a conspiracy theorist that's like woke to 9/11 shit like that. But anyways, he brought up a point that I don't know if it's true, but it made sense to me if it is true. I mean, to me it sounds like it could be true. But the whole idea, remember when Biden fucked up in Afghanistan, like he did that fucked up withdrawal? Supposedly, like as soon as that happened, China moved in. That's what he was saying, and that the reason that they withdrew was because they wanted China to come up on all this. I forgot what the material's called, but it's what they make like the batteries, all the electric batteries, and if they take
Technology
control of that,
rocks.
yeah, and if they take advantage, if China owns that, then think about it. We're all trying to go electric. Where do you think we're gonna get all that shit from? Because right now we were getting it from. I think Africa's
Afghanistan.
another place. Africa's another place where they get it from, but Afghanistan was another one.
They have all the rare earth minerals. They have an abundance. I mean, they call them rare for a reason, but yeah, Afghanistan had a shit ton of those minerals, and it's not too far from China, so they're gonna definitely mine all that shit out.
Yeah, China's got a great deal of the rare earth minerals. They also provide they provide paper currency to Australia for their natural resources. Way to go, Australia, right? Just give it away, give it away, give it away now. But anyway, yeah. So Mexico, they found like large lithium deposits, and China was negotiating with Mexico. So it's like now all of a sudden the Mexican president's like the bad guy or whatever. So yeah, it's manufactured scarcity. So they continue their human sacrifice and send our bravest and best genetics to go die in the war.
Dude, my dream is for us to find like a piece of land that is like where they can't find us and move all the Discord flat earthers into that area and just build our own fucking community.
I was talking about that earlier, like having, but each community could have something like that and like be autonomous of the state. So say you live in California, you know how they're talking about the city of Jefferson or the county of Jefferson, or they want to cut California into Jefferson, like a district, a big section. Um, Maybe start doing it county by county. If you get enough people in one particular county, say we're going to live outside the realm of California, no state sales tax, and state laws don't apply within this county, almost like an Indian reservation. And then you don't allow any blue-pilled motherfuckers in there. You just like you say who you're going to let in this community because you don't want it to turn into a shithole like the rest of the state.
Yeah, and the way we'll check them in is like, all right, you see this app? It's called Discord. Go to the voice check-in. We'll see if you. That's how you're gonna apply.
Yeah, we'll have questions for you. Do you think what do you think about 9/11? What do you think about the moon landing? And then you work them down to flat Earth and stuff. That was always like the gateway. Like, okay, like what do you think about 9/11? You see that airplane that I put in the chat? That it flew through hailstones, and look how dented up the front section is. It's like thin ass aluminum, and you're telling me that's going to fly through a steel and concrete building? If hailstones do that much damage, the shit came out the other side of the building looking like new. It's like, yeah, right.
Dude,
Oh, God.
I got screwed over in my flight when we flew from Florida. Actually, we flew from Florida to Dallas because it had like a stop there. And in Dallas, they canceled one of our flights. And dude, I guess there's like a shortage in American Airlines right now for fucking just workers. They're like 18,000 people short, so they've been canceling a lot of flights. So I had to wait like 6. Yeah, I had to wait like 6 hours at Dallas to get another flight, and then came over here. But dude, I'm not lying to you, man. We had so much turbulence on the way back from Dallas to California. Like my girlfriend was like, "Dude, we're gonna die." Like, like it was crazy.
Employees, Jose. I bet you they quit because of the COVID jab.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they're short.
That's beyond short, dude. That's like half their workforce. For one airline missing that many people, that's
Well, that's just what I say. They actually reported that they need 18,000 more people to run it efficiently. I say they are short 18,000 people. So there's two ways to look at it. Either 18,000 people left, or all of a sudden they just needed it.
How many do they have?
Do you think about it?
Why do they need so many people?
To run the airlines, they've had to cancel hundreds and hundreds of flights. Look it up right now. Look up American Airlines canceling flights and stuff. Just Google that, and
there's a lot of logistics, like loading bags and all the maintenance, and then the flight attendants. There's like a lot of people.
I know this. I know the CEO. The CEO of American Airlines doesn't want to do the mandates, so I think they're messing with their airline too, like the government, and then maybe they're putting some shit on. I don't know. It seems like there's like a hiccup with the CEO not trying to like mandate certain things, and because I saw that there's gonna be like a court hearing about that or some shit. Like they're gonna have some like.
You know what though? God bless them, man. God bless those people that are taking the pain. They're 18,000 people are taking a hard stand. God bless them, man. Someone needs to put the pressure on them. Like this is literally shutting down their whole business, and we need more people to do it. They said there's a shortage of truck drivers, and you know why? Same reason. Like the truck drivers are like, "Fuck you, I'm not doing it." And dude, that's hard on them. That's hard, man.
I went to look. You're gonna laugh, bro. When I moved to Fresno, the place that I just got settled in, the first couple of months, I didn't know where nothing was. So I had to, Google Maps, like places to eat because we didn't have our kitchen stuff right away. So we were eating out like the first couple of weeks. And I Googled like Chronic Tacos. Like I went to a taco place, and there's a place called Chronic Tacos. I went there. Dude, I literally show up there, and it's closed. And there's a guy actually, like the owner was walking out, and he locks it. And I'm like, oh, you guys are closed? And he's like, yeah, I don't have any workers. I have to close. He's like, I'm trying to hire people, but nobody wants to work. Dude, a lot of the businesses out here like that, they're like it shows that they're open on the app, but when you show up, they're like either closed. I've been to 3 places that are closed because they don't have enough workers.
Are they serving Chronic?
California?
Yeah, California, dude, it's crazy. Like I've been to 3 restaurants that are closed because they just don't have workers, and it says hiring and like hiring signs, but they're like literally closed.
Every place has got this hiring sign going on everywhere I'm driving.
Oh, California is bad, huh, dude?
I thought the Chronic, man. If you put Chronic in there, people will come. You want the Chronic tacos? Hell yeah.
That place sucks. Don't go there. Fuck them. Anyway.
Get the Chronic.
The best tacos are the street tacos from the Mexicans.
That's right, man. That's
right, bro. Anytime you go to a convenience store, if they got like a little grill in there with some old ladies and little Mexicans working in there, and they got like the taco grill, that's where it's at, bro.
Dive
That
shit.
ain't real Mexican food, Taco Bell. That's like, it's like the Olive Garden is not Italian food. That's just like
Taco Bell is just poison garbage. You don't even know if it's real food. It does taste
Taco
good.
Bell is not taco, dude. I've met people that are like, oh yeah, I like Mexican food. Taco Bell. I'm like, dude, that is not Mexican food. Like I can't even. I've never even heard of that shit. Like in Mexico, like you go ask, like maybe a quesadilla is the only thing on the menu that's probably Mexican food. But dude, in Mexico, they don't even have hard tacos. Like they don't even eat that shit out there, bro. Like that's something out here.
really.
You don't deep fry no fucking corn tortillas, man.
Yeah, and they don't use ground beef for their tacos out there. They use chicken, they use pork, they use the cow. They use a lot of shit of the cow. Like you can eat the cow tongue, you can eat the head. It's called like cabeza. You can eat like different parts of the cow. Like there's tacos of almost any part you could think of. Tripas, which is the guts. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, that shit may sound nasty, but it's fucking fire, man.
Dude, did you know Sydney Silver, Jose?
Sydney Silver? It rings a bell, but no, it's not sure. What's up?
She was a flat earther, blonde, good looking. She did experiments with Salton Sea.
Okay, yeah, I know who you're talking about. Was she there when with the whole when you guys went with Lucy to do the Salton Sea?
I guess Lucy went. I never went to Salton Sea because I
Please
hate.
tell me she's not dead.
She's dead.
Lucy?
No, not Lucy. Not Lucy. No, Lucy's fine. Sydney Silver's dead. Yeah.
What happened?
Wait! Don't say it died of the Mexican beer, right?
Cancer.
That sucks, man.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
all bad. It's all
Well,
bad.
not trying to put this out there either, but Lucy's mother just passed away not too long ago either. I think as well.
I'll message her.
Yeah, Lucy's mom passed away because I follow. She's my friend on Facebook, and she posted something about her mom passing away or something.
Jose, did you hear about Flat Earth Fokker? Him and Rob Skiba. They said
Yeah.
I'm
I
like,
followed
wait a
that.
minute.
Jimmy Jedi.
Yeah, wait a minute. It sounds very suspicious. Yeah, those guys.
Antonio Subrats and Jimmy Jedi, and it's been a fucking list this year.
Wait, Jimmy Jedi too?
Yeah, he died too, man.
What the fuck?
I know.
That's too many already.
A legend, flat earther, Jimmy Jedi.
Yeah, I know Jimmy Jedi. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a powerhouse, and yeah, we lost a few this year, man. Not to bring up any bummer topics, but anyway, I thought
I'm healthy and I'm happy, and there's no way I'd kill myself. So if I end up dead, just know that.
Hey man, watch out.
Hey, Hank, if you end up dead, I promise you, we'll have a fucking. We'll come up here for 10 hours a day until we figure out who did it. We'll get to the bottom of it. Trust us.
Jose's in charge, man. We'll get to the bottom. I have no doubt.
And by the way, I'm a highly sensitive person, so I see every car around me, every motorcyclist. I can't shut it out. So if I die in a car accident, it wasn't that either.
It wasn't you.
So it wasn't me.
Wasn't me, baby. Wasn't me, baby. But no, Flat Earth strong, man. I heard a guy came in today, man. He goes, I switched on Flat Earth. And I'm like, what? They asked him, what did it change, man? And he watched this documentary called The Lost History of Flat Earth.
By Eric Dubay?
No, Lost History of Flat Earth is by this guy named Ewar.
Yeah, Ewar.
Oh, okay.
And if you haven't watched it, man, you gotta fucking watch it because it's Anyway, the first.
Wait, is it the really long video?
It's 5.5 hours. Dude.
Yeah.
He's got a really crazy accent. I think he's British.
Yeah, to be honest, bro, I haven't seen it. I've been putting it off for months, and I got that video like when it first came out, and I've been putting it off just because it's 5 hours long.
You gotta
queue it up. I've been putting on.
Queue it up between now and the end of the year, man. If you got a little time off or whatever.
I'm linking it now.
Just start watching first episode, and then if you don't, That's what happened to me, man. I started watching the first episode, and then you can't put it down. But anyway, he did 5 hours of that, and then he did another 5 hours of this thing called "What on Earth Happened," and now he's on part 2 of Flat Earth, and he got another fucking 3 or 4 hours of that. So it's long, man. But for anybody to put out that kind of information and detail and it's just insane. It's insanely good, man. So
It's hard to get someone to watch 5 hours of anything, let alone 5 minutes. But
David Weiss keeps all his videos under 5 minutes. I talked to him one night outside a bar. He's like, dude, I got to keep my videos short because people's attention span sucks. So
he looks at the analytics. Say he makes a 10-minute video and people make it 3 minutes in. They're like, meh. But not flat earthers. Like I watch everything at double speed. And I think like my flat earth videos, you're only going to get your subscribers. You're not going to get new people. So he doesn't really have to worry about keeping them too short, but at least it helps if someone shares it. Like if I share it with someone else, they may watch a 5-minute video, but they won't watch a 10 or 15-minute video.
Yep. And that, David Weiss has known that for years, and he keeps his videos short.
That's the best way, man. You just take one bite at a time.
That's all you can do. But if you're, like this guy I talked to today, it's flipped because he watched a 5-hour fucking Flat Earth documentary. It was like,
he watched it. Fuck.
He watched the whole thing, and
what was it about? The 5-hour one?
The Lost History of Flat Earth.
I think I watched
Celebrate
that.
Truth is another one. If you get normies, give them Celebrate Truth.
Is that Celebrate Truth? Yeah, I don't even think I've seen that, Hank.
Yeah, the Scientism Exposed by Robbie Davidson.
Oh,
that is a great one for new people because it never says the flat Earth once. It never says FE.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one for sure, man. Anything, man. You never know what's gonna fucking hit somebody. What hit me was somebody told me satellites are fake. I was like, fuck off. I'm proving you wrong.
They're not. They're not in space. They're not necessarily fake. They got balloon satellites, but like the ones, the space satellites are fake.
He goes, dude, find me a picture of satellite in space. And I was like, oh shit, no problem, man. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Oh yeah, you know what?
When they said picture, bro, I think I've asked for that picture. You took a picture of a satelloon.
Prove this guy.
The moon.
I got this. No problem. I'll go back to work tomorrow. I'm good.
You know what they show? Like 50,000 pieces of orbital debris just zipping around. I'm like, how come none of this shit hits the other shit? It should be like a blender, man. You can't go inside a blender and not get hit. There's like shit flying everywhere, 17,000 miles per hour. It would be a blender. Everything would chop up every other piece.
What are you talking about, bro? They got the curvature of space time. Come on.
Yeah, but nothing collides, dude. You can't even drive in rush hour traffic without a little fender bender.
It magically spins around the Earth, just magically.
Well, they've got the CGI pics to prove it.
That's right. And it's just, it's they're
Kenny.
apart yet.
I need that satelloon picture, bro.
Which one?
Yeah, I've got
Big old
CGI pic for you here.
My video?
Your picture with the satelloon occulting the moon.
That was the video, yeah.
I remember when I first got into flat Earth, that was like the remember in 2015 the arguments weren't what they are now. The arguments were like questioning satellites, questioning space, questioning the ISS.
Right.
That's what it was. And I remember like my argument I used to always take people to Echo 1, which is like the first satellite that NASA does. It's literally a balloon, and they admit it. So it's like, dude, they're doing this in this era with balloons. What makes you think like they changed it and like, oh, we just decided to like put them in this environment that they magically float. I remember I always used to bring up Echo 1 because they own, like most normies don't even consider a satellite being a balloon satellite. They think that's retarded. they like, no, they're in space, So Echo 1 was always a good show.
99% of communications go through fiber optic cables, and I mean, couldn't towers and balloons handle the other 1%?
That's right.
Absolutely. And then there's I don't know if you want to get into this, but you can also do sky propagation, where you're bouncing signals off. They claim the ionosphere. Once you're at my level, or you've looked into flat Earth long enough to where you start to question if there's maybe a container, maybe it's some physical thing that's bouncing the signals. So that's another way that they can bounce signals. It's like
Off the
through
dome.
off the dome, right?
Yeah,
You want to
gotcha.
call it that?
Yeah, the firmament.
That was Crow 777 did. He did something in the, I don't know, the army or whatever. I'm not sure, but yeah, they made him bounce these signals, radio signals off something. Off, they said, the ionosphere, whatever. They're bouncing.
You bounce them off the air. That makes sense.
Yeah, there's air down
They
here that's thick,
penetrate.
but this air don't bounce. But
It'll
apparently the
penetrate concrete
ionosphere,
walls.
it's
The radio
electrically
signals.
excited.
We got bouncy air, Hank. We got bouncy air, baby. Come on.
But your radio signals will penetrate concrete walls, but they bounce off of air. I was picking up a radio signal from Philadelphia on an AM radio, a little handheld AM radio. I'm like, how is it in my basement? So it's all the way from Philadelphia to Detroit on an AM radio. I'm like, how is this penetrating the concrete, the dirt? And I'm picking up a signal on a battery powered radio, right? And yet it's going to bounce this radio signal off of the fucking air. It's going to penetrate some air, but it's going to reflect off other air, the
Wait a minute.
thinnest air.
Voyager, Voyager's still sending us signals with a half a watt of power from.
Yeah, but how does some get in and some get out? How does radio signals come in to the Earth, but then the other ones can't bounce? They bounce off, right? Some bounce back down, and some go to space. It's so illogical. The whole argument.
And I think that argument should, definitely be, in the top 10 or flat Earth arguments, whatever, globe. But that one, man, they can't get out of that. I mean, like, well, I'd love to see their explanation for that bullshit, man. They get out, but they can't get out, and then they get in, but they can't get out. Which one is it, man? Tell me.
It's they reflect. I think it's, and you know what? When you hear fireworks on the 4th of July, you hear a reverberation. It's a bounce. It's bouncing. The sound is like doom. It's bouncing back off the dome. You get a reverb, or it's bouncing back off something. Maybe not the dome because that's a bit high, but
Yeah, I don't know if it was Jen. Somebody was talking about that, the reverberation of thunder, how you can hear it bouncing off of shit up there. I don't know, man.
I don't think sound travels that fast. It's too far away. As far as I know, I don't know how far away it is, but even if it was like the 70 miles,
Right.
it would take longer than that to get there and bounce back and then hear it again. It would take longer.
Yes, you bet your ass it would. Yeah. Anyway, fascinating radio signals bouncing off shit or not bouncing off of stuff, but somehow they can just send, radio signals and video from Mars to Earth, no problem.
The funniest one to me is the laser to the moon, the bounce of the laser.
Right.
Yeah, that is
just
funny.
fucking comical, bro. Like it's like a square foot.
You know,
and you don't see anything, right? Like it's just that they have this printout, right? And it's just a bunch of numbers and data and stuff that comes
Yeah,
out.
they pick up like, oh, we picked up from this laser 2 photons came back. That's what they're claiming. But if you even do the math, if in their fairy tale model, right, the globe is spinning, you're orbiting, so like you'd have to fucking the precision of hitting something 238,000 miles away. That's like literally like the size of a chessboard.
Fuck off.
It's fucking ridiculous, man.
Ridiculous. It's so bad. Crow 777 actually went to one of the where they demonstrated this fucking laser bounce thing. And he's like, dude, they shoot the sound out and it comes back and they go, oh, we got it. That was it. There's no fucking, you don't see anything. There's no laser to be seen. It's all,
Not
like
even that. But if you take the inverse square law for the laser, by the time it goes 238,000 miles, what do you have? You have nothing.
You have nothing. It's scattered. It's so scattered. And think about it. And then isn't that laser have to travel through a medium and come back through a medium? Like, it's just so stupid when you really think about it, right? Like, of course, it's, it's going to go from medium to vacuum, from plate to vacuum to medium. It's just when you think about it like that, it's just fucking retarded, dude.
Well, it's laughable, man. So I'll laugh about it at least, at the minimum. But yeah,
It's like refraction is their best argument. You know.
You know what it is? It's the movies like Star Wars, and people just are conditioned to think that a beam will maintain its beam forever. Like, oh yeah, it's just going to stay a tight laser beam. No, that's not how it works.
And then they'll argue, on the other hand, that the black swan is just because of refraction, and there's all that bending going on at that short distance.
Yeah, we need to start rubbing their face in that shit like doo doo, like bad dog, right? From now on, whenever they say refraction, right, ask them about them shooting lasers to the moon, right? Oh, so, this refraction doesn't count. Like, you believe this could happen, right? We can hit a target 238,000 miles away through, atmospheric refraction, and then it bounces back, and we catch 1 or 2 photons, and that's enough? Like, you count that as a win? But us hitting, a target on the other side of the lake at, 20 miles away, that's incorrect somehow?
Dude, I would love to ask Scott Veach about that, because I'm gonna be honest with you. Out of all the people I've talked to, there's 3 Globers that I've brought up points that like they didn't like shut it down. They were like, "You're retarded," and they didn't try to make an excuse. Which is Scott Veach is one of them, and the other one is Grimm, the guy that's like not even the Globers like him because he's an Electric Universe model Glober. Anyways, him. I brought this up to Veach a long time ago. I told him about the ISS. I was like, all right, I'm like, do you believe that the videos you see online about the ISS viewing the Earth at nighttime are legit? He goes, yeah, of course. And I was explaining this to me, and I'm like, knowing, we know everything about this discussion about the, atmosphere, how light travels. I'm like, explain to me how, if someone is on the ISS recording the Earth at nighttime, explain to me how the lights, as the Earth is turning, like during the nighttime, the city lights remain static. There's no type of refraction, no type of blurriness. It's like the lights is static the whole duration of the Earth turn. And then he came back like the day later and told me that that's because if he was viewing the light at 90 degrees, which is true, it's the least amount of refraction. So it would look like it wouldn't be refracted. I'm like, yeah, but as the Earth is turning, it's not at 90 degrees anymore. And he told me he'd come back and he was going to look for an explanation for that, and he never came back and told me anything about that. So that's one of my arguments for him.
Oh, your mic. I think your hand was on your mic. I couldn't hear it. Just the last sentence you said.
Explain that again, because you kind of broke up, man.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, there.
Mic check. I'm good.
You're good. You're good.
All right, so you guys all seen the ISS footage of the Earth at nighttime, right?
Of course. Yeah.
The fake stuff with the green outlines and stuff.
Yeah, and you see how the city lights, you could see the city lights perfectly.
Oh yeah.
Well, they're static. I want you guys, when you guys have a chance, go back and look at it. They're static through the whole duration, meaning that the light never changes. It's static, dude. It's like if you're in your house looking at a light bulb, it's not going to flicker. There's no turbulation of atmosphere. The light is going directly to you. There's nothing. It's just static, right? That's how it's viewed from up there. But I told M. Scott Veach, how is that possible when that light from the city lights is traveling through an atmosphere and it hitting the lens? I'm like, how do you not get any refraction, any turbulence? It's a static light. And
250 miles up into the air.
Yeah, that's my big one on the ISS being bullshit.
That's a great question, man. Fuck off.
Yeah, everything looks really crisp and clear in space.
Yeah, but yet we look at the stars and they twinkle. It's because of the sphere.
That's what I told him. That thank you for saying that, because that's exactly what I told him. Like, all right, I'm like, why do stars twinkle? And he said because of turbulence in the atmosphere. I'm like, so why doesn't the light from the city
we don't get no twinkle?
That same turbulence, yeah.
They just can't get their stories straight, these liars.
This is one of my things that I always go to. So what you did is you paid attention to what you didn't see, right? Which is really hard to do.
Pay attention. Not seeing, yeah.
But then they get like the Japanese billionaire guy who goes up into the ISS and does an iPhone live stream of the Earth, and it looks nothing like that other stuff that they show you with green outlines and all that.
Oh my! I've got to see this footage. I heard about him going up last week, but I didn't.
I'll post it.
Oh, cool, man! Thanks. Yeah, I got to see that footage. His iPhone. I thought you weren't allowed to take. Anyway, I've never seen an iPhone on the ISS. Is anybody? I was looking for one a long time ago, but maybe I just missed it. I can't.
No, but they got this cool floating ball robot with a smiley face on
it. What a cock fuck shit that thing is. Oh shit! Somebody I just Flat Stuff Earth just put that in his video this week, man, and I was like, oh, I remember that fucking stupid thing. I haven't seen that thing since they rolled it out, though, man. They
All I know is that cool floating ball thing screams Apple all over it. It just looks like an Apple product.
It does. It has that Apple happy face look thing to it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh fuck. That was a good one, man. Thanks for bringing that up. I need a good.
Oh, you're welcome. Anytime I can help, man. I'm just here.
We are here. We came up with there's dirt bags in the world and there's dirt ballers, man. This is worse. Dirt bag or dirt baller? I think a dirt baller is worse, but balls. Up for debate.
Dude, I watched that Don Pettit interview video.
Oh,
today at lunch with the other coworker. He loves fake space. He's like, space is fake as fuck. He's been very skeptical about flat Earth for a very long time, but like in recent months, I've like pinned him down. He's like, he still won't say it out loud, but this motherfucker is a flat earther now, like no doubt.
Yeah.
But
I'd remember my middle name in a nanosecond if I could.
No, dude, I don't know if you guys seen this one, but he had like this balloon that during an interview that he was doing with kids. Some of them were like teenagers, like high school, and some of them were like elementary school. And it was like going back and forth. But he had Don Pettit, and there was another supposed astronaut right there next to him. Don Pettit, of course, our best astronaut.
The greatest astronaut time, Don Pettit.
Yeah, Don Pettit, the one who spent the most time in space, who really can't talk without acting like he's talking to a third grader.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, he had this stupid balloon that he was like, to prove space, he pulled out a balloon, and you should just see the way he's blowing it up. He's like crouching over, like he's putting all of his entire bodily effort into this balloon in order to blow it up.
Yeah.
And then he finally gets it half full, and he doesn't tie it, he just pinches it. And he holds it for the entire rest of the interview. And he's like, he's rubbing it on his head to create static electricity and have it stick to his head. He's rubbing it to his chest to have it stick to his chest. And then he lets it go at the end. But beforehand, the question was like, what does he do to fill his time to like fight? Like, is it boring? And he's like, how could you be bored? In space when like I can have this balloon and none of this ever happens on Earth, and I plan to, after this interview, I'm going to play with this balloon, and I'm going to do experiments with it, and then I'm going to do it tomorrow night, and then the day after, and I'm going to record it, and like, so hold on, you're like, how old are you, bald man? Like, and you just are totally fascinated by a fucking balloon in space that does exactly what we expected to do here on Earth. Like, how long are you going to play with this fucking balloon?
I gotta see that too. I hate Don Pettit. I mean, just like watching him is like watching fucking. I'd rather almost watch paint dry, man.
I
Personally,
need a little bit of a critique on my Don Pettit impression too.
yeah, it's horrible, but
Are you kidding me?
It's in the park. It's in the park, I'll say, but it's not out of the
I'd
park.
learn how to wipe my ass in a nanosecond if I could.
Dude,
That's beside
come
the
on,
point.
you didn't like the huffing and puffing and fucking idiocy? You didn't like it?
Maybe I got a bad connection or something. I missed it, but
It was okay. It was okay. I liked it.
The problem is that it's a painful
I mean,
process
I
to
was
wipe
trying
my ass.
so hard. I'm like really disappointed with this critique.
Dude, my favorite one is the one
We
with
destroyed the
Smarter Every
technology to
Day.
wipe our ass.
Yes, yes, you have seen it, right? With Smarter Every Day, when he goes into with Don Pettit,
when we were
and he
talking,
starts to
we were talking about the stars.
no, where he Smarter Every Day is a guy that's a YouTuber. He's like a science person that likes science, and he actually has probably a way better understanding of like things about science than Don Pettit.
Leak?
And he's showing,
Oh,
yeah,
if you
the
had-
leak.
Yeah, I got
the leak guy.
that one. I liked it when they were talking. It was with that big fat guy, and they were like, "Oh yeah, do you guys see stars in space?" And he's like, yeah,
All
yeah."
the time.
Guy's like, "Yeah,
Talking
yeah."
about 5 seconds ago. I'd
I don't
go
remember
back
seeing any.
in a second.
You can see stars, and you can see planets, and you can see like things, and it's like bright and it's dark.
Nebulas.
I don't remember seeing any.
Fuck off, man! Fuck off! Are you kidding me?
I could get laid in a
You can see
nanosecond
the
if I wasn't a
zodiacal.
virgin.
That one got me, man. Fuck the leak. I mean, the leak was cool. Obviously, it was retard central, but when he was like talking about stars with that other guy, man, I'm like, and they're like,
Have you seen the one where he makes coffee? That one's funny too.
The Magellanic Clouds.
I'd
Sorry,
plug
I
the
know.
hole with my privates in a nanosecond if I could go back. but we lost
It's a
that
painful
technology.
It's a painful process to build
What
it
did you
back.
say? Did you say you cleaning your privates like a dog in a nanosecond if you could?
It's a painful process to fill that hole.
Dude, I just love to point out to people, especially like the blue pillars are not gonna get it, but like the ones that are like almost there, that are still being like fighting you,
yeah,
like you point out, you show them a Don Pettit video, and you go, "I'm just really glad that we put forward our cream of the crop, of all of the military to go to space.
Creme de la
These are the
creme.
guys." I'm just
I would put any of you guys ahead of Don Pettit, obviously, but
Are you crazy? That's the creme de la creme.
you guys, I mean, anyway, fucking Jose would be like, okay, he's believable. That guy's an astronaut.
No, I'd put Jose in front of him.
Oh,
No,
fuck.
but it's funny how far they separated it, because when we were kids, they told you that it was the best of the best, and that they had to go through rigorous training, and that physical training, mental training. They had to know like hundreds of fucking like they had to have like 20 freaking degrees in order to get there.
Yeah, but that was before NASA
That's
got
because you got to
woke.
be slightly retarded to be an astronaut.
They used to hire you based on your merit, right? Now they got to get retards in there because there's not enough, diversity.
You can't be regular to be an astronaut. You'd go insane. You have to be retarded to be able to handle it.
Astronauts lie.
I'm sorry.
You never go full astronaut. Never.
What a crazy. I mean, if you show somebody a Don Pettit anything, I like this guy's like smart. What?
And they don't get it because they're like, oh, it's just one of the astronauts, so that one's an idiot. No, that's like their top idiot. That's their top idiot that fucking has spent the most time in space of any human being.
Right.
He'd eat more paint chips in a nanosecond if he could, but he lost that technology years ago.
Somebody on here today was saying, hey, man, we went to the moon, greatest accomplishment in humankind. But, hey, man, we lost the tapes, bro. Lost the data. Sorry, man. My bad.
Let's give Don Pettit some credit, though, because we're the only ones that caught it. Everybody else didn't.
I bet you most normies
Well,
have never even heard
so
of him.
that's the thing. Like my friend that I was talking about, that refuses to say he's a flat earther, even though he is. He had literally started making up his own flat Earth parody music song to a Metallica video today at work, but he won't say he's a flat earther.
Okay, if the space thing was real, we could really go to the moon. There'd be Don Pettit space credit on the moon, right, where you could get lunar real estate, right, and fly your ass up there and live on the moon.
Hey, Lou, man, let me ask you, bro. What do you think?
Yeah.
What do you think's holding your coworker back, man? What do you
The
think?
stigma. It's obvious. It's a stigma. It's he's got a wife, he's got a family, he's got friends, and he can't admit to them that he's a flat earther.
No, it took me a minute, man, to just walk into my wife and say, yeah, you know what? They lied to us about where we live, and I can show you. I've watched 375 hours of videos and went out and checked it out myself, and sure as shit, man, we're not spinning.
I'll give you guys some love advice.
Yeah,
man.
my wife is
If
no
you
problem.
if you wanna meet a girl that's gonna love you for who you are, you have to drop the flat Earth on the first date. That's what I did.
You can't fuck around, man. Don't listen, babe. You don't live where you think you live, and I can help you. You interested? No? Okay. See you later.
Like literally when because I've many times said, like, look, like, especially over the last couple of months, I've been like, look, even though you won't admit it, you're a flat earther. And like, he like literally with his eyes, he practically nods at me, or he won't fucking say it out loud.
And I find that fascinating psychology experiment, and I think you need to continue to follow through on this experiment.
I'm gonna keep pushing this motherfucker. Like, he's gonna say it. He's gonna fucking say it.
You don't have to push him that hard, man. But if he's
No. In his own time. Look, this is the beauty of it. I work with him. I don't have like a time limit. I can just like do a little at a time every day. Just like irk him a little bit, poke him in the fucking ribs. Eventually he's gonna fucking say it.
Lou, if you send him a video, I mean, he's obvious. You probably sent him 200 proofs or something.
Well, I didn't make him watch 200 proofs. In fact, I talked about 200 proofs with him just a few days ago, and told him my opinion on it. I said, look, I was explaining to him about who Eric Dubé is, and I talked about how he's most famous for his 200 proofs video. And I said, and to be honest, 100 of his 200 proofs I don't think are very good proofs.
Well, I mean, they're weak at best. They're weak. But there's a good.
To be honest, the 100 proofs that he took from William Carpenter are probably the best ones.
Remind me, Jose.
Yeah. That's why my go-to video isn't 200 proofs, because I think it's too repetitive. I think History of Flat Earth by Eric Dubé is better, in my opinion.
Which one?
The History of Flat Earth is better.
History of Flat Earth by Eric Dubé. That's the one that got me on board.
That's a good one. Yeah, you know what? We should probably promote that one more than the 200 proofs.
Well, actually, okay. So to be in full disclosure, which I'm gonna do this because I think it's hysterical and it might piss some people off, but I'm not a big fan of Eric Dubé. Like, I think he's done good, but he's also done hard.
No question. He got a little weird when he started dressing up as Patricia Steers, man. I mean, like, dude,
dude, I loved his Nazi videos that got taken down. What are you guys talking about?
Oh, his Nazi stuff was top shelf shit, man. Yeah, that was good.
Anyway,
Wants and doesn't haven't and nothing on to my Nazi shit. I'm just playing.
Anyway, my thing was, because him and I love to laugh. All right. And like, we go to lunch and then when we get back, we sit in the truck usually and watch a video and laugh our asses off. And then we go back to work. Okay. And then, but I showed him, many of you are probably unfamiliar with this because it got scrubbed from YouTube. But remember the Owen Benjamin bits that turned into Mountain Bear and so on and so forth?
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
there's one that I thought was absolutely hysterical, which is kind of laughing at a lot of flat earthers. It is called Savanier and Friends.
I
And
remind
it's totally making fun of Eric Dubay. So I played that for him, and I'll post it for you because it took me months. Honestly, I tried to find this link probably 15 times and couldn't find it, but I finally dug it out of Odyssey.
Yeah.
And I've got it now. Okay. And I shared it with him a couple of days ago. And it really is not good for most flat earthers because it describes probably like 75% of the people in here. And it's a bad look. And give me a minute and I'll post it. If you
yeah, take your time, man. Take your time. That's
How
a
does
big
it describe me?
That's a big brush, man. 75% is a big brush.
Big brush.
Big brush.
How does it describe me?
But he might have nailed something, or at least it seemed like he nailed it. I don't know, man. I know.
Well, I can just do it. It's more fun if I just mock it. Like, so it's the South Park episode with like there's a whole bunch of like hippies and whatever, and like, they're like Eric DeMay has 200 proofs, and you can't handle his proofs, and you can't. And then the dad guy or whatever, he's like, yeah, I totally get it. The globe Earth model has a ton of inconsistency. It's really intriguing. And they're like, admit, you can't handle the truth. You can't handle his proofs. Like, admit your mind is now dreaded. Admit it. And too many of you motherfuckers act like that. I gotta be honest with you.
When do I act like that, Lou? Let me know.
I didn't say you. And if you take offense, look, I'm gonna say this now. Hint, I'm not talking about you. Anybody else who has that question, if you're wondering, then it's you.
It's yeah.
I'm in the 25%.
I know who it's not.
You can't handle the proofs.
You can't handle
the proof vote.
When I first met Democ, I was like, "Hey, what's up, Mooch?"
Mooch? The Mooch?
I call him Mooch, because I don't know why. A friend of mine used to call me the Mooch because I always had weed, and he would mooch it off me.
Oh, that's the hooch.
And I call it the hooch when I go, dude, you're like a hooch mooch, or whatever. And he just started calling me Mooch, and I was like, cool, right on, whatever. But when I first met Demar, I was like, Mooch, what's up? But I just, all I could see was Mooch in his name. I didn't see the.
Dude, the first time I met Democ, we had like a really high-end conversation. I was like, this dude's fucking smart.
Yep.
The next time I meet Democ, it's been a debate, and he's saying something about the building should be tilted. And I was like, no, bro, you ain't gonna be able to see the tilt from 70 miles away. And then he turned on me like I was a Glober, and he was like, you're a fucking idiot. I was like, damn, Democ, work for me, bro.
I believe he did that. I would believe he would do that, man.
I forgave him instantly. So just so you know, Democ,
all is forgiven, man.
Yeah, that was funny as hell, though.
But that's a good
Glovers
story.
The Glovers were like, Hank's on your side. It's like, no, I'm on nobody's side. I'm on the side of the truth.
But
I think it's hilarious when there's like two people that know each other and they're both like flat earthers that everybody else know, and then they get into a friendly fire match.
Yeah,
Get their Glovers. That shit's hilarious. It's so funny to me.
Because I'm not looking at the screens. Like, I know y'all voices, but some of y'all sound the same.
Yep. But No, man, this is a great forum that we reside in, and I was in VC check-in earlier today, man. What an amazing place that is, man. Oh my goodness.
It could be fun. I love VC check-in.
I
It's
love
great.
VC
It's like
check-in, man.
it's like being the preschool teacher, like just trying to mold minds, you know?
Yeah, and
Bro,
it's
I would love to do that. If I was off work, I would be in there.
check-in, man. I'm like, oh my god, this place is. It can be so amazing, man. You got to do it. Not that I can't check anybody in and give them roles or nothing, man. But I love going in there and just talking to these people coming in there. It's great.
It's funny because 10 you could break it out to like percentages. Like 10% of them think it's a troll server when they come in. So there's like an angle to talk to those people. Like I've done it for so long. Like I have the angle follow. Then you got the people that are like subconsciously trying to troll you, but they're not trying to get caught right away in VC check-in. You got to pick those up right away. And then you got the people that are actually interested that come in groups of friends, so they act like they're not interested, but then they send you a message because they're interested. And it's just you get a variety of people coming in.
It's awesome.
It's just fun, man. I like how it changes all the time. It's not like the same group of people come in every day.
Yeah, it's inconsistent, man. You don't know if you're gonna get a troll or you're gonna get some dude. It's like, man, I just watched this video or that, or okay, well, yeah, all right. We sent a guy in today in like 2 minutes. It was like I was like, whoa, there you go. I mean, he
I've
just
some people in earlier. I've been opening up my mouth on deliveries, talking to people.
Quieter. When you first came in, you were a little bit quieter, but then when you like started saying shit and everything, and got involved, I like you. You do good.
Who's that?
You. Hey.
Oh yeah, I'm always quiet when I first enter a room to listen and kind of see what's going on. They thought I was weird when I first started working here, but no, I'm not weird. I'm just smart. Analyze shit.
When I first started working here, hey, I mean, I talked to Hank back in the day, man, when he was like, I don't know, man, I'm still looking into it.
Oh, you still talk to Hank when he was like, "Oh, I can't explain the southern pole star rotation."
I'm interested, but I don't know. Let me look.
Yeah, but that's
how did I debate, guys? When I was hanging out with
Poncho,
Lisa, yeah, how did I debate?
All those guys, yeah.
You do good. You do good. I've always liked you.
You never came across as like, I'm a Glober, fuck you guys. It was never that, man. It was always like, hey man, I'm not sure. I'm like, I'm good, but
And I haven't heard you say anything like, you know what I mean? Like, there's something that people have to their own shit, but like, as for like, coming across science or any kind of stuff or any truth or any like reality, you don't really say anything goofy. You stick right to the fucking point, and you're usually on point.
Yeah, sometimes.
Hank, you're on point 75% of the time.
I'm just saying, I haven't heard you go like fucking crazy. Like when you're talking about stuff, you make sense most of the time. So I'm with you.
Just fucking with you, Hank. Man. Just messing with you, man.
75%. That's
great.
good.
I mean,
honestly, I can't think of a single time that there might have been one time. Hank, was there one time where like you were worried that I like was mad at you? There was one time where
don't worry about shit like that.
There was like one time that we disagreed. Like otherwise, I think I've been on board with Hank all the time.
So people used to say that I was a shill back in the day because I was in 3chan, and 3chan was like considered like enemy territory because that's where the anti-flat earthers hung out. And then I heard other flat earthers out over here. I'm saying, listen to him, listen to what he's saying. He's not a fucking shill. Because I was in there, but what was going on? Somebody had to occupy 3chan because they had all the flat Earth tags, and when people would come in there, and there'd be no flat earthers but me, and they'd be asking flat Earth questions, and the Globers get to answer them. So I occupied 3chan all the way until Issa arrived on the scheme. When Issa arrived, he took over 3chan, and I went into debates. It was like clockwork. It was almost like we planned that shit, and I didn't know Issa from Adam.
How is Esau? I haven't talked to him in a long time.
He comes in here from time to time.
Admit you can no longer face people who think that the Earth is a globe.
Hey, I bet you, even though he made that video, I bet you he's like, fuck, like that video actually is true now. Because he's full flat Earth now, right, Ben? Or Benjamin, whatever his name is.
So here's another crazy thing. I didn't agree with Issa and understand his message. And it wasn't that I didn't like him personally. I just didn't like what the fuck he was talking about because I was a little more wild man in my early 30s. I was a little more, free man on the land type, like, fuck you, come take my guns. And when Issa came in there talking about, no, you don't have to fight against the court, just agree quickly. And I was like, this guy's a fucking shill. I was like, okay, I'm out. He's talking. It's his turn to talk. I believe in his free speech, even though I don't disagree with him. But now, like, that I've grown a little bit and understood what Issa's trying to say, like, it's unbelievable how I was acting towards that guy. Because I didn't ever, like, call him out, right? Because I was real big on free speech. Like, everybody has opportunity to speak. And like, this is my exit window. I was like, this is my exit. And then I went into flat earth debates and he took over free chance. So anybody who came in asking flat earth questions, I was like, okay, this is like my out. And then it was like perfect because flat earth debate kicked up like a month later because Andre Asensi went on like vacation and then free chan like split because Andre Asensi was the original owner. So when that happened, it was like perfect. And then I kind of wonder like, all those debates, like, does anybody have that shit on file other than YouTube? Because that shit got deleted.
Yeah, a lot of it shit got tanked, man. It happens. Hey, I want to bring up a real quick one, man. I just walked outside to take a piss. I looked up. The moon is exactly where it would be if it was the summer equinox or summer solstice. Summer solstice. It's exactly overhead, man. Right where the sun would be if it was June 21st. And it's almost December 21st. It's almost 6 months difference here. December 21st is coming up. That's when the sun's the lowest on the horizon during the day. But I just went outside and looked straight up, man. And that's exactly where the sun would be if it was June 21st.
So exactly. So you know how there's like the figure 8 in the sky? What's it called?
Analemma.
Yeah.
There's one for the moon and one for the sun.
Yep.
So I wonder if the sun and moon are trading places.
Yep. So here we are, almost at the winter.
Hold on. Just like, maybe I'm wrong about this, but isn't there one for everything that they call a planet or a wandering star or whatever? Like, like the stars all move in a blanket, but Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, and the moon, and all of the moons, all of those supposed planets, and all of that, like they move different from everything else, right? But they all would create an analemma. I suppose other than moons, right? So the planets would, the moons wouldn't, because theirs would be relative to their supposed planet in the heliocentric model.
Well, yeah, it depends. Like if you talk about the heliocentric model, then yeah. But if you're talking about like a geocentric model, the planets actually instead of them going like retrograde and doing all this shit.
We're talking about analemmas. Analemmas only happen for those objects, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I would say yes, but in the heliocentric model, the Earth is the only one that has the year 365. So the planets would have like no figure 8 shape. It would just be a little bit more random. But I understand that Venus makes a 5-pointed star, right?
Okay.
Star of Remphan. No, that's a 6. Never mind.
So yeah, I'm curious if we need to look into the analemma for the moon and the sun and figure out if they're like trading places.
I just find it very interesting that if it was noon, it's midnight here. If it was noon on June 21st, man, that fucking sun would be exactly where the moon is right now. where it is on almost
we're getting close.
December 21st, right? Almost
Yeah,
December.
we're getting close to December 21st.
I mean, it's probably gonna move over a little bit more. I won't notice much more. It's not gonna go any farther north. I know that, or not much, not noticeably more. But it would literally be dead balls overhead. What do they call that? Yeah, the zenith, and dead balls overhead is the moon tonight over my head.
Trading places in orientation or elevation, like what? Like
elevation. It's like perfectly over his head, like the sun would be
straight up over my head, 90 degrees, and that's where the sun would be.
time of the year, yeah.
June 21st, here where I live, the fucking sun will be dead right where the moon is. It's so easy to figure this shit out, man. If you just pay attention.
Hey, you know what you should do? You should take a picture on the 21st of December. Take a picture of where the moon is, and then
And take a picture of the
do it
sun.
for the sun. Yeah.
All right. I'll do that, man. I'm gonna do one now and one in June.
Yeah,
Go
and
ahead.
take a couple shots. Take a shot where there's something in the background, so you can have like a point.
My roof line or something.
Yes, something. Yeah, that's kind of similar, and you'll be able to point out exactly.
exactly.
Where it's at.
Where's the sun at right now? Like that also.
What's up, Jen? What's up, baby?
Nice one, baby.
So you got the moon at your zenith, have you?
Mark where the
So
sun's
tomorrow,
at and compare it.
it'll be the same, won't it? You'll have the moon above your head tomorrow, right up until the 21st.
Up to the 21st, it'll max out at the 21st.
Is the analema actually an 8 pattern, or is that just what you get from perspective?
That's what I think too. I don't think it's actually because the bottom of the earth or the southern parts of the earth is bigger. I think it's due to perspective. And also, I'll say this, I think when we see the rockets take off and they appear to be arcing, I don't think they're getting any lower in altitude. I think it's just due to perspective too.
Right. Yeah, they don't necessarily have to be getting.
Wow.
If they were going down,
it would add the same. It would look the same.
It would look the same as if it were going down, right?
Interesting.
So they just fly them bitches away to where nobody can see them.
Yep.
And then who knows what happens?
Yes, sir. And they don't. Well, the thing is, they don't fly at all like an airplane when it flies straight away from you out of your view.
No, they don't fly like a missile. Right? If you think about missiles, how they take off, you're just sitting there and you're looking at it like 5 seconds into the video, like that bitch goes straight up, doesn't it?
Right.
So maybe
It's like, fast as fuck.
Maybe it's like a 5 or 10 degree angle.
Matter. A bottle rocket does that. Goes up fast.
Yeah.
4th of July when we set off the rock, little colorful
fireworks are called, Democ. Fireworks.
Well,
they're fireworks.
The colorful displays of
glorified fireworks or underdressed missiles. Take your choice.
Did you say firecrackers?
Yeah, I'm gonna say bottle rockets, fancy bottle rockets. That's what I like to call them. To be fun.
If you said firecrackers, I was gonna say that's racist, but never mind.
You can't be racist enough.
Hey guys, it was a pleasure talking to you guys.
Hey, Jose, brother. Hang in there, man.
Nice one, Jose. Long time no hear. Yeah, brilliant.
Good night.
Good to see you, Jen.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah.
Cheers, brother.
Yeah, he sounds in good health, doesn't he? So that's good news.
He's young, so smart. Knows flat earth like as good as anyone.
He knows it inside out.
He promoted the fuck out of this place, man. He bugged me for years. Get your ass over here to Discord. Come on. I was like, I'm over here, man, doing my thing and whatever. But
you were busy on the Hangouts, really.
I was busy on the Hangouts and Hollywood and all that, man. We were doing fun stuff, and that's cool.
Yeah, for real. Jose's a no-limit soldier. Fighting a good fight.
Dude, man. Jose is a legend, man. Legend flat earther. Cheers. Thank you, Jose. Thank you for dragging my ass in here.
Who Whoever went to Flat Earth Court, you guys remember Issa's show
Yeah,
that he used to do?
I used to listen. I never joined when he did the court. I liked that he would do music, and then he would get people on, and they would talk about whatever
I
bank.
remember
That
one
can still
time.
happen. Yeah, that can still happen.
I
That's
thought Issa
still
did
a
this
good way to
video.
go.
But yeah, Issa did some amazing work, man, for sure. Good hangouts and live streams. Good stuff, man. Discord. He was on Discord at that time, I guess.
Talking about rockets, yeah. You know the space shuttle when it replaced the Saturn V rocket in 1987, yeah. Now Bill Woods, who is a rocket technician and he used to work for NASA under contract from another company.
Yeah.
He said that the space shuttle was 3/4 the weight of the Saturn V, so almost the same weight, yeah. And he said it was what was it? It could only lift up 1/6 of the Saturn V's payload. Okay, and it cost three times as much to launch.
Did it
every
ever
time.
leave the sound? The rocket ever
No, it
leave
never
the
did.
sound of the rocket?
Yeah.
Like when you know what I mean? When you see it go up, you see it go out and over, and you see it arc, you see it go. Like a jet or some planes, could you tell the sound? Was it connected with it or not?
Do we have a
Yeah, exactly.
do we have a snorer on the panel?
I think
Yeah,
we might have
this
yeah.
happens. This happens all
You
the
need to pay attention to the sound.
won't
Oh,
say
Like the
when
rocket,
one turns
if
on or
the
anything.
sound follows the
Somebody
rocket or not.
we have to find out who is just snoring, man. I gotta
It
find
was
out.
me,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. I was trying to get to the point where the space shuttle was a complete and utter financial disaster, and it couldn't really lift up. It could only lift 1/6
Sound.
of the Saturn V's supposed payload. Yeah,
Right.
and the boosters were more lost than ever recovered. Okay, and Bill Wood said that if NASA was looking to save money, they should have put the space shuttle on the second stage, on top of
No
the second
rocket's
stage of the.
possible.
Yeah, that's what they said. They should have put it on the second stage of the Saturn V rocket, and they would have saved themselves $21 billion.
I can save them a lot of money. Send a remote, but here's
Right?
the
Not
other
that the
thing.
Saturn V ever went to the moon,
No
anyway. You
rocket's
know.
possible, Jim. None of them are possible. Remember the rocket fuel equation?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's correct. You know, the
94%
tyranny of
fuel
the rocket
and 6%
equation. Yes.
material. That means not people. That means not other shit. That means fuel and material. Case closed.
Yeah,
Send them
the
home.
tyranny of the rocket equation. That was by
Yes, sir.
Robert.
So there's no sense in even worrying about any of it.
That's it.
Well,
Because
basically,
they
what
never
you're saying
filled it with
is
complete fuel, 96%, and then left the 4% the shell container. When the hell has that ever happened? I've never seen that ever.
Yeah.
so. Basically, what you guys are saying is that a gecko could have saved them 15% or more.
Yeah.
That's an American commercial company, insurance company.
Flow would save you 25%. No, I'm just
Geico could save you 25%.
Typical ripoff.
Hilarious.
Typical ripoff. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, you guys
Well,
are
I'm
awesome.
just saying the rocket equation from the man itself. So
Yeah,
many
Don
percent
Pettit.
fuel, so much
He
percent
said
material of fucking
95%.
actual ship. You know,
Yeah, he said 95% of the rocket is fuel. That only leaves 5% for the payload, all the equipment, the astronauts, and everything else. 95% was fuel.
Hey, they got to send up those Super Bowl jerseys. Come on, Jay.
and it would have to be
Oh yeah,
bigger.
do you remember that?
And they-
Yeah.
8 times bigger.
Oh. So this was a good bust, man. So they send up the rocket like 2 months before the Super Bowl or whatever. They don't know who the fuck's gonna win and go to the Super Bowl. But
Yeah.
as the Super Bowl's going on, they're wearing the fucking Super Bowl jerseys from the two teams that made it to the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
And they
It was
had
a mix.
There's no way they would have had to send up 16 fucking jerseys.
Who told you? Who told you they didn't know
It
who
was
was
a
winning?
fix. It was
They
a
didn't.
fix. They fixed it. It was a
They,
fix. That's what
So
they had
who
to do.
told you NASA doesn't know who's winning the Super Bowl?
It was.
Who told you that?
It was the unicorn. It was the unicorn variant that told me. Unicorn variant.
Unicorn variant.
Oh.
Is that like the tooth fairy variant? Like had to go on vacation?
We got the
That's
unicorn
the
variant. Demar, come on. That's who told me. The
No, I heard they sent up one of each, literally. But,
each. Yeah,
Crazy, that. Waste of taxpayers' money.
at $20,000 a pound or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, that's right.
a
Yeah,
jersey or some shit.
Crazy fucking number.
bastards.
But-
Just wasting money.
Whoa! Yeah, we're gonna send up all 16 jerseys just in case. You know, yeah, they didn't mention that in their.
Yeah, and the gorilla outfit. And the gorilla outfit.
Supposedly that's what they did.
Gorilla outfit with the guitar. With the guitar, Jen.
That's right. With the guitar, yeah.
Gorilla with the guitar.
Yeah, just in case you forgot about that Ziggy Stardust song.
Don't forget the keyboard they fucking spanked up there. I got a fucking keyboard here and a flute and a fucking violin. And they got everything up.
To leave sound, you got to go faster than 600 miles an hour. So if the rocket that leaves the fucking launch pad never leaves the sound that's with it,
wow.
It doesn't like take away from the set. It doesn't leave the sound.
Demark, you're dead on point. I'll tell you why, man. First of all, man, they always say that these rockets are taking off at like thousands of miles an hour, whatever.
18,000 miles per hour.
Whatever, man. There's never a sonic boom. Never a sonic boom when they take off.
There's never a time when you see the ship and then you hear a sound not next to the ship.
No sonic boom, no rocket launch, man. That's my stance. That's why.
Not even a sound separation like a rocket, or like a jet.
No sonic boom. You're not going 750 miles an hour. Fuck off. Sorry.
That's right.
Yeah, and but yeah.
18,000. 18,000.
Whatever. Let's say
at top speed. Top speed. That's their top speed, apparently.
Well, they can do 25,000 miles an hour to go.
Why is no one doing a radar thing?
That's the escape velocity you have to achieve. 25,000 miles an hour to get away from Earth's gravity. Okay, come on.
That's no way.
Why would there not be a little remote ship following it?
Or 25, or you're not leaving the Earth's gravity, bro. You got to go
some manned hot air balloons or blimps.
No, of course it's not doing it. That's the why I bring it up.
Some manned Hindenburgs.
That should be an instant pooh.
Video in it the whole time. Like some 10-mile away video, Hindenburg's like set up different distances, 10 mile, 10 mile, 10 mile, and you watch it the whole way. Like, get the fuck. Why don't we have this shit? This is crazy to me.
Demark.
What?
Do you have any service announcements for us? Service announcements, anyone? No.
Service announcements.
Any service announcement, event, service.
NASA's about to dump its rubbish, so keep a lookout for any kind of.
I say we should have a segment where Demark reads the fucking news. What do you guys think?
I would.
Just the headlines. Just the headline. He doesn't have to read the whole article.
It's just in. We've got a probe that touched the sun. What the hell I said.
Hey, now we're on to something, man. I just came up with this idea, man.
The funniest shit ever. Sun probes.
We gotta do like a Saturday afternoon.
Hey, you and your loved one can send a probe to the sun. 1895.
Yeah, we're gonna do a Saturday afternoon. What the mainstream media ain't telling you.
Yeah, whatever the NASA news is for any given. You should do it once a week and just
what the mainstream media doesn't want you to know.
I mean, if you Google search, let's say NASA news, whatever, and see what happened that week, you could read just the
I can
headline.
be Google. I can be like a fake jank Google voice.
You could just do the headlines. You don't have to do the whole story, man. Just do the headlines because it's funny. Because
Well, you can ask me questions like I'm FE Google, and I can answer them.
We just discovered a new rock in space, 20 billion miles away, traveling at 250 million billion seconds a mile.
I mean, every
That's good. That's so good.
you believe. Okay, everybody, stop laughing. For the next 400 million years, 8 days, 14 miles,
Not miles and
32
seconds.
seconds,
Seconds and miles.
3 sips of your coffee. Shut up! I hear somebody in the background talking over me. No, I'm just kidding. I would just put that in the announcement. That would be funny. People would be like, "What?"
Moderator.
Oh, dude, you would just crush it, bro. It was so fun, man. I'll help you, man. If you need help, man, I'll help you. I'm laughing already, man. 200 million seconds a
Just
mile.
3 more seconds, and I'll finish my segment.
Seconds
You
a mile
pricks.
is better.
In the last twilight of the zone of the universe, of the nebula galaxy, of Zone B 149 FH21Q5. Was that Q5? 219. It's 79B25AHZ12Q. I stand corrected. In the nebula towards the blue galaxy.
Yeah. And that's exactly how they tell it.
Here's the fun thing, Democ. You don't have to make this shit. You can actually go on like fucking Google
I didn't
News
make anything up. That was off the top of my toes.
and just read the headlines for the week. Here's
I
what
haven't got a headline to read or a pot to piss in. Today, 14 centuries since the first NASA probe has been launched.
Yeah, it would be fun, man.
It's the birthday of NASA's probes.
Oh man, I'm gonna team up with you, man. I'll give you the things to read. You just read them. That'll work. Just read them like today in NASA discovered planet poo poo out there. 23 trillion 600 billion miles away. In your reality, we found a new planet.
And they're thinking of removing some of that poo-poo to put on Mars to fertilize to grow lettuce.
If you eat potatoes and you poop, you will grow food on Mars.
There you go.
The coffee.
I know I don't
So
know this, you guys, but okay, the idea of terraforming other planets or anything like that,
yeah.
If you can do that, then why couldn't you just fix this one?
Because we're stupid. Because we're stupid, Lou. Don't you know
Space poop. We're gonna drop it off everywhere. Coming to a galaxy near you. Space shit.
Space dung. Space dung.
Come on, man. I hope you guys are laughing like I am. I don't know. I'm just laughing because it's so fun to be hanging out with you guys, taking a piss.
We'll send a team of astronauts through the galaxy with corn, peas, potatoes, and carrots. And we'll replant this whole universe.
We're going to poop on your planet and we will create life.
We will take your trash and send it to space. Don't you worry, just pay $29.99.
It's so ridiculous. Jamesy, bro. It's so ridiculous.
Come on. My question about why couldn't you fix this one? I wish one of you would have been like, because sometimes, you got to get rid of the old to bring in the new.
Space coffee. Get yours today. That's right. What'd you say, Mom? You can have space coffee too, Susie.
Hey,
Space coffee. Get yours today. One chug. You'll ask for more.
dude, on a serious note, there was a company that came up with this coffee from space thing where they were going to send the coffee up to space.
That's right.
Bring the coffee back here to Earth and sell it as space coffee at $200 a fucking pound. Okay.
Don't worry. I can bring you space coffee cheaper than that.
Oh my God,
I
dude!
can
What you
drink
just
full
said,
and spit it
is
out.
not that far off. I read a few months back. There's some like the most expensive coffee in the world. Okay,
Yeah.
is produced because like bats eat the beans or something and then shit them
Yes.
out,
They
and then
shit 'em
it's
out.
like, okay, so
The monkeys. It was the monkeys. They put
Hold
it
on,
in
you guys. That's what the astronauts are doing right now. Chug a chug.
the monkey coffee. They spit it out. Yeah. They chew it and spit it
They're
out.
doing fine. It's
Wow.
natural observable phenomena.
Monkey saliva coffee, man. I think it was.
Yeah, because it breaks it down more with the actual chemical.
oh,
Wow.
It's the
But it was
chemical in the saliva. It's the same thing they do with
when
alcohol.
they start marketing us like Don Pettit coffee,
monkey
like
poop.
we're like he like he shits and then they run
I
it
got
through
it.
the chugga chugga thing
Don Pettit
and
peach
then
coffee.
he
He eats a peach and he spits it in the fucking shit.
No! Oh, this is so good, Demok. Oh, say that again.
Don Pettit peach coffee. He eats the peach. He shits it out. Chugga chugga. Peach coffee.
Dude, I gotta get that on tape, man.
Chaga chaga coffee.
Without me laughing my fucking ass off. That was absolutely epic, man. Epic, bro. Thank you.
You can have space
That's a
coffee
good label.
right now.
No, you
Chaga
should do
chaga
it like
space
this. You
coffee.
should make it like a movie about coffee in space. Like, in a world, we are outside of a world flying around in a space can. When coffee is so far away in Colombia, and you're in space.
Flying around in a coffee can. Thinking about coffee. Making coffee. Growing coffee. In space. Space
Growing
coffee.
papa in your anus.
That's the funny thing is Demok's kind of like reading the headlines. He's, I mean, this is shit that we've all seen on fucking the mainstream fucking space.com, whatever. And they come up with the craziest shit. Like, we're making coffee in space and everything from fucking, on Mars to fuck all, man. But
Recycled matter.
chugga, chugga, chugga. Are you kidding me? Chugga, chugga, chugga is what I'm drinking this morning? No. Fuck off. No.
Root beer rocket coffee.
How do you take a dump in space? You hook right up to the coffee machine.
Different flavors. You can have your favorite astronaut flavored.
Dude,
Astronaut.
Has anybody had root beer flavored coffee? I'm curious.
I'm drinking
I
Neil
don't know.
Armstrong right now. Ooh, that one's got
What did I just think of it now, or what?
all drink
coffee.
Yeah, that came out of space, bro.
Root beer float coffee in
Root
space.
beer float coffee. Now we're talking an entire new industry here, okay,
That's
man?
fucking right, baby.
Root beer float coffee.
Are you
Mountain Dew coffee float?
Dude, I'm making one tonight. Fuck it. I'm gonna get my ass to the store or something.
Get a hot coffee.
Hot coffee
Take a
with
little bit of root beer.
and a scoop
Pour
of
it on.
vanilla ice
Have a
cream.
little ice cream. Fuck it up.
Oh, fuck it up. Fuck the creamer. What you want is a scoop
Root
of
beer float coffee made by Demok. No, I don't know.
What you want is a slut Michelle.
It's out of this world.
It's out of this world, Jan. This is fucking stupid.
You
Oh
need
my,
a little sweeter in space. You just
this
have to milk Michelle Solid.
it's $17.50 a cup if you come to my shop, and but it's worth it because I give you a scoop of vanilla ice cream in your coffee.
And you send some of the fucking proceeds to Denmark.
We'll pay $17 for that. I guarantee.
It's
Hey,
$17 a cup at my
Yep.
shop. So hop, hop, hop.
You'll support a poor bastard Demok
So
FE
hop, hop,
friend
hop, hop
that
on
was.
it.
space. Hey, space coffee from astronauts.
No, if we're doing
Ooh, peanuts included.
ridiculous. Like, and you want to do like all of your money will be spent to support. You should make it support all of our overpaid fake astronauts. Like, your money will support. You know, like kind of like when the fireman holds on a boot after the taxpayer dollars fucking have already covered him in his shiny truck. You know what I mean? Like he holds
Yeah,
on a
show
boot.
the necessary shit they got or have or what, you know what I mean? That'd be funny. Shit, like show what they
Buy our coffee. Support the making of more
Tom will have
astronaut
14
coffee.
new mansions if you buy one more cup of premium space coffee.
Space Force. When gravity's not a force, but you got to ensure that the astronauts don't write hot checks in their girlfriend's bank.
Dude, that actually shut people up. They're like, I kind of like firefighters. What the fuck, dude? Like,
Buy space coffee and support the making of more space coffee.
Yeah, because coffee makes you got to go.
There is a movie coming you've all been waiting for. It's a scientific movie about science, doing science for science,
On itself.
about the science of the
in
scientific Space
in
Force. How are they
I
going to
could just
go?
see,
What are they going to do? What are they going
I
to
could just
eat?
see Huey like turning over in bed. Fine.
What does science mean? We don't even know. Brought to
You'll
you by
never know.
We just like to rub
Science
science on
is
the word.
what scientists do.
Text 22357 if you think space is real. Text if you think.
Want to know how to get free money? Just say science. Science gives you free money. All the communists are doing science.
Yeah, the cause of the effect, the coffee that you're drinking now, it was done by science, space science.
Science-based
Astronauts,
science.
Just
space
look at
science
the
is
science, feel the science,
Did you
smell
say
the science,
science-based science?
yeah.
listen to
You know,
the
the
science.
astronauts do their thing in space, and then we do science on it, and you get coffee.
Don't make me open a can of science on your ass.
Don't ask where the cream comes from. It's top secret.
Don't.
It's top science. We'll
Not
never
a whole lot
share
of
the
cows in
science with
space,
you.
but we do what we got to do.
What do you guys know about incubator babies? Anything?
We'll incubate your baby for a half price of an
Does
incubator.
your baby has this? Is it a little yellow? We can incubate your baby in space?
It's like a sweet mama bird egg, just not an egg at all. It's a temperature controlled, sealed container. It's got a dehumidifier.
Incubator babies in space. That
I
is,
bet they put them in little hyperbaric chambers. I bet
yeah.
that's what they're doing.
We're going to suck the energy from the little babies and we're going to run the spaceships in the little incubators. It's not really going to be what you think you thought it was.
The movie Monsters, where they scared.
Hold on for a commercial break. Incubator babies from space.
From space.
It's a new movie. Yeah, incubated babies from space. Why not?
Yeah, why not, man? They've done everything else, man. We can do incubator.
We're here from space to get fresh coffee from coffee beans. We're tired of chugga shit coffee.
From your poop to coffee, it's amazing. I'm telling you.
It's like the upgrade version of World Vision in Africa, the children. Now they're gonna show you children in space. Wanna support them? Buy some coffee.
I love how the Cuban accent. He said
Astronauts love it.
children. The children.
This is how I fuck with the
children in space.
Being real and bringing up stuff that's just like absolutely. I mean, they would think of this. You know, that's how.
Ham and bean coffee with cornbread cake.
Because they're perverted criminals, man. These people taking our money and spending it on cartoons and hot air balloons with rocket engines attached to it. It's like these people are perverted criminals.
Come on, Hank. Echo 1 and Echo 2 was just a balloon in space. Come on. It was 3,000 miles up, dude. 1,000 miles above your head. Fuck this 250 fucking mile bullshit the ISS is floating at. The fucking Echo 1 went up like 1,000 fucking miles, bitches.
Cherry Pepsi coffee.
On helium?
Now.
Yes, on the helium. It went way fuck up there on
helium coffee.
I call space coffee. I call space. That's complete space coffee.
Add helium to your coffee. Space coffee, $50 a bottle.
Helium infused space coffee. Now sell it.
Helium coffee.
With
infused space coffee.
Traveling incubator babies with coffee.
Yes.
Helium infused cherry cola coffee.
Fresh coffee in my diaper, dude.
Talk about a fucking boost.
We're on a fucking super roll here, man. Coffee.
Helium nitrogen infused. Get some. Fill the zip. It's even got a little hydrogen in it. I mean, adrenaline. Son of a bitch. I didn't want to tell everybody.
You drink this coffee, you can defy gravity.
This is almost as good as the Dick Earth.
Hydrogen, nitrogen, helium, coffee. Mix them together. What do you got? All fucking day, baby. All day.
Oh shit! I hope you guys enjoyed the walk, the mooch as much as I did. The mooch.
Hell yeah.
Space coffee.
Oh shit! Good times, boys and girls. Good times, man.
I wonder if that's why all the toilet paper disappeared. All that coffee they were drinking on the ISS.
No, they turned it back into chugga, man. Don't you worry about that, man. They separated the poop and the pee just precisely, man. It's been and they didn't mix the two.
They didn't mix toilet paper. They don't want to drink that.
but she had the yellow hose for the pee and the little 4-inch hole for your poo poo. Yeah, thanks.
It sounds like a positive feedback loop for your anus.
You float on top of come on. You float on top of the $25 million toilet and you just drop your doo-doo right down there, man, and it just goes in the magic hole and it turns into coffee in the morning. It's amazing. I'm not
get on the seat. They made it really comfortable. You get on the seat, you press the button, and it airs it up. So your ass goes lift up.
Wait,
so you got an air cushion under your butt.
What's stopping any of us from making something like a Keurig and just calling it the Chugga Chugga? You know, like just for fun. I think the name is catchy. I think you might be able to.
I think space coffee is catchy with helium.
I love Lou. I let me piff for a second. Yeah, so you know how they got the pods and everything for you. You just pee
Chugga
in.
chugga can be a
All you
flavor.
have to do is pee into your coffee maker in the morning.
Ooh, you can have
That's like
chugga chugga and
Waterworld.
choo choo flavor.
In coffee.
Okay, I need you guys to help me out. What's that song from Outkast? Something about make your coffee taste like poo, poo, poo.
Woo! Come on, Jin. I know he's laughing right now, man.
Space coffee
Laughing.
really smells like
That was
poo,
good by
poo, poo,
that was
poo.
good by Hank.
Dude, like all of this, like we're laughing our asses off about it,
Space
and
coffee really smells like poo, poo,
people
poo,
who are
poo.
listening are probably like, "Oh my god, this is so immature. Everything's about poop and pee," and but the fucking problem is not with us.
No,
We're only
us, man. You're right. It's not that we're not the problem. Yeah.
It's NASA and those anti-flurfers. They believe the shit. They believe the coffee.
Shit,
Sorry.
man. That's why we're laughing so hard because they believe this shit, not because we believe this bullshit, man.
Lean a little bit closer, cause NASA really smells like woo, 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 woo.
That's it. Outcast, bro. Shout out to Outcast.
That was nice. But no, Jin's laughing. He's over there in Japan, just pissing himself right now with the poo poo.
Dude, he's crying on his fresh laundry.
I
He
know.
shed a tear.
I know.
You like to think that your space don't stink, but lean a little bit closer, cause your coffee really tastes like poo, 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 poo.
That's it, bro. You got it. You got to do the song now. Somebody needs to write it and produce it and distribute it.
Actually,
It'll be famous.
I have a great idea. I've never told you guys about a parody song. It's not Flat Earth related though. You know the Alice in Chains song, Rooster? Yeah.
They come to snub the rooster. I am.
Yeah. Here comes the booster. That's a great fucking parody song. But that was like, 6 months ago. That would have been good. Too late now.
Now you'll have another round in like a few months.
Oh yeah. We're gonna have boosters all the time, forever, right? So like you could just keep doing that every 6 months.
Any song you sing, I can make a Flat Earth song. Any fucking song that you say.
I love rock and roll. Go.
I gotta tell you, it's hard. It's hard. With certain songs,
Flat Earth.
There are certain songs that can't be done. Hold on. Try to rewrite as the wheel in the sky keeps on turning as a parody song for Flat Earth. It can't be done.
The bill to the sky keeps on running.
No, you can't do a decent job with it because the lyrics are already in the song. You're gonna just ruin the song and not add anything new to it. You know what I mean?
I like your perspective on that, Lou, man. Yeah, I mean, you'd fuck it up if you really tried to say, hey, man, wheels in the sky keep on turning. Yeah, okay, well, that's kind of a Flat Earth song, pretty much, anyway, or, that's, why fuck it up, man? It's already good.
No, you don't fuck with certain shit.
Yeah.
Like, if it ain't wrong, don't fix it.
Earth in the sky was never turning.
No, you already ruined it. Shut the fuck up.
You fucking ruined it, Demar. Come on.
No, I said it right.
No, you ruined it. Hey, don't even go any farther.
Because the wheels in the sky do keep on turning, and that's kind of why I brought up when I went out and looked at the moon. It was exactly over my head, 90 degrees. And I'm like, well, that's where the sun would be 6 months from now. That's where the sun's going to be. Exactly.
I know what I'll see tomorrow.
What's the chances of that, man? On just shooting fucking dirt ball, huh? There's zero chance.
A lot of people who have done like musical work, we've actually talked about this already. Like people have suggested certain songs, and we thought about it, and we're like, how would you even do that? How would you make that You know, like it's already there. Like you can't do anything to that. Like it might not be perfect, but you can't improve on it. Like get the
The
fuck away
sky
from it.
is, but the
We're gonna
flag
go
is not
here.
turning.
Lou, let me give you an example, man. I mean, there was a song called I Wear My Sunglasses at Night. You remember that song?
Sorry, I was late on the mute button, but yeah, of course I do.
Black glasses.
Yeah. Well, there was a guy that came out. I wear my mask when I drive.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that was like, okay, fuck, man, right? Straight away, man. That was good. It was funny.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, exactly. You went to breathe in, and anyway. So, but to fuck up Wheels in the Sky keep on turning.
Yeah, no, you're not. No, you just might as well just play the original and like be done with it.
Yeah, exactly. So that was my.
Yeah, but you'd add a little bit, like the sky is, but the earth isn't turning.
No. You'll have a very niche audience that would be like those epic. I mean, it's never
They'll
gonna
love
happen.
me. They'll love me and hate me.
I like your point, man. The point is if it's a flatter song from the original onset, or
leave it the fuck alone,
or not living on a spinning ball song, leave it alone. You don't have to fuck with it. There's other ones we can fuck with, man, all day long, man. But not the original.
Yeah, you can't help yourself from falling.
So, but there is a lot of musicians in the flat Earth community, man, and the amount of great music that's come out of the flat Earth truth community has been absolutely fucking epic.
Yeah, Latter-day Saints doing good, isn't he? He's doing really good.
There's so
it's
many.
It's coming out a little bit slower than it was maybe a year ago, but the quality is way. It keeps going up.
Yes, the quality is up. The quantity might be down, but the quality is
the quality is next level with certain artists. I think
Why
Latter-day
didn't
Saints
anybody
is
do
really
a
good.
Michael Jackson one? You know, it's flat.
Yes, of course, Demark. Duh.
And what's great is like we have the passion to do it, the creativity. It's going to catch some eyes and ears and whatever else. And like Glover's like, even if they tried, like, could they catch anybody's attention? Never. You know, like what? It's gonna be like, okay, dude, that's fucking lame. Like they're gonna, when the flatties are fucking doing it, they're gonna be like, all right, I'm not a flat earther, but that's fucking funny. You know what I mean? You just start to get their attention.
Yep. And it's a great form of art, man. We've all known music. Everybody likes music, man. Music is such a psychological warfare of in a lot of ways. The way that it's been produced and shoved in our faces, man. But real. I don't know. I'm in the music business. I know when I see the real thing, man. And in the flat Earth community, I've never seen more real things. The people just sitting on their couch busting out a flat Earth song. I'm like, oh my God, that's amazing. And I've seen, super,
I think
super
credit needs to be given to those who are doing original stuff too. When they're like, a lot of our stuff is just cheap cover stuff, like we're just having fun with it.
Yeah.
But some of it is like true original, and like some of it, like it's just getting more and more like this, is truly talented too. Not just like it's real music. It's starting to become real fucking music.
Yeah. It's literally its own art form, man, at this point. Truth music on a different level than it was in the 60s. I mean, there was a lot of anti-government songs, protest songs in the 60s.
Music.
Yeah. This is different, man. This is different level. This next level, man. No question. And I've noticed it. There's some good stuff out there that that once you hear it, it kind of sticks in your head, man. And that's what the music business is all about, man. You can fucking think of a song and think the lyrics to a song or the melody or whatever, but when you hear the song after like 10 years, while you're in an elevator, every fucking lyric.
Ever since I said it was facts.
It's a fucked up mind fuck, man. It's a fucked up mind fuck because it's so deep. Music is so deep in people's heads, man. It's the fucking number one thing that sticks in their heads, man.
Well, and another thing is that in this age of censorship, which I'm sure a lot of you have already heard this talked about, but like
there's censorship. Oh my god!
When with music, it's a lot harder for them to censor you because it's just art, right? Like it's so you can get your message out more openly and just claim it's just artistic,
right? Yet they love artistic stuff. The system does. They love that. But yeah, we sneak through some truth bombs in different songs that it wouldn't. It's not going to get noticed by the AI, man. It's not. The AI doesn't know what to fucking do with that shit, man.
Yeah, no, even it's confused about the laws and everything else about copyrights and everything else. They're like, well, is this creative expression or or is this a fucking rip off? Like, what is it? Like, I don't know. All right, well, I guess for now it's gonna be, like.
Yeah, dude, I've experienced it firsthand, man. Where I was doing Thursday nights playing music, flat earth, truth music, whatever. Good music. It didn't matter, but depending on what kind of mood I was in that day. But I played some truth stuff, man, and got strikes, man. Got censored, basically. And it was either medical misinformation or something, but yeah, YouTube fucking censors the fuck out of the truth. I mean, ODD, I don't know. Is his channel?
Cartoons throw you off too for anything, you know what I mean? They give you the same cartoons that science gives you, you know what I mean? It's the little stuff, and you go to try to watch something for a fact. They put it as a fact, but it's not actually 100% fact. It's like 75%.
Here we go with 75%.
Oh, I'm not sure I caught the beginning of what you said, but like it at least inspired me to think about this. Maybe it's exactly what you're saying, but since I'm talking about like creative expression and being able to kind of loophole our way through with music, maybe you could do that with a cartoon. Like, is anybody good at like, video editing and stuff like that? Like maybe you could like create like an actual fucking cartoon that like people get addicted to. You know what I mean?
Flat balls. I've already came up with one.
And Don Pettit's a character in it. You call him like Ron
Well, you can
Reddit.
make like a comedy type thing, you know what I mean, Loon? And then add like certain different people, like you said, characters every other week, so it can like it doesn't have to be like just one format of people, like 5 guys or
yeah. You always add new characters and new personalities as much as you can, or the good ones just stick around once you have a good group.
But comedy, oh my god, ridicule, like the Mad TV type shit, man, shit.
Hey, ODD TV. Real quick, man. ODD TV on YouTube is still active. The first video he put up has 97,000 views. It was 5 years ago.
I hate to be a friggin' naysayer on ODD, but because I know he means well. I know he's a truther, but like I don't.
Return.
I think he used to. I think this is just now his gig, and he's just trying to make money off of it. And he let it go for like 3 years. He did like nothing, and now he's just like, Like you know what I mean? Now he's like, I might be able to make a few extra bucks doing this.
But he does have 325,000 subscribers. 325,000 subscribers, bro. And his shit has got more goddamn fucking.
All right. This is the other part where I apologize in advance. He's a shitty rapper. All you guys fucking who praise him, you're fucking doing that like a bunch of
I never appraised him.
His
shit. That's
channel,
it.
why the fuck is his channel still going? Why the fuck is all these
Hold
videos
on.
still going?
There's a lot of shitball fucking rappers that are going.
One Led Zeppelin song on a fucking YouTube live stream. Fucked for fucking 3 months. Okay, I'm telling you, man, I'm fucked. One goddamn fucking Led Zeppelin song, and I'm fucked for 3 months. But this guy can fucking show movies and all kinds of shit, and I don't get fucking censored like this guy doesn't get censored like I do, man, by any means. And I'm just curious about that. Why can this guy just keep his fucking channel going? And if I play one Led Zeppelin song, man, I got 3 months. You can't fucking upload videos or nothing, man.
Well, that one should be obvious. ODE doesn't play Led Zeppelin like you do. But so like that one's obvious. But like ODD is not a talented rapper, and we overpraise him for his shit just because.
No, I think he does good content, but his music style is a bit. It's an acquired taste, isn't it, to say the least? Yeah.
It's an acquired taste.
That's being very
My
polite.
name is OD, and I'm about to go get a soda. I'm about
Music,
to drink that motherfucker instead of 40s.
music aside, man.
He's kind of jank.
But music aside, man, he's done a lot of flat earth videos and
He's done a lot of good content. Of course he has, man.
Any flat earth videos for like 5 years. Okay, he's done nothing for like 3 years up until recently, and that's just shitty fucking music that he's put out. He has done nothing as far as videos for like 5 fucking years.
Yeah, but his stuff's so good though. That's why the stuff that he did 5 years ago is good stuff today. You know, it's timeless. I'd have to say.
right. Well, it's timeless because we live in a timeless realm.
Yeah. No, look. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this in the live stream, but I'm just
Holy
talking
moly,
to you.
I don't want to drink a floaty out my motherfucking
I'm just
soda.
talking to you guys. Like, okay. I had heard it's, and I don't know about his life, so I don't pretend to know. But he got, I think, in his interim while he was gone, it looks like. I mean, just look at him. I think he's got a certain addiction, and he needed a little money to fucking help it.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that sort of stuff.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know if he's smoking. I know he's smoking weed, man. I know that. But if he's drinking too much, I don't think so. But the last video he put out on ODD TV with 325,000 subscribers was 5 months ago. And it was him doing a live performance.
I think he's got a little bit healthier from 5 years ago. And when I saw him recently, he seemed a bit healthier than he was 5 years ago. A bit chubby 5 years ago. So
Hold on. By healthy, do you mean more emaciated?
Yeah. I like
I
what
don't
you
know.
said there.
Emaciated, man. Maybe.
Yeah, true though, isn't it? But no, he looks okay. He looks normal now. He was a bit chubby at the beginning when I first set eyes on him.
Yeah, chubby is healthy. Like a little bit chubby is healthy. What he has is somebody who has not been eating enough and has been fucking following an addiction. That's what he looks like.
I don't know.
All right. I'll take that into account for sure, man.
Yeah. But as for old material, it's still good stuff.
Let's
His
go
old
back.
material is still kicking in,
Let's
man.
go back 4 years ago, man. He was putting out the flat Earth controlled leak.
Exactly. And
4 years.
All that's all good stuff, man.
Okay. Well, that's an interesting question.
Russian bids. What's he been up to?
Russian
He's been a nuisance.
He's still going.
Yeah, but he's been a nuisance of late. together with Jake Gibson.
But can we go back to 4 years ago?
Yeah.
ODD was putting out Cartoon Ball. Cartoon Ball.
Yeah.
It's Cartoon Ball, man. Do you guys want to hear that song?
Good track.
It's a good track, right?
It's not a good song. Go ahead and play it. It's not a good song.
It's not a good song. You're right.
It's all right. It's not bad. It's not bad, is it?
It's not bad.
Remember, it was all new stuff back then. I think
4 years ago. You got to go back 4 years ago, man. That was.
Yeah, I think Flatter Day Saints is really kicking it at the moment. He's bringing another level. Come on, Flatter Day Saints. Come on, listen to his stuff. It's pretty good. Got one or two really good tracks.
Yep.
You know what they can't use against you though? How they the thing they try to block, but the thing they hate, the fucking truth. They can't really use that against you. So if you put the equations, the formulas, the alchemical makeup of certain things into it, along with the formula on with the video, along with the rap and the stuff, and you do certain things.
That's right.
You can do a lot. You can
do
say
a lot of
in
damage.
that.
You're gonna do
And it can be comical too. You can do a Weird Al Yankovic type comedy type, and it can be good, but have comedy in there, and people love fucking comedy. So
yeah, you do a lot of damage to the heliocentric model. It bleeds to death. Yeah, man, I totally agree.
And the YouTube thing, that's what I was trying to say. You can get a lot because they can't shun you. They can't say, well, you're playing non-truthful, non-stuff stuff that doesn't have truth in it, because you can put true stuff in it.
Yeah,
and
everything's
they can't do nothing about
100%. They're repeatable, variable, and everything. Falsifiable and the
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's been 4 years, man, since ODD did his a year's worth of fuck all. 5 years, 4 or 5 years now.
Mm-hmm.
He was doing shit and making
his last
his
last video that I thought was of value that I actually enjoyed was his Truman Show one, but that was 2 years after he did nothing. He just on a random, all of a sudden he popped up a video a year or two after he'd done nothing, and it was his Truman Show one, and I thought it was actually a pretty good review of the Truman Show, or his take on it. I don't know how you even call that video. I thought that was pretty good. But otherwise, he did nothing for a year or two before that. And then when he came out a year or two after that, it's where the fuck have you been? And why are 200,000 people still following you and this shit?
Hey,
you know what I mean?
But he's not on YouTube. He's on, I think he's on BitChute, he's on Rumble, he's on Ruskin, he's on Library, he's on other mediums. You see? Yeah,
Listen,
he's still
Lou,
busy.
man. Listen, Jim. Listen, Lou. The reason he bowed out is because it got too heavy, man.
That's not why. Shut up. You're making excuses.
I'm making up a globe excuse, okay?
You can't do that. All right, thank you, Glover.
Hold on. I got
too heavy.
a good one, man. He bowed out for.
Yeah, he bowed out. That part is true.
It was too heavy, man. It was too heavy, man.
Once he bowed out,
there was too much gravity, man.
Why are we hyping a guy who bowed out?
Not hyping him.
Right. Where are his live interviews with anybody of any importance if he's got all these viewers? Why can't he Joe Rogan sum somebody up who's of some mustard criteria?
Well, anyway, look, he's done some good work, which will definitely stand the test of time. Because if anybody's looking for the flat Earth and they land on ODD, it's early material. They're going to learn a lot. It's going to be a good experience, and that's fine.
Yeah.
He's done his bits. He has done his bit for flat Earth. Okay?
No, he did a part. He did a part. I will not take that credit from him.
That's right. That's right.
That was a long time ago now, and we talk about him like he's the latest fucking jazz. Okay, stop that.
I don't talk about him like that. I just say he done some good work. He's still around, and long may he still be around. Every right to be around.
He's not still around. He's not still around. Right now, he's a part timer just trying to milk a buck.
I don't know. I don't see that. I see him trying to do something, and he's got his shows on other mediums. He's still around doing his own thing. He's got a right to do what he wants to do. He's got that right as a human being. Okay, let's not get too way out there. You know, heavy policing unnecessarily.
Look. I don't like throwing people under the bus and everything, but it's just I'm just giving you, like I said, my opinion on it. And clearly yours is different. You know, and I'm not gonna hate on your opinion either. Like I'm just stating mine, and I'm. The thing is that I had some support. I had other people who were like, "Yeah, I kind of agree." You know, like they were backing it up, and that's why we're still talking about it.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he's done his bits for Flat Earth, and the stuff he's done will stand the test of time. It's all good stuff. Can't knock it.
No, I have to disagree with you. It will not stand the test of time. It has not stood the test of time already.
I'm talking about his Flat Earth videos. I'm talking about the trilogy stuff and that. That's what I'm talking. I'm not talking about the music at all. I'm not. I already commented to him that don't give up your day job. That's what I actually put comments on it. Don't give up your day job when it comes to the music. But as for your Flat Earth content, that's great stuff.
Well, yeah, no, yeah. He didn't have that many good Flat Earth videos, but he did have a few. In fact, I will tell you, like one of the first Flat Earth videos that I ever saw that caught my attention was an ODD video. I don't remember exactly which one, and I wish I did, because I would praise that one because it caught my attention. You know what I mean? But
I think another one. You mean he's got the trilogy. He had so many at one time.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll give him credit because he brought a lot of people in, kind of like what you were saying earlier. But I don't know how top notch his content was. Now I have to give him a little credit because we I hate the word, but we evolve, right? Like we arguments get better, and he was kind of early, so like maybe the arguments weren't as refined as they are now, and so now in hindsight, looking back, it's like, yeah, it was, to me it was good for the time. And when you say it will stand the test of time, that's where I disagree.
Yeah, I say that because if people are looking for Flat Earth and they stumble across ODD in 5 years later, they're going to have a good experience. The content is good. They're going to learn. That's what I mean. They're going to learn. That's why I say it's timeless. I'd rather watch that than watch a rerun of a stupid movie that's not teaching me anything out there from the so-called famous film stars. So no, man, no. I'm looking at it on a realistic level. For a truther, he's done his bit already. He's done his bit.
Yeah,
His good work came early. You're not like an artist. You have your good moments and then you have your downtime and when there's not much going on. And
yeah, but
that's what's happened to
does he
ODD in a
deserve
way.
like an eternal praise for what he did 5 years ago?
Nobody peaks forever, man. Nobody is on top forever, man.
That's right.
The way life is, man.
I said that to Robert Pisano as well.
Some point.
Robert Pisano, when he came back after 3 years, okay, I said to him, don't worry about it, Robert. The stuff that you pushed out will stand the test of time, and you don't need to just repeat it. Just repeat your stuff because it's all good. People need to see it. New people are coming in. So don't take down that stuff. Don't take it down thinking it's old. That's a mistake because people are going to come and they're not going to get to see your stuff. They need to see it. So it needs to be around.
I would argue that most of the old videos, and that's not just ODD. Most of the old videos, like Eric Dubay and all of the Dude, Mark Sargent, like the early videos from Flat Earth,
Yeah.
they need to be forgotten. They need to be forgotten because we have done much better since.
Not much better than Bassano, man. Bassano
I'm sorry. I can't agree with you there, Lou, mate. All that stuff has to be there
that
for
stuff.
people to see.
When he
That's the
called up,
history.
when he called
It's
up
part
the
of our
fucking-
history, man. It's
when
part of
he
the
called
history.
up the guy that was on the Sophia flight. Oh my god!
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember that one. That was good, that one.
Oh my! That shit will never be forgotten, man.
Exactly. Come on, man.
Never. We're not gonna forget that one,
No,
man.
you
That
can't. You
was-
can't forget. No. When
No,
you run
dude. Oh, hold on. That's like almost. I don't know. You know what fallacy called? It's almost like a strawman. Look, or baby with the bathwater. Like there's. Yes, of course there are exceptions. There are certain videos where, like, yes, that one was a good one, but for the
Right.
most part, we've moved on. We have better arguments.
Yes, we do.
We
You're
have,
right. You're
We've
right.
got better
You're right.
arguments, but the other stuff,
Yes, we
I think
have
the other stuff is
way better arguments now, but it was
yeah,
still
but you still got to, yeah, I mean,
at the
you still got
time.
to have
At
it.
the
You
time,
can't
man.
get rid of the history. It's all part of the experience. I
At
want them
the
to have an
time,
experience of it.
man.
Yeah. You still got to have the material
well,
there.
if you're talking about being a historian, that's one thing. But if you're talking about bringing people into the flat Earth with the best arguments possible, you're not going to refer them to those old videos.
I am.
I
I'm going to
would.
refer them to the old stuff and the new stuff, everything. I'm going to refer them to everything. I'm going to
Right.
give them a step-by-step thing. I'm going to do that. That's what I'm going to do. I have to do that. I feel compelled to do that. Good material, that's why. Otherwise, I wouldn't. If I thought it was shit, I wouldn't do that. But I think
I
it's
think
good
that,
stuff.
but there's a lot of stuff in the old videos. I'm not just talking about ODE anymore. I'm just talking about the old flat Earth videos. Like,
So am I. So am I.
there's
I'm
a
talking about the whole
there's a lot of
psychology.
stuff. There's a lot of stuff in those that we've refined that we will note that in this own service, we will no longer claim the things that we once claimed. And if you do, it's like grounds for ban in some cases.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I mean, yeah. That with that I agree, but I still think it's good for them to see the essence of the movement. You know, the flat Earth thing from when it came back. You know, I think it's good to see all that. It's all part of the history of it. I'm like that, you see, sentimental like that, if you will.
Yeah, but no, if you want to keep like what do you even call it? Like if you want to keep a catalog of like a history of the flat Earth, awesome, awesome for that. Yeah, you're right. I don't disagree with you there. But if you're trying to reach people now with the best arguments so that you can totally show them like what the flat Earth is, you're not going to take them back to 2015.
Well, I am. I'm going to show them what's going on now, and I'm going to reinforce it with the 2015. This is what we were doing before, and this is what's happening now. They've got to see that. They've got to see that transition. It's going to strengthen them. That's the way I am. Thorough. This is how we were, and they can see how the arguments have got stronger and better. It's good, man. It's a psychology. Good for them.
No, but what about the stuff? What about the stuff that's in those videos that's clearly wrong? Like, there's a lot of stuff that we've conceded.
Then they learn it. Then they can learn that that's clearly wrong. They can learn that, can't they? Yeah. Got to learn the whole thing, man. Got to. You know, leave no stone uncovered if possible. Got to, yeah. I just feel it's necessary.
See, I don't. I think that's like instead of a 101 class, that's like a fucking graduate thing, like when you show the history of flat Earth.
Yeah, that's what I'm like now. Sorry, I'm one of those old school. Sorry. That's me, I suppose. But I agree, you know, you got to show them the now arguments because they're so quick, no time wasting. You know, it's quick.
We
It's a quick
advance
takedown,
very
isn't it?
fast.
It's a
These days.
quick takedown.
Everything advances really fast. Yeah, you have to
Fast.
adapt.
Yeah, it's a quick takedown, isn't it? Now we're at quick takedowns now, aren't we? That's the level we're at now. They haven't got a. So that's why it's gone awfully quiet from the opposition. You know, they're not coming in as regularly as they're coming in before.
Right.
So yeah,
And so this
we're
is
taking
goes
them
back.
down
I
so
think
quickly now.
this is a good point though with what I last said. To just reiterate my original point about like
Yeah,
my critique on ODD. So like
yeah.
it's not that he's a bad guy. It's not that he means harm. It's just that he's outdated, and I don't know why we give him so much praise now.
Well, I just think he's done his bit for Flat Earth, and if anyone, I will always introduce his material to those who are coming in. That's got to happen. They've got to see that stuff and see all the other stuff from all the other content makers. You've got to do it. Everyone gets a mention. That's me. There's a community out there. There's a person for everyone to like, so they will take their pick. That's what you've got to introduce everyone, regardless. I follow everyone as much as I can, and that's me. You know, give credit where credit is due, and I do that and move on. And like I said to ODD, don't give up your day job though, mate, because you know. And I'm saying to you now, at the moment, I think Latter Day Saints is doing a good job. He's really bringing in some good sounds.
Yeah, no, yeah, well, yeah, I agree. But and again, like you said earlier, it's not just about the music we're talking about anymore.
Yeah. You know. But yeah, we're into the takedowns, you know. We're quick takedown now. This is where we are. We're razor sharp now. They got
I think
no chance now.
I think we're even beyond that, Jen. I'm really sorry, but like I think we're beyond the takedowns too. We no
Yeah.
longer even have people coming in. Like
Yeah.
there's nobody to take down anymore.
We
We're we we
won. We
might as
won.
well
We
say
won it. We won
victory.
it.
Yeah, we might as well say
Yeah.
victory.
Yeah. I agree. I'm with you all the way on that one. Of course. We are the winners. We are the champions. We have done it. You know, there's nothing they can say that's going to bring me. They can't insult me. I am like a duck. When you dunk a duck, it comes up dry as a bone. So whatever they got to say, it just rolls off like a water off a duck's back. They haven't got a chance. Yeah, they haven't got anything.
Dude, when you're challenging everything that the official narrative has, and they've clearly already assembled an army of fucking trolls that are paid by our fucking United States military, fucking Defense Department, like
Yeah,
they admit to it that they have a Defense Department force, like that literally goes in and tries to fight the narrative that goes or fight the conspiracies that go against their narrative. They like
yeah,
openly tell you this, okay?
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and they gave up. They're no longer here. They gave up.
It's
The
brilliant,
fucking
isn't it?
the
Well
fucking
done, Lou.
United States the fucking United States Army gave up on coming here.
Lou, and you
Or
can take pride, Lou, you can take pride that you were instrumental in that happening. All right? That's for sure. So, yeah, man, I'm with you on that. I hear you loud and clear, man. Yeah, they've given up. I love it, man. I love it, mate. You have, yeah, you know, whilst I haven't been on this server, I have been giving them hell. You know, I've run the psychology back up their ass. They don't know where to put themselves. So, yeah.
well, they might
I
have
agree.
finally realized that, like, by doing their effort, that it was drawing more attention and losing ground for them. And so they're like, we're better off just leaving them alone. But that's what we've been
That's
telling them the whole fucking time.
Man, to me, it's like the Globe's dead, but they just haven't put it in the obituary yet.
well said, yeah. Yeah, they're taking their time doing that. Because I've been saying it for the last 6 years. The heliocentric model is absolutely dead. I've been saying it in all the comments all the time. And the
Hey,
flat
do
earth
they have blue?
revolution, long live the flat earth revolution. And I keep saying that. And then you get these trolls saying, what revolution? Ha ha ha. Well, how
All
many
right.
of you flat earthers are there? Silly
my
asses.
my last diss on ODD. All right, when he gave up. All right, the original server was supposedly like his server, right? Like he started it, but he started it and disappeared right away. He was never there. He abandoned it. He abandoned it, and he abandoned us. And guess who has been at the forefront of this fight? Guess who is fucking, like actually made it change to where it is now? That's us.
Jose? Jose? Well, us,
He was
okay. Yeah.
he wasn't fucking here for that. So don't praise his ass for that shit.
Okay. I just praise his good work, that's all. You know. But, like you said, we've won. There is no one out there. Good to know.
I apologize to all you ODD fans who have been fucking praising him every fucking day for fucking 7 years or whatever you've been doing. Back in the day, fine. Recently, that doesn't fucking count for shit.
Yeah, well, I've always directed people to his material as I direct them to this server and other places. So that's what I do. I will continue to do that, regardless of what people think about what he does and he's giving up here and there and whatever.
A few months back, a few months back when he was still silent,
Yeah.
when he was still silent, and he all of a sudden made his return. He had a huge life crisis that he needed a whole bunch of money. It was like open out there, like he was in trouble with the law and shit. He needed to raise money. That's why he
Yeah.
came back.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, that's why he's here to pay his tickets and shit.
Yeah. Well, if he puts out content and he gets paid for it, so be it. It's not a crime. Remember, the government's taking our money and they're killing innocent babies in other countries.
No, it's not a crime. But if you think he's here for the same interests that you have and I have, it's not the truth. Okay, like that's not why he's around.
Yeah, well, as long as he doesn't display that, because I will let him know, just so with the same force and vigor that I deal with the heliocentrists. That's one thing. You fuck with me, you're going to be fucked. So if I ever detect that if I smell that, if I detect it, you're going to be in trouble.
He was completely silent for I want to say about 2 years, like nothing at all.
Yeah.
And then he got in trouble with the law and actually had a GoFundMe to fucking take care of his shit.
Yeah. Well, as long as I don't detect any kind of shenanigans, underhanded, I don't want to smell that, see that, because just as much as I promoted you, I can bring you down double quick, faster than you went up. Much faster than you rose, mate. So I don't want to.
No, here's the problem: is that flat earthers are for the most part, we're really good people and we're generous people.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're open. We're open.
Yeah. We're generous people.
Yeah.
And so especially if we think that you're one of our own, a lot of people will freaking go out of their way to send money to you or whatever else. And that's what
right.
he's preying on at this point, in my opinion.
Right, yeah. Well, if I ever detect that, I will call him out on that for sure. I will definitely. The same when I've called out generalism on certain things that I've heard about him, and Mark Sargent. I put it to their faces because I'm telling people that you're doing good things. I don't want to hear people talking about you like that. Deal with this shit. That's what I said to them. Because I'm bloody going out there telling them, no, go to Mark Sargent, go to generalism. Yeah, go to Jake the arsehole. Go to these people because they're good. And if you're doing the shit, then you're making me look silly. You don't want to do that to me. You don't want to be doing that to me. I've said it to them. Said it to him, man. I have. I'm defending their integrity. That's what I said to them. I'm defending your integrity. There's people think you're a shill, and I'm putting them right on that you're not. Yeah. Say, but please sort this out. You're acting in certain ways that you're making people think this.
No. See, all right, Jim, I appreciate that you're a good man for trying to do that. Okay, but like,
Yeah.
when somebody is doing something like that, it's my opinion that you need to leave them alone so that they can freaking dig their own grave and shoot themselves in the foot. You don't need to freaking tell them to turn their shit around. What you need to do is watch them and just see what they do so that you can better understand them and their intentions.
Yeah.
Don't give them a warning and say, hey, by the way, people think that you're doing this so that they can change
Well,
their
you've
mind
got
and
to give
make
them a
their
warning
loved
because
ones
they're going to
happy.
lose their position. Yeah, I see what you mean. You want to catch them out red-handed. A
Yeah,
handed
dude,
cookie jar thing. Yeah, I
I do that
understand.
with a lot of people in this server. I do that with a lot of people in this server. I'm already suspicious of them. I know they're digging a grave, and I play along. I fucking let them dig their grave, and then
Yeah.
once they've made it very visible, they're fucking gone.
Yeah. Then you pounce like a praying mantis. That's what you're like.
They're yeah.
You know? Like a coiled spring. You're just waiting. You know? Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that methodology. Yeah. No doubt about it.
Yeah, dude, I'm not here to help you. I don't know you.
No, yeah, but we're all together in it, aren't we? Like I said, we're all good
No,
people.
but
And we,
yes,
and we
no,
hate.
you're right. You're right. We are all together. Those of us who are genuine, okay?
Genuine, yeah.
The disingenuous people, we have to weed them out somehow, and that's the only way I know how to do it.
Yeah, you have to, yeah, that's a good way, just to get them out in the open. And then see how they react. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, because once bitten, twice shy, as you said, yeah, obviously. And we were bitten badly for them telling us that it was a globe when it wasn't. So there you go.
I'm not a terribly religious man, but like, what's the line
Neither
about
am I.
like if you put trust in man, like what's the rest of that? Like putting trust in man, like what I know it's a bad thing. Whatever, there's a biblical thing about it. You don't do it. You don't trust man. Period.
Yeah.
Like I know you want to trust your own mother, but really logically you shouldn't.
Oh, I don't know. You trust your mum. You've got to trust you. Well, you should to a point.
Not logically. Not logically. No. That's an emotional thing.
Got to trust your mum
Yes,
to a
that's
point.
true. Yeah, that's emotional. Lunatic is right. It's emotional. You
Yeah,
cannot
it's
trust your
emotional, yeah,
mother.
but I think you must trust your mum to a point. Come on, man.
Yeah, of course.
Right. Trust your mum to a point, and then there comes a time when where you feel you know more than your mum, and then you want to be independent, and you go off. You make
What
a
if your
mistake.
mom's a crackhead? Should you trust your mom if your mom's a crackhead?
Well, obviously, you have to trust her to some point, like I said. But if she's a crackhead, then she's a crackhead. You know, you will trust your mum to a point where you realise that okay, mum is lying to me now, and then you stop the trust, and if you love your mum, you try to make her realise and try and
Look,
change her if you can.
you're missing my point with what you're saying. Clearly,
Yeah, and I don't get you when you say you mustn't trust your mum.
no, you really should not
He
inherently.
gave you example, ma'am. Sorry.
Yeah, a crack.
Give him.
Yeah, go on.
You can't
No, no, not.
inherently trust. You can't inherently trust any human being. Period. It doesn't matter
Oh,
what
Yeah.
relation you have to them. You cannot give them just inherent trust. They have to earn it.
I have a good example.
So I was supposed to go on a cruise, but the whole thing got shut down, and the only way to go on that cruise was to get a jab. So my mom was trying to tell me, "Hey, go get that jab so we can go on the cruise." Should I trust her?
No, in that case, that's what I'm saying. To a point. In that case, you say, "No, Mum, I'm not going to get the jab because I don't want
No,
the cruise. Is not important for me
Jim,
that much."
it becomes a lot easier if you understand what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah. Yeah, you shouldn't trust anyone complicitly, you're saying. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. That's why I said you can trust to a point. That's all I said.
No, but you should never give anybody, even a fucking relative, a brother, a sister, a mother, you should never give them the benefit of the doubt. Honestly, like if you're going to be logical about it, like I'm saying, like of course, family ties and blood and blah 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 blah. But that's all what you're saying. But that's an emotional state of being, okay? And if you're going to be logical about it, there's no reason to trust any other person other than yourself. Because if you fuck yourself over, you're the only one left to deal with it.
Yeah. Someone else fucks it up for you, it's a bit more painful, but they fucked it up. If it's a relative, it's easier to take maybe. But if it's non-relative, then yeah, it's a bit of a letdown. Yeah. But I mean, I've always trusted
It's a
people.
very cold way of looking at things, but that's like
Yeah, I haven't lived
that's
my
the only
life
way.
like that.
That's the only way you're going to protect yourself and your own children and stuff like that. Because plenty of mothers, fathers, grandparents have fucked over their children and their grandchildren.
Yeah, I haven't done that, and my father didn't do that to me. Well, a little bit, I suppose. He's guilty a little bit, but I haven't followed my father's footsteps in that regard. I haven't fucked over my children, that's for sure.
Hey guys, while we on this trust thing with kids and parents and children, do you guys think that it's harmful for parents to tell their children about tooth fairies and Santa Clauses and Easter bunnies? Do you think that has a long-term psychological effect
I never
later
did
on in
that. Yeah,
life?
I never did that.
Look. I think that we overplay that in here a little bit. But
You think
yeah,
so?
there is something to it. There is something to it, but I don't think it's as extreme as like the way we like to talk about it.
But it's gotta kind of break. It's gotta kind of have some sort of break, like when you're a child
No.
to, you know what I mean? That's gotta do something to the psyche. Like we might not understand it.
No, you can
I
look.
don't know.
It's damaging and helpful. Everything is a cost benefit relationship, right?
Yeah.
So like, so if you if you lie to your kids and your kids catch you in a lie, they no longer trust you. But they also gained the lesson to never trust anybody, and now they're safer in life.
Well, not only that, but now they know how to lie too. Because where do kids learn how to lie?
Yeah,
Like
and that's
most
a great
kids at
example.
an early
Yes,
age,
yes.
they always tell the truth until they catch on and catch somebody lying to them, and then they learn, oh, I can do that too. You know what I mean? That's not a learned behavior.
So that's it's a trap. It's like I don't even know how you get into it. Once a lie starts, I don't know how to get out because exactly like you just said, like you've taught them how to lie, you've taught them why you lie, you've also taught them that lies can be for good. Like it's just something happy. It's just something you've taught
I
them
never,
all kinds of things.
I never taught my children any of that stuff. Santa, tooth fairies, that stuff, didn't do that at all. And I don't do the Christmas thing either. I only give them money in the new year. I don't buy nothing for them in Christmas. Not once in their life have I ever done that.
But
Birthdays,
I mean
New Year.
the thing is that we always focus we're very negative around here. So we focus on the negative side, but with every negative, like every negative thing that's happened to you in your life was a lesson learned, was it not?
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest with you, I was raised with Santa Claus and Tooth Fairies and stuff, and some of those are my most fondest memories as a child. So I'm really conflicted on the whole idea because it's a struggle for me. I don't know how I feel about it because on one hand, some of my best memories as a child was those Christmases, but at the same time, did that maybe somehow damage me in a way that I can't even comprehend right now, as far as trust in stuff like that? I don't know.
Well, what about perpetuating the capitalist system? Because that's all that Santa thing is. It's got no connection to Jesus really, and his
Well, no,
birthday
yeah,
and all
yeah.
that.
I mean, absolutely, but I mean,
Right.
come on.
So
I
that's
mean,
the point I'm talking about. That I didn't want to
yeah.
perpetuate
I mean,
that.
but but what little my spending. I mean, capitalism is what it is. Like,
Yeah,
it's
but
not
if
me
you
and
want to
my
get
family
that
isn't going to
buff,
make or break capitalism.
yeah. Well, I mean, you can break it by. This is how you break it by not participating in that. I stopped the Christmas thing 35 years ago. That's when I stopped Christmas.
Yeah, but
35
your
years
kids,
ago.
your kids are gonna see other people having Christmas and be like, "My dad's a dick. Why didn't I get to have Christmas?"
No, I explained it to them. I explained it to them that it's not a
Well,
real thing. And what's happening
well,
is
and,
that
and
the big businesses are making their money. So if you want anything for Christmas, you're not going to get it. You wait till the
I
new year.
appreciate I
Here's your
appreciate
money.
too what you're saying. I appreciate what you're saying, but at the same
Yeah.
time, you yourself didn't break it. It's still going on.
I broke it in my family. That's the
Well, yeah,
thing.
in your family you broke it, but
Thank
I
you.
mean,
And
as
that's the
you know,
beginning. That's the beginning. I broke it
right.
in my family. So now it doesn't happen in my family. So hopefully when they have their children, they're not going to do it. So it's broken, isn't it? So I broke it in my family. Thank you.
Yes,
Don't
sir.
tell me I
Yeah.
broke it.
No, yeah, no,
Thank you
you're
very
you're right.
much.
You're right, and that's how it
Thank
starts. That's
you.
how it starts. It has a snowball. No, you're right.
Absolutely.
No, yeah, yeah, you're
And
absolutely
if you
right.
want to break it, you can break it. No, I'm not
Yeah.
influenced because I had this argument. Sorry, I made this point to another woman who was on Telegram because she was buying her kids all the Christmas stuff. And I go, we don't do that here because I don't want them to have false beliefs, foolish beliefs. I'm more of a realist, so I stopped the Christmas 35 years ago. So my children now they know that it's a nonsense. They don't waste time
Don't
on
you
that.
believe though
They know it's a
there
flat
is a
Earth.
healthy way? Don't you believe though that there is a healthy way that you can do it, where you still give gifts to your children, but then you teach them the reason behind it and why you do it and why it's a good
No
thing and why,
way,
like,
Jose. I'm a
you don't
Muslim,
think so
number
at
one.
all?
I'm Muslim, I'm not a Christian. Let's look at that point, for example. It's a non-reality anyway. It's not a real thing. It's perpetuating the fantasy of the globe, for
No,
example.
no, no, no. I'm
That's
not talking about that aspect of it. I'm just talking about the aspect of doing something good for someone else. Like I'm not talking about Christianity. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm just talking about the
Celebrating
goodwill
Jesus
of.
is a wrong
I'm talking about
birthday.
the
Like,
goodwill of the idea of giving a gift without expecting anything in return.
okay. I
And
gave a gift. I know what you mean. I gave a gift of my time for 12 and a half years to the disadvantaged children in London for 12 and a half years at a youth club called the Three Seas Youth Club from Mondays and Wednesdays, sometimes Sundays if the staff was short. My free time. There's the gift for you. So, you don't have to buy a present to give. You don't have to do it that way. You
no,
can give of
absolutely, no,
yourself,
absolutely. It
your
doesn't have to be
time.
a monetary thing. It doesn't have to be something that you purchase in a store. But my idea is that
Yeah,
there
yeah.
is
I give of
something
myself.
special. I
Yeah,
think there
I
is
give.
something special in the idea of gifting something to someone that they're not quite expecting, and that you really put a lot of thought in. That's really gonna make them happy.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah,
I mean? Like,
yeah, I do that
Jim,
all
I
the
just want you to pause a second. Like, I know you canceled it because of Saturnalia or whatever it had, like 30 years ago or whatever you said, team. I don't know what it was, but
35 years.
uh, look, maybe you want to try it 1 year and just look at the light in your kids' eyes when you give them the gift on that day. Like they are.
I'm never going to do that because I give them a gift on their birthday, their eyes light up. I give them money in the new year, their eyes light up. Yeah, maybe we go on holiday and I get them I choose that moment. I choose that moment.
It's Christmas is like I'm not saying I'm not talking again like he's saying. I'm not talking about the origins of the holiday because the kids
right.
don't understand this like you and I do. Like
That's what I'm trying to
for
say too.
them, like if you make that act on that day when all the other kids are getting something too, they are thrilled. It's a very special event to them. Like very special event.
Right. But is it a good and healthy thing to do in a world full of deception? You see what I'm
Well,
saying?
that was my question too. That's what I'm saying. I don't. That's kind of what I was trying to get at. Is it, is it damaging?
It's damaging, man. That's why we're in a mess where we are today. It's like, look, these companies are ready. They've made their world. They know what's coming in at Christmas. Get the signs up. Get them buying this shit. It's a falsehood, a false love. It's not even real, man.
All
No,
I'm
man.
Well,
saying
I
is
understand that.
when,
Yeah, I
when the
understand the
other kids
hallmark
get to
aspect
when
of
the
it
other
and the
kids get to
commercialism
celebrate it,
aspect of it, but I feel like there is still something there to salvage, at least for. There is something good in that, I believe. I think.
Yeah,
I think.
family, Christmas Day, family get together, have a nice meal. Okay, fine, thank you very much. But you don't need Christmas Day to do that.
no, you're absolutely right. You could do that. You could do that a million times a year. But I'm telling you this right now, and there's no getting around it. When all the other kids are talking about what did you get for Christmas and what did you do, and you got all these special events going, people taking vacations and stuff like that,
Yeah.
and you're left out, you
Yeah,
feel left
as
out.
a child, you're gonna feel shitty. Like, what's wrong with me and my family, and why don't we celebrate this like everybody else does? Yeah,
No,
that's a
exactly
whole
that.
nother
That's how
aspect.
you become strong in character and you actually live in the real world. And you're not in with the fantasy with the other idiots, the other mugs, the
I
other
don't.
But I
I
feel
don't
like
whores.
you
know.
could.
Look,
But I feel like
look.
you could
I think
engage with
you
your
are. I
children
think
and
you are
practice.
living in the real world.
But
You are
this is my
living in
point,
the
though.
kids are
This is
saying.
what I'm trying to say, though. This is my point. I feel like you could do all that and still celebrate that holiday with your children and still let them know that okay, it's not about all the commercialism and
That's right. That's right.
corporate. I feel like you. I
Look,
feel like
look,
there's a
look.
balance there. I feel like you can
It's up
balance
to
it.
you. It's up to you
That's
if you
what I've
want to
done
tell
though.
them.
That's exactly
Jim,
what I've
it's
done.
up to you if you want to tell them that this is Jesus' birthday. It's up to you if you want to tell them that this gift came
Okay.
from Santa. Okay. Or you could still celebrate the day, give them a gift, and say, this is from me. And by the way, everybody else thinks that this is Jesus' birthday, but it's not.
Yeah. No, I don't even have. I don't
You
have to
know,
look.
I think
I don't have to do that. And the children understand that Christmas is fake. It's not necessarily anything that they need to worry about. And they're whole. They're sane. They're happy. Their hearts didn't skip a beat. They didn't feel depressed. They're happy children. They
But
love
think
their
about
dad
being
and
a
they love their
child though.
mom.
But think
Sorry.
about the child mind though. Because when I was a child, that whole idea of Santa Claus and doing that whole idea, it was magical and it was somewhat. I loved that whole brought me a lot of joy when I was a kid to
Yeah,
believe
when
that
I
there
was
was
a
this
kid.
guy that floated around and brought gifts through the chimney and all that stuff. It was a fun fantasy.
For me,
Now
when I was a kid, I knew it was shit. I just knew it was a load of shit. I never bought into it when I
well,
was a kid. I never bought
that's
into it
fine.
then.
I want to tell
And
you
that's in the
something about.
70s, man. I was
I
born
want
in
to
the
tell you
60s.
something. So I've got my daughter. All right, this is funny. So this might help to elucidate the point actually. So my daughter is now 8. By the time she was 3, and maybe 4, maybe it was she was 4. We had Christmas time coming, and I had gifts for her, and I had one gift that I said was from Santa. Okay, one
Yeah.
gift that I said was from Santa, and she smirked at me, not just a smile, not like she gave me like an adult like she
Yeah.
and she
Like she saw
smirked.
through it.
Yeah,
Very
and,
good.
and I went, what? And she goes, well, I know something.
Right.
Go on.
Well, see,
I'm like,
that's why this is an important conversation, and it relates to flat Earth too, because you have to have the same kind of conversation with your children about flat Earth, because they're gonna, if
Yeah.
you send them to public school, the first thing they're gonna see is the globe, and they're gonna learn all about that stuff. So then, how do you unwash their brains
I've done
from
that.
that
I've done that
nonsense
already. That's all been done.
without damaging them, and then for them to go back into the school and they're gonna be so disillusioned and so their head is gonna be swirling and they're not gonna know what to believe. And they're going to speak up in class and want to say, "Well, my daddy
That's
said
right.
this," and then they're going to be
That's right.
ridiculed in that classroom, and then
You see?
your child is going to feel horrible. And are they going to trust then the teacher and their classmates or
They have
you? Who are they going to feel? Who, you know what I
exactly.
mean?
Now let me answer that question for you. I taught my children to make sure that they trust their father and their mother first before anybody else outside. Because we're
Because
not
you
going to
didn't lie
tell
to
you.
them about Santa Claus and all that other
I
shit.
know
So
I don't did that shit. As I told you, I don't do that shit. Kids,
right.
please
So
pay
so you
attention.
think that's the best foundation
Please,
then is
yeah,
because you
exactly.
No,
didn't
no,
Pay
lie to them
attention.
my
about that
look,
shit.
Let me
look,
get this out. Let me get this out for you.
I was trying to tell a story, and you guys are arguing, but I just wanted to finish. I'll make it quick, I promise.
Yeah, go on then.
So the other, I'm skipping stuff, but on the other side of that, so she obviously told me that she knows, like who Santa is, and she knows
Would
that
you say she's
I bought
8
that
or
for
4?
her. And she told me that when she
8.
was like 4. Okay, it took 2 more years, and all of a sudden last year, or let's see, maybe 3 more years. Last, she's not wait, it was a little while. Last year, she had already told me, like many years earlier, at a very young age, that she understood it. She figured it out on her own because she's super smart.
Yeah, of
But,
course she is. Of course they are.
but,
Kids are.
but, um, then last year, like she all of a sudden was playing a game with this smirky kind of look, like she wanted me to pretend that Santa was real all of a sudden. And when I went and when I didn't even say anything. I just gave her this cross-eyed look, like, really? Like, and she blew up on me like a freaking like she was my wife or something. And she was
There you go. There you go.
she goes, why can't you just let me enjoy Christmas?
That's funny,
What?
man.
I'm like, are you 30? What the fuck is your problem? What the I didn't say that to her. What the fuck?
Ooh, see? That's funny. That is funny. That is funny, yeah.
So this
I
girl,
had no problem with my children. I schooled them properly, man. They knew the score. And that's for the flat earth thing. As soon as I knew, they knew. Because, like I said, they have to trust me first and their mother before anybody else. I said, I'm not going to send you down the road wrong, am I? I'm not just your dad, I'm your friend, yeah? Okay, pay attention, man. They know. They trust me.
So
They
what
know me.
happened?
I've been with them almost every
So are you
second of their life, man.
so are you saying you're the
Hmm?
only person in history that had kids, and then when they became teenagers, like they didn't rebel, like because all
They
kids,
didn't
no
rebel. They
matter
haven't
what,
rebelled against me. They haven't
they
rebelled against me because I told them, I was telling them that they've got rights as they were growing up. I goes, in this
mm,
house, when you go out of the door, democracy doesn't exist, but in this house it does. So if daddy
right.
does something wrong, you say, Daddy, you are wrong. You are not born to be scared of your dad. So if I did something that's bad, you say so. You say so because you have the right to say so. That's how I brought them up. So they know that. We're all equal here. Even though I'm daddy, yeah, because I was born before you and I brought you into the world. You still have the right to speak your mind, and you are not to be scared of your dad at all. That's not the reason you're alive. Told them that
That
already
sounds
because I'm not out
dangerous
to.
to say to a kid.
Yeah, I'm not.
That sounds
I'm
dangerous.
not here to put them under any kind of emotional stress. That's not what their life is about. That's not what I want to do. I don't want to play that game with them. I want them to be
Mm.
strong, understanding, and appreciate the real stuff and get rid of the garbage fake that's out there. I don't want them to go through the shit that I went through. Of course, man. What are you talking about?
But how do you just so like how do you okay? Because
Go on.
that sounds like a really scary to try to tell a child that
Yeah.
they have as much right as you do, the adult, to speak up
Yeah.
and like that
Exactly.
seems extremely challenging to make a child feel like they have as much power as any adult.
in the
Well,
household.
and they should have. I think they should have, because even though they're children, they're going to play their games. Daddy, can you help me to do this? Yeah, I'm just going to. Can I finish this off first? Okay. So the relationship is perfect. It's smooth. No problem. You know?
But kids are going to always try to challenge the adult's authority in the household and try to, you know,
It just depends on the situation that you
No,
make
no, no.
for
Like
yourself.
literally, my example is a perfect elucidation of this point. Like, yeah, she told me that she saw through the lie when she was a super young age, and then
Yeah, but
a couple years later, was mad at me because I didn't play along with it.
yeah, there you go. Right.
that seems very
It's part of the
unique.
indoctrination, isn't it? It's all part of the indoctrination, you see, because it's not a real thing anyway. This is where the
Because
danger comes in.
in my experience, when I found out that when I found out then when Santa Claus then was fake, like I was kind of hurt, right, and I was mad at my parents.
Yeah.
But you know, I think
Oh
you
yeah,
get
I
over it. You
understand,
get
Gavin.
over it
When you said
quickly.
that's unique, I
You
totally
get
I
over it.
understand.
wasn't. I wasn't mad. I wasn't mad because my parents didn't do that to me. So
Well,
the only
no,
place I
I'm just
learned
saying
about
my
Santa
experience.
was from
I'm just trying to let you know
outside. Yeah.
like a different perspective. So I'm wondering, you know, is how how damaging is that for future years? And then when you get into the adolescence and teenage years, and when that whole, like I said, the whole rebellion and trying to buck your parents and do whatever, everything they say the opposite. I wonder how, you know, did that Santa
In
Claus
my case,
situation
in my
play a
situation at the
role?
moment, in my situation at the moment, the children are free of spirit and mind, and they're whole. They know what they want to do. They do what they want to do, and if it's not safe, then I tell them no. And I've explained to them that you have to do what I tell you until you become of age. Then you can do things for yourself, really. But I'm going to let
So
you allow me to finish the
how do you
story.
handle then like drugs then? Because
They
I
don't
remember
do
when I was
drugs. They don't do
okay,
drugs. They don't smoke. They
but how
don't do
did
any of that
you
shit.
okay, but my question is, when I was growing up, I was
Yeah,
lied to about drugs, like weed. Weed was like
Jen,
heroin. I
what
was
you
told
said
weed
is
was like
dangerous.
heroin, and then I tried weed when I was a kid, and I realized, oh, weed is nothing. And I was like, well, all these people lied to me all these years, said weed was so bad, and I was like, weed is great. So you know, then I never believed anything they said about other stuff. So like, what,
Yeah,
like,
no,
how do
I
you?
told them, I
Jen,
told my
Jen,
children,
Jen, Jen, 1 second. What you said about my kids don't do this, that's a
yeah.
very dangerous stance to take as a parent.
And
I'm
hang on
sorry,
a
but
minute.
I'm
That's
sorry.
what they
Repeat that. What
don't
you
do
said?
that now, though. Listen, you're not listening to me because you're just taking on one word. Let me finish what I'm trying to say because I have to keep stopping. Although they don't do drugs now,
We're all doing that. You're not the only
yeah, hang
one.
on, yeah, let me just finish what I'm going to say. Even though they don't do drugs now, and let's say they go on to learn about weed, then I'm going to talk to them about weed because I used to do weed. So that I'm not going to
But
be having a
what makes you
problem with
think
them
that?
at
What
all.
makes you think that they're going to come to you and say, "Dad, I'm going to start doing weed"?
No, they're not going to tell me that. They're not going to tell me. I'm probably going
Well,
to
so
find
don't you
out
need to tell
myself
them though
because of the
before?
smell. Because of the smell. But I'm not going to be angry with them and I'm not going to be
So you're gonna
disappointed or upset because I
so
did
you're
it
gonna wait.
myself. Yeah.
So you're not going to tell them beforehand, before they get to that level, before it comes
They've
around. You're just going to
I've
let them.
already spoken to them about it already. If you ask my children, they will know that I've spoken to them about drugs and they know what my feeling is on that. They know that. They know
But what
that
do you say
I
though?
smoked. They knew that. Listen. They learned that Daddy smoked when he was 19 years old, and he stopped when he was 19, and then he started to
Hmm.
smoke cannabis for 19 years on and off. Okay, they've never seen me smoke cannabis in their life. I haven't had a sleep in over 21 years. So they've never seen me smoke at all. I don't smoke cigarettes. I have very little alcohol, right? But my wife smokes. But they know that smoking is no good. They know this, even though
Hmm.
they know that Daddy doesn't smoke. Okay? So when it comes to the drug thing, there's not going to be a problem at all. It's not going to be an issue unless it's starting to be like heroin and things like that.
Yeah, but
Then
no,
there's going
but
to be some problems.
here's my point, Jen, is that that's what every single parent that had an addicted child to, say, heroin or something like that,
Yeah.
like that's what all of them said until it was too late.
Right.
In Japan, here in Japan, that situation is very, very rare. You see what I mean? Yeah, it's rare in Japan where I am. So I'm lucky, and the kids are lucky that they're not going to come into contact with drugs. They don't even know where to go
Well,
to
it's
get it now,
also
as it is now.
extremely Japan's laws on drugs are extremely strict too, right? I mean,
Well, there you go.
that's all,
Exactly.
that's
Yeah.
it's not like here in the States. I mean, drugs are everywhere.
I mean, if it was legal in Japan, I would have spliff here, but I wouldn't smoke it. I would eat it in my food and I would drink it as a tea. So the children would see me using this weed in a more healthier sense than, let's say, smoking. Okay? So they're going to think, oh, yeah, because it's the chemicals that are in this natural plant good for our body. That's why. So they're going to learn. They're going to learn. That's how they're going to learn. You see?
Yeah,
But
right.
at this point, there's no need for them to even go down that road. They're not even on that road now.
Well,
You know,
well,
not
and
nowhere
I
near
think
that at this point.
where I was coming from and what I was trying to say is from my experience and growing up, my parents were so anti well, not anti, because every parent of course is anti drugs when it comes to their children, but they didn't, I guess, have proper talks with me about drugs. They just kind of gave me the after school special about how you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
they of course did every drug under the sun before they had me because they grew up in the
Right.
60s and 70s. But then and they don't want me to have drugs, so they thought the best thing to do was shelter him from it. And then when it has to come up, we'll tell him that it's like crack and don't smoke, and all that stuff. And so then when I rebelled and I did smoke weed for the first time, I realized like, oh, that's nothing. So it's just like the Santa Claus thing. It's just another
I
lie
just
that parents tell their children.
Yeah,
I
I'll
was
never
just
lie
have
to
to
my
warn you,
kids on
Jim.
that.
Being a kid who did do drugs against my parents, well, I had a good upbringing. I had good parents who warned me against it. I went through DARE. I had all the warnings. Okay, I had all the good education. Like there was no reason why I should have ever tried them. But what I'm going to tell you is, behind your back, they're going to say, I only need to dabble. I'm just going to try it to see if he's right. They're
Yeah.
going to question you. They're going to
Yeah, yeah.
question you.
I swear, every kid, right? I mean, that's a part of becoming who you are, right? Isn't that that's natural?
They're exploring. They're going to explore if they're
And
tempted, if they're moving in the right circles for that to happen. It depends on the people they associate with. They're not going to be
That's
looking
the
for it
well, that's
from
the
their
other
own
thing
back.
too. It's all about who
Yeah.
they're around and who their friends are. And if they have one
Yeah.
friend that's dabbling and don't have as good appearance as them, then yeah,
Yeah.
they're gonna do what their friend does.
Yeah, they're gonna try. And like I said, if they came back and said, "Daddy, I smoked weed today," I'm like, "Oh yeah, what?" I'll be saying to them, "Yeah, what was it like? How did you feel?" Sit down and go through their buzz. That's what I'm going to be doing. That's the way I'm going to approach it. You understand? Yeah,
no, but I've heard too many, and I dealt with this too, is I knew a lot of people who were of like super strict Christian upbringing where their parents were like, no, I've raised my kids right and they will never do this. Like I saw this like
Yeah.
over and over and over again. And they were at the parties getting fucked up and getting laid. Like they were, and their parents,
Doing coke and all kinds of shit.
I'm like, it doesn't
Yeah.
fucking work. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
It's
You
just,
see, for me,
it's
yeah.
gonna
Well, the
happen
other thing that
behind your
doesn't work
back.
either is I used to respect, as a youngster, I used to always respect my friends' parents who would allow us to come over and do what we wanted to do, have a couple drinks and smoke weed in the house. I thought, oh, you
Yeah.
have the coolest parents ever, and this
That
is
would be me.
great. Like what, but you know what? Yeah, exactly. No, and it shouldn't be anybody because that isn't helpful either. That you
No,
think
I
as
don't know.
a
I think it's
teenager.
good because it's giving you a safe environment to relax, let your hair down, and enjoy yourself. And if I'm smoking with you as well, we can learn together. So it's a safe. That's what I'm about. Okay.
Yeah,
So I
I
don't
never
mind if
learned a
they.
damn thing though.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, that's the way I'm gonna be. If my children go off and they smoke spliff and whatever, and they come back with their friends and they're smoking spliff, I'm not going to say, don't do that in the house. I'm going to say, where's my one? That's what I'll be saying.
So do you think it's a good? Do you believe subscribe to the idea that if you catch your little one, let's say they're a young teenager smoking cigarettes, do you think are you the type of father that's going to say, oh, you want to smoke cigarettes? Okay, here's a pack of cigarettes. You smoke every one of these cigarettes right now in front of me, all of them right now. Are you going to do that to try to turn them off and make them sick and make them smoke the entire pack back to back?
I don't know. I don't know if I would do that. I would say to my son, they know that. You see, the thing is, they've known that smoking is bad for health from their childhood days, and I always check: are you going to smoke when you grow up? Are you sure? Are you sure? So you're not going to get tempted and try it. And if you do, it's not going to taste nice anyway. And they all know. They know. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
They hate it. They don't like their mum smokes. So I can't imagine them smoking cigarettes at all at this point. But if they try, that's up to them.
That's the problem. I can't imagine. That means you're giving them the benefit of the doubt and you're trusting in them. This is what I was telling you earlier about trusting human beings. Like even your own children, you cannot trust them.
No, the thing is, I'm not going to be coming down on them like a ton of bricks. If they smoke cigarettes, I'm going to say to them, you have to be like mommy. Mommy can't smoke in the house. That's what my wife doesn't smoke in the house because she knows it's not going to happen. There'll be trouble. So they can't smoke in the house. If they're going to smoke, because it's their choice, they're men. So I can't. Once they're 20, I can't. You see, when they're under legal age, they have to listen to what I say. Okay, but when
Yeah,
they
but
are
no. The more you tell them that, the more they're going to rebel.
Right, that's
no,
what I'm
they're
trying to
not.
say.
No, that doesn't go. Hang on, listen. The legal age is 20. Okay, so they can't be smoking below that, under that age. So when they get to 20, they're a
Why
man
can't
now.
they?
They can't unless they're smoking secretly, and I'm going to know they've been smoking because I'm going to smell it on them. You
But that's
can't
what I'm.
hide.
But that's my.
Hang on a
That's
second,
what I'm
please.
talking about, though. I'm
Yeah,
not
I'm
talking
talking
about.
about.
That's what
Listen,
I'm talking about.
if they're smoking as teenagers, then there's going to be some grounding, and there's going to be some trouble because they're breaking the
Well,
law
yeah,
now.
yeah, and
Right.
that's
So
why
I'm
I
going to
asked
come down
you
on them like a ton of
if you
bricks. In
caught
that
if
situation,
your kid was 13 and he caught him smoking, would you be the type of dad that would say, "Oh, you want to smoke now?" and then get him a pack of cigarettes and make him smoke that entire pack of cigarettes all at once to
definitely,
try to make him so
definitely do
sick
that.
that they'll never want to smoke again?
Heard that whole
Yeah, I'll
story
do
with.
that.
I don't know if any parents have really done that, but like the whole story about the carton, I've heard that. Like, oh, here's a carton of cigarettes. Smoke.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I'd say you want to smoke this, smoke that. But my children, they never did that. Do you know what I mean? I've got the youngest one now. He's 12. He's going to be 13 in February. He's not interested in that. There's no interest. They're not interested in alcohol, nothing like that. They're into their sports
No,
and their
no, no.
games.
You know what? No, you're right. It is different from when we were growing up. It is different. The kids
Well,
these days
no,
are
but
really
that's
not interested
you're
in
missing the
that.
point. Hold on, Jim. Like, yes, your kids at this point so far have led you to believe like they're not interested, but
Yeah.
at some point they're gonna maybe not. I'm not saying for sure they will. Like, maybe they won't, but most kids at some point are gonna try it and not tell their parents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not worried about that. That doesn't really sadden me. The thing is that when they're 20 and if they started smoking, there's nothing I can say because they're a man now, they're their own boss. I can say I don't approve of that, but then that's all I can do. I can't say you mustn't do it. I don't have the right to say that because they're their own man now. They do what they want to do. But the thing I must remember is this: leave the door open so they can come home. That's my approach.
Yeah,
That's always going to be a
I agree with you completely
Oh
there.
yeah,
Like,
nobody's saying you told you were.
Yeah, yeah.
you don't want them to think they're gonna get disowned if they're gonna do it because that's
No, no
never
chance of
mind.
that.
You don't want them
No.
to like.
Yeah. So that's that. So and that's it. That's the thing. I did my best to bring them up safely and should them if they want to then start to when they get to 20 they can start drinking and buy cigarettes and try it. That's up to them. You understand what I'm saying?
When
But
you were a kid,
I've already explained to them that the government won't allow you to smoke around the world. This is before they made it legal in places. The government is telling you this: you can't smoke cannabis, right, and make yourself healthy, but you can smoke tobacco, destroy your health, and drink beer and kill your liver. That's what you want to do. If you want to do that, go ahead when you get to the right age. Okay.
What
So
did
that's what I said
you
to him.
do? What was the worst thing you did as an adolescent? You had to rebel against your parents' teachings, right? Like what age did you first, kind of say, I'm gonna do what I want to do and I know what I'm doing? Did you like drink or smoke or
I had a
what
very
age?
strict upbringing. So I was the kid that would come home from school and then I would be peeling the potatoes, clean up the chicken, get that ready so that my mum would cook the food for us to eat. And then after that, I'd be washing the dishes. Okay, that was my kind of like upbringing. So that's
Hmm.
why I excelled in the military. When I joined the
Where
All
did
military,
you
right,
it was
grow up? Where did you grow
all
up?
right. So,
in
so,
London.
but
In
this
London.
might
In
be part
London.
of the problem is that you think that your kids are going to behave like you did.
Um, they're not really. They're gonna behave. They're behaving better than I did. Is what I'm saying. They're behaving better than I did without much input in me, without much policing, let's say, because they know the score.
You
Everything
make
has
London
been
sound
because
so
I told
different
them
from
they had
America,
rights.
and
That made them feel whole. They made them feel important. So they didn't have to. The upbringing of my children has been an easy time of it. I've had no hassle. I'm the man that's cleaning
Well,
my
all
kids'
right. Well, let me
diapers
say
when they
this.
were babies.
Let me let me say this, Jen. Okay, instead of what I just last said, like
Yeah.
your up, like the way you handled your adolescence and whatever growing up, it sounds like you
Yes.
were very responsible and like
Yes.
and obedient. Okay, I
Yeah.
I was
Respectful.
I was not. I was not.
Yeah.
Okay, I was
Yeah.
very disobedient. All
Yeah.
right.
No, I was
So
obedient.
I was so for me, from my perspective, I
Mm.
expect my kid to disobey me as well. Whereas you, from your perspective, you expect them to
Mm.
obey you.
Yeah, because I don't ask much of them. Can you empty the rubbish, please? Can you tidy your room, please? And they do it because I didn't make the mess. You got to do it. Done,
But
done,
but
and done.
but
When
shouldn't
their
the
pipes are
truth of the
broken.
matter shouldn't the truth of the matter about your kids be it could be either of the two, or it could be somewhere in between. Like you shouldn't expect that they're gonna be as good as you or follow your rules just because you think you did a good job. And I'm sure you did. But
We don't have that. We don't have that many rules for them to adhere to. Just enjoy your life. With what's going on now of late, these last 2 years, I'm making sure that I'm even being softer on eggshells just to make sure that they're happy and well with what's going on
I'm
now.
just
I
telling you,
haven't
I'm
had
just
to
telling you,
police my
I'm just
children.
telling you again that a lot of parents who did a really good job lost a
Yeah.
lot of kids to heroin.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my children are not going to be coming close to that because that's not so readily available in Japan, you see. Here in the West, it's different. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. And
but when you
they've
were
got
there
pride in
growing
who
up,
they are.
even when okay, so but when you were 15, 16, 17 years old, you didn't
Yeah.
do anything that you shouldn't have
No.
done. You didn't ever run with a bad crowd or get drunk with your friends at a
No, I
teenage.
didn't do any. I didn't do any of that. At 16, I never touched alcohol at all. Didn't do any cigarettes. I first took a split when I was 19. That's when I
Is it a
first took
cultural thing?
alcohol.
Is it
That
a
was me. That
cultural?
was me because no, that was me, Jin, because I was I was in the army cadets by this time. Okay, well at the time you're talking about 13, 14, 15, 16. I was in the army cadets. So I
Yeah,
was
okay.
I was a proud boy. I didn't want
You're
to
a
do
Boy
that shit.
Scout. You was a Boy Scout.
Yeah, I didn't want to do that shit, man. That was fucking. It's not what I want to do. So I was serious person by this time.
Were
So when I was
you?
19 was the first time I took a split. 19. I started
What about your
smoking when I was
friends when
19.
you were growing up at that
Hang
age
on,
in
look.
school? What about your friends? Did you have a lot of friends
They
then?
smoked. They smoked, man. But I didn't. I still hung around with them. But it was the disgusting smell. But they were still my friends. But they smoked.
They didn't
I didn't want to
outcast
do
you
that,
for
man.
not trying it with them?
Yeah, I didn't want to do that. No, of course not. Why would they? Why would they? Why would
Well,
they?
hold on, hold on.
Me growing up, if
Also thing.
that's
Also
what
thing.
would happen. You would be a nerd. You'd be a
Yeah,
loser. You'd be an outcast, and nobody would want to
you're
hang out with
not
you.
allowed. You're not allowed to be in the clique unless you join them.
Oh
Right?
no, I'm still in
You
the
wouldn't.
clique.
You wouldn't
I was
be.
well in with them. I was well in with my friends. You know, they smoked, I didn't. That's how that was. That's how it was
That's
for me. You know, they
interesting.
smoked, I
That's
didn't smoke.
interesting.
You know,
Yeah, that's
they didn't
interesting.
hate me. They didn't hate me, and I didn't hate them. We
That's
got on like a
interesting.
house on fire. They just smoked, I didn't. Do you know what I mean? You know,
That's
no big
a
deal.
way different experience because if I think of like I'm
Exactly.
15
That's London
and
for you.
I'm smoking weed with my friends and there was somebody with us that didn't want to smoke, I would not want to be around them and I would say, "Who is this loser, nerd, weirdo?
Well, yeah.
Get
See,
him
now
out
if
of
you're
here!
gonna
I
call
don't want to
me,
be
if
around
you're
you."
gonna call me a
Look,
loser, you're gonna lose
I
your
don't
teeth.
know Paul. I don't know Paul, but I have a feeling we grew up like next door to each other or something, like the way that we're
Right?
talking. Like,
I mean, no, that's just that's. I mean, I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to. I don't
Yeah,
know.
no.
That's a unique
Yeah,
experience.
my friends
I'm
couldn't go
envious.
around. They couldn't call me a loser because I didn't smoke cigarettes with them, because there would have been a fight and there would have been pain for them to pay. Because they smoke doesn't mean I have to. That's what I told them. Just because you smoke doesn't mean I have to. Does it? Right, exactly. Let's carry on. You know?
Jin,
It's the
aren't
same
you?
thing. It's the same thing when we used to go to the pub. Like, look, we used to go to the pub, okay? Now, what used to happen is you used to put down your money on the table. They called it a whip round, okay? And then you end up, having a drink, and then next person's round, next person's round. Now, I wasn't financially situated to do that. So I used to say to them, I'm going to go on my own because I haven't got the money. That's the first thing I said. So that was it. They respected me for that. You understand? So I didn't go into the whip round and end up getting drunk like they did. I'd have two
Jin,
drinks at the night and done.
aren't
Yeah.
you a bit naive saying that
Naive.
that stuff isn't available where you're at? I mean, I would bet you. I
Hang
would
on a
bet you
second.
that you could find anything within the hour. Anything, bro. You got
I'm not being naive. I'm
Yakuza
telling
there.
you, hang on a second. At the
Anything
age
within
of,
the hour.
listen clearly, the age of my children where they are at the moment, for them, they're going to find it hard to get it. Their friends don't even know where to get it. It's not something that they talk about. They don't talk about doing
why, Jin? Why, Jin?
drugs.
Because they told you that?
No, because I'm watching the children in Japan. I talk to them about it. You see, remember, I was a youth worker for 12 and a half years. So I have a good connection with the youth in Japan where I move. Okay? And I know what they do. And it's not drugs, it's a totally different culture. Totally. Okay? You want to Japan and see for yourself. Don't get me wrong, there are people who are doing drugs, not where we are. Not where we are. They don't do
Still, you
drugs.
would you would
They
get.
do cigarettes. They do cigarettes, yes. They do alcohol, yes. But they don't do the drug thing. Okay?
I would still argue
Unless
that you could find anything within the hour. Anything.
I
Just
could find drugs within the hour, but it won't be local. That's the thing. I know where I can get it. It's not
Dude,
local
and
though. It's going to be
my guess,
at least
especially as an
2 hours.
American, my guess is that it's probably more readily available in Japan than it is here.
No, absolutely not. It's available, but not as readily as you think it is. And it's very much underground. It's not on
Oh,
the
it's
streets like you think.
underground everywhere, Jen. It's not in the mainstream here. We don't advertise for it or anything.
Well, I mean, back in the day, it was on this. Look, when I went to LA, yeah, when I went to LA and I went for a walk, there was a guy following me. I watched his actions. I slowed down, let him go past me, watched what he was doing. A guy came up to me and they exchanged and moved along. So it's happening on the streets. Still happening on the streets.
Yeah,
You
when
know,
you're walking
right?
down the street.
It's readily available like that. Whereas in Japan, it's quite strict. It's policed. So you'd have to be, you'd have to
So
know the person, meet up
I don't know if
a
you
place.
know this, but
It's available.
we're
It is
I don't
available,
know if
but
you
not as
know this,
readily
Jim,
as it is in the
I don't know if you
US.
know this, but in the United States, we're the most heavily policed fucking country in the world, and it happens all the time.
Yeah, that's right. But in Japan here now, it's not as readily as it is in the US. I'd have to say, it just isn't. I've been there 20 years, man. Been there 20 years. You know what I mean? So it's not just that readily available. It is. You can get it, and it's not readily available. And then people who have been caught famous people have been caught
The
smoking weed.
naivety, like I don't want it to sound like an insult, but you do. He's right. It just sounds very naive. Like, and parents are all around the world, no matter what country you come from. Parents are guilty of falling for this. They always think that they did a good job. They always
I'm
think that
not
their
one of those
kids.
parents. I'm just not one of those parents. I know, no matter what you think it sounds like I've said, I've had an easy time of bringing up the children. I'm not worried. That's the last thing I'm worried about. I'm not worried about them getting onto drugs, smoking alcohol. I'm not worried about that. Not at all. It's not in my thoughts. Oh, what are they going to be like in the future? I'm not. It's never crossed my mind. It's never been in my veins. Okay, it's not a concern, and it's never going to be a concern unless they get onto heroin and then their life starts to go downhill. Then I'm going
No,
to have to
there's
take
a
it
lot
back.
there's a lot of other drugs out there you need to be concerned about too, dude. And
Yeah,
and from what I've heard, there's a lot of designer drugs out there that you've never heard of that are going around in Japan.
Fair enough, but like I said, I'm not concerned about that. I'm still, if I
Why?
don't
Why
know,
not? Why not?
why? Because I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned. Why should I be concerned? Why should I be? I did my drugs at my time. This is their time. Okay, they know that the legal age is 20. So, and their friends that they hang around with, they're doing their own thing, and generally they're not. I haven't got
Well,
nothing to worry
I
about.
think what you're trying to say, is that it's just because you have good kids and you trust them and you have a good relationship with them, and maybe that's true.
Exactly.
Maybe
That's not.
maybe it's
That's right.
maybe that's true.
That is
But
true.
but but it would be naive to think that they always tell you the truth and that they tell you
I don't
everything
say.
that they want.
Look. I don't say. Did those words come out of my mouth that they always tell me the truth? I
I
never
didn't
said
just
that, did I?
shaman you. I didn't just shaman you. I said it would be
Right.
naive to think that.
Well, yeah. Well, don't go down that road because I don't think that, do I? Do you know what I mean? But like
It's
I said, I'm not concerned, really. That's not a worry. That's not something that I think about or lose sleep over at all. I haven't even thought about that as such. Because of the
but
way I,
the fact that
the
you
way
never
the way I
thought
brought
about
them
it,
up,
it's like
the way that I
the
brought
fact
them
that
up, and the way hang on a
Jim,
second, Luke.
The fact that you never thought about it, it is like the definition of naivety.
When I say think about it in the way that it's going to be troubling. Because if you allow me to finish, the way I brought up my children, all those angles have been covered. They've been covered, so I don't have to worry about it as such. Okay, when they get older and if they want to go and try and experiment with their stuff, that's up to them. I can't get in their way. That's the thing. I cannot get in their way, especially when they're in their 20s. I'm not going to be getting in their way. They're free to do what they want to do. They
That's
have to
what
be.
that's what I'm kind of confused about, Jin, is what I was trying to ask you is not when they get into their 20s, but I'm talking about when they're in their teenage years. Because here in America, that's when kids start to rebel against their parents and start doing things that they shouldn't do and start drinking and trying all kinds of drugs, even though we try to teach them not to, but they
But I'm
do the
lucky. I'm
opposite of what
lucky.
we say.
Yeah, I am
So
lucky.
I'm confused as to how you approach your children when they were at that age to where you just know that they would never do anything.
Currently, look, I've got one that's 16, one that's 18, one that's 12, going to be 13 in February, and one that's 21. Okay, now the teenagers, they're not, they're doing their thing. They're enjoying their life. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to report. They're enjoying. They're not rebelling. We
All
didn't
right,
have
let
the
me ask you this. Let me ask you
teenage
this.
adolescents. It's not happening.
How
Go ahead.
strict are you on watching them and where they go and everything like that and who they hang out
No,
with?
no, that doesn't even happen. They go and do what they want to do. They go to the cinema. They go to the restaurants. I've got they're on mobile phones, so they contact me if I think they're coming back a bit late. I just check where they are. Where are you at the moment? You
How do you know they're not out smoking weed?
That's it. Sorry, I don't know if they're smoking weed when they come back. I will know because weed leaves a stench. You can't get rid of the
No, it
stench of
doesn't.
tobacco
Not
or
today.
weed.
It doesn't. No,
It
Jin. Today it
does.
doesn't. Jin.
Look,
Today they have no Jin. Today they
Dab
have weed
pen.
today
Dab
can't,
pen.
that
right,
you
you
vape.
can't fool me,
No,
man. Look, listen,
Jin.
listen,
They have weed today that it leaves no
listen.
scent.
My nose is as good
No,
as my Labrador's nose. Okay, let me
Jin,
tell you
you're not
something.
listening.
If they
You're
can,
You
not
can
gonna
you're
vape.
not
smell a
You
listening.
know what
dab
vape?
pen. You will never smell a dab pen. Period.
You're not listening. You're not listening at all.
No,
I'll know
Jin.
if they, yeah. Look, I'll know if they've smoked weed because their character would have changed. Things would be different, but there's nothing changed about them. Okay, they don't stink. They don't go to pubs. They go to restaurants and eat. They don't go to pubs. They don't go to the pub. Okay, they don't go to bars. They just go to restaurants, bowling alleys, karaoke to sing when they want to sing. That's what they do. It's a different culture
Well,
to
when
the
I was
West.
underage,
Honestly.
I didn't go to pubs either because I couldn't get in. But that doesn't mean I wasn't drinking and wasn't smoking weed.
Yeah, they're not. They're not drinking.
Jim's
They're not.
playing on a layer of trust, and trust is dangerous. So what I'm saying is, maybe his kids are very, 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 very trustworthy. And look, in
They're
his
very.
case, great, great.
Yeah,
But what I'm saying,
my children are very happy. They know what's going on out there. They know the drug scene's out there, and they love the music scene. You know, they're enjoying their lives. There's nothing. There's nothing to report. Honestly, I've got no worries about my kids at all. None. I'm really happy the way they've turned out. I've got nothing to report. And it's not through heavy policing. I haven't had to be the man with the truncheon. Okay, that doesn't. If you ask them,
no, no, no.
is that it?
And I
Listen,
agree with that. I agree with that. The more you police them and try to be overbearing on them, the more they're going to rebel. So you've done that part
exactly.
right,
So I
for
don't
sure.
do that. Yeah, I want to be their friend. I don't want to lose the bond that we have and the love that I have with my children and the friendship. I don't want to lose that. So I'm not going to be the autocratic, strict dad. And I've already told them that if Daddy does something wrong, you say, Daddy, you did something wrong. Okay, so they know that they have the right to
Right,
speak
right,
up.
right, right. No, but so you have a good relationship with them, and that's why you're confident in them. But you cannot know.
What do you mean I cannot? Uh, what do you mean I cannot know? I cannot know if they've done drugs or whatever.
Yes, yes, you cannot know.
I can know when they come home. That's when I'll
How?
know.
Oh,
From the smell.
no,
Tobacco is
that doesn't
something you
work.
can't hide. You can't hide
No, what I was
tobacco
trying to say
smell.
though, the smell doesn't last. There can be no smell today. They can smoke. There
Uh,
is marijuana that is condensed down to a vape form to
yeah.
where it leaves no smell.
Right. Well, listen up. Yeah. The
What if
one
the
thing I will say
technique
to you is this.
goes
The one
to a
thing I
certain
say to you is
place?
that with my children, especially the eldest one, doesn't smoke at all. He doesn't do that. He knows.
What about
He
when they
doesn't
don't come
smoke.
home? What about when
Huh?
they stay at a friend's house?
Yeah, they do stay at their friends. They stay at their friends.
Well, how do you know they're not getting high
What do
there?
you think?
Oh, I
What do you
don't
think
know
they're
that, do I? I
doing?
don't know
What do
that
you
there,
think
do
they're
I?
doing when they say, "Dad, I want to go out all night long"? Like, what do you think they're doing when it like?
The latest they've come back is around 11 midnight. It's the latest that they've come back, and that's not often. That's not
No,
often.
you said staying at their friends. What if they stay overnight? Do they do that?
Oh, when they stay overnight, they stay overnight. They go and do what they're going to do. I don't know what they're doing when they do that.
I
No,
mean,
you
but when
don't
you're a
know.
teenage,
You
And
when
I'm
you're a
not
don't
teenage
know.
concerned.
boy,
And I'm
when
not
you're a
concerned
teenage
either.
boy, 13 to 18, what are you trying to do? You're trying to either get pussy, get laid, get a girl, or hang out with your
Get
friends, get
fucked
drunk, and
up.
get high.
I don't know. That would
That's what
depend on
I
the
did.
individual there. I don't know what they're doing there. I don't know what they're doing there.
And
They
in
got their
order to do all that,
girlfriends.
you
They
had to
got their
lie to your
boyfriends.
parents about where you're going to be and what you're going to be doing.
No, they couldn't lie to me where they were going to be because I'm going to
Good
phone
for
them.
that. Good
And if
for
I,
that.
uh, yeah, and I do, and I phone them up just to check that they're okay. That's only when I think they're overrunning on time. That's the only thing. When they're going to stay with their friends, I don't bother them. When they're going to stay with their friends, they're going to stay with their friends. I don't intervene. There's no need for me to do that, and I don't do that. I don't.
Right, you give them the free space, which is good.
I give them,
But
yeah, I give them
you
friends.
give them free space and free time. That's a good thing to do.
Yeah,
But what I'm telling you is that in that free time and
yeah.
without oversight, that's when they're going to test things that they're not going to tell you about.
Yeah, and good luck to them, because I did the same. So I can't, I did my way, and they're going to do it their way, and I'm not going to be stopping them. I haven't got the right to do that because I did it myself. So if they're going to experiment, good luck to them, and I'm glad that they're doing that. That's their life. I cannot
Yeah,
intervene.
it's a part of the growing process. It really is.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah.
interfere with that. I don't want
Right.
to
Yeah.
interfere with
Hey.
that.
Yeah. That's the whole thing I was trying to get at is how do we manage that process now that we got to that point that we realize all children do this, and back to the beginning about lying to them about Santa Claus and about effects of drugs and putting that fear into them, and then that's what I'm talking about. It's coming back full circle. You
Yeah,
understand
but
what
for
I'm
me,
saying?
it's been an open door policy, one of liberation, freedom. Stand up. You've got rights. Once you're growing up in this house, you have the right to say things.
Jen, I'm not sure if it is because it sounds like if your kids, none of your kids have came to you and told you that they've experimented in anything. I feel like you are in the dark about some things because you can't tell me
No,
that none of your kids
not
have
at all. No,
experimented.
it's because of the availability. You see, what it is, what you don't seem to understand is that we're out in the sticks, number one. This is
That
Japan, number
don't
two.
matter.
Japan, listen clearly. You just don't get it. You haven't lived here for 20 years. I have 21 years. So I can tell you, I'm in the position to tell you, I know about the West. I grew up in England. I've been to the US. I know the culture. Okay? Now I'm telling you that the children grow up different here.
Okay.
Totally from the way you
Yeah.
grow up. The drugs are not that readily available.
Okay. I
Tobacco,
believe that.
alcohol, yes. To drugs, no, man. They're not that readily
I
available.
look. I agree with that. That's probably likely. Japan's far different from the
Probably,
United
most
States
certainly it
or
is.
England,
Yeah.
but
I believe that.
only to a certain extent. No matter what, human nature is going to shine through. And what Drake, whoever that was that said earlier, well, I think it was Drake. Like this stuff is there, even if you think it's not.
I
Yeah.
know
It's
it's
gotta
there.
be.
And
I know
so
it's there. But listen, you don't hear Japan has drug addicts like you hear in the US or Europe. Né? Japan is very quiet on this thing because it's almost non-existent. I'm telling you. You need to
no,
go
no,
and
no.
It's
study it for
either that or
yourself.
Japan doesn't want that information to be out, so they suppress
Right.
the
No,
information.
no, it's not that at all. It's literally not like that. People get drunk. They get drunk. You get your drunks, but you don't get the drug thing. Honestly, you don't. You get it. You get it with the yakuza mob, and you get it with certain people who are cliquey in the Tokyo area and that, and the Osaka maybe, and Sapporo in the cities. But it's not like the West.
Well,
Totally not like where
but
I
the
grew up.
yakuza and them are the distributors of the drugs, and they're distributing it
Absolutely right.
amongst the
Yes, yes.
community, just like they do in the United States here with the cartels that we have and the mafias that we have in the United States.
Yes.
They bring in the quantity and distribute it into the streets at the lower level. It happens the same way where you're from. The yakuza
Yeah,
is
that's
the
right. But
American
what I'm trying to
mafia.
say to you is that that's happening in the Tokyo, Osaka,
Oh, you think the
Sapporo,
games
the
are
big
limited?
cities.
You think the games are
We're in the
limited to
sticks,
certain
man.
places?
Yeah, I'm in the sticks, so
The
that
gangs have a
availability.
jurisdiction the gangs have a jurisdiction like a police officer. We're like, I'm not allowed to
Yeah, they
arrest you
do.
if you cross over this border.
But see,
Yeah, they do.
that's the same misconception that a lot of people make in here in America that they think
Yeah,
if you live in the country, if you live out of the city, if you live in the
yeah,
sticks, that drugs doesn't affect your community. But actually, it's the opposite
Which is
here.
where it's the
That the
most
harder
prevalent.
drug
Yeah, it's the
here
most
in
prevalent.
America, there's a serious drug problem out in the outskirts, away from the cities,
Yep. Yep.
where children are getting
It's all the
hardcore, harder drugs, worse drugs than the actual kids are getting in the city because it's harder for them to get
yep,
weed in the sticks. It's harder for them to get the soft drugs,
yeah.
but for some reason, it's easier for them to get the hard drugs. So
yep.
there is a
It's
real
it's
struggle
all the
in certain
entitled
rural
kids
communities in
it's
the
all the
United States.
entitled kids. It's all the entitled kids who think that they've got it made, that are their parents trust them, that are doing heroin, cocaine, fucking
Mm,
ecstasy, going to raves, fucking, and
yeah.
they're doing it all the time and laughing in your face.
Right.
Yeah, but that's not happening in this household as such, because like I said, they're enjoying their lives to the highest level. They're enjoying themselves, so they don't need the drug thing for them to enjoy themselves. And at this point, they haven't come into contact, not to my knowledge, that they've come into contact with anyone who's got drugs. Their friends don't do it. Their friends stay here. They come here
Dude,
to stay.
I'm going to tell you a real story. Okay, like I had a friend like that had a rich father who didn't give a fuck about him. All right, I was literally there in front of him, where my friend said, "We're gonna party this weekend. I'm gonna get a whole bunch of cocaine, and we're gonna have a fucking great time." And I was like, "How are we gonna?" Like a lot of cocaine. Okay, I'm like, I'm like, how are you gonna? I'm like, how are you gonna do that? And he was like, watch. And he had me follow him. He said, stand right here so he doesn't see you. I was right around the corner. He says, he just went and bothered him. He said, basically, he got in his face and said, Dad, 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 Dad. And Dad was like, get out of my face. I don't want it. What do you want? And he was like, he said, I need $300.
Wow.
He said, he said, and Dad said, here, get out of my fucking face.
Right, yeah.
He said,
he bought an 8-ball for $300.
I'm not that kind of dad. You know what I mean? $300. I said, what do you want that for? You know what I mean?
no questions, no questions. Here's $300. Don't bother me for a week. He said. He said, here's $300. Don't bother me for 1 week.
Yeah. See, I look at my children as they're my friends as well, so I'm always interested in what they want to do. But I'm now at the stage with my children that they're very independent. Even the 13-year-old now, or 12-year-old, who's going to soon to be 13 in February, they're all independent. They do their own thing. They go to their friend's house. So now I am free. I've got nothing to worry about. I grew them up. I was with them all the way when they were tiny, all the way up, and they became independent, and that's it. It's been totally smooth. I'm sure if you ask them, have I been strict? They'll probably say, yeah, he was strict if we do something wrong. Other than that, I'm not. That's it.
Do you when they leave the house? Do you go into their room and search their room and look around and poke around?
No,
And
nah,
you
I
don't
don't do that. I don't do that
really?
at all. No,
Why not?
I don't do.
You're
I
not
don't
curious?
want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't need to do that.
You don't think it's your job to do that?
No, not necessarily because the way that I brought up my children, okay, I feel that they're well behaved. I look at the room. I'm not going to start looking into their personal effects. No, if anything's going to happen, it's going to come out naturally. And if it comes out naturally, that's fine. I say, okay, so you smoke. When did you start? Blah blah blah. Okay, but you can't. You can't smoke in the house. Yeah. Okay, and
That
that's
just
all I'm
sounds
going to say.
dangerous. That sounds dangerous,
No, it's
Jen.
not. Not really. No, it's not because, like I said, the culture's different here. Different here.
I guess.
I'm having an
Yeah,
easy
I guess
time
it's
of
a
it.
cultural thing. So you're
Yeah,
saying
I'm having an
if
easy
you live
time of it.
somewhere else, it'd be different. I mean,
Yeah, I'd be a
because
different person. Yeah, I'd be like I told my children. I said, if we were living in London, Daddy would be arrested because Daddy wouldn't be wearing a mask. So I'd be in the police station. They know
right,
that, right? They've
yeah,
seen me argue at customs at airports. Daddy changes when he goes to the West because they're carrying on with some stupid slackness. And then Daddy changes. I told them, see, Daddy in Japan is relaxed. But if I go to the West, Daddy's a different person. And they've seen that transition. They've seen
yeah.
me change. Do you know? You understand? Yeah, they know.
It is,
They fucking
and
well know that.
I mean, to be honest, too, it is a different culture in America. I mean, America is a crazy
This
drug
man,
culture. There's so many drugs
I
you can't
know
even, as a
this.
parent, you can't even keep up. It's constantly changing. It's
Yeah,
constantly evolving with designer drugs and prescription drugs and
yeah, yeah.
street drugs.
I
It's
totally understand the
impossible.
drug scene, my friend.
It's
I understand
impossible
your
to keep
drug
up.
scene inside out. I understand inside
Right.
out. Listen,
I mean, I don't even understand it now. At my
I
age,
did use the word. No,
I
no, I
mean,
understand it. Listen,
when I was a kid, it was mushrooms and weed and acid, and I never
Yeah,
even cocaine was insane to me at a young age until I got into my 20s. But and
yeah,
heroin was
yeah.
non-existent when I
yeah.
was a kid.
I was doing.
Yeah.
I did many 8 balls of cocaine with friends before I hit 20. Okay, like I like.
Yeah, so did I. So
So
did
did,
I. So did
okay,
I.
okay, hey. When you were doing them 8 balls, did you live in a rural community or in a city?
I was
Rural.
living in the city of
Yeah,
London.
rural. See, yep, that's what I was gonna say. Rural. See, and that's what's crazy. As you would think it'd be the opposite. I grew up in the city. Growing up in the
Yeah,
city,
I
it was
grew up
all
in the
about
urban
weed
city,
and
mate.
alcohol. We didn't do coke. I didn't do coke till I got out of high school.
No, cocaine.
And but
Cocaine was the original designer drug. It was like for the elite. Crack was for you in the city.
Yeah.
right.
Uh, at 19, I chased the dragon. I used to do chasing the dragon when I was 19. Chasing the dragon. Heroin. I did that. Yeah. A few times with my friends. I did cocaine. Didn't have much effect on me. I was so hyper already that was a waste of their money. I didn't buy it.
That
They
must have been
gave me
some
some.
shit cocaine. God damn.
Yeah, well, they got a hang on. They
Dude,
got a buzz
oh
out of
my
it.
god! If we want
They
to
got a
talk
buzz
about
out of
coke
it.
stories, I knew a guy. I knew a guy who was connected to the cartels. He was like this Ernesto. He was a fucking like he had like 9 kids from like 7 fucking mothers, and like 3 of them kids were in Mexico. And he was like a real cartel dude. Like got in a lot of trouble. In
Yeah,
fact, the reason we hired him was because this is fucked up. We're working in fucking city, and I was watching a raid about to happen. I saw all these undercover cars parked all over the place. And like where we're working in the fucking hood there was a projects basically. And and I was like, you've been seeing all these cars over here? Like, what do you think they're doing? And the guys I was working with were like, I don't know, why don't you go and ask them? And I'm like, well, I'm on break. I'm going to go and ask them. I'm like, this is dumb. Anyway, so I went up to an unmarked, totally like limo tinted fucking car, and
right.
I just stood there, and he rolled down his window just a crack, and then I went, what's going on over here? And he pointed a gun at me and showed his badge, and said, back away from the vehicle, federal marshals. I'm like,
Mm.
oh, oh, okay, okay.
Bunch of wankers that they were anyway. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah. Anyway, so I backed away and I went back to work. But then this fucking Mexican dude like slipped away from the fucking apartment building that they were watching. And he was like, do you guys need help? Like, I need a job. Do you guys want help? And I'm like, yeah, always. And I found out later that he escaped the raid where like 13 people got taken down over like it was like $130,000 worth of cash that they had in the apartment building.
Of course he did. He was the man.
Yo,
Jen, you know what's infuriating about the drug trade in the United States? Jen, is that the
Yeah.
if the government wanted to stop the drug trade, the war on drugs, if the United States government wanted to stop it, it would be done. It would be over with. But they don't want to stop it. They
No,
profit
they
off of
don't.
it. And they're the
No, they
ones,
don't.
they're the main distributors.
Yeah,
They choose and decide what
yeah,
cartel brings in what and where and how,
yeah.
and they pick and choose and they profit off of all of it, which has always been infuriating to me in
Yeah.
the United
You know
States.
what? At the age of 14, 15, it came on the British news, okay, back then. So that would be back in like 1977, 77, roughly, okay.
Mm,
The Americans caught a whole load of drugs, okay, right? They caught
mm,
this they made a big bust, okay. Now I was
yep,
thinking to myself, remember, I was thinking to myself, how did they know this? How did they know that this was
right,
going down? Because usually these drug dealers are quiet as a mouse. So how would they
mm,
know? Then you know what? I came to the conclusion that they must have done it themselves. It was all
exactly,
organized by them,
right,
and
exactly.
that's what you've just told me. But I came to that conclusion
It's the
years and
same. It's
years
the
ago.
same thing with the terrorist attacks that they supposedly thwart. Right. There's
Yes.
a couple of times a year they'll come on and say, "Oh, we stopped this terrorist attack," but then years later, when they release the documents about what actually happened and who was involved, you realize everybody involved was an FBI agent, FBI
Yeah.
informant. They were all FBI, all of them.
Yeah.
So there
They're
was really
creating
no
the
attack.
chaos.
There was really no attack to begin with.
Yeah. They're just making it. They're making it up, making themselves looking all capable, all
Right.
very well, gung ho. But it was
The
all
drug
shit and
trade, the
lies.
drug trade is the exact same. They control the drug trade the exact same way. I read a book.
Yeah.
It's a giant book. It's like the size of the Bible. It's called the Politics of Heroin. It was written by a professor actually where I'm from, Wisconsin, University of Wisconsin, and it was one of the most
Brother,
profound.
when I said I was living next door to you, you know I'm in Wisconsin, right?
What? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
You just brought up Wisconsin. This Paul, right? Remember earlier when I said it sounds like we grew up next door to each other?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm in
Yeah.
Wisconsin, brother.
I'm in Dane County. Where you at?
Yeah.
I'm in Dane
Drug
County.
city.
I'm
Drugs in
just
the
north of
city.
Milwaukee. I'm just north of Milwaukee.
Okay. Yeah.
Drugs in the
Well.
city.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. You're right.
Oh shit! There you go. I'm just sorry.
Yeah. So bringing up my children has been the best part of my life as well. It's been an enjoyable experience so far, and I've got nothing to worry about. I've had fun with it, fun, big, happy, great time, and I've
Yeah.
got nothing to report. I haven't had a fighting the kids, none of that stuff. No bad mouthing, backward, none of that
No,
stuff.
no, I think we found the problem just now, though, is that like the two of us who were ganging up on you acted like it was a fucking countrywide problem, but it's actually a local problem. The two of us grew up
It's
in
a
the same
Wisconsin
hood.
thing.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
There you go. Yeah.
yeah.
Whereas for me, it's been easy peasy,
So many drunk
and I've
Germans
enjoyed it.
settled. So many
Fuck,
Germans,
man.
drunk Germans, settled in Wisconsin and gave birth to us defects.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, I'm wearing flat earth t-shirts to their schools when they invite me in to teach English, and that the flat earth t-shirt is on. I don't mess around. That's how serious I am.
I think you would get arrested here if you did that.
No, I doubt it very much. They can't arrest me for wearing that. That'd be
No, I know,
that'd be
I
a
know.
big
I'm
mistake
I'm
on their part.
exaggerating, but get
Yeah,
Oh,
that'd be
the
a big
hey,
mistake.
Paul, just for the effect of that story, by the way, the cartel guy that I was just talking about, that was actually when we were working in Madison, by the way. So like he was right near to your house.
yeah. I mean I probably knew him, but whatever. That's another
Yeah,
story.
I mean, what
yeah,
kind of luck is
we'll
that?
talk later. We'll talk later. We'll talk.
What kind of luck is that you stand by a car and it's U.S. Marshals drug squad and you're right there? I mean, that's just you can't write that story. That's funny, isn't it? Yeah, you can't make that stuff up.
Dude, it
You know
was
what?
hysterical because this dude just escaped. Everybody in that house, he was one of the top guys. Paul was right. He was one of the top guys. And
Right.
everybody in that house faced major time. And he got out because he like went out and asked for a job. And we were like, yeah, you can pick that up over there. You
No.
know?
He was he
And
was he was a snitch.
Right, right.
Well, and you know what's funny about Wisconsin, or I think you could say this about any united flyover country in the United States, any of these small communities, is you think that the dirtiest parts of any state is the major cities, but if you go away, I'm talking about Wisconsin now. If you go branch out a little ways from the main hubs, and I'm talking Madison or Milwaukee, the small districts, the small communities, some of those
Yeah,
small districts with the small police departments, like just have sheriffs. They have one sheriff department and that's it, and they're really small. They're some of the most corrupt places you'll ever be in your entire life. I grew
right,
up
right.
I grew up in a
I can
place
imagine that.
where it was um I'll just say this. I grew up where I grew up was about 30, 40 minutes of well, I'm not going to be specific, but it was from the capital of Madison, Wisconsin. And
Okay, all right.
I was told when I was a child going to school, walking to school, middle school, my mother told me all the time, if I'm not here to pick you up, from school. You go straight home. You walk home. You know how to get home. Do not ever stop for any police officer or anybody that says, "Hey, your mom called me and told me to give you a ride home." And mainly, she was talking about police. She said, "Police, never
Yeah.
get in a police car,
How old are
ever."
you at this time? How old are you? Sorry.
I was in grade school. I was like 6 years old.
6. Wow. Okay, you were
6, 7, 8
elementary
years
school.
old. Is
Oh, wow.
I'm in grade school, grade
And
school.
those things in urban areas, man, like
Because the
very
local
fast.
police
When you
department was
switch
so
over,
corrupt. They were murdering. There was a cop. He murdered somebody right in his driveway, and nobody knows why, and he got away with it. He handcuffed.
How many? What year is this? What year?
This is got to be late, no, early '80s, very early
Okay.
'80s,
Okay. Yeah. You see,
very
now
early
my
'80s,
experience. So if we go back to the 60s
1983,
now.
1984ish.
Right. So if we go back to 1967, so I'd be 6 then, right? Because I'd be 6 years old. Now I used to walk to
Mm,
school, no problem, no hassle.
yeah.
Back in the 60s, 'cause none of that. My mum didn't have to give me any of that kind of warning.
Yeah. That was the only other warning was vans. She always told me, if you're ever riding your bike or walking on the street and you see a van, be cautious. It's
Yeah.
that was the other thing. Vans and police cars, because we also had a cop, a well-known. His name was Percy. His name was
everybody knows.
Percy, and
Listen,
he was known to
everybody
be
knows.
a rapist, and he was actually known to actually kidnap a girl. He picked up a girl after late night after a bar. She was walking out of a bar. He took her out into the woods, tied her to a tree, and raped her and murdered her. And everybody knew he did it, but nobody could pin it on him. For some reason, he never got convicted of it, but everybody knew Percy did it. That everybody in the town knew he did it, and everybody in the town knew that
Well,
his sergeant killed a man in his driveway, handcuffed him. He handcuffed him, put him on his knees in the driveway, and shot him in the back of the head. There was witnesses. Everybody knew it.
the problem is everybody knowing is not evidence. It's all hearsay, no matter who says it, no matter how true it is. It's all hearsay,
Right.
so they can't convict on that. So even though the
Terrible.
cops, even though the cops knew it, they didn't have the evidence to. Because actually, here's a good thing: the Wisconsin court systems are actually pretty fair. Like, you need real evidence to convict somebody. Like,
Well,
which
it's
means
it's kind of hard to refute the evidence when they figured out that the ties that tied her hands to the back of the tree came out of his trunk. I mean, it.
if you can
I
prove
don't know.
that, then that's one
It,
thing. But
it,
if you can't prove that, if it's hearsay, it means nothing.
True. What Louis is saying is correct because
yeah.
that's how they operate. That is their MO. If they want to wriggle out of it, yeah. But again, if you can prove that those ties came from his truck, it's evidence. But is it damning enough to convict? Is the thing.
Well, I
You
mean,
know.
to go further, this town, there's something there. This town had to be some sort of hub for a cartel in some way, because my father actually, he got tired of it. He got tired of the shit. He knew what was going on. Everybody in town knew that something was wrong. So he ran for office, police. He tried to become a police commissioner, and he was elected and won. And so he tried to clean up the police department, but he was outvoted on the council all the time. Every time they try to hire a new officer, he would look into their background and he would say, "No, this guy has a horrible record. He's got all these violations and all these complaints against him. We don't want this guy in our community." But he got outvoted all the time, and he would always, like, until the point where my dad just gave up. Just like everybody else in the community, they just gave up and said there was nothing else they couldn't do anything, because there was something about that community that somebody was steering and controlling things, that no matter what position you got, you couldn't change anything.
Yeah. Now we didn't. We had not so severe, but we had the racism was there. Institutionalized racism was there in the police, and you would get a beating if they felt that they wanted to give you one. But when I was growing up, man, like at 19, it was like in the 80s, it was roller skating and carrying the boogie box. Yeah, the Japanese made it. Like I had a Hitachi one. Yeah, 50 watts of power, portable. That was the biggest you could get at the time. Yeah, you needed muscles to carry the thing. 10 batteries going in at the back, and I'd had that on my shoulder, roller skating to Regent's Park, plonk it down, can of special brew, psk, right, drinking that. I'm 19, by the way, drinking that. Drinking age legal is 18 in Britain, so I was within the legal age there. Drinking special brew, rolling spliffs, playing hacky sack or football, having a great time, man, with my friends. Yeah, that was the life that I had. You know, when the police came along, we'd pack it all away and move on. Wasn't so. This is in London, you see. So, like I said, I had a good time with it. There were times when the police got a bit heavy-handed, but then that's part and parcel of life in London at times. But
So
it wasn't. There wasn't. We weren't being murdered. That's terrible.
on this side,
We weren't being murdered.
on this side of the pond, like that story I was talking about earlier about Ernesto there, like I know it's a little bit of bragging. I just feel like I want to say it. Like I talked about
Yeah, go on.
the $130,000 worth of cash that he walked away from. Fucking inside of that apartment, also they found 25 kilos of uncut fucking yellow fucking coke in
Wow,
there. So
man.
20,
That's
25 kilos and $130,000 in cash, and he walked away and got a job.
fucking hell. That's a factory.
And what?
Fucking hell. Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, America's always been the place with the biggest drug scene. Although Europe, like follows through strongly, but it's nothing like the US, and we all know that. Growing up, we knew.
Well, we've been
So
sold the drug culture our entire lives. They sell us.
yeah,
That's what they sell us with Hollywood and the music industry. They sell us that shit at very early.
right. I
They've
did
been doing that
weed
shit for years.
on and off for 19 years. When I came to Japan, I stopped 2 or 3 days before getting on that plane. I had my last split with my friend Richard Charles at Alexandra Palace. Had a great time, last spliff, and then I haven't had one since. We're talking 21 years now.
You know what's funny is if you date back to the Afghanistan invasion after 9/11,
Yeah.
and that was about when I'm talking about I was what year was that? That was okay.
That
So
would be 2000 and was that
2001,
2001?
2001. I was in my early 20s, and I was just starting to do blow, and heroin was nobody ever. I mean, okay, yeah, we all knew about heroin, but it was you could not get heroin in
Hey, hey,
2001 where I'm from.
Paul. Fingers,
But
fingers,
after
I'm trying to find out more
what?
about this. So, like, approximately, you don't have to give me an exact age, but like approximately how old are you?
Well, I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
Approximately how old are you? I'm just trying to figure out the timeline you're talking
I'm in
about.
my
So,
early
like,
40s.
early 40s?
Yeah,
Yeah. So it's approximately the same timeline, of course. Yeah,
right.
gotcha.
So my point is, the heroin didn't hit where I live at until after they
Patrice?
invaded Afghanistan.
Yeah, exactly.
Once they went into Afghanistan and they've been in there a couple of years, all of a sudden, all my community, everybody I knew, heroin was all over the fucking place.
Yeah.
Well, it was you're missing a part of the story, man.
And where did heroin? Where did they get it from? It came from Afghanistan. Afghanistan had the largest heroin fields in the fucking world.
Yeah.
And 9/11 happens. For some reason, I don't know why, we invade.
Afghanistan, and then a few years later, our streets are flooded with heroin. Somebody explain that to me.
Well, I'll try to explain. All right, so it wasn't. You're kind of like shortening the timeline a little bit. For the first like 10 years, maybe after Afghanistan, like that's when all of a sudden everybody got addicted to opioid like prescription pills, like OxyContin, fucking Vicodin, like stuff
I
like
don't buy
that.
that.
You know,
I don't buy
thank you
that.
Pfizer, by the way. Thank you Pfizer, who also fucking told the doctors that it was a non-addictive drug and that they would get paid big time if they prescribed it. So they gave out huge scripts to anybody because they didn't worry about it because they were told it was non-addictive.
Where do they get the opium to make those pills?
Right. Well, here's the thing: is Afghanistan is the #1 poppy producer in the world, followed by Mexico to our south.
Well, and I don't buy that either
No,
because that's like an addict excuse. Talking about, well, I started doing heroin because I got
no,
addicted to
no.
prescription painkillers.
That's exactly why. That's exactly why. Because look, nobody was addicted to heroin in Wisconsin that I ever knew. Okay, and I'm not saying there was no heroin addicts, but heroin was not an issue in Wisconsin.
Exactly. No, it
Uh,
wasn't.
but OxyContin was for quite a while, like a whole decade, and then there
Not
was
a
a big
a
lawsuit.
decade. No, a few years,
Like,
not a decade.
well, most of a decade at least.
Pretty close
No,
to a decade.
me and my friends were doing Oxy and Vicodin for a couple of years, and it wasn't
All
even
right,
that
no,
serious. And
acceleration. Acceleration is a bitch when you're addicted. Yeah, you're gonna start going to heroin, but heroin wasn't like an epidemic yet. So,
how do you go from Oxy? You did Oxy and Vicodin in them days?
oh fuck yeah, I did.
Yeah, dude. Did you start doing heroin?
I never did the heroin. Well, I tried it.
Okay, no, exactly. Either did I, and neither did any of my
I
friends.
never, I never
So,
shot,
so
but
how do you correlate
I
some
never
people?
shot. But
How you gonna say that's
I was in a
bullshit? That
couple of
seems like a
armies
bullshit
where
ass excuse.
I did a couple of bumps of it, but like that's all I did with heroin. I
No,
didn't
I
like.
never even did that. I've never even snorted. No, never.
Well, there's no difference between OxyContin and heroin, technically. So by saying I didn't do heroin,
There's a
doesn't
big
matter.
difference between
No,
taking a pill and sticking a needle in your vein.
You don't have
Yeah,
to do
no,
heroin.
I never did.
Not everybody does
Never
heroin with a needle.
did needles or nothing like that. But
Me neither.
Okay,
I've done heroin
well,
too.
there's a
Never
big
used
difference
a needle.
between snorting heroin and snorting fucking Vicodin.
So what I'm saying though is there was a good period of time. I'm not going to argue with you about like whether it was like 5 or 7 or 10 years, okay? But there was a good
That's
period of
irrelevant,
time.
right?
Yeah, there was a good period of time though where what was really fucking people up for a while was actually pharmaceuticals, and they got sued. Okay, like because uh, uh, Pfizer, like I was talking about earlier, they told all the doctors that they did their own study and that this was a non-addictive drug and that it was extremely effective. So the doctors got paid by prescribing the drug. They even gave out like
And prescribed shitloads of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
They
you're
even gave
absolutely
out like
right because I remember it was easy as shit to go to the doctor at the time and get Vicodin. It was easy. It was easy.
yeah. So anyway, but once you've got a opioid addiction, which they said was impossible, okay, off of OxyContin. Once you got one, well, that is a strong addiction, and you're always trying to up you gain that tolerance, and so what you were doing before is no longer good enough, and now you have to go to the hard shit.
Okay, but the hard shit wasn't here. Where did it come from? Where did the hard shit come from?
Well, the hard shit came from the same place as the fucking pharmaceutical shit.
Yep, exactly.
Right. So I mean, it wasn't an accident.
No, it was on purpose. It was all planned.
Right.
They knew what they were doing.
That was the point of Afghanistan.
Dude, think about this. What treatment do you get when you have an opioid addiction?
Opioids.
And where does that come from?
Right. Exactly. Pharmaceutical company.
And opium.
Right.
It's not synthetic. It's called semi-synthetic. They take the opium, extract what's called. There's a different alkaloids. I can't.
So this is like codeine, right? Codeine comes from what? Cocaine, right?
No, codeine comes from morphine.
Codeine, morphine. It's all cocaine.
No, it's not cocaine. It's opium.
So anyway, Afghanistan, which we happened to recently invade, just prior to all this going on, was populated by the United States military, and they produced 90% of the world's opioids. The second world leader was Mexico, with just to our south border. But Mexico, even though they produced the second most opium of any country in the world, produced. I'm phrasing it wrong. Okay, Afghanistan produced 10 times more than number 2 down the list. So we have number 1 and 2.
Well, opium came from more than just those 2 countries. It came from China.
No, it comes from a lot.
But the point is the correlation of my timeline of when I grew up and when heroin hit my streets was the same as what we're saying is the same time. But, continue.
Heroin was a problem pre 2010, 12, whatever, but it wasn't an epidemic in our state until around then.
Did you know heroin used to be prescribed by pharmaceuticals? You could buy it on the shelf in the store.
Well, yeah, what 100 years ago?
Not 100 years ago, no. In the 1920s.
Okay, but we're talking about.
100 years ago.
We're talking about 2000s, early 2000s.
I know. I'm just saying that there was heroin was on the streets.
Well,
it's been on the streets for 100 years.
But okay, we invaded Afghanistan in what was it, 2002 or 3 or 4, something like that, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, it was a few years after 2001, 2003.
From the moment we invaded Afghanistan, in the United States, the heroin epidemic, heroin use or heroin overdoses, that's the specific sense, sorry, heroin overdoses quadrupled in less than 10 years.
Absolutely. That's yeah. Because I'm thinking that's when I started. That's when me and my friends, when that all was going on. Once we first went over there, we as in government, military, we're experimenting. That was the first time I did ecstasy. That was the first time I started experimenting with all the prescription drugs. Oxy was a big thing. Oxy and Vicodin was like the huge thing. That's what everybody wanted every weekend. Let's do some Oxy, drink, whatever, smoke some weed. That was a thing. And then as soon as you know it, boom, heroin just exploded. And I was like, heroin? What the fuck? No, heroin. Where did this shit come from?
And at the same time, dude, I don't know if it was just a regional explosion, but the rest of the country was going through a major.
It was worldwide.
The rest of the country was going through a major methamphetamine fucking epidemic, which we didn't really suffer. We just had a ton of heroin.
Right. Well, and that was on the outskirts. So if you went out to the outskirts, those real small, rural, weird ass communities in the outskirts, they were smoking meth because they was growing it in their little sheds. But that didn't reach us from or that didn't reach me anyway. Not till years later.
No. Wisconsin was like almost exempt from the methamphetamine epidemic. Like nobody in Wisconsin was interested in meth for the most part.
Yeah,
no, not for like 10 years. That was like 10 years later.
Meth's been around since the 60s.
Yeah, but there was a huge epidemic of methamphetamine going on.
Don't you remember the cross stops, the sneak beans? Those were methamphetamine pressed in pills.
Well, it's fun to think that we trust big pharmaceutical companies to save us right now, isn't it?
Yeah, that's quite the joke.
It's funny and reassuring, man, to talk to you, to know that you're basically right down the street from me, and you know,
you and
we
I
grew up through
know
the
the
same
same shit.
time. Yeah, we you know, you saw the same shit I saw, and can correlate exactly what I'm saying and make me realize that I'm not full of shit and not
No, you're
crazy.
not crazy, dude. You're not crazy.
No, of course you're accurate. Absolutely, I'll co-sign that as well. I was right in the mix with all that shit too.
I lost a lot of friends, honestly, because I've just disclosed a lot of information about my young adulthood, like, and
yeah, me too. I have before, but you know,
in one year, I went to 3 funerals, for close friends, and the year before there was another one, and the year after there was another like
You know
2.
about overdoses?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I know a lot about suicide and overdose.
See, I was fortunate enough that I was a wigger when I was younger, so I didn't grow up on that side. I grew up on the other side where all my friends were drug dealers, not drug users.
No, dude, users and dealers are the same people, man, and you know all the same people if you're on either
Well,
side.
yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. That is true. But we never, like I said, I didn't start fucking with cocaine until I was in my mid-20s.
Right, yeah, heroin's been around a long time in London. It was around from like the
Yeah, but we had an explosion of it. It's been around a long time, but there was an explosion in the early 2000s.
It
there was an explosion in the 80s for London. Massive bloody problem. 80s, 90s, definitely massive bloody problem with the heroin. Couldn't believe it.
Yeah, it was
That's
the
what's funny is
same time period over here where I'm from. Same time period.
Cocaine has always been around. Cocaine is always everywhere. It's just if you don't know anybody that does it, then you're not going to come in contact with it. But it is everywhere. Weed is everywhere. Even if you don't smoke weed, you know somebody that smoke weed. Weed is everywhere. But heroin,
Weed
if
is
you
like
said
weed. It
heroin
just
to me
grows
when I
everywhere
was
and anywhere.
19, if you said heroin to me when I was 19, I'd be like, huh? Well, heroin? Get your junkie heroin. What? Like I could
no different than an oxycontin popper. No difference at all. You want to put yourself on a pedestal because you didn't do heroin. Doing
No, I'm not
oxycontin,
trying to
you're
put
doing
myself on a pedestal.
doing
I'm
the
trying to explain
same
to
fucking
you.
thing. Same
I'm
fucking
not
thing.
trying to. No. Hey, calm down. First of all, calm down.
Fuck you,
That's not what
calm
I'm
down.
trying to say. I'm trying to tell you that
Tell me
me
to
growing
fucking
up, if
calm
somebody
down.
asked me for heroin, I'd look at you like you had worms crawling out your fucking eye.
Well, no.
Yeah, and by doing that, you're fucking being so weird because it's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Remember when I said I did a couple of bumps of heroin? You want to know the funny part about that? Is I didn't know that I did it until like 2 weeks later.
Right.
I was
really.
Yeah, I was at a party and I thought they were doing coke, and at the time I was like, I'll do a bump. Like, it's a party. It's a party, and then I thought the dude was being chintzy with my fucking line of coke. I'm like, yeah, it's nice and yellow. It looks like good stuff, but why is it such a small bump? You know, but
yeah, you found yourself on your back going.
But it's brown anyway. It's a brown color, isn't it? As in, Rolling Stones brown sugar. How comes you taste so good now? Brown sugar,
Exactly.
just like a
If
young
somebody
girl
would have came to
should
me
now.
looking for heroin, I like heroin to me was just like a myth from the 70s and 60s, Jimi Hendrix and shit. Like me growing up, nobody I knew, I could never get heroin. I mean, maybe if I really tried, I could maybe.
But it was
me tell you
never
this story.
nobody ever asked. It was never it was not a thought in our minds at all. Ever.
That's because you had your oxys and you thought that they were okay.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't.
At some point you
Going.
did. At some point you
Oxys,
did.
that was only like a couple of years. That
No.
wasn't Oxys was not even. We didn't give a shit about that.
No,
It was just because
It was
we
at
were
least
you took
10 years.
oxys. Back in those days, you took oxys like Tylenol. You didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, and it was at
I
least
mean, if
10
we
years.
had
Like
them,
Liz
yeah,
said.
we would. But we weren't running the streets sucking dick looking for fucking oxys. I
No,
got them
no.
oxys.
It was for the rich kids, like you said about suburban kids and shit like that. It was for the rich
Right,
kids.
it wasn't.
It costs a lot of money. I mean, if you wanted
But
60
no, but
milligrams,
what I'm saying is,
if you wanted 60 milligrams, it costs you $120. Like that's one
I
pill.
was a drug
That's
dealer,
one
not a
pill.
drug. Right.
Okay, be careful. Right now, let me tell you this funny story. Right, my dad liked that. My dad liked the Rolling Stones. Okay, and they did the song called Brown Sugar. Do you remember that track? Dun,
Yeah.
dun, 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 brown sugar. How come you taste so good? Now my dad liked that track, right? And then
He
when
didn't know.
when I explained to him it was about heroin in the 80s, he gave me a funny look. I said, "Yeah, he's singing about heroin, Dad. That's what he was singing about." He goes, "Really?" I said, "Yeah, but I like the song." I goes, "Yeah, it's a nice song, yeah, but he's singing about drugs, Dad." He gave me that funny look. And the same with the other song. I'm not sure I've forgotten the name of the group, but the Golden Brown song. Texture like sun. Lay
The
me
answer was
down.
Mr. Brownstone.
Yeah,
Who
that was a
sang
great
that?
track as well. I said, that's about heroin as well, Dad.
Yep.
You know.
That's the thing
What's
that
wrong with
pisses
this?
me off about heroin because I did a shit ton of oxy, I did a shit ton of Vicodin, and you know what? I never got to the point where I was like, "Oh, this ain't enough. I need to do fucking heroin," and that's pissing me off. Every
I
heroin
never got
addict I
there
ever
either.
met always
You
wants
know
to
what?
complain and
It's,
bitch talking about the reason why they got hooked on heroin is because of oxy. Like, shut the fuck
Well,
up.
Yeah,
no,
I never liked
yeah,
heroin. It was disgusting. Never did like it.
Look,
man,
Never
you're
did like
naive
it,
as
man.
hell. You are so naive, bro.
because it's not a
I'm
cop
not
out.
naive.
Because
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
are.
naive.
It's not a cop out,
I'm
Dave.
not naive.
Like it sounds like you were similar to me, where you did it more of like on the weekends with friends or whatever, like socially or something like that. Like that's, but a lot of the people that I knew were fucking. I mean, they couldn't live without it. They were the oxy, like they would start getting the shakes. They would fucking start literally robbing their friends. Fucking,
I mean,
I
that's
knew a couple
sad.
Yeah,
people.
that's what happened where I lived.
That, that's
That's what
fucking
happened where
sad.
I lived. They stole people's cars to get the
But
money.
Like,
goddamn,
Yeah,
social self
man.
control. What the
and
fuck?
they started knocking off Walgreenses and shit like that. And
Look,
then
dude.
Yeah.
There's been plenty of times. There's been plenty of times where I like. Okay, okay. I used to like I've done some coke a lot, and sometimes I did too much, right? But I didn't. All of a sudden, I couldn't. It's not like I couldn't stop myself. There was some times where it was struggle a little bit because I had so much because I was dealing coke and I started dabbling a little bit too much. But goddamn it, you rein yourself in, calm down, chill out.
yeah, exactly. But that takes self control, and though a lot of these people don't have it. So like I knew a guy who was a dealer. I could actually give you his name right now. I'm not going to, but it's Marco or something. But whatever.
Yeah,
This
whatever.
this dude, this dude, he took the stuff, but he kept himself under control, right? But his
Yeah,
girl, what a fucking mess! His girl,
yeah.
dude, like,
Yeah. When women go on heroin,
oh.
man.
I mean, when you
Yeah,
guys talk about a dealer, like
it's
you
not
guys
good.
like
It's
you're
not a good
balling.
image, man. It's not a good image. A woman on
What
heroin when she's totally
what
out of her
what kind
base
of
batch.
quantity?
It's
What kind of
shit.
quantities are you talking about? 8 balls, quarters of ounces? What are you talking about? You're a
No,
dealer.
it's not how it works in
Grams?
Oxy.
I know, but I mean, he was
You
talking
asking
about
me?
coke. Yeah,
You asking me what
you.
my quantity was?
Yeah.
I went from an 8 ball to a quarter key in a summer.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, you want to know more?
No, I used to get 10 kilos a month.
No, that's great. That's awesome.
So I'm just saying that it's easy to do. I
Yeah,
mean, I've been involved my whole life.
It's
I
easy
know
to get wrapped
everything.
in. It's easy to get wrapped in. Like you start
Yeah,
pushing the shit,
You know what I
doing
said
it.
though? I
I got
started with an 8 ball. I
I
started
got
with an eight
wrapped up.
ball and went to a
Yeah,
quarter key in a couple of months.
right.
Fucking
A
hell, that's
couple of months.
serious, man.
And I knew what I was dealing with, and I knew I needed to slow down because I knew that you can't keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger without falling down.
I went
So
So
through.
this,
I
this guy
stopped.
was talking.
I
This guy
stopped
was talking
myself.
about with the oxys. I'm sorry, but the guy was talking about the oxys. His girl. Okay, so in order to like he hated it, and he was the dealer. He hated that she was addicted to it. He would tell us
Right.
about it all the time. He was trying to wean her off. Okay, and he had her on. I think it was like 240 milligrams of oxy per day, plus going to the methadone clinic. Ooh,
Jesus.
Wow, that's a pretty good habit.
yeah, dude, like that's. Oh my god.
Yeah, the explosion was definitely caused by the invasion of Afghanistan, and those other countries over there that all grow it. Thailand, China, Cambodia. I mean, it was coming from everywhere over there. The opium was. I mean,
Yeah.
Afghanistan was
That
the
was my
bigger.
whole point. Was
Yeah,
they did start it out with the overprescribing of the oxy and the Viking and all that shit, and then they cut that off, and then they needed. I mean, it was all planned. I
yeah,
understand that it was
it
all
sure
done
was.
for a reason. But for somebody to fucking cry and complain and act like, well, it was my doctor's fault. No, bitch, it's your
No.
fault.
It's not the doctor's fault, honestly. But that's not what I was saying. Like I did. I'm putting part of the blame on them, but it's only because they were.
I
That's your
mean, an
money.
addict is going to be an
They
addict.
did. They did. Look, yes, you can always blame the person who takes it, of course. Like I can give you heroin, you don't have to take it, right? It's up to you.
Right.
But
But
when the doctors tell you it's not addictive and they're pushing it, that's a different story.
Who told you it wasn't addictive?
The
that's
doctors.
what the pharma. That's
I
what
never heard
fucking
that.
Pfizer.
Oh
That's what
yeah,
Man,
Pfizer.
every
That's
drug
what
is
Pfizer
addictive.
told the.
You a
That's
damn,
what
but you a
Pfizer.
damn
No,
fool if you believe a drug, a sugar is addictive.
that's what Pfizer told the doctors, and that's why they prescribed it.
yep,
And they prescribed it in huge amounts because of that.
yep. He's right. They did tell people that, and it was on purpose so they could get them
And
hooked.
that's the reason
I
why.
don't care.
If you look
But
at
I
Pfizer,
mean, so what? They tell people shit every day. They tell people the Earth is round. I mean, come on, man.
I,
What they say don't fucking matter. It's all about what you do and who you are and what you believe. You believe what you want to believe.
yeah, but it doesn't matter because there's a lot of people that probably
there was
wouldn't have
there
taken
was
it.
a federal ruling worth like I think it was like $17 billion or something like that against Pfizer. Uh,
They did the same thing with cigarettes. They told people for years that cigarettes were good for you and that they weren't addictive.
yeah.
Right, right.
Everybody knew
Hold
it
on.
was
Don't take this
bullshit.
tons of time. Don't hold on. I'm talking. Like they, so Pfizer was classified. It's written. If you like look up Pfizer on Google, maybe it changed now, but they wrote down that Pfizer is a chronic or whatever it is. They are a habitual criminal offender um, of uh, bad marketing practices and blah 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 for their drugs.
Right.
And it says that they are too big to nail, not too big to fail, too
Hey,
big
look,
to
hey,
nail.
hey, hey, hold on. Before you go any further, I mean, that's obvious. Look at what they're trying to get people to stick in their arm right now. Well, I know we can't talk
Yeah,
about this
yeah.
on this channel, but what is in that? Because clearly it's not what they say it is. Clearly it is not a a VA. Clearly it's not what they say it is. But
Clearly it
obviously
doesn't
they
help
want
you.
everybody to take it for some
Clearly
reason.
it doesn't
But it
help you.
doesn't stop you from getting what they claim that it stops you from getting.
Agenda
So what does it
21.
really do? What does it really do?
All you need to know is that they really want you to have it, and it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Called,
Why?
called Agenda 21. That's why.
What does it really do?
It's called Agenda 21. That's why.
Yeah. What does it really do? Does it make you sterile?
Agenda 21.
Yeah.
Genocide, my friend. Genocide.
Exactly. Genocide. You're right. You're right. I ain't getting it. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna die without
No,
it.
dude, I'm right with you.
I'm gonna
We
die
need to
fighting.
hook up. Well, you and I can stand our final fucking. We'll draw our last line in the sand and stand our ground together. Since we're close.
My line is wrong. Everybody keeps saying, you can't go to the movies, you can't buy, you can't shop here, you can't do this, you can't go here. I'm okay. Okay. Bye.
I don't deal with
Bye.
any of that. Like I don't deal with
Bye.
any of that.
I'm not. Me neither. I don't give a fuck. I don't care no more. That's one of the best things that happened out of the last 2 years of all this bullshit about not going nowhere. Because I used to actually be, I used to be super vain, and I used to love. That was one of my vices. As I love shopping, I loved fashion, and I love spending, just tricking my money off in the stores and buying clothes for myself. That made me feel good. I'm glad that they did the whole COVID bullshit, because that made me stop all of that,
Dude,
and I don't give a shit anymore.
I already
I'll
knew
walk
everything was
outside in the
bullshit.
dirtiest clothes. I don't give a shit anymore how I look. I don't fucking care. And I've saved so much money. I don't give a shit, and I'm never gonna give a shit ever again. That was the best
No,
thing that
dude,
ever fucking happened for
they
me.
made it clear that if you already saw through their bullshit, they're like, "Yup, it's bullshit." And by the way, time to fucking say no, and we're doing it. And like they made it so clear.
Right.
And, and at this point, yeah, we already know. We know they're gonna push. They're gonna do
Right.
it a little bit at a time. But
I mean, that was the last advice that I had in my life, knowing everything that I know about flat Earth and awakening, all the awakening I've ever done. But I still like to dress nice. I still like to spend what little money I had a couple times on some nice clothes to look nice. That 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 bullshit that it did the last couple years helped me break myself of that.
yeah,
It was a blessing.
you're done buying into their marketing and all that, and your image and all that. Yeah, good for you.
Right. And I mean, I didn't give a fuck about marketing, but for some reason, I was always brought up like that's how I grew up. I grew up on polo when I was a kid. Polo, it was a polo, everything polo, because I grew up around thugs and drug dealers and shit. So that's what we wore. That's all what we did. So that's all I know. But then this whole and as even as an adult, so that's all I felt comfortable wearing.
Well,
But then these last couple of years, when they did this bullshit,
when the little black girl's like, look at your fucking shirt. You're like, what about it? Like,
right?
You spill coffee on that, like whatever she says.
I had all the money too, but I was a 501 and a t-shirt guy. I didn't give a fuck about polo.
Well, it doesn't matter about the brand. The point is
Yeah.
it's like he's saying that's what he worried about his image and no longer does. So
Right. Well, me neither. I never really worried about my image. I was a
Well,
t-shirt guy.
it wasn't even about image, because I get to the age where like I don't really give a shit what anybody thinks about me, but it still made me feel good to do that for myself and to wear. I still felt good wearing those clothes myself, but that broke me of that for some reason. Now I don't give a shit. I don't care. It wasn't so much about how other people saw me. It for some reason it made me feel good, even after I grew up and didn't give a shit and knew I could do whatever I wanted to do, and I didn't care about impressing anybody because I know who I am. But even after that, I still felt like I needed that security blanket of that attire. But COVID, for some reason, that it broke me of that. I just gave up. I didn't care. it snapped something in me where I was like, what am I doing? I'm it I'm grateful
I gotta
for
give
it.
it to you. Look, man. Good for you. I'm glad COVID helped you to kind of like actually like see through it the rest of the way. You know, like I'm sure
Right.
you must have been on your way already, of course. But
Well, yeah, of course. And the only negative that I can say about it is at the time I was in the best shape of my life. I just started Taekwondo 2 years before that, and I was on my way to black belt. I was a couple of months away from taking my black belt test. I was the best shape of my life. But then that crap started, and everybody in the school was like, "Oh, all scared and masks and all this." And I was like, "No, I'm not wearing a fucking mask in class. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that." But nobody would listen, and I said, "You know what? How many people do you know that have it? Nobody I knew at the beginning. Nobody that I talked to knew anybody that had it. But it was such a pandemic. It was a scourge. Everybody was dying, but nobody I knew in my community, in my family, friends, fucking seven degrees of Kevin Bacon. Nobody knew anybody that had it. But then what happened?
Even still,
All of a sudden, but don't know. This is what happened. All of a sudden, then they started doing this testing. And they said, "Oh, we have this test now to test everybody to see if you have it." As soon as they started that test, now everybody has it. And I was like, "What?
dude,
Stop
I
it!
didn't even
Stop
notice.
it!
No,
You
no,
don't you don't have any
no.
symptoms. You're not sick. You don't have any
Right,
symptoms, but you have it. Shut the fuck up. Get away from me." And you know
right.
what? I've never in the last 3 years worn a 3 years. I've never worn a mask anywhere. I've never been tested. I've never been fucking sick. Nobody in my family, my parents, my mother, my father, they've never been sick.
I don't know anybody who's been hospitalized. I don't know anybody who's died. Do you?
No, I don't. I know people that
I want to
say,
know.
well, my,
I want
my
to know people who
grandfather
have
died, but
supposedly
he was 98. I don't know. I don't believe it. It's bullshit.
No, yeah,
I
yeah.
don't believe it's all it is the flu virus. They renamed it. They quarantined old people in old folks' homes who all they have is their family. All they live
Hey,
on
hey,
is their
we got
relationships.
we're going a little bit too in depth about this. We're supposed to kind of like we can sort of outskirt it, but we shouldn't
No,
really get too.
I know. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
had too much to drink. I need to go lay down. I had too much to drink. I'm
yeah.
feeling
It is Wisconsin. I got to go to bed too. But hey, it's been good talking to you, dude. And it sounds like we have a lot in common. I'd like to talk to you more another time. Like,
You'd be surprised
so
how many
hopefully I get to
people
it.
have the same thing in common. There's a lot of people. It's an epidemic.
Well, not only
Not,
that, but not only that,
yeah,
but we're in the same state. Like, we're close. Like,
yeah. But the
you
drugs
know,
were,
That's
the
why
drugs
that's
were
why I
bad.
appreciate this forum because and that's why I come on here. Like a flat Earth that's over for me. I you know what I mean. I don't need to talk about that anymore. It's done. It's a done deal for me. But I realize that's what this platform is for, and um, but I come in here and talk to y'all because I already know if you know that and you're on the same level with me on that, then we there's other things we need to talk about. But I know that
We
this
need
is
to let
the
the people that don't. We need to let the people that don't know about it.
no.
yeah.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Is I don't think I think that's a waste of breath at this point.
What
I don't think you can save them anymore. They've already taken it. They're already following along. And even if they didn't,
Well,
like,
that's kind of like saying
like,
that. That's kind of like saying that one person that did, you know, get on board, his life isn't worth anything. That's not true. One
no,
person.
dude, I'm sorry, but like, this has clearly caused a division. Like, and
I know
at this
that.
point, they're
You know what?
not
But
open.
anytime you
They're not open to
bring
listen.
someone to the truth, it's a good thing. Even if it's only one or two people, it's still a good
Yeah,
thing.
but no. But what I'm saying is, the people who are open to the truth will find the truth without you. Uh, the the people who are narrow minded and just follow along cannot be woken up, and that is for sure evident.
Yeah, that's excruciating too, because it's always that's one of the most disheartening things that happens when you first awaken to any truth, no matter what lie it is. When you realize, like, we all start out in a low level, whether it's JFK or World War II or any conspiracy that you realize is, something ain't right here, and you start thinking outside the box, and then you immediately, as soon as you think you know something that somebody that you didn't know, and you want to say, "Hey, did you know this?" to your best friend, and your best friend looks at you cross-eyed, you're like, "Oh shit!"
And you do
You
your
know what I mean?
best to explain it to them, and they're like, and they still are like, I don't get it. Like, it's
Right?
like, all right,
Yeah,
well,
it's heartbreaking. It sucks. It does, and we've all been through that. We've all been through that stage.
yeah,
It
no.
and
The thing is like, and we talk about this with flat Earth. So let's bring it back to flat Earth and just call it a parallel, right? Like,
right.
if a troll comes in here, right, and he doesn't want to listen, what is he gonna learn?
Right. Exactly. Well, and see, I've had bad experiences being in here too, because I'm really good at reading a book and understanding it and absorbing it, but I'm horrible at regurgitating it back to you, telling you what I learned from my book. Like, I'm terrible at trying to do any of that. And I was in here, actually. I first got in here, I was verified by uh I actually was a friend of Robert Bassano's. Um, I, I I used to conversate with him. I still kind of do a little bit here and there through email, and we trade information here and there. And he told me about Discord. That's how I learned about Discord, was through a guy named Robert Bassano. And he told me that, hey, you should have you ever, he told me about Discord. You heard about Discord and Flat Earth? I said, no, I have no idea what you're talking about. And he said, well, contact my buddy Jose Mendez, and he'll let you know. So I contacted him. That's how I got verified. And I talked to him on the phone, and he verified me Flat Earth. And then, like, a couple of weeks ago, I was actually on here, and I'll, to be honest, I sometimes I like to come on here, have a couple drinks, and I get a little loose. And I was talking to somebody, I think his name is Helio. His name was Helio, who is a well-respected person, I think, on this platform, and
No,
I've
not
listened to him
respect, not
before.
respected, not respected. Well known, not respected.
Okay, well, I was having a really good conversation with Helio, and for some reason, it wasn't about flat Earth, but for some reason, he asked me if I was a flat earther. And when you're a flat earther, when somebody asks you that, when you've been a flat earther for a while, it kind of hits you. At least for me, I take pause now when people ask me that, because I don't. My beliefs are so screwed up. I don't know what to believe. And when people ask you if you're a flat earther, you think, well,
All right.
what do you mean by flat? Because my idea of flat and your idea of flat might be two different things. So basically, my point is, I didn't respond quick enough for Helio. So he removed my flat Earth.
Don't worry about Helio. Just like, don't ever worry about him. Like, he doesn't follow your conversation or what you're saying. So like, don't
Well,
worry
but
about him.
my only point was he supposedly he removed my flat earther status or something on the site, and I said, buddy, I don't even really know what that means. I was like, I don't. I was like, okay, like he really thought that he got me
because he took away my flat earther status on Discord, and I said I don't know what that means. I mean, I'm still here. I'm still talking to you. You removed my flat earther status. This kind of sucks. I am a flat
listen,
earther.
look. What, especially if you were new, which it sounds like you've already admitted to, you're new to it, right? So like, there might be certain
Neutral?
topics that
What do you mean
you
neutral? Wait,
no,
what'd you
not
say?
neutral. You're new to it.
To Discord.
No, yeah, I'm new to Discord. I'm not new to flat Earth.
Oh, well then, never mind. But what I'm saying is, there's certain things that in this specific community that that we try to stick to, and there's certain trigger phrases and words like things that can't really be backed up that we don't like to stick to. We don't like it representing us. And if you say them, and if you say them, people are going to be questionable if you should be representing us. It's not that you're not a flat earther. It's that we don't necessarily want you to have our take. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah.
So there was something else I was going to say, but I kind of forgot. Just give me a minute. Go ahead.
No, that sums it up. That makes more sense to me. Now I understand where he was coming from. Yeah, like I get it. Like I'm not versed enough or learned it enough to.
There's good and there's bad arguments, and a lot of people, unfortunately, they hear things that it rings with them, but they can't be supported.
Right. That makes sense.
But no, that's what it was. Okay, so you've already said that like COVID kind of really gave you the final like waking, right?
No,
And this,
flat Earth gave me the final waking. I mean, the flat.
well,
Flat Earth.
what I'm saying, COVID. What you did tell me is that COVID was big for you, right? It was like it made you see a larger picture or something along those lines.
Well, as far as like consumerism, because I was still into kind of consumerism, but like I knew what it was. I knew that it wasn't good for me, and I knew it was horseshit, and I knew I was wasting my money. But COVID helped me not give a shit anymore, and not like it.
Okay.
Like I knew I was throwing my money away. I knew all that, but COVID helped me break that habit.
Okay, I that makes more sense than what it was kind of how it sounded when you were telling it.
Right.
It was almost like you saying like COVID woke you up, and it's like,
No.
damn,
Yeah, no, I didn't mean that.
like, damn, you're real, dude. If that's true.
It's just like that was my last vice. Like that was my last vice as far as the how do I say it? The living in the spherical world. That was the last, you know what I mean? That was the last thing I had. Was I still liked dressing good and spending money on my clothes, and that made me feel good. But COVID helped me break myself.
It helped you to shed ego. It helped you to shed ego.
Right. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Yeah. I don't care anymore. Exactly.
Yeah, that's great. That's a good thing. Like ego, it makes you do things that, well, don't make sense. Basically.
No, it doesn't. Yeah. No, you're right. It doesn't make sense. And now that I think about it, I don't understand why. I don't understand why that made me feel good. I don't get it. I don't understand. I mean, I understand where it came from originally and how it made me feel good. And like when I was young, it made me feel good to buy the most expensive clothes I could. And then when I would step out with my friends and go to a bar or a club and to have everybody looking at me and be like, "Holy shit! Look at what this guy's wearing. He's the best dressed fucking guy in here. Holy shit!" Like that made me feel good.
because I was shitting on everybody in there, and everybody wished they had what I had. That made me feel good. But then as I got to be a man,
Yeah, but part of it too is like when you're younger and you're like, looking to like, find a girl, get some puss, whatever it
right.
is.
Yeah, I mean
Like
that's where it starts. Yeah,
no,
right.
that doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, exactly.
But what I was gonna say is something that I don't know if you were in here for. And I think you would probably agree though. Is like, what do you think about people who did uh, suddenly see that this current problem is a problem and they never saw anything before? Like, do you think that that's? I mean, I would say it's a net positive, yes, but only in a long term like goal. Uh, a lot of people that you're talking about a lot of people that you're talking about who they're just waking up now to this. Like I said this earlier, some of you might have heard it, but um I don't think that that's really positive in the moment. I think that it's actually creating more of a danger. Uh People who are waking up now um are going to be very confused, as you said you were. You said you were confused. Uh, and confusion is it's the same thing as fear. Confusion and fear are synonymous when it comes to like your emotions and how you behave. So when you're in
Well,
confusion
actually, I
or
think
fear,
I think well, hold on. To be clear, I think you're a little bit misrepresenting about what I meant about being confused. Because what I meant about being confused is when I've awakened to anything in my life, my confusion has always been about how I didn't awaken to it earlier, and how the people around me that aren't awake don't see it too. And then when I
so
pointed out to them,
you're more confused about them than you are about yourself.
yes,
Yeah.
that's what I
Okay.
mean. Like I don't understand. Like how do you not see what the fuck I see? Like I understand how I didn't see it from the start because I was lied to and I didn't know and I didn't. This is my own stupidity because I didn't research and I didn't look into something. But then when I do look into it and I read into it, and then I'll wake up and then I try to tell somebody like, how do you, that's what I mean by confusion.
All right. Yeah, and that's kind of why I'm clarifying. Like, I know you said it, and I wanted to bring it up just to kind of clarify that, and then see
Right.
what you think then about those who aren't like you and I, who are
Who
literally
aren't like us?
yeah,
Yeah,
who are
yeah,
just
I don't
waking
know.
up now.
Just
Like,
waking up now. Oh Jesus,
yeah,
man, I don't know.
could you imagine?
No, I can't because I started out early. To be honest, I was fortunate enough to grow up with my grandfather, who early on told me about the moon landing and about the bullshit. He told me that early, from when I didn't even understand what he was talking about. I didn't know what he was talking about, and all my relatives were like, "Oh, it's crazy, crazy grandpa spouting his conspiracies." But
Yeah.
that sunk in with me as a youngster, and it registered with me. I knew that he knew what he was talking about. He wasn't bullshitting. He was
Right.
serious, and he knew. And
Yeah.
then when I got older, besides when we got past the moon landing, he got into World War II and what was really going on with why that we're not gonna go there. But that was my true awakening. And he told and from that moment on, I knew that I couldn't trust anything that I saw on the news or that my government told me. That's one thing my grandfather told me. One thing you can know for certain, whatever your government tells you, believe the opposite. And that has never let me down
Your
to
grandpa
this
said that.
day.
Your grandpa's a good man. Is he alive still?
No, he passed away.
Uh, he's a good
Yeah,
man though.
Gone. Yeah, and it's sad because he died an old, bitter, angry man because he tried to tell everybody that, and nobody listened.
Some people did. You
Yeah,
listen.
I mean, I did. And maybe that's a blessing. Maybe I'm the maybe
Dude,
I'm the one.
that's the way I look at it. Like, I mean, I've been doing this stuff since like Waco, like not hardcore or anything, but like I
Yeah,
started to get woke. I started to get not woke. That's a bad word nowadays, but I started I started to awaken uh,
yeah.
in the
I'm sorry, man.
'90s. You know,
I can cry thinking about my dad, my grandpa, man, because I don't know, man. He was a fucking genius. I don't everything he ever said came true, man. He said everything that is happening today. He talked about 40 fucking years ago, even before I was born. He was telling my mother
see,
and
that's
my
the most
father.
fucked up part. Once you start to see the shit, you research, you start doing some, you know, you start learning some real shit. You see how predictable everything actually is. It's very predictable, like
Yeah,
very, very predictable.
and
And then
people hate.
and then you look like a lunatic because no one believes you until it happens. And then when it happens, they're like, "No, it was coincidence. That guy's still a lunatic."
Yeah. I mean, he was a harsh man. My grandfather didn't suffer fools well. He could not deal with fools, and he would punch somebody in their face real quick. And so he had a lot of enemies, and he didn't make a lot of friends because he was so. I think he was so bitter with the knowledge that he had, and the fact that he couldn't touch anybody with what he knew, and anybody that he did try to talk to, nobody was on his level. And I think it really messed him up in a bad way.
Well, there's that's not a news story. There's a lot of people who have lost family members because of driving themselves insane over this kind of stuff. So,
Yeah. I mean, my grandfather basically died as the kook of where he was from. You know, he was the outcast of the whole community. Everybody hated him. Nobody liked him because he was an old cranky man that you know, he was that old man, that old cranky conspiracy man that nobody could talk to, and he hated everybody hated him because he hated everybody. But he, you know, it was sad. It's sad to me now, and
what you're
it's sad
saying,
to me now
is
because
kind
I'm
of what,
now that like everybody and now everybody knows that everything he said was true. He didn't lie.
yeah.
He and how did he know? That's what pisses me off is how did he know what he knew then?
Well, that's the problem. Is not everybody knows it. Everybody, for the most part, denies it. They pretend they never heard it.
Right.
Like this guy, like people like him, and I kind of picture myself kind of going down that road in my old age, you know, like being that guy, you know, like
Me too. Yeah,
I
I know. Yeah,
and but when you're doing that, it's not because you hate everybody; it's because you love them. It's a tough love, you know. It's you're trying to
yeah,
shock
yeah.
them like into you're like
No,
wake
yeah,
the
yeah,
fuck up.
that's
You're
what it
like
is too. 'Cause it's like the people that are the people that I go when I go out to the store and these mass Nazis try to get me to, you know, wear fucking all over my ass because I don't want to put a mask on in the store. Like I hate them, but at the same time I love them and I feel so bad for
yeah, no, you want them to see what you see, but you can't do
'em.
that.
Right.
That's what I was saying. Like earlier, like the people who are going to learn have to do it on their own schedule, on their own time. They have to see it for themselves. And no
Right.
matter how hard you try, it's that you're
Yeah.
not going to really get through to them. Yeah,
And it's hard
unfortunately.
because we're fighting for them. Really, we're fighting for them and their humanity and to save their life, but they're fighting against us, and they don't
Yep.
understand that
I'm on your side. I'm fighting for you. You don't even understand that you are you you're enslaving yourself.
It's like the
You know,
rebellious
they're
child that we were talking about with Jim.
right. Yeah. My grandfather told me
If
that
you take crack from a crackhead, he'll see you as an enemy.
my grandfather told me that when the moon landing first happened, when they first aired it on TV for the very first time, he said, you know, he watched it and my mother was there sitting on the floor watching it on TV. He said that and he reeled to this from the day it happened. He said at the bottom of the screen it said this is only a simulation. When they showed the moon landing footage of Armstrong stepping on the moon and all that bullshit on the bottom of the screen, the TV screen, for the very first time, it said this is only a simulation. And after that day, it never appeared ever again. You never saw those words ever again, ever, and nobody ever fucking talked about it. But my grandfather, he never gave up. He fucking bitched about that for fucking years.
I don't doubt that one bit. I've never actually heard that until now, but it sounds a lot like 9/11, where for the first 2 days on the media everywhere, it was explosion, explosion,
Right.
secondary explosion, secondary explosion.
Yeah.
And then it disappeared.
You know what? And then he used to go. I mean, he was so obsessed. He would go to the Air and Space Museum in DC to the point where he was thrown out of there because he would walk through there and look at all that lunar landing fucking spacecraft and he would pick apart every detail about all that crap in there and he would say this is crap. You can't he he would sit there and talk to people and say there's no way this shit went to space. And he would pick apart why and how and actually he said that his actually I don't know if it was his like sister or somebody, but they reached over. This was before they had like barricades and ropes when you couldn't go through things. But somebody went over there and actually picked up one of the ends of it and just lifted it up. It was like, oh, like his aunt, just like a weak old lady, just went over and like picked up the end of the lunar lander and just picked it all up with her one hand and lifted it up in the air. And they're like, really? And he was thrown out of the museum. Like that's what I was taught when I was a child. This is what he told me when I was a
Well,
child. I didn't know what he.
I mean, see, again, what we were saying, like, you said that, like, everybody hated him, when he was old, and he hated everybody, but, like, truly, like, the way I kind of look at my life as a truther, right, is if I can wake up, it only takes one person. I'd like to eat as many people as possible, but the key is that you got to get the right person. So
Right.
hopefully you get lucky, you win the lottery, right?
Right.
Someday, somebody is going to break this shit, like Leo. He's gonna be like,
Yeah.
the one.
Yeah.
It's funny. Can I have one moment?
Yeah,
It's
go
funny
ahead.
that you reference movies because in the last like 10, 15 minutes, just 3 movies popped up. Like you're talking about how you were fighting for everybody else, and that you want to try to show people, which popped into my head was They Live, right?
Yeah.
They Live, and
Great movie.
the latest movie with Free Guy. Free Guy. I don't know if you saw that one.
I don't know that one.
So that's a new movie with Ray Reynolds.
Right.
It's the same. Well, it's not the same as They Live, but it has all the reference to all the truther movies like They Live and Ready Player One and so many others. It's a good movie to watch. A Free Guy, and the last movie was Independence Day, because Paul, you're talking about somebody who was crazy and was hated, right? There was this guy that was.
But it's about love. It's about love, though.
Sorry?
It's about love, though. The reason why they're hated is because they love them too much and they care too much, but they're being dicks about it.
Oh, I was more thinking about how Paul's grandpa he told us he was the crazy one for saying the moon landing was fake, and then being rejected by it. And there was this guy also in Independence Day who was saying, well, the aliens are real, and when it happened, he was the hero, right? So
right. Well, the sad part is he's not the hero. The sad part is he never got to be the hero, and he's not the hero
Right.
today. You know, he's dead. He's gone. The only memory that he has of that, whatever knowledge he had, and I don't know, that's what baffles my mind, is how did he know what he knew? The only thing that I can think of that started him off was when he volunteered for World War II before he was even of age. He lied on his transcripts. He was only 17. And he lied and said he was 18 and went to but this was even after most of the
You
war.
might have to get more specific about the things that he told you, though, because the things that he knew, like those of us in here, like it's just pattern recognition. Like a lot of this stuff is just the logical conclusion. It's not
and
that hard to figure
Not
out.
in
and it's
those days,
nothing
it
new under the
wasn't.
sun, right? As if
It
that was the
wasn't. Not in, you say that now, but in those days, it wasn't.
well,
No, I get you.
as if they lied about something. They didn't lie about something before the moon landing, right? It's nothing new under the sun. So I can imagine your grandpa would think, well, they lied about this, so they're lying about that, right? It's nothing new under the sun,
Well, it wasn't
even
just
now.
that. It was also about the war. He when he went overseas for World War II, it was after most all the battles. Basically, the war was over, but he was in charge of driving some high-ranking general around. Like that was his job. He was a driver, and he drove somebody around. And he used to tell me about the things that he saw when he was over there, about this basically the spoils of war and what happened,
He
and
was a
how
critical thinker.
he would go into. He said one day he walked into a house in Germany, and the entire house, from the moment you walked into the door, and it was like a 4-story house, to the top, it was filled with stockings, silk stockings. Then he said you go to the next house, and he said it'd be filled with nothing but leather shoes. And then the next house, it'd be something else, something valuable, something of value.
He was a
What I
critical
mean,
thinker. Is what he was. He was a critical thinker.
well, it wasn't just that, but what was the point of the war? Specifically, since it was supposed to be about Hitler and wanting to kill Jews, but Hitler only killed Jews that were poor. He didn't kill all the Jews. Rich Jews got out. So it wasn't about Jews specifically, because if it was just about Jews, he would have killed all the Jews. But he didn't kill all the Jews. It was just the sick, the poor, the weak. But they don't tell you that. They
Well,
don't tell you that in
I still
school.
think your grandpa was a critical thinker. He had to be to figure all that out. He thought about everything critically and figured out what was wrong about it.
Right.
So, in
He
my
also,
mind,
I asked him one day, you think about the storm in the beach of Normandy. Why was that even necessary? Think about that whole campaign, that beach, and how many people were slaughtered on that beach. There wasn't a way around that beach. They couldn't have done anything differently to sacrifice all those lives and all those boys out on that beach, knowing they were going to be slaughtered. Really, there wasn't a way around. You couldn't do anything about it. And he said, he knew. He said, of course there was a way around it. Of course,
That was unnecessary. That didn't need to happen. None of those beach fronts and any of that, all those slaughters that happened, he knew. It's no, of course. It's ridiculous. Why did it happen? Because they wanted to kill young America. They wanted to kill young men. Why? 1984. Read George Orwell, 1984. It tells you why.
Well, whether he ever, in your mind, made the hero status, I think in my mind he was a hero. Believe it or not, he was a hero. Just wasn't recognized.
My grandfather was a genius. He built a fucking airplane in his backyard and took off and flew around on it when he was in his fucking 80s. He was in his 80s, built an airplane in his backyard, took off.
That's cool. He was a doer. Yeah, he was a hero for sure. Whether he thought he was or other people, but in reality, he was telling people about this stuff way back then. Yeah.
This is a rough guy. He couldn't suffer fools. He was the type of guy that he would see somebody on the side of the road with a flat tire and pull over and berate them and yell at them for what an idiot they were for, first of all, being on the side of the road with a flat tire and not knowing how to change a flat tire. But then he would do it for him. But he'd be just yelling and screaming at him the whole time. He was that type of guy. Like he did not suffer fools easily. He would be quick to punch somebody in the face. That maybe they deserved it, maybe they didn't. But he was that kind of guy. I guess I don't know.
Super passionate.
Yeah. I guess in those days you could get away with it too. You could get away with slapping a liberal in their face for being a dumbass. Today you can't get away with that.
We live in a strange world these days. That's for sure. Too many people indoctrinated, not knowing the truth, believing the news, just all of this sad stuff that goes on. It's heartbreaking, really.
It is heartbreaking.
And you can try and try and try and try and wake them up. Some of them they won't have it. They just won't have it. But if you're trying, what else can you do? More than most people do.
I mean, the worst part about it is that it's the undoing of us all because the Tattletale Squad now. I mean, before it was easy. It didn't really matter. It didn't make a difference. But now it doesn't make a difference because they've conditioned the entire population to tell on everybody. So now you can't even say anything. You have to pretend that you're one of them. In order to get along and to stay safe these days, you have to pretend like you have your vax. You're wearing your mask. You have to pretend. We have to go along to get along. Otherwise, they'll root us out.
Well, that's for damn sure.
If you think about it, we're in danger right now. If you think about it, we
Oh,
are.
hell yeah. We got
I
that
mean, we
right.
were the minority before. I mean, shit, we're really not only are we the minority now, we're the enemy. For some reason, we're the enemy now.
For telling the truth.
We're our neighbor's enemy.
For telling the truth. Yep. Crazy.
And really, we're their best friends, and we're trying to protect them.
Yep.
But they are so brainwashed that we can't reach them. We can't. We have to just assimilate and pretend. We have to. It's like it really is 1984. We have to go along and pretend that we're one of them.
Yeah, if you want to get that good job, or if you want to, yep.
Shit, look at it. I mean, I'm in business. I work. I have a family run business, and we can't express ourselves. We're in where we work. We can't show any political affiliation. If we did, we would lose all our business because where we live, I live in a very liberal community. We don't live a community liberal lifestyle, but a lot of the money that we take in and a lot of people we work for are extremely liberal. We have to hide basically who we are. We can't speak out politically like they do. They can say whatever they wanted to say. We can't. We have to hide who we are.
Yeah, but they're lying. You know what I mean? You can lie these days and go along with, their narrative.
And it sucks. It's terrible. I don't want to lie. I don't want to. I hate it. I don't want to lie. I don't want to. I don't want to pretend that I believe in something that I don't. That's why I quit. That's why I quit going to my taekwondo class because so many people when COVID started, so many people were so uptight about COVID and believed all the bullshit. I couldn't deal with it no more. I couldn't keep going there and lying and pretending that I agreed with what they were saying. And I said, finally, I'm not wearing a mask. I'm not doing this. I'm not gonna come to class, wear a mask, and do all this bullshit. Fuck you guys. I'm not. No, I'm not doing it. I don't believe in what you believe in. And all these people are supposed to be my fucking friends. But I just quit. I said, fuck it. I'm not doing it no more. And I didn't speak to them in what now it's been almost 2 years. I didn't speak to them people in 2 years.
For trying to help them.
Well, it's not even that. Like, I don't care. Don't. Even if I wasn't trying to help them, like, what does this have to do with what we're coming here to do? We're coming here to exercise and learn, martial arts and to practice. And like, what does anything else? Like, come on, stop it. But no, we have to wear a mask, and everybody's gonna get fucking sick and blah 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 bullshit. Not me. I ain't sick. I ain't never been sick. Never wore a mask. The last 2 fucking years. Never been sick. Well, whatever. I'm done. I'm not going no more. It's over. I'm not gonna pretend. I'm not gonna fuck that, man. That's why I quit. I do the same thing too. I'll test people if you come into my circle and try to be my friend, I'll test you and I'll do some I'll set up my camera, my Nikon P1000 or whatever. I'll set it up and zoom in on something, and I'll be like, "Hey, look at this. What you think about this?" I'll ask them like just simple questions, and I know right away already just by their first answer, or I'm not gonna go any further. I'm not gonna press you and try to change your mind. If I can tell already that you're not even thinking and that you can't even wrap your head around the fact at all that the Earth is flat, if you can't even, I'm done. I don't care. I don't even want to be your friend anymore.
If you can't think at all, or even contemplate for a second that maybe it's flat, I don't want to be your friend.
Yeah, they just don't want to be ostracized. You thought of as stupid, you know? It's crazy.
I mean, that's what I don't get. Who gives a shit? Ostracized? What? So fucking what? Ostracized?
I agree.
What the fuck?
I agree with
I
you.
mean,
Yeah,
what the
I
hell?
agree.
Fuck, come on, man. Ostracized? I mean, I know what it. I know that's a. I mean, that can be scary. A scary feeling. But Jesus Christ, we're adults. We're not children. Like, how do you not? How do you not? How do you not see the proof? The scientific proof.
That's how powerful the indoctrination is, man. It's just
I
so
know,
powerful.
right? It's insane. How do you not see? And then when you when you get to that point, and then you see the when you see when you get past that point and you realize, holy shit, yeah, it is flat. And then you see the propaganda. It's so blatant and it's so obvious in your face all the time. Every movie, every commercial, fucking
And
round this,
nobody,
round that,
hardly
all
anybody sees
it's
it.
so obvious. Like
Yeah.
they make it so obvious. How do you not see it?
Well, they don't. For some reason, they're so indoctrinated they just can't and won't go there. They don't
Right?
want to be.
Yeah.
They don't want to be called the stupid one. They don't want to be cast out. They don't. They don't want to be thought of in that way because 99% of the people believe in the heliocentric model and believe in what they've been told. They believe the news. They believe all the garbage, and and
Do
if
you
you
think
go
that
against it,
do
everybody's going to look at you like you're stupid.
do you think that there's something um her like different something that is there something different in our brains? Are we different than they are? Like
Well,
I go back to like the
obviously to some degree, because you're anybody that's willing to stop, think, and listen and look, and critically think about the situation, regardless of the indoctrination, regardless of what everybody else thinks. I mean, what's that saying says that condemnation before an investigation is the height of ignorance. These
Mhm.
people just don't. That's where they're at. They're at the height of
Yeah.
ignorance because they just won't even take the time to like you said, contemplate, critically think about it, and then
That's
they're
the
going to make
saddest
a
shit.
judgment before they do that. Before they do any
That's
of
the
that, they're
saddest
going
thing
to
that
judge.
you can think about. How that's got to be the lowest thing
It is.
for humanity, and the saddest thing that can be to be for a human to not use the intellect that they were given by God.
And then make a judgment before you use anything. Judge something. Judge somebody before you even look into it at all. They're automatically stupid. Just automatically. I mean, that is the height of ignorance for sure. It's sad. I mean, it's fucked up.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
it's
you can
disheartening.
show them the evidence. It's blatant, right out. You can show them there's no curvature. You can show them the evidence, but they just won't. There's always all these excuses they've heard. These catchwords.
Well,
Oh, refraction. Oh, this. Oh, that. No. You're wrong.
that's
You're
one of
wrong.
the you know what always baffled me is you can have somebody that will swear to God that they've been in an airplane before at
And
30,000
seen
feet and
curvature.
saw perfect. Yes,
Yeah.
it's unbelievable. It's
Yep.
why would you like? I
I
would
think
never.
I
I don't
think
know.
some of them actually think they do see it because they're so indoctrinated. They don't even look at it. They just look out the window and oh yeah, it's curving. They
They
don't even
must.
they, they don't even critically think about it. They sit there and contemplate it. They don't. They just automatically judge. Nope. There's curvature. I've been told it's curved, so I see it.
I know that there was points in my life before because flat Earth for me was the last straw. That was the last thing that I learned out of all the lies. It was the last one. But as soon as I heard I didn't even need to see any data. I didn't need to hear anything. As soon as I heard those words, and then I realized why it was important and why it made sense. It automatically clicked in my brain. It's true. Automatically. I didn't need to do any studies. I didn't do anything. This is the fact that these people said this, and this is like it just instantly clicked in my brain. Of course. Of course. And I just knew fundamentally this is the main lie, the main focus, the biggest lie, and the most important lie. And I knew, and it made me so mad too, because I knew from youth it hit me from the first time I saw a globe. I knew, of course. I just knew, of course. I know, of course, it made sense to me because of everything I learned already. But God, it's so obvious. And then when I started seeing all these commercials and all these movies and how they pressed it and push it and throw it down your throat, and don't talk to a flat earther. They're, that's all I needed to hear. And I immediately knew.
Yeah, but
Immediately.
for the other people, they automatically know that you're stupid. They automatically know that you're wrong. Automatically
Right.
know, but you know what I mean? It's the other side of the coin, dude. It's crazy. I mean, it's the most crazy thing. One of the most crazy things I've ever seen. Maybe even the craziest thing I've ever seen. How people act these days without doing any investigation, without any critical thinking, without stopping, thinking, and looking at it and going, "Hey, wait a minute. I'm going to look at this without any bias."
Right.
Without any indoctrination.
No.
Believing everything I was taught when I was younger. No, they're
Right.
they're the teachers. Of course they know. They're the
There's
scientists.
no
Of course they
critical
know.
thinking.
Yep.
Right. It's amazing. It makes me think, where were they when I was in the classroom? What were they listening to that I wasn't listening to, or vice versa, when we were sitting next to each other in the classroom?
They were listening to the same thing, but they just, like you said, they didn't critically think about it. They automatically just believed. They just believe in authority and
Yeah.
appeal to consensus and all that stuff. It's on the news, and my neighbor and everybody else believes it, so it's got to be true.
Right. Yeah. One of the things too is I went to for what is it, like, grade school and junior high. I went to a um, a Catholic school, and I remember when I think it was like sixth grade. My science teacher, we were having a discussion in class that day about how the Earth formed and Big Bang and all this stuff, and the my teacher, who was a nun, asked us, the class, about well, how did the Earth come together and how was it formed and all this stuff. Basically, what she was doing was teaching us the Big Bang theory.
Yep.
But she asked us, well, how did all this stuff happen? How did it all form? And me thinking, being a dumbass, thinking I was smart, I knew what I was talking about. I raised my hand, and she called on me, and I said, "Well, teacher, God created this. God did it." And I shit you not, in a Catholic school, ridiculed me for saying that, and said that,
Wow.
basically made me feel stupid, and made all my classmates laugh at me, because she ridiculed me and said, "Well, God couldn't do all this just by snapping his fingers, like basically I said." She said, what do you think, he just pulled these atoms and carbons and all this out of thin air and just snapped his fingers and made it so?"
Well, that's what they're saying happened all by itself.
Right. And that's what I thought the answer was. But according to her, all this stuff was here, before God, apparently. And I couldn't, I couldn't believe it. I was dumbfounded. I couldn't believe that my science teacher basically said that God wasn't more powerful than the atoms and nucleuses that, basically basically I think what she was trying to say was the Big Bang started and then God came after that. I don't know what the fuck that bitch was trying to say, but it was yeah, it was really enlightening for me as a youngster.
Yeah, it's some crazy shit.
Yeah, to think that God, I mean, who is God if he don't snap his fingers and create? No, the Big Bang. All these molecules had to come together and bang together, and then God. What? Well, it doesn't make any sense. It's scary. And then even to think if you, I mean, I know I have nephews now that are in school. What they learn now is 100 times worse than what I learned. I mean, they forget God. God is not even in the fucking picture anymore. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. It's crazy stuff going on in this world today.
Yep, and they all believe it. Not all of them, but they all believe this crazy shit. They were born and graced with it. Like everybody says, you first day in kindergarten, what do you see? A globe. You live right here. Oh, you're a 95-year-old kid, and this adult is telling you this is where you live, and you're like, oh, okay, thank you for that knowledge. Now I'm smart. Look at me. I know where we come from. I know where I live. That's a powerful thing, you can
absolutely
be the be authority, the figure in charge, the person that's the teacher, the knower, he's going to sit there and tell you, look, you live right here. Wow. Oh, that's so cool. Thank you. I mean, what choice do you have when you're 5 years old to think anything but that? You went to school to learn. I'm here to learn. She just taught me something. Oh my God, I'm so happy. So happy I just got lied to. That's the crazy thing.
One of the biggest things that I learned as a planner. You think about after you realize, okay, because I used to be a big like I used to read. I read all Eric von Daniken's books or whatever about ancient aliens and all that shit. So I used to think that was, I was like, oh, wow, I'm so into that. But then when I realized, when I woke up to flat Earth, I was like, oh God, it's such bullshit, right? And then after that, I started thinking about, then you learn about satellites. All this satellite shit, all this shit is fucking bullshit. All the space shit, bullshit, spacecraft bullshit. And then so because I used to always look up at the sky and I see these things moving in the sky. These like things look like stars moving in the sky, and everybody always used to tell me, "Oh, that's a satellite. That's a satellite moving in the sky." Now I look up in the sky, I see all this shit moving around. Like, okay, ain't no fucking. Obviously, it's not a fucking satellite. So what is it, right?
Yeah, but you just heard that from a teacher, a person that's there to teach you something.
Yeah.
Like, here's some more knowledge. Look how smart you are now. You know that what you seen is a satellite that got put in up there. You know what I mean? It's so powerful. It is so powerful. You're in a setting. They create this setting for you, the school, and you're there to learn, and you're you know, not every kid is there happily to learn. I wasn't one. I was always kind of rebellious about, having to do my schoolwork and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, I did it. But on the other hand, there was a lot of times that, when I was told something and I was interested, it was interesting to me. It's like, oh, wow, that's cool. Thank you. Oh, wow. I think I'll try to learn more about this and more horseshit, and then they sell it. They sell it to you real good.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that's a lot of that is of what kind of set me on a bad path when I was a youngster, because I started realizing that a lot of the stuff I was being told was bullshit in high school. So I started I didn't want to hear any of it. So I didn't trust anybody around me. I didn't trust the adult. I didn't trust my teachers. So I knew they were selling me, a bunch of bullshit. So I started rebelling. Dude, I was like, well, you guys are telling me bullshit. Well, I'm gonna listen to you. I know what's going on. So, but I really didn't knew some things, but I didn't know everything. So I started thinking I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want to do, and got into a lot of trouble.
One of the things that got me when
It
I was
really
a kid
set me
is
on a bad path.
yeah, one of the things that got me was when they said, Australia, you're standing upside down. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Wouldn't you just fall off or whatever? I mean, it made no sense. That
Right.
you'd be antipodal, upside down from what I'm at. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, it's raining upside down. The rain
that
falls up. How does the rain fall there?
I mean, that's one thing that got me, that made me start to think, is that one thing is that those people on the other side of the globe model
Yeah.
are actually upside down. It's like, what? I mean, I
Right.
questioned that. I'm just like, and they're like, oh no, gravity. Oh,
Gravity.
again, more fucking being more information that makes me a smart guy. Oh, fuck. Okay. Thank you. Oh, it's the
Yeah.
gravity that holds me there.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Don't you wish? Don't you
Now
wish
I'm
when they
even
said that
smarter.
you had to? Don't you wish when they said it to you, you had the mind to say that? Well, wait a minute. Okay, gravity, but what about butterflies or anything that lifts off the ground? How is that possible? Because they would have never had an answer for that.
Right. But at the time, I was just happy to be given more information that made me, understand.
Yeah.
Like, oh, thank you.
Exactly. Yeah,
But
because it's so simple.
yeah,
Yeah, because you're young, impressionable. They'll tell you what the fuck ever is just simple.
you know,
Yeah,
I
crazy.
mean,
That's crazy how it really starts too, and that's the damn problem. And that's what I've been trying to tell people on this Discord too. Is okay, we know what's going on. So okay, how do we reverse it? Do we need to somehow get on school boards? Like, where does it start? Where does the programming start in school? Where do the lessons come from? Like, who the textbooks and all that stuff? Where does it come from? How does it start? How do we change what the hell they're being taught? But really, nobody ever wants to talk about that stuff.
well, that's because this was a plan. This was all intentional. It was a great deception. It was all
Doesn't it
intentional.
start? Can't you start at a local level? Like, can't you get on your local school board? So, like, who
Yeah, but
decides the curriculum
you have to
for?
teach the curriculum, or you're fired. You lose your job. You can't deviate from what they want
So,
you.
is it mandated by the federal government? Does it come
Yeah,
down from the federal government? Yeah, yeah.
yes, it does. You must teach this curriculum. Yes.
What about a charter school? Is a charter school does that work the same way as far as a charter school goes? Like, if you start your own damn school, like if you were to try to start your own small community school, charter school in your community,
Yeah, I
like I
think that.
guess they have to have certain curriculum and certain
Yep.
standards that you have to abide by, right?
Yep.
Even does that go? So how do you do homeschool? Homeschool is the same way then?
Well, you can teach whatever you want at home, but you got to do it in I guess incognito, in secret or whatever.
Right.
You got to
So you
explain
you
to
have to teach them the regular bullshit curriculum, but on the side you can tell them, now this is the truth.
right.
Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah, what curriculums are
Crazy.
we talking about?
What the
Whichever. I
school
mean,
speak?
I don't know. What curriculum you talking about? Talking
The,
about like school curriculum, whatever, grade
Yeah,
school, high school, what, like, where does it start? I don't know. Where does it come from? You tell me.
the, the
from
textbook.
elementary to high school, what are they enforcing as curriculums? Like, is it like, for example, like LGBT propaganda or like the moon landing stuff? What is it?
All that shit. All that shit.
Yep.
All of it. Where does it where does it start? Where does it end? How do they determine what is taught and what isn't?
Well,
That's what I'm questioning.
whatever meets their agenda.
It's crazy
So the
because
school, like, what is a school board? But there's school boards, right? Like every school has a board. What, like, who are these people?
Well,
Who,
they
and
believe that shit too. So you know
so
what I
where do
mean?
they get their information from? Like who? I realize most of them are probably dunces. Most all of them are lowbeds. But are they given something from somebody that said, okay, this is what we expect you to pass to the teachers. This is what we expect you to do. But isn't it the school board's decision to say, wait a minute, review it and be like, no, we don't agree with this shit. We don't want to do this. Like what is the, you know what I mean? I don't understand the cycle. I don't get it. What is the point of a fucking school board? Why do you need a school board if it's all just passed down from a higher power and they just say, do this or else? I mean, isn't it, what does the school board do? Hello? Hey, can you hear me? Actually, what's going on? Hello? Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Anybody out there? Hear me or no? I can't hear any. I don't know what's going
Hey, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. I hear you.
Okay, what happened? What I cut out for a while. What happened?
I don't know. Could be the internet. Could be something. It happens all the time. Discord, internet, whatever kind of cuts out for a minute. It's common. Everybody else went to sleep. It's time to go to bed. It's almost 6 a.m. here. I haven't been to sleep yet.
Where you at?
Utah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I suppose, man. Just go lay down myself, man.
Where are you at?
I'm in the Midwest in Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Got the day off tomorrow, so
What's up?
said I got the day off tomorrow, so I come on Discord and hang out and talk all night long.
Yeah. Same here sometimes. Or just listen. Sometimes I'll just sit here and listen.
I like to just listen if somebody's talking, but ain't nobody talking, so I feel like I just might as well do some talking.
Right. Sure. Nobody's complaining.
Yeah.
It's not like
It
there's
is
global.
funny, man. Flat Earth is a trip, man. It's unbelievable. Especially, I believe all us flat earthers, we come to this point in this journey because we love space, we love sci-fi, we love all that stuff. But then we make that journey and look into it and then make that leap and realize, oh damn,
Yeah.
it's just a fantasy. It's
a
it's
crazy
rough.
moment. It's a crazy moment when that happens.
It is.
But you can't deny it because it's right there in your face, like you were saying earlier. It's right in front of your face. I mean, for hell's sakes. Once you see it, you can't just like unsee it.
Right. You know what I don't and I know we don't all agree on exactly what it means to be a flat earther. We don't all subscribe to the same model of the flat earth. But in my mind, I always think that it's just this ever expanding space. I think that's what space is. It's the flat earth. Space is flat earth. Once you go beyond that the ice wall, I believe in the ice wall. But I
Yeah,
think
me
once you go
too.
beyond that, I think it's ever. I don't think it ends. I truly don't believe that there's probably an end to it. I think you could go probably beyond and beyond. Maybe there is other land masses and